Oliver Rasmussen in the leading Jota.
With a little bit of damage to the right front of the nose that we just saw a moment or two ago when the car went by. It just looked like almost a puncture mark, as if it ran into the back of someone else, just to the right-hand side of the nose box there. It's not bad, but I would think it would be having an aerodynamic effect on that car and getting air underneath the back of it. Just seen a spin for the URT by TF AM GT car. That was the 25 Michael Dynan machine, 8th position. Again, the action area, if you want to go and see cars and take photographs of not going very quickly, go down to the Daytona chicane and you'll have a chance, because there'll be one along in a moment. Into the pit lane for Nick Tandy. Bedfordshire's finest is in the pit lane from the lead of the race. Porsche Penske Motorsport. I know that Brittany and Felix and Evie will be tuned in and listening and cheering on as that car comes in with nearly a second's lead. So Miguel Molina will take over the lead. We'll head to our CrowdStrike pit lane team for the leader in the pits.
Yeah, that's just come in with the other Porsche just line astern, literally right behind it. Mechanics climbing all over again, lamps being cleaned. It's that time of day. We're getting to the twilight now where you need those lights good and clear. Porsche queued for us right here. It looks very simple. Nick Tandy has, I think he stayed in. I haven't seen Nick Tandy get out of the car. Of course, the car's being refueled at the moment, so I've got so many bodies around me. As the daylight switch has been turned on in the pit lane, so our night lighting is on. So refueling almost done now. Now number 5 is out. 75 still sitting here, and away it goes.
On the milk float power as Nick Damon ties to car. Now, I don't know if that was deliberate to give Dane Cameron his lap back, because that is exactly what's happened there, as Dane Cameron got out ahead of the number 75. Nick Tandy has stayed in that car. Here's the radio from Molina.
At the moment, you're leading the race. Sister car 3 seconds behind. The previous lap was too much consumption, 70.7. We need 69.5, 69.5, please. A bit more saving than previous lap.
Explain what was being explained there, or demanded actually, by the race engineer of Miguel Molina.
He was being very polite, the race engineer, but he was under no, you know when someone's telling you that. I actually thought Miguel Molina, he was looking a little bit sort of taily coming out of the Dunlop chicane, sort of power sliding it out, and basically they're asking him to just conserve a little bit more energy, a bit more fuel than he did the previous lap. They'll have a fuel number that will be on the dash that they have to run to. You'll be constantly, even though they have real-time telemetry, they're always asking the drivers to update the pits with a fuel number. They'll come on every 4 or 5 laps and ask you for a fuel number, and you're having to run to a certain number, because depending on when you're going to run out of fuel, that can make the difference between doing an entire extra lap. And of course that then gives you a window, if there's a full course yellow or something like that, where it could actually win or lose you the race as we get further and further into it.
I don't know what you find with these things, Johnny, but despite all the technology, I always, certainly in the work that I've been doing in pit boxes, it is tremendously difficult to actually know how much petrol is on board the car. You'd think it was kind of possible with all of this, but the best way we can do it is not actually to measure what's on board the fuel, what's on board the car, but it's to measure how much has actually gone through the engine, because the engine management will tell you how much has gone through there. So you're actually not measuring what's aboard so much as what's been used.
Loic, you are running P3 right behind the 2 Ferraris. The Ferraris are running 31.5, 32.0. Go for it.
Unfortunately, Loic Duval did go for it and threw it off the track as his engineers were talking to him. Just got a little bit of a wiggle. And where's that again? That's the number 7 car of Jose Maria.
First chicane again.
Yeah, first chicane again. Jose Maria, actually, the 7 car.
We must have seen 10 incidents in different classes going there.
In 50 minutes.
Yeah, and the only cars we haven't seen doing that are the GT cars, because they've got a bit more mechanical grip. When they run a little bit deep onto the wet, it doesn't have quite the same impact as on the prototypes.
It's been an incident at Porsche curves out. There's double yellows, and it's the 43 P2, the car that was late off the line. DKR Engineering, Tom Van Rompuy sitting in 43rd position. And oh my, 54th position, excuse me, 22nd in class for the 43 car. This was the car, remember, that had the issues at the start of the race and was late on parade, and it's exactly the same incident, but this time it's at the Porsche curves, just the second to last part, and he's managed to put it into the gravel. There'll be no getting out, and the Aston is off the 72 car. That's had damage. Oh my goodness me, TF Sport and Arnold Robert, the 38-year-old father and son together, and he's just clipped, he's sideswiped the safer barrier on the bridge in the Porsche curves, and I think that was in front of the leader.
He missed the, actually it was a second place Ferrari.
Car.
He missed Antonio Giovinazzi by, I'm not kidding, a foot as he bounced back into his path.
I'm going home now. I'm going to leave you with the noise, ladies and gentlemen. You can guess what's going on. There's not a chance we're lasting to the end. I'm a damp rag in here, and we've got aircon. Another car has gone off, and that's, guess what, at the Daytona chicane, and there's somebody else in the gravel there as well. So there's a slow.
43.
That was the 43.
Oh, that was the
yes.
43.
Yes, it was at the second chicane.
Oh, right. So
No, first chicane.
First chicane, yeah.
Yes, first chicane. Same place.
Yes, yeah, of course, the 43.
Yes.
Absolutely. The DKR. So
Paul alluded to it, you've alluded to it. I know it's early days, but for me, and I've covered a few of these now, I think this is going to go down in history as one of the greatest races. There's no doubt. Unless everyone breaks down now and it becomes a two-horse race, but I can't see that happening.
Yellow zone from the Forest S's till after the Daytona chicane. The first chicane from the first part of the Porsche curves till Porsche out now. Who will jump here for any kind of pit visit? As soon as you get two slow zones, any kind of, and that's a long slow zone in the first part of the lap. What sort of stint lengths are we doing at the moment, Paul? You mentioned one or two of them, and the two Ferraris have just been in, so they're probably not quite in the window yet. They're working their way through traffic, though, and in and out of these slow zones are always incredibly dangerous. What about the cars behind? Peugeot in third place for Loic Duval.
The longest stint they've done was a 12-lapper with Gustavo Menezes, but that was done whilst the safety car was out. They're capable of doing a lot more, but they've just not been able to have the free running for it. This is for the number 94 car. The two Toyotas that came in not so very long ago did 13 laps each, which is kind of what I expected. Brendan Hartley Nicholas Tandy in the Porsche, that was the other one, wasn't it? The 75 car, he came in about the same time. He did 13 laps as well, except that all those three cars did it whilst we had a brief period of full course yellow. I think that was after you arrived, wasn't it? We had the full course yellow. So that kind of should give you a little bit of fuel saving opportunity. But this is where, the communication between the race engineer and the driver is so important, to tell him during his stint whether he's ahead or behind his fuel target, and if he has to save fuel. Because it is possible, with these slow zones, particularly if you get a full course yellow, then you can save an awful lot of fuel, and you really have to try your best to do so.
Let's head to Peter Snowden in the pit lane. More woe for Glickenhaus, Ryan Briscoe, the 708.
Well, it's stationary here, so I haven't overheard your guys saying things. I've been busy in different pits, but I'm guessing this is saving some kind of penalty because it's just stationary and absolutely nothing happened to it. But it's been here for what feels an absolute age from a driver's perspective. Yeah,
it's a 5-minute stop and go for a collision with the DKR Engineering number 43 car at Marshall Post 6. So that was at Tertre Rouge. So that was quite some time ago. That was 18:23, so that's 3 hours ago, and they're just catching up with that now. There's been so much going on. Race control and the stewards, race control report to the stewards then have to make a decision. They'll look at all the available angles. Sometimes they're waiting for the onboard cards to come out of the cars as well, but they work through them all in chronological order.
Kind of ironic that the same car had the same off on his own in exactly the same place 3 hours later.
Yes.
Slightly unfortunate.
That's race karma. That's race karma. Paul?
What we're waiting for is the first penalty for a track limit offence, though. We've been continuing to have track limit offences reported on our screen. What we've not had is any penalties issued for it, though. I did see quite, and this is going back to three hours ago probably, after about 2 hours of the race, there was a team manager who, having had 3 offences of track limits, the team manager for that car was asked to go and see race control. Nothing came of that, so whether it's 3, whether it's 5, whether it's 8 or 9, as Will Stevens was suggesting to us, we'll have to wait and see, but these numbers will be adding up on the track limit offences.
They have cut back. The drivers have cut back from what we've seen during the week. Just a little bit. I sort of thought they would. Into the slow zone, Nick Tandy, absolutely on it. You can make time coming into a pit zone. Think of it as coming into the pit lane speed limiter.
Absolutely, 100%. And we actually saw Miguel Molina when he had Antonio Giovinazzi first and second overall in the race, coming into a slow zone with a slower Aston Martin GT car. He was only half a second behind him, Giovinazzi. He snuck in front just before the double wave yellow slow zone, and then ended up coming out of that 2 seconds to the good. So you can gain time. Exactly right, John.
2 Ferraris lead Le Mans for 2023. Our Hertz update coming in a moment, but Nick Tandy is on the charge and he's hunting Brendan Hartley after the pit stop for the number 75 car. And the Prema LMP2 is holding up the Kiwi at the moment, and that is allowing Tandy to close up as they go to Tertre Rouge, the Red Hill, through that right-hander onto the first part of the Mulsanne straight. Now, is Tandy close enough to get the draft? I think he might just be getting a little help here. Oh, that Toyota is pulling away. They might have a little bit extra weight, but my goodness, they've still got the torque and the four-wheel drive, of course, to pull out of that fast corner. 190 k's before that is activated. Now down into Dunlop, into the right, left, right of that first chicane, not Dunlop at all, Daytona, excuse me, and into the middle part of the Mulsanne straight, and Tandy just holding on. The headlights beginning to show in the darkness. We'll keep an eye on that as Peter Snowden gives us an update from the pit lane. He's got Thomas Norbauer.
No, so Vector Sports number 10 LMP2 car, that's just been put into its box. There is a driver change, but there's obviously a brake issue on this. Working on the front brake, both sides, and it's a caliper change actually. Certainly on the front left. I guess they're going to do both sides, but frantic work on that at the moment. It doesn't even look like they're doing the left-hand side, which is slightly odd.
Thomas Norbauer has been working very hard at the wheel of the 66 GMW Ferrari. Thomas, you brought the car in 4th place after the week you guys have had. That's fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, obviously starting from the back of the grid, it was difficult, but the race is very long. We keep head up. We are focusing on our job, on our car, and then we see where we end up. I think my triple stint was pretty decent. We get back into the field, front field, so yeah, job done.
So now you guys can settle in. You're at the front of the class, and now you can kind of project going forward into tomorrow. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's better to be at this place right now, but the race is still very, very long. So now we just want to focus on our job, and then we see where we end up, honestly.
I noticed you had a conversation with Stefan Ortelli there at the back of the garage. Has Stefan been a mentor of yours?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he has a very big amount of experience, so it's a big help for us, young drivers. It's only my 2nd time in Le Mans, so obviously we take all the experience we can to get it and to apply it on the race.
I'll let you go and get some rest. Thank you, Thomas.
Speed, reliability, and the power of the cloud. That's protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
The Hertz Hourly Updates, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Five and a half hours of this incredible motor race have gone, and it's a Ferrari 1-2, Car number 50, Miguel Molina, leads the way. 66 laps completed for him, and he has just a 1.5 lead over his teammate Antonio Giovinazzi in the second Ferrari, who is himself a further 12.6 seconds clear of Loic Duval, who's third in number 94 in the Peugeot. So it's Ferrari, Peugeot, the top three. In fourth place is the Cadillac number 2, Alex Lynn. He's a further 20 seconds behind the first three. In fifth place is Brendan Hartley in the first of the two Toyotas. Brendan in car number 8. He's slipped back now to a minute behind the 4 cars ahead of him. Nick Tandy is in 6th place in car number 75, the Porsche Penske Motorsports 963. In 7th place is car number 7, the other Toyota, Jose Maria Lopez. In 8th place, car number 709 is the faster of the two Glickenhausers, Esteban Gutierrez. In 9th place, number 3, Renger van der Zande in the Cadillac. And rounding out the top 10 is Fred Macavici in his Porsche. In LMP2, it's still Jota leading the way in LMP2 with number 28, Oliver Rasmussen, currently at the wheel of that one. Behind him, 12 seconds behind him, is Albert Costa in the Inter-Europol competition car. That's number 34. And in third place in LMP2 is Tymon van der Helm in the Panis Racing Oracle. That's car number 65. And he is a further 27 seconds behind Albert Costa. In GTE AM, the leader there is still the 911 car, Martin Rump, having a double stint at the wheel of the number 911 Proton Competition Porsche, and he leads Sarah Bovey, but just by 3 seconds, just over 3 seconds. Sarah Bovey in number 85 for Iron Dames, and third in GTE AM is the AF Corsa Ferrari, number 54, was leading the class but has slipped back, and that's in the hands of Thomas Floor. That's your hourly update, 5.5 hours in.
The Hourly Update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Fiona Miller from Vector Sport has just been giving an update. This is the number 10 car, LMP2. I said it came in with a brake issue. There was something front left caliper, so they just weren't happy with it. There was evidence of brake fluid there. So, as Johnny will attest to, no brakes around anywhere on a race car. Never mind on. It's not ideal. It's a bit suboptimal. So, as a precaution, they've just done a thorough brake caliper change and bleed through that system. It's back out again.
Peter Snowden, one of our CrowdStrike racing teams. Hello to Kelly McNish, talking about superstars. Wife of a world champion, Kelly Mrs. World Champion, actually, as we used to call her back in the day.
Yeah, Finley's the star of that family, though. Currently on holiday in Greece.
Sorry, gymnast daughter, Charlotte.
Second superstar of the family.
Yeah. And then Kelly.
Third.
Yeah. And is there another member?
I can't. Beginning with A? Is it A? I can't remember.
Yeah. Him.
Yes.
Didn't he used to do something?
I've been spending quite a bit of time with him the last few days, actually. It's been great. It's been like old times.
Hello, Alan McNish. Hello, collective. If we see him, we'll get him in and he can talk about Audi turbo diesel technology giving us the competitive advantage. We love you, Al. Hi, Kelly. 18.5 hours still to go from the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit. And it's starting to get just a little bit darker now. Official sunset is actually not until just before 10 o'clock tonight, so we're about half an hour away. And then the sunrise is at 6 o'clock, 7 hours and 3 minutes between the sunset and the sunrise. It's one of the shortest hours of darkness that we do.
Unless you race in September, of course, and then it's a little bit longer.
Well, yes.
To a test back in 2020.
It's, I think the longest darkness, or sunset to sunrise, we had was 13 hours and 21 or 22 minutes, and that bizarrely was exactly the same between Dubai 24 hours and the Daytona 24 hours. It was either the ones just gone or the year before.
I think it got up to 14 hours.
Did we get? Well, yes, you might have been right. Yeah.
Daytona doesn't count though, does it? Because they have the floodlights on and they just turn it down to their dusk setting. Don't
They only have every other one on.
Yeah, you can see everything at Daytona.
It's pretty dark in Dubai.
Yes.
I'm hearing, by the way, Finn McNish is listening whilst he's on his holidays.
Oh, top man.
Okay. Hi, Finn. Nice to know that you're tuned in. 2 Ferraris at the front of the field then, as you heard in the hourly update. And there's about half a second between Miguel Molina and Antonio Giovinazzi. Had a long chat with Antonio at scrutineering on Saturday. They were the last ones through, and he was very, very generous with his time. Let's have a listen at the radio.
We swap positions in Carnage or Indy, whatever is easier for you. There is no traffic in front. We swap positions now.
And that has indeed just happened. That radio, all of our radio transmissions slightly delayed for reasons of probity, just in case. It allows them to put the beep in, just in case.
Does it not also give them a chance to actually monitor whether they're interesting or not?
Yes, exactly right.
I wonder why they swapped them, because
pit stops.
Ah, right, yes, good.
It's just about access to quite a tight pit lane. They're running those Ferraris pretty low, even though they're coming to the end of their fuel run. We're seeing now much more evidence of the skid plates on the bottom of the cars. We've got a slow zone at Marshall's Ports 30. That's Porsche in again. So there's been a problem down there. The rain lights may now be turned off. I'm really pleased about that, because I think those red flashing lights, when you don't need them, are terribly distracting.
And especially when it's dark, it can really, really play with your eyes. So it's good that as it's beginning to get dark now, they're allowing them to turn off.
So waiting to see why we've got the slow zone coming up any second now. It should start right now. No? Was that an old message? Just popped up again. Yes, it is an old message, Paul, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the battle now has gone out to 2.2 seconds. Like Duval for Peugeot in third. And he's got a 20-second, call it 18 seconds actually, on Alex Lynn. Ferrari, Peugeot, Cadillac, first Toyota, red-hot favourites this week in 5th position, but having a cleanish run. It's been jumbled up, Johnny Morlam. We've not really seen long green flag runs, and we're certainly not seeing pit stops that are lined up nicely on our strategy screens. They're all over the place. It looks like Tetris.
They're out of sync a little bit in terms of when they're pitting. That's been created by the number of safety cars we've had. The weather and the rain has played into the hands of everybody, potentially except for Toyota. We haven't seen any tyres being really put through their paces, as Paul will testify to, for sort of 3 or 4 stints. And so you've kind of taken away Toyota's advantage, and that's why they're slipped down the order. But if it remains sort of green flag running and dry running to the end of the race, I suspect they will start creeping back towards the front again. But I have to say I was wrong. I really thought at this stage, although the weather has played a part, even despite that, I thought they'd be a bit closer than sort of 1 minute 20 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, I mean, they lost at least 20 seconds on that badly timed pit stop after the second safety car, when they got held at the end of the pit lane, both of them. The other thing that they've lost time on, apart from pit stops, is just on pace. I mean, we saw it in qualifying. The Ferraris and the Porsches are very, very quick. And I think what Toyota are looking at is, well, we're still on the lead lap. We've got to keep plugging away here. But the race, it's going to be a case of Toyota being patient and waiting for the race to come to them. There's not anything that they can do to make the race come to them. They've just got to wait.
And I don't want to jinx it, but Ferrari are one of the few cars that I haven't seen any mistakes from any of the Ferrari drivers. So not only are they quick, they're keeping it on the track and they're not making errors.
They're not crashy, are they?
Well, even going off and losing 5-6 seconds going through a gravel track, they're doing really well.
Question for you, Jay Moore. Why, and this comes from Kendall Crane using the hashtag HaggertyRLM, as the 708 Glickenhaus, the blue car with the tricolour up the middle of it, is back in the pit lane. We'll keep an eye on that. Why do we see the skid plates sparking as a car passes lower class cars on the Mulsanne?
Well, I don't think it's that it's passing the lower class cars. I think it's probably moving offline. It might be slightly bumpier, so that might sort of contribute to it.
Yeah.
But actually also on the Mulsanne, at the higher speed, obviously more downforce on the car, lower the ride height, and also into braking zones sometimes like Mulsanne, it gets very bumpy and you just kind of skid on the pan.
And we've got to remember that still, although it might not be for long, but still the majority of this track is public road. It's not dead smooth billiard table racetrack.
The first time you drive down the Mulsanne Straight, every year it sort of hunts around in the tram lines, it bounces around in the middle of the road. If you move from the left of the road to the right of the road, as you go up the crown and then come down the other side, it kind of sweeps down the other side, and you really feel like you have to have both hands on the wheel at all times. And then after about 2 laps, you just get used to it, John, and it ceases to have an impact on you. But the first time you drive, even though it's in a straight line, you feel the car sort of hunting around underneath you. Very weird feeling.
Jim Glickenhaus, we've got, it's been mixed emotions for you this race so far, hasn't it? It's been a cracking 6-hour race.
Yeah, we had a little bit of bad luck with the 708. In the beginning, we had a loose seal, so rather than fight the oil problem all race, we elected to fix it properly. It's fine now, and to take the 1 lap. We got the 1 lap back, and then we got a penalty for a collision, but the car's running well, and the 709 is in 8th position, you know. Quite honestly, the monsters we're fighting are a lot faster, and, you know, I don't know that we have a balance that would enable us to do any better. It is what it is.
So it's a long race. Thoughts for position at the end?
Excuse me?
Long race, thoughts for position at the end against what you've just said, the monsters?
Yeah, it's a very long race, and anything can happen, and we'll keep fighting all night, so who knows?
And that's why we go racing. Jim Glickenhaus, thank you very much.
GTE and Battle, first and second places. Into the pits, the 911, that's the number 911. And we've even got the 3rd place car in just coming by me as well. That's the T-Rex car. But right now, I'm with the Iron Dames car, the 85. That's going to have a driver change. In fact, the 911 is also going to have a driver change. We'll try and talk to both of the drivers out of these GTM cars. This is the class lead battle now. Fuel going into the car. The 911's done its fueling. The pink Iron Dames 85 still, now it finishes. So the 911 just a little bit ahead of schedule, and I'm surprised at that because the 85 came in. The 911 is gone. Now the 85 right rear just going on now off the jacks, wheel spinning out of the pit box. The battle continues out on track. I'll give you a shout, guys, when I have Sarah Bovey, who's just got out of the car.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn.
Hello to Blur Fiends, Porsche technician extraordinaire at his first Le Mans down at the Porsche curves. Of course he is. He's been stands under Porsches all day doing the PDIs and fixing them, and he's at Porsche curves. He says it's a little bit overcast at the moment. Light is fading away. Fantastic racing in the hypercar class so far. Loving it. I'm pleased we're putting on a decent show for you, Blur Fiends. Nice to know that you're enjoying it. Hashtag Haggerty RLM. The Jota number 28 is in the pit lane. In fact, that's the first and second in LMP2 because Oliver Rasmussen is in, as is Albert Costa for Inter Europol. Just a couple of pit stalls ahead of them in the yellow and green number 34. Just can't see that nose cone damage. It's an odd one. It's almost like the Jota number 28 has gone underneath something, GMO, and there's just a little puncture in the top right-hand side, right at the front of the nose.
Especially with all the slow zones, John, that's so easy to happen. You know, you maybe just popped in under the gearbox of a car in front or under the tail. Easily done. It will have an aerodynamic effect in terms of drag, but I doubt it'll affect the handling as far as the driver's concerned too much.
Pit stop for the 45 that's just gone out. Algarve Pro Racing, George Kurtz in that CrowdStrike car under investigation. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
Okay, now that's a bit further behind the Algarve Pro car, but the 2 leading cars that came in from the LMP2 class, both doing 12 laps. And despite what we were saying about them being on different strategies, in LMP2 they're actually all on the same strategy, because in third place in the class is the Tijmen van der Helm Panis racing car, and that's due a pit stop this time around as well.
When did the 23 Jota and the Team WRT cars pit? Because there's been a change in the lead in LMP2. Ollie Jarvis now leads for United Autosport, but does he owe us a pit stop, Paul?
He does, although he is slightly
off kilter.
Off the schedule. He's got another 3 laps to do. That's including the one he's on at the moment. And Louis Teletraz, who's the next one up in the number 41 car, he's got another 4 laps to do.
Okay, so that's change for the lead there. Oliver Rasmussen coming out of the pits there. With that pit stop, Ollie Jarvis then has gone through into the lead in It's JMW Motorsport, the 66 Ferrari. Giacomo Petrobelli in the 66.
Favourite name in the field, that one.
It is, isn't it?
Let's go to Joe Bradley, who's jumping in to speak to Sarah Bovey. Oh, a big moment. Guess what? It's the Daytona chicane again, and it's the Peugeot number 94. And again, right across the extra tarmac that was put in a couple of years ago, actually. It would have been in the, about 4 or 5 years ago, he'd have been well in the gravel there. Let's go to Peter Snowden whilst we're waiting for Joe Bradley. He's got Sebastian Bourdais.
Sebastian, it's been one of the most action-packed Le Mans 24-hour races we've ever seen. We're just 6 hours in, basically.
Yeah, unfortunately, not really in our favor. Just too many incidents, and yeah, we're just paying the price. So now the car is bent, and we're struggling with tire pressures, and it's just it's a little bit of a nightmare right now.
All the frustrations that come with a 24-hour race, but if you've got all your issues out of the way now, you can still have a good run, because there's a long, long way to go.
Unfortunately, if we go a lap down, we're done. So that's the worry right now.
Thank you very much, Sebastian, for your time.
So the 85 Iron Dames Porsche has been brought in second place in GTA Arm, and one of the perhaps main jobs of being a racing driver is once you get out of the car, your job's not done. Yes, perhaps primary objective is to speak to your engineer and just relay any information that you might find is relevant about the car, the tyres, how they're wearing, how the balance feels, and then you've got to face the world's press. And right now, Sarah, talking to Frank Lagos, who I've interviewed as a driver here many years ago, and Frank now working for Franck, I should say, as he's French, working for Eurosport Television, gets a word with Sarah, and I think Frank's he's a great talker, is Frank, so he's really milking it. Now it's my turn. Sarah, I was just saying that a main part of being a racing driver is dealing with the world's press, or the media. How do you find that?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
You know what, you've just got to have a racing car, now you've got to answer all these questions, is what I said.
Oh yeah, well, you know, it's part of the job, I guess. Not trouble for me. I mean, this stint was pretty enjoyable. Of course, when you have done a bad stint, it's always a bit more complicated, to be honest. But here I was quite happy with what we did on track. I feel like the team is doing an amazing job so far in terms of strategic call and in terms of speed stop. So our job as drivers is just to keep pushing, keep it on track. The car is really nice to drive, so finger crossed that we don't have any major issue coming at us.
And strategy calls, with all of that drama going on, I bet Plan A went out of the window a long time ago, did it?
Yeah, you know, it's tricky when the weather is like that, and yeah, big up to the team so far, to the engineers and the strategists, because it was not an easy call. We actually switched like 3 times before I got in the car. Between me and Michi, we were both ready. We had no idea who was going in, but I think it was a very good call, because when I see how long we stay in the safety car, it's good green time that is left for the pro drivers, so I'm very happy about that.
Great stuff, thank you.
CrowdStrike, a pioneer in adversary-focused cybersecurity. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Oh, brilliant to hear the enthusiasm there from Michelle, from Sarah Bovey, excuse me. She's that was, I think, a second or third interview, and she had as much enthusiasm for Joe Bradley as she had for the ones previously. Few tweets coming in, loads of tweets coming in, and keep them firing into us. Hashtag Haggerty RLM. Hello to Taylor Cohen listening in, and to Matt, who's at Mulsanne Corner in a huge crowd of people down there. Also, hello to Robbie. Say, are the 34 crew now doing the race with just 2 drivers? This is the Inter-Europol machine. Jakub Smitkowski in that car at the moment. Fabio Scherer was injured earlier, apparently. They wouldn't have been able to start the race with just 2 drivers, though, Paul. So how's that going to work? Because they're going to go over time if they're not careful, aren't they?
As long as they're yes, if they're not careful, but as long as they are careful, then they will be all right. There's nothing that stops you in the rules from driving with only 2 drivers. You are obliged to enter 3 drivers in your car, and indeed at the start of the race you have to have 3 drivers who are fit to take part in the race. Who's the third driver? We've had Szymovsky and Albert Costa already in it, and the third, Fabio Scherer. It's the, so it's the guy who should have started the car but didn't. In fact,
I think he was hurt in one of the earlier races, wasn't he?
Right, okay, and as I say, he's not driven the car yet. As long as you don't do more than 4 hours in any period of 6, then that's all right. But as long as you swap your drivers, say, every 2 hours, that's absolutely fine.
That's going to be hard. That's going to be hard.
It's tough driving, but of course, I say it wasn't that long ago. When I first started coming to Le Mans, 2 drivers was the norm.
Yeah.
But of course, the track has changed, the nature of the race has changed, and it's been done by predominantly 2 drivers in the past, but it is a tough call.
This one from who? From James Brown, not that one. When do the door numbers have to be lit up? It's getting more and more difficult to identify the number 31 WRT car when it's officially dark. We don't have the little purple light anymore to tell us when it's officially dark, Paul, do we?
No, but in fact there becomes no difference, because the lights on the doors, you know more about the technology of those lights than I do actually, but the number lights on the sides, they stay on all the time. They're just part of an electrical system which is on as long as the car is on. It's just that you see them as it begins to come dark. When it's daylight, you don't see them. Headlights have to be on all the time anyway. Tail lights have to be on all the time anyway. So it doesn't actually matter, this idea of full darkness and having lights on. They have to be on all the time anyway.
And so if they get reported, they would have to have that fixed at the next pit stop.
Yes, yeah. And we've seen that in the past where those door numbers have been working intermittently.
I remember Dave Beatty Sims fighting a phenomenal battle in the stewards' room.
A man who had huge enthusiasm for this race.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Miguel Molina, just out of the Ferrari, is down in the pit lane for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Miguel, thank you very much. Last thing you want to do would come and chat to a journalist, just having got out of the Ferrari. Thank you so much for your time. Just having out number 50 there.
Yeah, it's going quite well. It was tricky conditions with the drying conditions. We were managing a bit the situation. We are saving the car for the end of the race, so everything looks okay so far.
It's been pretty exciting. That first hour alone was just, you couldn't make it up, could you?
Yeah, it's incredible. This is Le Mans, and everything can happen, so we need to be very focused.
Great job. Thank you very much for thank you for your time, Miguel.
I didn't quite get you in time to ask them about the swapping the cars round for pit orders. We'll go to Joe Bradley now, CrowdStrike, at the other CrowdStrike pit report, at the other end of the pit lane. He has got Tristan Vautier.
Just out of the number 4 by Collis car. Tristan, this deal for you came together very late. How much time have you actually had in the car before here?
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, got up to speed quite okay. It's a good surprise for me to be here at the last minute, so very grateful for the opportunity. the race hasn't been smooth for us. We had a broken damper early on, and an issue with the wiper when it started raining. So then we had a double stint. The tires were not really on the right compound for the track, so couldn't really get them to work. So it was a bit of a handful, just trying to survive. But you know, we want to see the finish and try to drive in that regard.
I suppose when you've had a problem and you are back down the field, the challenge is getting to the finish. I mean, that's the endurance challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. You know, we want to have a solid pace, but we're lacking a little bit. So yeah, we want to be here tomorrow. Come check our flag.
Thanks, Tris.
CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Johnny Molan will be stepping away for a wee while in a moment. Quick sum up of what you've seen, Johnny. I mean, it's been bonkers, hasn't it?
It's been absolutely fabulous, John. I've enjoyed every second of it. It really woke me up and has cheered me up massively. Not that I needed that much cheering up, but also it's been phenomenal. One thing I do want to throw out there, and I'll come back to this later in the race, we spoke about Miguel Molina being told to let Giovinazzi through, and we were talking about similar to Toyota coming into the pits and having the right car in front for the pit stalls. But then Giovinazzi pitted a full lap ahead of Molina. So again, could I throw a little grenade out there with the pin out about potentially Ferrari preferring one car to win over another? Is there a bit of favouritism going in there potentially? Something to think about.
Certainly, not that we've heard yet.
It just seemed a strange thing to do, Paul, when
yes,
they were,
indeed.
Because Miguel wasn't holding him up particularly.
But
so.
That 50 car has come in earlier before, and I smell more, rather than any favouritism, that it might just have a little fuel pickup problem, which they're hiding from us. So that's my contribution to what's going on there.
Okay, good. Anyway, I shall leave you to it.
Thank you very much, JMO. Johnny Molan being with us. Bruce Jones will step in a few moments' time. Before anybody asks, I'm going to run through the official retirements. Tower Motorsports, Stephen Thomas, Ricky Taylor, Rennie Rast. That was an accident for Ricky Taylor. Something broken at the back. Hang on a second. We've got drama.
10 minutes.
Oliver Rasmussen going... Oliver Rasmussen going slowly, is it? No, it's the 709. This is Nat Burton just out of the pit lane, and something's broken to the left rear of this car. And it's full dark, or it's much darker, should I say, on the Mulsanne at the moment. Or it's a right front or left front or left rear on that car. It's going very slowly down the Mulsanne straight at the moment. Just coming to the second chicane, the team are out there. Let's see what that brings out. Slow zone maybe, rain expected in 10 minutes time. Let me finish the retirements. We mentioned Tower Motorsports. Ricky Taylor had something break on that car after he had a rear end earlier on in the lap. 14 Nielsen Racing, that car went out rather spectacularly as well. We had the 16 Proton Porsche going out. That was it when it started to rain very, very heavily, and was part of a multiple accident at the entrance to the Porsche curves. AF Corsa at number 21, I think, was involved in that as well. Ulysses De Power was at the wheel of that. Also, the number 55 GMB Motorsports, same part of the track for Gustav Dahlmann, Marco Sorensen, and John Reno Moller. And the number 60 Iron Lynx, Alessio Pecorello, Matteo Crosoni, Claudio Schiavoni, that was in the rain as well. And finally, in the official retirements, Luis Perez Companc, Eliseo Rivera, and Lilo Wadu, one of the French favourites here, and the Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari. Into the pit lane for both of the Toyota Gazoo racing cars. Is that on time, Paul Truswell? Yes or no? Just want us a quick answer. You need to turn your mic on.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I can see you thinking about that. We are a minute before 10 o'clock in the evening in Central European summertime. That's local time here at Le Mans on Radio Le Mans, Haggerty Radio Le Mans for 2023.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Well, overnight there's still a 49% chance of rain, dropping down this evening to the late teens, 17 or 18 degrees. It's 22 degrees still here at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit. Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel, where you can see the Le Mans class-winning AC Cobra on track next weekend.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
This milestone has been recognised by competitor and 2022 Le Mans GTE AM winner Ben Keating. Safety is paramount in motor racing. If the competitors and spectators are not safe, nothing else matters. The HANDS device has saved countless lives. First designed in the early 1980s by Robert Hubbard and pioneered by Jim Downing, who raced at Le Mans 4 times in the late 1990s and early 2000s. The significance of the HANDS device was recognised by many series and regulatory bodies, including IMSA and the ACO, who mandated its use.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
So we're just after 10 o'clock with a CrowdStrike pit report here. We've got Michael Danan from the number 25 Aston. Michael, you've been very patient getting water there. You just jumped out of that car there. You look a little warm, shall we say?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of an intense run. Everything that could have gotten thrown at us did. Mixed conditions, rain on slicks. Then we went to the intermediate and back to the slick, but it's just pretty chaotic out there, a lot of carnage. We're 6 hours in now, it's starting to get dark, and I think this race is, as always, just a matter of surviving and staying on the lead lap, especially with the new safety car rules in place. So we've had some difficulty so far, but we're still in the lead lap and just trying to hang in there, and now Ahmed's in the car. We'll see what he can do.
I love how you're smiling so much while you're saying that. Everything flown at you, but you said, you're a quarter of the way through the race now, and now it goes to dark as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is my first time doing Le Mans. Obviously, it's a difficult race, probably one of the most difficult out there, and obviously that's part of what you expect coming here, but just trying to soak it in. So while there's a lot going on, and it's going to be a tiring 24 hours, making sure that I enjoy it as well.
So would it be fair to say in your first stint that a baptism of fire is quite a good phrase?
That is a great phrase, yeah. Not at all what I was expecting. I didn't know the rain was coming, but luckily we're still there and car's in one piece, so we'll just keep pushing and we'll see where we come out.
Despite all those difficulties that you say intense, you're clearly buzzing and enjoyed it. When are you next back in the car, Michael?
Not sure yet, but probably sometime in the early morning, and we'll see, maybe into the light, but depending on how it shakes out.
At least it'll be nice and cool then.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's time to go get some dinner, and then I'll get ready for my next stint.
Michael, thank you very much.
Thank you.
CrowdStrike. Data protection 24/7. For more, go to crowdstrike.com.
Now in the pit lane is the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 75. That was Nick Tandy getting out from second place. The two Ferraris have cycled back through into the lead. Right turn lover Paul Truswell asking if the two Toyotas were a little bit long in the Toyota Gazoo racing stop last time. He said it looked a bit messy. If they took tyres, I think they were probably all right.
No, the last pit stop, depends what right turn lover is referring to, but not that one that's just happened, but the last pit stop were a bit long because they got held at the end of the pit lane. What they did was they elected to come in behind the safety car. So as the safety car withdrew at the end of a long safety car period, the Toyotas came in behind it. They found by the time that they came out of the pits, the queue of cars which had been released by the safety car were still coming past. So, I mean, this is one of the consequences of having all 60 cars, or however many are still running behind the safety car. Is it's a long period, and they got held for about 25-30 seconds at the end of the pit lane, and that's why that previous pit stop was a little bit longer. This last pit stop for the two Toyotas was a little bit quicker. The number 8 Toyota was a 1 minute 29. Actually, both a tad long as well. The most recent one, 129 and 127. So that was pit stop number 7 we've just had for the Toyotas, and that was a bit long as well. So possibly just a bit of finger trouble in the pit lane. Possibly we didn't see the stops themselves.
And here is more drama. Spits and spots of rain coming from the top of the circuit, reported a few minutes ago to us by one or two of the collective. And a spin out on the circuit. It's now coming down much, much harder through the first corner at Dunlop, and there's heavy rain in the pit lane. And again, Le Mans 2023, somebody's ruled a 6, and we've got, once again, the incident cards. It's pouring down in the pit lane, and everyone's just been in at the front of the field for new slick tyres. With 17 hours and 54 minutes and 40, 39, 38, 37 seconds to go. The Glickenhaus 709 is in the pits. Everyone else is coming out with new wet weather tyres.
The car it does help though, John, is the number 75, Nick Tandy, coming towards the end of a triple stint. He was due in at the end of this lap anyway.
No, he's been in and out. He's gone.
He's already been and gone.
Yeah, Matthew Jaminet got in. We called that pit stop.
That's already happened. He's just not finished his outlap yet.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Jaminet is still on his outlap at the moment, and so that actually was awful timing for them. One more lap, and they would have had a great run. Good evening to Bruce Jones, who joins me on my right-hand side.
This is not a race that knows how to do dull, has it? I popped out for 2 hours, and the number of people I spoke to in the paddock, just walking up and down, friends, people from teams going, this race is astonishing. Come back, we get to the top of the hour, quarter of the way into the race. Massive, massive save. The start of the lap, going up through the first corner of the Dunlop curves. The number 911 Porsche had its problems. Proton Competition. Michael Fassbender was the first to hit the really wet stuff, and he held a massive, massive moment.
And we've had a P2. Is it the Jota car? It is. It was the car that was leading the race. It dropped down to second when Ollie Jarvis went through after the pit stops, and the 28. This is the full season LMP2 cars, had heavy contact right hand side at the front. It split the front nose cone completely. Ferraris are in the pit lane. Both of, only the 50. Nicholas Nielsen has come into the pit lane. Alessandro Perguidi has stayed out. Well, that might be brave, but Ferrari, with the luxury of splitting the strategy, both Peugeots are in. Loic Duval is the better placed of the two, coming in from third in the number 94. The 93 is Mikkel Jensen in 11th position. Also coming in the number 2 Cadillac, the blue fronted car for Alex Lynn. And here's Brendan Hartley coming in at at Toyota, and Joe Bradley is there.
Yeah, I'm getting very wet out here, boys. It has absolutely torrented down. The number 8 Toyota with us. Now the number 8 and the number 7 Toyota had just been in, literally just a few minutes earlier when the torrent came, and Brendan Hartley gets out of the number 8. We're still missing the number 7. I'm not sure if that's gone through. We've got the number 8, the number 22 just behind it. That's the United Autosport.
7's just coming into the lane, Joe. 7 just in the lane.
Right, so the number 7 is going to have to slot in at 45 degrees, right in front of the United Autosport's 22, unless they can get the number 8 out now. It's absolute. This is the heaviest rain we've had, certainly on the pit straight. And I'm not surprised we've had people spearing off such a sudden damper. The number 8, Brendan Hartley, he zips off the apron, as is this. All I can see now coming into the pit lane is, of course, his headlight. So I can't identify the cars until they peel off. We still haven't got the 7. So location of the 7. Simply what's going to happen is we are going to see the number 7 come in, and
this is the Toyota. This is the second Toyota Joe's talking about here.
The number 7 Toyota is probably going to do exactly what we saw the number 8 do.
It's only the number 7's gone through, Joe, I think, because it's only in the middle part of the Mulsanne straight. Oh, right, wheels come off. Yeah. A wheel has come off of the. Now that was a red LMP2 car. That wasn't the Jota, was it?
replay. It was a replay of the Joker accident, and it had the number 23 United Autosports car alongside it, and it pitched to the right and went around, and that's why that right front corner is so battered.
So here's the race director.
Darius is in the middle of the track. Pull to the left-hand side, bear right at MP14.
MP14 is in the middle of the Mulsanne straight between the Daytona chicane and the second chicane.
By to declare slow zone 4 at 22, 10, 15. We're doing slow zone 4 at 22, 10, 15.
Which is in 30 seconds time from now. You do not want to be a strategist in this. Actually, Paul Trustwell does want to be a strategist in this. This is your bread and butter. This is you love this kind of stuff, Paul. This is when you've got to make those snap decisions.
Yes, and this is where you need to have an extremely disciplined team, where there is one person that makes the decisions, and everybody then says, "Yes, sir, I'll do it straight away." Unfortunately, the teams that I've been involved with have 4 people who want to be team manager, and when I say this is what we're going to do, we then have a discussion about it for 10 minutes.
And by then, you've missed the opportunity to do something.
Yes, exactly.
I'm sure I've heard some knocking at the studio doors, a line of team managers coming down here saying, "Have you got a Trustwell?"
Yes, exactly. We've got them, and you're not having him for this race.
But the point is, as I say, that you need to make a decision, and everybody has to then be able to go along with it and then accept it, because there's going to be mistakes made in this.
2 Porsches off at the far side of the circuit. This is carnage now. This is absolute carnage. People cannot stay on the track, even on wet weather tyres. This is a karting at the end of the Porsche curves. 2 Porsches were off, and now we've got the GMW Ferrari, which is the leader in the GT category. Beached in the gravel, and everybody is going off at that part of the circuit. There's just no grip. The water is standing there, and it's aquaplanage. A go-go. Somehow, Jose Maria Lopez has managed to stay on the straight and narrow. He's into the pits in the number 7. He not only's gone off on the way into the pits. And my worry now is that the GMW Ferrari is in a very, very exposed position. Lots of people well outside the track lines here. We might have to have another safety car. In has come after all of the problems for the number 28. It has made its way back. They are waiting to service that car until the mighty 38, their Porsche, has been done. They've got a problem on the right wheel. They can't reverse the Pauli air gun, and now that car goes down and away into the pit lane for Jose Maria Lopez. Diana Binks, welcome back to the CrowdStrike pit lane.
Yes, just joined it as it's quite frantic down here. The number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing, Kamui Kobayashi's got in behind the wheel. The team have just refueled, new tyres, and off he goes. That was a very slick stop by the number 7 here, John.
Let's go back to Joe Bradley, who's watching the LMP2. Joe, that had been leading the class. It's limped back. Bradders, what happened?
Yeah, all we needed to do was replace the nose section, which we have. I mean, these Oricas, they're bulletproof, aren't they? We saw that car with the right wing fly off the car. Well, that car's back out literally seconds on the pit apron.
We've got a car park in Indianapolis, and this now it has gone the Team Turkey car. Prema were in there. The 22 United has got out of there, and there's been an accident after an accident. And this again, I'm sure, is the rain spreading to that part of the track. So the 22 United car was the first one in. That was the one that was delayed earlier on. Fred Lubin in that car. He got out. Then the Prema went in. And then the Team Turkey car, Sally Yolik, went in and clobbered the parked Prema. Now, was it the Prema? I said that. I think it was. Team Turkey, yes, it was. And it's had a big thump on the left rear. Thought precedes action. I should have just stayed with that one. This is extraordinary. This is absolutely extraordinary. I haven't seen this much carnage since the last time I tried my hand at iRacing and lost all of Joe's ranking points because I was so rubbish at it. to be quite honest. Hello to Declan Brennan, who's out in the United States. Happy birthday, Dex. Listening on Sirius 136 or XM 202. I'm not sure, but I know you're out in the car and listening to us on that. Flag to flag. No blocks, no brakes. Who's the next one off? It's Falkenhorst and the Ferrari. I'm just going to sit here and call cars out that are in the gravel, Bruce.
No, John, you should tick them off. It's the bingo, and we're doing pretty well. We've nearly cleared a whole line. Nearly house, not quite there yet, but the rain continues to fall very heavily. But the speed with which it comes in from no rain to plenty of rain has been phenomenal.
I can't even keep up with the messages on the screen. Here's Nico Farone.
You're doing a great job. We're trying to stay out to get a safety car. That's what we're trying to do here. Heavy rain at the gate of Indianapolis. Heavy rain. Heavy rain, heavy rain, heavy rain.
Well, that's Nico Farone, I think the only driver with 2 national badges, national flags on his overalls, Argentina and Italy. They're trying to get their lap back that they lost earlier on. They're sitting in 11th at the moment and just 1 lap off the lead. Paul Truswell, sorry, I interrupted you there, but Carnage everywhere, not just Carnage this evening.
Trying to keep on top of what's actually happening in terms of slow zones and double yellow flags, because for the most part, they're trying to control this with double waved yellow flags. There was a time when that would be enough to slow everybody down, and that was the most that we had. But I think at the moment we just have the one slow zone in place, which is going down the Mulsanne Straight between the 2 chicanes. Everything else is being dealt with double yellow flags. The slow zone, in fact, it was the slow zone that we heard Eduardo Freitas telling us about he was going to implement, which was 2 minutes ago now. He did, and it's still in place, but we have 1, 2, 3 yellow flag zones on top of that. But those are just literally a corner that's taking the yellow flag.
Philippe Ugran, who was up challenging the top 3 in LMP2, has made it back to the pits but has got some damage after he went straight on at Indianapolis and then was picked up by Sally Jolik in the racing team Turkey car. He's back in the pits as well. It's persistently raining out there at the moment. Half the field the last time around, in fact more than that, I would say 7/8 of the field were on an outlap, having come in and changed tyres. Bruce Jones.
Well, quite extraordinary. It was taking a look at the damage to Philippe Ugran's number 9 Prema Racing Orica as they tried to push it into the garage. The contact with Sally Jolich coming in, the racing for Turkey car, was the left rear wheel, and it's about 10 degrees out of angle, and it was juddering as it pushed it back into the pit garage. That's going to be quite a lengthy repair.
Car 923 has made it back. Now, considering the hit we saw that car take, it's only the very front of the nose section that has been damaged. They've got a brand new nose section ready to go on. We've had the fuel. Sally Jolik has jumped out. We'll get a chat with him, ask him what it was like to be a passenger. And now we've done the tyres, the nose section. Honestly, 2 bolts. This is such fabulous engineering from Orica. Literally 2 bolts that turn through 180 degrees and then a clip fastener at the wheel arch. The new nose section is already on. We're changing the rear section as well. I can't see any visible damage to that, but the rear section comes off, equally as well engineered. And the brand new rear section goes on as well. There's a bit of damage from earlier on that one. And it's out and on its way. Incredible job.
I'm with the number 9 Prema Racing. That's just come in. It came in, and there is some damage to the left rear. I can see them. It's taken into the garage on the jacks. It looks like a wishbone issue at the back there. I can't quite get into the garage now, but I can see them working frantically on that. They've taken the front nose cone off as well, and that car came in on slicks actually, so it's had an incident, as you probably picked up on the way in here.
Yeah, that was the Indianapolis incident, Diana. Thank you.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you 1 step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
And this is the time of the race where there's going to be a hero who's going to establish something. And it could well be Alessandro Pierguidi, the number 51 Ferrari. I shouldn't say this, hasn't hit anything yet, hasn't had an incident yet, and has just got itself 3/4 of a minute ahead of everybody else. Now remember, we've been talking about a race which had the top 8 cars separated by 30 seconds. All of a sudden, we've got a 42-second gap from the race leader back to the second place car, which is a Peugeot, would you believe? Loic Duval, you would believe it, because it's been in the lead before, the number 94 car, but it is in second place, and then a Cadillac is third. We have now 8 cars remaining on the lead lap, lap times in the 5-minute area, so getting very slow indeed out there.
And changes in the other 2 categories as well. It's now into Europol competition. Fabio Scherer, who leads by 31 seconds over the
car.
Sorry?
Who is in the car? So we should remark that Scherer is in the car.
Good point. Actually, that's a very good point. That's the first time he's been in the car. Fabio Scherer, who had a bit of a shunt earlier on today. Tom Blomqvist, 32 seconds behind for United Autosports, number 23, having taken that over recently, relatively recently, from Ollie Jarvis. Third, Team WRT beginning to show at the top of the standings. Robert Kubica in the number 41. Fourth is... just another 4 seconds back from Tom Blomqvist. Then Ollie Caldwell's another 40 seconds further back for the 35 Alpine. Fifth is the 30 Duquesne René Binder, and Manuel Maldonado for Panis Racing is in 6th. The best of the Pro-Ams is AF Corsa, Ben Barnican. What a boy to put in the car in these conditions for the number 80. It's all changed too in the GT category. Just GTE AM this year. Michel Gatti in the car, having taken over from Sarah Bovey recently. The 85 Iron Dames in the lead from Project 1AO. Matteo Caroli in Rexy, the number 56. And I think there's the better part of a lap between those at the moment. Michel Gatti is at Mulsanne corner, and the 56 car is in the gaggle of cars ahead of... No, there is a full lap.
No, there's a minute between them, I think, John.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking on the wrong line, Paul. You're absolutely right. 51 seconds. You're absolutely right. My apologies. AF Corsa and Thomas Floor in the pits in third. So we'll wait for Richard Leitz to come through and take over that position from AF Corsa's Davide Rigon. No, he's just left the pits. So I think he's out just ahead of Richard Leitz. All change. Mind the gap.
Mind which part of the circuit you're on. It's almost dry at the top of the circuit, by which I mean from the first corner up to the Dunlop curves, but down the second half of the Mulsanne straight, through Mulsanne corner, and of course, as we've seen recently at Indianapolis, it's still very, very wet indeed. Cars continue to go off. In fact, one has just slid a little bit wide. One of the Ferraris, trying to pick out 50 or 51, ran wide on the entrance to the Dunlop curve, got it all back together again.
That's the leader.
That's the race leader.
That's the leader going down to Turn Rouge. And that is Alessandro Pierguidi, whose lead has been cut to under half a minute now, 28 seconds, by Loic Duval in the Peugeot. The Peugeot loves the wet. Bring on the rain. Well, if Peugeot knew anything about how to make it rain, just get the cricket stumps out in the back of the paddock and start turning your arm over. And another penalty, and it's for Glickenhaus again, Bruce.
Yeah, it's a 1 minute stop and go penalty for them for the 709 crew, so it's not been a glorious run as yet, but they will keep plugging away. But 1 minute stop and go penalty. Oh, there you go. Just as you're making progress, back you go all over again.
I was thinking the race might settle into a nice rhythm by the time I got on today, and leaving Johnny and Richard Crail for all the carnage that I expected at the beginning, and I'd be sitting quite nicely after having a lovely dinner and just being able to generate a bit of chat, and somebody's lit the blue touch paper and retired, and it's gone off like a Roman candle.
Yes, fully dark now for the first time in the race. You'd have been feeling very sage. Been here, seen it, done it before. Of course, weather was an issue, but what we have to consider so far in this race, the racing has been absolutely phenomenal. Okay, the last hour and a half, it's all been about incident. Don't mention that to the number 38 Jota crew, of course, leading the race in their own right. And then
Richard Westbrook in the Cadillac number 2 for the first time, and he has had to avoid actually Renger van der Zande, one of his teammates, who's just been off a moment or two ago. The visibility is getting tough out there because of the spray. One of the things I noticed, we get access to the onboard cameras here. Those of you at the track can't see, so I apologise for this, but one of the things that I've noticed that is going down the Mulsanne Straight, I think I'm noticing this for the first time. I can't remember this last year. There are white reflectors on the Armco barriers. And I keep thinking that car's facing the wrong direction, that we're whizzing by as a driver. And I'm finding that very, very distracting. And I'm sitting at 0 miles an hour in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, not fighting the weather at 100 and plenty.
Yeah, and also the windscreen wiper is scarcely coping. If you're behind another car, there is so much spray. Even without that, there's so much on the screens. A lot of white flash. It's really not ideal.
A driver that has been a big part of Garage 56, the Chevrolet Camaro project, is Jordan Taylor. And Jordan, standing in the garage in your civvies, I bet you're glad, are you?
Yeah, I'm having a great time here, watching, staying dry. It's almost just as stressful watching and making strategy calls, being on this side of the pit wall as it is on that side of the pit wall.
You've had your fair share of Le Mans conditions, and this is, you know what, it's a crazy race, but it's quite typical of Le Mans 24 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, fortunately and unfortunately, this is what makes this race so special, is how tricky it can be. I can't remember if it was my first one or second one, 2012 or 2013, when the conditions were like this through the night. And the tricky thing is you can't keep tires in the tire warmers long enough before you're making a tire change, so they're usually cold when you go out. So it's as tricky as it gets. You can see with all the mistakes. Someone just spun there, I think, again. But yeah, it's incredible, and these guys are doing a great job. Obviously, a NASCAR isn't particularly suited to these conditions.
That's what I was going to ask you. I mean, NASCARs are renowned, certainly on the ovals, to not run in the wet. So when in the design engineering part of this project, you knew what was coming.
Yeah, we did know it was coming, but the problem with that is you can't really schedule too many wet tests. So we got, an hour or two at Sebring one test. Goodyear did a bit of a tire development test at their proving grounds. Jimmy drove the car in Charlotte once in a wet test, but for the most part, there hasn't been a lot of development on the tires. So this is kind of our first proper test. We've got 2 different tires to use. One that we call the intermediate, one we call the Monsoon. The Monsoon is on there right now. And yeah, Jimmy hasn't driven in the wet maybe 2 or 3 times in his whole career. So he's getting baptism by fire here, or whatever that saying is, and he's doing a great job. We've all got the onboard here. We're all watching and cheering him on.
I'm sure he's loving it. Before I leave you, Jordan, how was Ricky? He looked like a pretty nasty shunt. Have you spotted him?
Yeah, he's okay. He said the hit wasn't actually that bad. He was passing a GT car on the kink of Mulsanne and hit a massive bump, and the car just snapped to the left. And then 5 laps later, his American teammate Philippe Albuquerque's car did the exact same thing. So it must be a new bump that's kind of developed since the past years, because we've always driven down there and not had any issues. So definitely unfortunate. Those guys had a rough week building a whole new car for the race. So yeah, disappointed for them for a tough race.
Please pass on our wishes at Radio Le Mans to him, and we hope he's not too bruised. And I've never ever seen you looking happy to be not in the car. Thanks, Jordan.
Thank you.
Cybersecurity revolutionized. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Good information from Joe Bradley, part of our CrowdStrike Racing pit lane team. And of course, we do pass on our best wishes to Ricky Taylor. Fabio Scherer driving again. He fractured a metatarsal, thanks to Roddy Digital here, when his foot was driven over in the pit lane earlier on by another car. I think it was the 33, wasn't it? The Corvette of Nicky Katzberg, who's just gone back out again. I don't know if it was Nicky at the wheel. I'll tell you what, any kind of pain on your foot in these racing cars, I don't know whether it's his left foot or his right foot, but you use them both and it's horrible. It is going to be an absolute nightmare. He's going to be very, very uncomfortable in that car at the moment. So Fabio Scherer possibly in line for one of Paul Truswell's hero stints.
Just one thought about that, John. How can any driver with this little visibility be less than tense? So you've already got an injury, Your foot is tense, there's more pressure on it, it's another factor. And now we're fully in the dark, and in fact they're in the dark because they can see nothing.
Coming up to 10:30, where has the time gone? I have no idea whatsoever. 6.5 minutes in, you're listening to Radio Le Mans, Haggerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM for 2023.
The Hertz Hourly Updates, getting you to your Let's Go moments for over 100 years.
6.5 hours gone in this race then, and it's still the Ferrari on top of the heap. Number 51, Alessandro Pierguidi, pulling away at the head of the field. 45 seconds he is now, clear of Loic Duval, who's second in number 94, the Peugeot 9X8. In third place is Kamui Kobayashi for Toyota, number 7. He's a further 10 seconds behind and closing on Loic Duval. Fourth is Richard Westbrook in the Cadillac, car number 2. Fifth, number 50, Nicholas Nielsen with his Ferrari, and sixth, number 8, Ryo Hirakawa in his Toyota. In LMP2, it's Fabio Scherer in the Inter-Europol competition, Orica, car number 34. He is ahead of number 23, the United car, but only 6 seconds, beg your pardon, he's 30 seconds in front. And then Tom Blomqvist, who is second, is 6 seconds ahead of Robert Kubica, who's third. Inter-Europol competition then leading United and Team WRT in LMP2. In GTE AM, it's Michel Gatting for the Iron Dames, car number 85, leading. Second is another Porsche in the shape of the Project 1 AO, car number 56, Matteo Cairoli. And third is the Ferrari of Davide Rigon in the number 54 AF Corsa. That's the hourly update. Still 17 hours remain of this race.
The Hourly Update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your Let's Go moments for over 100 years.
Nicholas Varone with the number 33 Corvette Racing. How are conditions out there?
Well, it was pretty crazy. I mean, we were on slicks with a huge amount of water on track. I was aquaplaning at 80 kph, so it was really trying to stay on track and keep it and bring it back to the pits. So yeah, likely we could do it, but it was really tough.
How much are you having to sort of change strategy now?
Well, I don't know now the strategy. I was just trying to bring it home and trying to give it to Nicky, but yeah, it was really tough, and we will keep pushing, and yeah, we will try to get up front.
When it's difficult like that, how much more difficult is it to find the braking points, especially now it's getting darker and these conditions?
The thing is that you're arriving to the Porsche curves in Indianapolis really quick, and then a shower of water is coming down, so it's like you have to really slow down in a fast time, because you're coming so fast that you have to go really slow and just be really pay much attention to the water, to the clouds, to everything, just to kind of be one step ahead of what's happening.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Nico Varone down there in the pit lane for our CrowdStrike pit report. Hello to Gareth Jones, gas top, not with Lessart, not with us at Lessart this year, but he says, nice to see a fellow Jones on the studio webcam. Give us a wave, Bruce. Hello,
there you go, gas top.
I don't know which one you're on. One of those two. Hashtag Haggerty RLM if you want to get in touch with us. Here's the radio from Ryo Hirakawa.
We don't see rain at the circuit anymore. Obviously, still quite a lot of water on track, but we don't see rain at the moment.
Okay. Once I go behind the car, I see nothing.
Yeah, exactly. You might not see rain at the track, but I can't see the car in front of me when I'm following it. Strikes me, Bruce Jones, here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, that this is rather... This is almost like taking these cars from this era and taking them back maybe 50 years to the last time Ferrari were on track here, because for all of the software, the predictive technology, the radar, the rain is coming in so quickly here at various parts of the circuit that the drivers are coming upon it with absolutely no warning from the pit lane, much like their heroes would have done in years gone by.
The thing that really strikes me, John, is when the cars are going down the Mulsanne where the spray is at its very, very worst. you think of the leap forward we've had in the last 10 years, maybe 5 years in particular, in headlight technology. It looks as though when you ride on board, you are driving a car from the 70s with their poor headlights. It's so dark down there. They must be so relieved when they come up back through the Porsche curves towards the pit and paddock area where it's dry, but then they know the next time they go down the Mulsanne Straight, as we just heard from Rio Hirakawa, you can see next to nothing.
So they must be driving by smell at that point. Car under investigation for its last pit stop. So this is all being added to the workload of the race control and stewards. James Allen in the Algarve Pro Racing number 45. They're actually second in Pro-Am at the moment and 8th in LMP2 overall. It's AF Corsa and Ben Barnicat in a very creditable 5th overall with the number 80 AF Corsa Orica. Still into Europol, leading by getting on for half a minute. Fabio Scherer ploughing through the pain barrier at the moment. And at the front of the field, Ferrari and Alessandro Pecchidi ahead of Loic Duval for Peugeot. Peugeot have led this race. Ferrari have led this race. Toyota have led this race. Porsche have led this race. And in fact, Hertz, Jota, Porsche have led this race. And they're rather on the back foot after a 20 minutes or so stop. After Ifeye, who was absolutely astounding earlier on, made a slight mistake. And slight mistakes here at Le Mans have heavy consequences. And a 4-lap deficit now will need to be brought back. And they'll be, well, it's a story of what if. But there's an awful lot already, with only 6.5 hours in the boot, Bruce Jones, of walking wounded out there. Cars that's missing a light at the front or the rear. Bits of bodywork that aren't really where they're supposed to be.
Look, John, in decades gone by, it was get through the night and see where you are in the morning. I'm not sure many of them will get through the night. If we have continued sudden flurries of rain, some of the damage we're seeing on the cars is just bodywork damage, light bodywork damage. We saw unfortunately, though, that number 9 Prema Racing car in LMP2, Philippe Augrand, the car is still in the garage, and that was an innocent party. It spun off down at Indianapolis, about 20 minutes ago, was hit by Sally Joluc coming in. Sally Joluc has been able to continue in the racing Team Turkey entry, but Prema Racing and Philippe Augrand still in the garage, now tumbling down to 45th position. But this is really a race of phenomenal attrition, largely because of the weather.
Hi to JG. And no, sorry, it's Kuiper Hoffman who tweeted this. Hashtag Haggerty RLM, and says, loving the milestones of Le Mans. Let's make this an annual feature, not just for the 100 years. All suggested, Kuiper, by listeners to Midweek Motorsport and Haggerty Radio Le Mans. And any ones we used, they were offered a pair of tickets you couldn't buy at that stage. And quite a lot of them have taken them up. If you are here, thank you for joining us. Spinner, just out of, that looked like just out of Carnage down there, and
might it be the 77 Dempsey Proton car? I could spot blue flashes atop the rear wings, which of course it does, the grey nose, but we'll double check on that front.
Actually, I think that might have been Mulsanne, actually. My apologies. We'll pick that up in a moment. It was Marshall Post 20, yes, it was Mulsanne.
Julian Andlauer at the wheel at the time. You can't really blame anyone for spinning at the moment. The conditions are so tricky.
There's been a lot of lazy spins in the wet down at Mulsanne. John-Eric Verme got caught out. Richard Westbrook caught out with slightly fewer consequences. Jeb's car had to be craned out of the gravel, and there we've just seen another one, Paul.
Yeah, one of the drivers was saying that you were losing grip at 80 kilometres an hour, and the ones that I've been able to see on the screen, they seem, I wouldn't say lazy, but just illustrating how wet the circuit is. Possibly the wet weather tyres not up to temperature. It's not. It is still warm, but it's not as warm as it has been here at Le Mans. And you just need to have your wits about you, so 100%, and in the dark as well. frightening thing is that we've still got another 6 hours or so of darkness before we get any respite from this. This is a very early stage of the darkness hours.
Yeah, what did I say? 7 o'clock for sunrise officially tomorrow morning. Welcome along if you're just joining us. Accept that you might have been out, depending on where you are in the world. Just coming up to 20 minutes before 11 o'clock Central European summertime. Well, we'd had a beautiful Central European summer for the last almost 3 weeks down here in the region around Le Mans. French family here who we've been staying with for very many years. Hello to Patrick and Mina Trottan and to the boys. Someone off at the Dunlop chicane there and short-cutting it. Won't be allowed to keep that position, need to redress that. It was the 80 car that did drop back, so I think that'll be all right for Ben Barnicat. Very sensibly didn't try to take advantage of that. Yeah, the Trilan's telling us it's been beautiful for almost 3 weeks, not a drop of rain, and all of a sudden, of course, we had the thunderstorms over the last day or so, and I think the teams, and particularly the tyre engineers from Michelin and Goodyear, Bruce, would rather we had one thing or the other.
Yeah, they very much would. I think also when you have rain after a very long time without, we all know it makes the surface a whole lot more slippery than it, say it rained yesterday and then was raining again today. Of course, everyone with a vegetable garden around here, like Patrick and Mina, they quite like the rainfall. But even at this stage, one end of the circuit a little drier than the other, but people are still sliding off. Pretty much every time you catch some action, one of the two cars in a group will be sliding off. Don't forget, for a lot of the points on the circuit, particularly as you go down towards Mulsanne, you're still covered in spray if there's a car in front of you. And I guess on that changing surface, you may just miss your very latest braking point, and round they may go.
We've had 20 minutes now of full green running. Remember, we had that slow zone. I know I'm calling it. Shouldn't do it.
Are you doing a Palmer here?
I'm merely trying to extend these green flag zones because we've had so little green flag running. So yeah, we've had so little green flag running that it's nice to have this.
Danny Kvyat, this is an interesting Le Mans, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. Quite tricky conditions. Just like great for very interesting racing, you know. When it sometimes dries out, then it gets raining again. It's always unpredictable, and here the track is so long, it can be raining on one side, it can be dry on the other, and in these conditions, anything can happen.
When you're behind the seat, obviously behind the wheel, you're in the seat behind the wheel in conditions like this when they're massively changing. What's the biggest thing you're trying to see and see what's going on and manage the traffic and deal with the track conditions as well? What's the biggest challenge?
Yeah, exactly. You have to deal with everything at the same time. Communicate with the team, stay on track, go fast, brake in the right point. And you need to adjust constantly when the conditions are changing. You need to keep adjusting. It takes a lot of concentration, so it's going to be a long night for everybody.
But it's certainly challenging, isn't it? It's certainly challenging.
Oh yeah, indeed, but that's why we're here, that's what we love to do, and can't wait to get back in the car again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
CrowdStrike. Cybersecurity revolutionized. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Literally cannot keep up with the tweets that are coming in. Hashtag Haggerty RLM. If I don't read yours out, apologies. But we are trying to go through most of them. Paul T. Morris makes a reasonable point. He says, I reckon 80% of the field have gained an advantage by cutting the Dunlop chicane at the very wet part of the start of the track. Hello to Barry Kemp. I think this is the first tweet in from South Africa. Rather chilly there, he says, but enjoying the race with his boys. Let us know around the world we are being tuned into. 91.2 around the circuit is Haggerty Radio Le Mans. Around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. Next weekend, if you're in the UK, try and make your way to Bicester Heritage for the 10th anniversary Flywheel Festival, a celebration of all things automotive and aeronautical. Got a Spitfire Mark 1 coming in among the fabulous aircraft that will be flying in, and the cars and motorcycles that will be running, as well as the ones that are on static display, are Legion, and we'll have that for you. We'll be on site in sound and vision. If you can't get there, then we'll have that on their website and our YouTube syndications as well. That's the Flywheel Festival, Bicester Heritage, next weekend, Father's Day weekend in the UK. If you haven't bought your tickets yet, go to bicesterheritage.co.uk, use the code RSL, and you get 20% off. But do it quickly, because tickets are running out.
And it is the most incredible place. Sort of revived about 10 years ago, period building. It's the centre of excellence for not just the classic car, but the classic plane industry as well. It's phenomenal. And if you go, and you will, I'm sure, you just will not know which way to face. There is so much to see. It's an exquisite setting, not far from Silverstone, just out of Bicester Village, town of Bicester, and do make sure, if you can't go this year, go next year, but do get your tickets in as soon as you possibly can. And tune in if you can't go. Good point being made by Rob Chalmers, as he often does, Paul Truswell. The longer they are on wets, the more of their 14 sets of dry allocation they're not having to use or double stint. It's a fair point, well made, and Peugeot in particular, probably Ferrari as well, will be quite happy about that.
Absolutely, and we knew that the rain was coming at some point, and quite when we weren't sure, but it was always going to be in the mix, and they are being able to do so. What we also hope is what we thought about the dry weather is that will return and enable them to use those dry tyres that they've been saving.
Here's the thing, Bruce. The Peugeot was the fastest hypercar the last time around, the only one in the top 3 or 4 under 4 minutes. We've got to go down to 9th place, and Fred Machiavecchi, who's a wee bit of a rain meister, to see another car under the 4 minutes, and then Mikkel Jensen in the other Peugeot with a 3:58. This is interesting, isn't it? Because we've not seen this concept of Peugeot without the rear wing, using the underbody. We've not seen them running in these very wet conditions before, and it's working.
It really is. I still think the car looks absolutely magnificent. Other people continue to spin off the circuits almost every time you look. Someone is having a moment, but the Peugeot's right now.
That was Ollie Caldwell, by the way, in the Alpine number 35.
And the JMW Motorsport Ferrari has been in the gravel before, and a massive avoidance down at Mulsanne corner. And someone, that was Ollie Caldwell coming
following him off, yeah.
Finding the JMW yellow Ferrari just where he wanted to be. Very, very close for the lead battle in GTE AM.
As off has gone and stopped Mathieu Jaminet. Now, is he facing the right direction? Yes, he is. But that car, with Jaminet at the wheel, it's still a 75 Porsche, the US driving team, the one with the red rear fin. And he is off at the side of the circuit. We've also lost, the TF Sport's been missing for quite a long time and didn't get 72, didn't get recovered back to the circuit. He's run out of fire on that car at Tertre Rouge, I think.
Yeah, I think you're
yes,
right,
it
John.
is, yeah.
And one of his lenses steamed up, so the car comes to a halt. You stop getting the airflow into the car, and it's just another problem. But for Toyota, for Porsche, they've been running so well. The cars have looked so well balanced. So this is a cruel, cruel moment.
And that was the best place of the Porsches, in 7th position after the Jota, which was leading the race, remember. The Hertz team Jota Porsche had the accident at the end of the Porsche curves, somewhat tragically. And Ifeyer just overcooked it, 15 seconds to the good and driving away from the field.
Just before that happened, I was commenting he was getting very close at the top in GTE AM. Iron Dames, Michel Gatting was leading, but Matteo Caroni, works Porsche driver on their roster for many years now, was closing fast, and he has moved the Project One AO car to the lead of GTE AM.
and has pulled away just a little bit. It's about 2 seconds. It's still into Europol. Fabio Scherer with a broken foot, we believe, metatarsal damage. It's a footballer's injury, that, isn't it? You normally get stamped on the foot. Well, he got corvetted on the foot. Not sure which foot it is.
Can happen in croquet if he gets aggressive.
You play the full contact version of croquet, obviously.
Well, I would, wouldn't I?
Yes, you would.
Yes.
Absolutely, with your background. Outside half croquet or prop croquet, obviously.
I'll take your pick.
Yes. Tom Blomqvist is in the United Autosport second place LMP2 car, 22 seconds from Fabio Scherer, and another 41 seconds further back. Ben Barnicat, who is in Robert Kubica is another 22 seconds back, and then another 40 seconds back is Ben Barnicat in fourth. He is the best of the Pro-Am runners, and we haven't cursed them yet as Paul Truswell rolls down to have a look at where some cars are on the tracker that we have here. And here's a message. We were talking about this earlier on, actually. The DKR Engineering number 43 has been asked to turn on its door number. Otherwise, that car will be asked to come in the pit lane. It's Hugo de Wilde behind the wheel. It is 54th and the final car running at the moment. TF Sport went off the track into the gravel, was moved but has not come back, so that suggested to me that Arnaud Robin either walked away from the car or there was some damage. Lilo Wadu with problems on the 83 Richard Mille Corsa Ferrari. Ryan Hardwick was one of, I think, 4 cars involved in the first big rain shower, and coming into Porsche curves, it cost him. Claudio Schiavone for Iron Lynx in the 60 Porsche, and also there was a prototype in there as well. Wasn't there? Was it the Tower No, the Tower Motorsports car went off before with, well, we thought it was a breakage, but we heard actually that he was passing a GT car and hit a bump coming down to the first chicane.
Well, it was extraordinary because the car really seemed to snap away, but which would totally fix with a story about suspension having failed or anything of that ilk. But if it was simply a bump, and there's no reason that Ricky Taylor would make up a story suggesting such a thing if there wasn't, but it really was, had quite a lot of vertical on it as it exited stage right, fortunately not followed by a bear, but so many tricky elements within this race. Lila Wadu, by the way, that was when the rain was really heavy at the Porsche curves. The Glickenhaus went off and she went skating up and clipped the barrier straight up that escape road, which of course used to be the circuit back in the day.
Yeah, down towards the bridge and then to White House. Very, very tight on that old circuit, if you've ever seen any of the videos. Shane Fowler is here from Bathurst in New South Wales. Not Bathurst, Bathurst. That's where Mount Panorama is, of course. He was working last night on the number 3 Cadillac, putting the wrap back on.
Now, really strange little combination. Of course, Richard Crail is here as part of the commentary team. He and I just stepped out to get some supper. Then we walked up the stairs into the village, just take a look around, got to the top of the steps. Of course he's come from the far side of the world. Of course someone had to recognise him. And it was racing driver James Winslow. And the last time I commented, the only time before I've commentated with Richard Crail, James was racing in that race, a Formula 3 race at Eastern Creek. But you know, in a busy paddock, you could be 5 seconds away from someone and never see them. But there he was at the top of the stairs.
When I came down from the ACO Tribune today after doing the countdown to green and the start of the race, which I have to say, I'm going to remember that for a very, very long time. We don't get to go up there very often now, and we probably won't get to again now that people know that we've done it, but we got away with it this year. I walked out of the sliding doors and bumped into Alan Hodge, formerly of Jaguar. Started under Sir William Lyons as an apprentice and worked his way through to head up Jaguar Motorsport in a variety of forms. I've not seen Hodgie for ages, and I'm delighted that I bumped into a day. That is the best wedding anniversary present I could have had. Hodgie, I know you'll be listening in. Thank you for saying hello, and let's keep in touch, please. A bit more drama for Mathieu Jaminet. He's got the 75 Racing for Charity Porsche going. Remember that every lap that they get under their belt is another 750 euros to the charity fund for all of the Works Porsches here from Porsche Penske Racing. And that car for Mathieu has dropped down to 11th position and dropped 3 laps now. I think he's trying to get it back, Bruce, on electric power. And I think that's too much for the battery from that far out. He's right over the driver's right. Maybe if he was doing a third of a lap, he might have been able to do it. And then only if he's not on launch mode, by the way.
He's been out there for 10 minutes now. Lap times coming down again, indicating how much drier it's getting. Under 4 minutes. You were remarking a moment ago, John, that 4 minutes was a good lap, and we're now getting sub 4 minute laps from a lot of drivers. So 10 minutes, yes, you say he's lost 2 laps to the race leader and not going any quicker.
Yes, I'm just on the pit wall talking to Jakob Jacobsen, who's the engineer here for United Motorsports. I don't know if you can hear me. You can hear me, Jakob. From an engineering perspective, how are you reading this race? It's been incredibly challenging. We've seen so much go on.
Yeah, this has been one of the toughest races in recent years. The weather conditions and the competitiveness this year is phenomenal. The quality of the field and everything is really, really high. So, you know, we're pushing really hard. Unfortunately, we had an issue with car 22, so they're playing catch-up, but Tom in car 23 is doing a really good. It's very, very tricky out there. But, yeah, the car 23 for us is looking quite good.
I mean, from your, are you on the edge of your seat here, changing your strategy call as it goes along?
Yeah, we can't take our eyes off it. I mean, the problem is the rain that came was very sudden, very, very short bursts, and it's combined with the safety cars, the full course yellows, it's quite tricky.
I'll let you go. No, I'll let you get back to work. Thank you, Jakob. Yeah, he needs to get back with these cans on just to check out what's going on, but that was an opinion from the pit wall.
Thank you, Di. Great insight there from our CrowdStrike Racing pits team. Diana Binks, Joe Bradley in the pit lane, Paul Truswell, of course, here in the booth, along with Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhaugh. Coming up to 5 minutes before 10, another race hour about to be completed. Coming up to just on 17 hours to go in this race. And how long now, Paul, since we had an intervention from, oh, hang on, Rio Hirakawa on the radio?
Hold down. Copy.
I didn't hear what he said there, but that sounded like it wasn't good.
Correct. No, it was a kind of a panicky thing, wasn't it? But a race engineer will often say copy when he's not sure what he's heard.
Are we going to get a little bit more here? Not sure. We're trying to tune in. Meantime, Ferrari and Nicholas Nielsen into the pit lane with Joe Bradley.
Yeah, it all looks very standard in the number 50 Ferrari garage. Fuel going in, but now they're getting ready for tyres, and the tyres they've got laid out, they're going back to slicks. I'm going to just take a note of just how worn those wet tyres are, and you know what? They're pretty worn. They're like Bob's van, and that makes sense to only us. The slick tyres have gone on, and they are white coated, so that means a set of soft slicks on the 50.
CrowdStrike. Protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Not full white sidewalls, just dots on these, but Michelin have put those on and let us know it's white for softs, it's red for hards, and mellow yellow is right in the middle. Blur is plur. So the blues are the... I have to think of something, Paul, because I'm a bear of small brain, so I have to... It's that association, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely is, absolutely. There's some great books about developing a memory, and it's all about making associations, links in your head.
I just wish I could remember where I'd left those. I got through 2 chapters and put it down and forgot where I'd left it.
To answer your question, it's about 40 minutes we've had now without a slow zone or a yellow flag. Yellow flag incidents are included in that, but it's a circuit that's predominantly green without either a slow zone or a full course yellow or a safety car are what stops it. and Alessandro Pierguidi, who just had the number 50 Ferrari in. Alessandro Pierguidi currently on the 12th lap of his stint, so he'll be coming into the pits probably at the end of this lap. He'll try and go another lap, but I suspect it'll be this lap that he'll be coming into the pits. And that will allow Loic Duval in the Peugeot to lead this race as well, potentially for another lap himself. So we get to the end of this pit road cycle, and we get a couple of extra new leaders.
This from Pete. Hashtag Hackney Radio. He thinks Rio Hypercar might have said puncture. Now, he's coming down from Carnage to Indianapolis. If he did, he's gone through another lap, hasn't he? Because we've been talking about this long enough. He's down into Carnage. His pace is all right at the moment. Yeah, his Sector 1 was good. Sector 2 was actually quicker than the guys ahead of him. Not sure. I honestly don't know, Pete. You might be right, but I don't know. Pierre says, can you explain virtual energy to me? That's new to me, just tuned in. This is the graphic that sometimes you see. I accept, you look, we're on radio, but I know that some of you are watching some of the TV. This is a graphical representation of the energy that you are allowed per stint for the hypercars. Now that is total energy. It can be made up of petrol in the internal combustion engine or battery power. But whatever it is, you can't go over it. So just remember, there's no boost, there's no push to pass. You've got a lump of energy that you can use. It's like a glass that's got half water and half juice in it, and it's not quite mixed. Well, once it's empty, it's empty. It doesn't matter how much of each you've drunk. Basically, that is gone. Now, it does mean that you might use your energy in a different way. And these are the clever pieces of software management that all of these teams, whether they're in full hypercar or LMDH, have been working on, because the software is free in hypercar, although the battery pack and the hybrid system are spec. So you can have a certain amount of kilowatts. It could be all electric, it can be all internal combustion engine, or it could be somewhere in the middle, but it can't be over an amount, and it can't be over an amount within a stint.
Absolutely right. I'm not going to disagree with you. The way I think about it, and it's a much more simple way, but it's a much less accurate way, and I accept there are inaccuracies in this. But when you run out of fuel, the car stops. That's simple. You know how it reacts. When you run out of battery power, it just goes slower and slower and slower. And this is the ACO's way of stopping that from happening. It says you've got to have a certain amount of energy in your batteries, and you're only allowed to use that.
So not like Formula E when they punch out at the end of the race and everybody's going at 5 miles an hour.
No, I haven't watched the Formula E race, so I can't comment on that. But as I say, it's basically the amount of battery power that the battery is allowed to hold. And if you build a battery that's too powerful, then you're fooling yourself. A bit like putting too much fuel in when you've only got 110 litres or whatever it is of fuel space. If you build a bigger fuel tank, it's a waste of time and money. So it's really just saying how much of the fuel have they got left, whether it be electrical fuel or liquid fuel.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Wow, we've been busy. The weathermen have been busy here. It's still, believe it or not, 22 degrees and muggy out there with a 49% chance of rain this evening. It'll drop down to 19 overnight. And as we go through into the early hours of tomorrow, then we're going to get some more weather, I think. More than 50% chance of rain by midday Sunday. Weather on Radio Le Mans with Flywheel. Spend the day in the unique surroundings of Bicester Heritage.
Le Mans Milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
This milestone, chosen by Johnny Smith, highlights extreme endurance. Only one driver has ever completed the full 24 hours solo. In 1950, Yorkshireman Edward Ramsden Hall brought his Bentley Corniche home in 8th, 20 laps down on Louis Rosier and his son Jean-Louis, who won overall in a Talbot Lago. Louis drove all but 2 laps for a total of 23 hours and 45 minutes. These remarkable records will stand forever, as there are now strict regulations on number of drivers and how much time they spend in the car.
Le Mans Milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
And it's just after 11 o'clock here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Thanks to you for joining us. And just popping into the studio is Mathieu Bonadel from Michelin. How are you doing, Mathieu?
It's actually only 7 hours into the race, but I feel like we've spent 24 hours already into it. It's been so exciting.
I'm so pleased you're here. What you're hearing from your engineers who are effectively attached to all of the teams here, but particularly in the hypercar class, they're effectively, I've heard them described as a part of the team just wearing a different coloured shirt. Those guys are having to make all kinds of strategic decisions here in concert with the teams.
Yeah, we have dedicated engineers, Michelin engineers, which are living with each team, and they help them make the right decision when it comes to selecting, as much as we can today, help them to make the right tire choice. Because you see, with the different sticker color, we have a whole lot of different tires for this race. We brought actually all the 3 different drive compounds we have generated for WEC and IMSA. On top of that, we have 1 single wet compound, and they've got to play with this, basically those 4 tires to go through the hectic condition we're into.
Thank you for putting those spots on the tyres. I'm not sure it was meant to help us, but it really does, because our pit lane team, our CrowdStrike pit lane team, can see what's going on and begin to understand the strategy that's playing out between the different manufacturers. Now, unlike in previous regulations, you're not working necessarily with individual manufacturers here. You're providing a spread of tyres. The thought then that the tyres aren't going to be part of the balance of performance for IMSA or the ACO, and shouldn't be an advantage or a disadvantage to any of the team. Is that the thought behind that?
Right, correct. Initially, our philosophy is always to design bespoke tires for any car, especially when they're different, and this is what we've been doing in LMP and in GT. And by the way, in GT, we're still following this whole regulation. Like, we have different tires for the Porsche, for the Aston, Corvette, etc. They all use their specific tires that have been designed in partnership with them, after private tests. In Hypercar, FIA wanted us in the beginning to provide 1 single tire for everybody and not change it. And this is, again, not the philosophy. We want to have a different type of tires because to overcome the different weather conditions, whether we're going to be in Le Mans, it's a very difficult track. But don't forget, we need also to race with the same tires if we go to Bahrain or if we go to Laguna Seca, because we got the same tires for IMSA.
Or Daytona in the middle of the night. Not this year so bad, but last year it was actually freezing point last year. I remember it very well. I was trying to get some sleep in the car. It was absolutely at freezing point, 0 degrees.
Exactly. So we need to really be able to provide the best adherence and best traction and the longevity in all kinds of different weather conditions. Top of that, the cars they have the same regulation, but they're a little bit different. Some have V6, some V8, so it's still diverse. Nevertheless, we still provide the 1 unique family of tires that's the same for all those hypercars or GTP.
It's very expensive to go testing with racing cars, any racing cars. And I know that is part of what you do with your partner teams. Is that enough, or do you have to use other procedures to do your tyre development?
In fact, to some extent, the pandemic helped us to think in a different manner. Because
interesting.
We, when the hypercar regulation came, there was really no car available, but also no tracks were open. We didn't get a chance, to test on proper condition, and yet we had to deliver tires. So we've done everything digitally using driver in the loop simulator, which are really those big box with different arms, hydraulic arms. And at Michelin, we've developed throughout the years the capability to create physical tire model that are extremely relevant and close to the real tire. And now what it helps us to do is to reverse the process. So we design the tire first digitally, we tweak it, we turn the knobs and let the driver select the one he wants, it's just like at the bakery. And when he said, this is the one I want, bingo, this is what we make. And then we just need to count on the driver, to guide us and ensure that the car, the virtual car is driving on a simulator is as close as possible to the real car. Because if it's not the same car, we're not going to give him something that fits him. But we were lucky enough with the first generation of Hypercar and tires back in 21, to be very close to matching the perfect balance for the Toyota. We've done that again this year with the new car. We were happy because this Porsche, Cadillac, they just showed up a couple months ago. We would not have time in the previous process to develop tires, the new generation, early enough. So now we've just condensed, accelerated the development time, and by the way, saved a lot of time and money.
And resources as well, because you haven't been physically making a whole load of tyres that you try, and then they might have to go away and be recycled and used again. Your tyre compounds and constructions are changing as well, with a lot of recycle and renewable material within them.
So this is the orientation of the company. Michelin wants all its tires, not just racing tires, but all the tires to be made of either biosourced material, so coming from vegetal, all the residue biosourced, or recycled stuff. And this is what we set a target that this needs to be 100% like that in 2050. Of course, racing is just there to do things quickly, just to be the proving ground to guide the choice of the right material. And we started with our WEC and IMSA tire. They feature like more than 30% of biosourced material in the slick and more than 45 in the wet. So we're far from 100, but we are doing much better than and much faster. And I think than what we have for road tires. And I think that gives really a true purpose to racing, to pave the way towards sustainable, not just racing, but sustainable mobility.
And does this technology and this knowledge actually get to us and our road tyres? I bought a new car this time last year. It came on a different set of tyres from the manufacturer. I changed them for a Pilot 4S, and I noticed a difference to how the car handled. Is the technology on those Pilot Sport 4Ss, is that the stuff that you've learned from working in motorsport, and particularly in endurance motorsport?
So there are three benefits in the motorsport. So we bring we bring some materials from motorsport are things we discover and improve. We are imported directly into road tires. We also benefit from synergy in terms of process, machine and industry, which are the same. So if we learn how to make a tire faster, that's going to be immediately used also for high-performance tire. And finally, just what I said about simulation, what we do in motorsport is just going to help us. We're going to do the same for future road cars and road tires, so it's really perfect.
You've had everything this week. We had nearly 50 degrees Celsius on test day. It's been colder here. We've had wet, and your tyres have performed excellently. And we're going to do quad stints on some of them before the end of the race. Mathieu, thank you very much, and thank your team for us. It's great to have you here. Come back and see us a bit later on, if you like. You're always welcome down here.
Thank you.
Mathieu Bonadel from Michelin joining us here in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Stay as long as you want and watch over our shoulder, Mathieu. It's not a problem. It's the only time he gets to watch the race, really. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane with Richard Westbrook.
Back at the Cadillac garage is a very, very large timing screen. You've been staring at it. You see you're in fifth. Are you happy with that position and the gaps at this point of the race?
Yeah, I'm just happy to be in the race. I mean, you know, it's just been a crazy first, 7.5 hours. No, I mean, all you can wish for is to still be in it, and that's what we are, but conditions then were so bad. I mean, the visibility, not just in our car, but for everyone, it was the worst I've ever been in Le Mans anyway. It was bad.
Leclerc.
But I suppose it kind of gives you a chance to see the car in all conditions. Have you found out things you didn't know about it?
Well, it's the first time I've ever done a lap in the wet in this car. I mean, the tyre's really good, but it doesn't like heavy rain. And it was just, for 1 or 2 laps, it was just aquaplaning, so it was bad. I'm sure a lot of people were screaming for the safety car. I was kind of hoping there was going to be a safety car because it's not fun for anyone.
Is it worse, the aquaplaning on the fast straights, or when you're perhaps going around the Porsche curves? Where's the most tricky parts?
It was coming out of Tête Rouge and then coming out of chicane 1 all the way down the straight. And you know, if you had any car in front of you, you just couldn't see a thing. So you really did get lost in the in the mist there. It's, you know, it is what it is. But track's really good now. Tyre was performing really well when it starts to dry out. It's just heavy rain is not good for anyone.
Richard, congratulations on surviving.
In racing and cybersecurity, every second counts. Learn why at crowdstrike.com.
And that car from Richard Westbrook, as he said, in 5th place. Earl Bamber now at the wheel of it. And it kind of prefaced the whole flurry of pit stops there, because in the same kind of time frame, we had the number 94 Peugeot coming into the pits. And that was Loic Duval coming in to hand over to Nico Muller. So it's Nico who's now driving the number 94 car, still in 2nd place. We also had a pit stop from Alessandro Pierguidi, bringing the leader into the pits, whilst we were hearing from Michelin colleague Alessandro Pierguidi staying behind the wheel though, and that's, well, he's done a stint and a half, and so he's now going into his kind of 2.5 of that stint, so it'll turn into be 2.5 stints by the time he's finished, will Pierguidi. So surviving through wet and dry. All of these cars switching from wet tyres onto slicks, of course. And then we also had the 2 Toyotas coming in, 7 and 8. Kamui Kobayashi in the 7, Ryo Hirakawa in the 8. Both of those two staying behind the wheel of their cars, but having a tyre change from wets onto the dry tyres as well. And that's left the order pretty much as it was before, I suppose. We've got Alessandro Pierguidi leading the way for Ferrari, Nico Muller in the Peugeot in 2nd place, Kamui Kobayashi in the Toyota 3rd, Nicholas Nielsen 4th in the Ferrari, Earl Bamber 5th in the Cadillac, and then rounding out the top 6 is Ryo Hirakawa in the number 8 Toyota. They're all on the lead lap, although by the time you get back to Hirakawa, the gap to the leader is over 2 minutes, and it is only the top 6 now that are on the lead lap. The first runner that has already been lapped is the number 5 Porsche of Fred Macavici in 7th place.
Thank you, Paul, for that little run around. Don't forget, you can follow us on our Studiovision on YouTube. We've also got the countdown timer there, homologato in race timing. And if you're thinking that we're all looking a little bit less than fully animated, but don't worry, things are starting to find a little bit of a rhythm right now.
Can't believe you said that.
Well, can I kind of add to that by saying that, and I apologise in advance if I jinx it by so saying, but we are just a gnat's whisker away from a full hour without having a slow zone. This has been, and I don't blame myself for this, this is Tim Gray who put this one through, this has been the hour with the least interruptions, single hour of the clock, and as I say, we're heading towards not having had a interruption for an hour now, which is great news as the track dries out, and hopefully we'll see a little bit of settling down in the darkest hours.
Let's head to our CrowdStrike pit lane team. Nick Damon has been lurking with intent outside Team Turkey, the TF Sport Run machine. This is the 923 that was involved in that bizarre incident at Indianapolis, where we had 3 cars off, and they ran into one of the stationary cars.
I thought they just kind of split their nose slightly, ouch, and then came back out again. But when you ended up here, obviously, you don't, not being in the pits the whole time, you kind of lose a bit of the flow. But they are actually doing a complete front left change, and the fact where they are on it, and the fact that accident was a good hour ago nearly now, makes it they have gone out and come back in again. So they went out and it wasn't right. So they're wrestling this front right quarter, which is obviously where the impact occurred, and they're obviously trying to get their own fix. We're going to find a quick word with one of the drivers. It's Tom Gamble, who's lurking around the back. Tom, bit of bad luck really in the rain, wasn't it, that caused the accident?
Yeah, I mean the front right suspension just gave way then, so that was the sort of...
So we were saying you had the accident with the Prema car, came in, fixed that, went out, and then the suspension then failed later, yeah?
Yeah, a couple of hours later, Sally managed to get a run in the middle, and then, it's just been a complete mess, to be honest, so yeah, it's a difficult one.
I mean, the good thing is that these cars are so well known that the teams can change the corner quite quickly. And do you get to go out then?
I think Dries is going to go in for a stint, but yeah, I'm not sure how long this is going to take, but fingers crossed we can get back out there soon.
As I said to somebody else, the good news is there's so much chaos going in. Normally this would be a kind of that's it, but you never know what else is going to happen to everyone else.
Yeah, it's true. Fingers crossed that some people get some bad luck as well, but yeah, it's racing, anything can happen.
Great, it's Tom Gamble out of the racing for Turkey 923.
And a problem with the 23 United Autosports. There was an incident on track which I don't recall seeing because I was running up to the other end of the pit lane, but apparently there was an incident and now they're having an issue with the brakes, so the team have wheeled the car into the garage. They're working frantically on it now, but the driver is Ollie Jarvis, and he's behind the wheel waiting while they go about doing as much repairs as they can, but they're working pretty quickly and methodically, but I guess it will be a few minutes more before they get it back out on track.
That specifically for James Muscat, who'd noticed that car had been away. James, thanks for all your help as ever. And we'll speak to some more of the LMP2 field in a little while. 16 hours and 39 minutes to go, Paul Trustwell.
The other one which is missing and has been for ages now, but not in the pits, is the number 72 Arnold Roban Aston Martin, also TF Sport Run car. Just hearing from Tom Gamble, who is in the Racing Team Turkey car, but that's got TF backing behind it as well, as far as running it is concerned. But we haven't seen the Arnold Robin Aston Martin for 2 hours and a bit now.
Well, that was the one that went off into the gravel beds, it got lifted out and then didn't go anywhere else.
It hasn't gone anywhere else.
Yeah.
So I think we can kind of assume that is a retirement as well.
Yeah. The Colin Collins prototype, the number 4 car, with Tom Dillman, it's Esteban Gutierrez who's behind the wheel, has gone off at the bottom, or the start of the Forest S's actually, and also a potential problem for the number 93 with the door open, believe it or not, and that's Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen. Now he's just been in and out of the pit, so I wonder if they had to come in and close that and go back out again. Paul will have a look and tell me if that car was slightly early into the pit lane. The 93 Peugeot we are talking about here, sitting in 10th position in Hypercar, Paul.
Well, while Paul suggests it was early, Mikkel Jensen having only done 5 laps of his stint then, so definitely an early stop to fix that door.
Okay, we need to know a bit more about the number 23 United Autosports Orica, because it was getting very, very close. It closed down a 20-second margin to the lead of the class into Europole competition. Stayed just in front with Fabio Schirra. Brilliant drive from Tom Blomqvist, but Di, down with you. The car is in the pit lane, number 23.
Just left, I think, Di.
It's just left, yes. It's just left. They had an issue with the brakes, took the car into the garage. I mean, they worked incredibly quickly and swiftly, and they had that car back out on the apron with, I think, about 5-6 minutes.
Di, whilst you at that area of the pit lane, I think Jota's not too far away for the 28 car for you. Next time you're walking past there, can you just ask them what's happening with David Hennemar Hansen? He's not been in the number 28 yet, and they've cycled through their 2 other drivers. And at the moment, they're back with their starting driver, Pietro Fittipaldi. So David Hennemar Hansen yet to get in that car, I believe, at the moment, and certainly that is also the thought of Right Turn Lover.
Have a look, John, but I did see him in the back of the garage a bit earlier on, so I'll go and check that one out.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Diana. Diana Binks down in the pit lane. And we have a slow zone.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike, protection at every turn.
And we have a slow zone. And a satellite today. We have a slow zone, and we had an incident earlier on, quite a bit earlier on now, about an hour ago, just over an hour ago, between the United Autosport 22 car and the Prema, the number 9. That was the start of the incident that saw the TF Racing for Turkey car come in and hit the side of the Prema car and break the left rear suspension. The original incident is NFA, no further action.
Yeah, well, both Freddie Lubin and Philip Ulgran just glissaded straight on, didn't hit anything at Indianapolis. Freddie Lubin got going the faster, and unfortunately for number 9, Philip Ulgran, he was still there when Sally Yoluch came in for Racing Team Turkey and smote him a blow, and that Prema Racing Orica now back in the race, but it's right down in 51st position. A lot of time for that left rear corner to be repaired.
25 minutes past 11, and car 23 to enter the pit lane and driver to be sent to the medical centre. That was 10 minutes ago. That's an interesting one. I have to say, I missed that.
Well, that came in and had brake repairs. It was the car that was hunting down the class lead in P2. We've got Josh Pearson, who'd just gone out in that car, but it was Tom Blomqvist who brought it in.
That's right, it was Tom, because he'd just taken it over from Ollie, hasn't he? Well, we'll have to inquire over the health of Tom Blomqvist and find out what was going on there. Speeding in the pit lane. Well, there's another penalty coming. It reported to the stewards. They'll get round to it in a little while, but that looks to me as though the number 32 car is going to be taking a penalty. 32, Bruce, being
one of the 2 into Europol competition cars. It's the white and green car that had a spin very, very early in the race with Mark Farmer, but had been fighting its way back all along.
I'm just trying to find it on the timing scale to see who's driving it at the moment.
Oh, it's way down. Anders Fieldback right at the tail end of the field. 53rd position of the 54 cars still running in this race.
So into full darkness, as we have been for some time. We won't see the sun poke above the horizon behind the Dunlop Bridge until 7 o'clock in the morning. So ran at 7.5 hours away, and that incident at 22:12 that we were talking about an hour ago, that shows you how many incidents there've been since then. As I mentioned earlier on, the race control team refer incidents to the stewards. The stewards go through them in chronological order. So they are an hour behind in terms of what they're looking at the moment. So if you're on the race control screen at FIA.com, then and you're thinking, hello, I haven't seen that one reported yet. What happened there? That's because they're still playing catch up. It's live.FIA.WEC.com/EN/race_control, and that will give you access to the full suite of timing and information on your computer screen. You need more than one screen, to be honest, if you going to be looking at everything.
I'm slumming it this weekend. I'm making do with 3.
Yes, I know. That's a bit unusual, isn't it? Does that suggest that you have slimmed down the travelling data centre?
It does, yes, and there's a very good reason for it, is because I don't have much luggage space these days.
Oh yes, yes. We your F-Type convertible has about as much room in the boot for a notepad. You need to go back to exercise books, Paul.
Exactly,
if you did that, you'd be fine.
Which is what we're doing. What it does tell me, though, is that the slow zone has been removed, and so we've gone and dealt with that. It took us 5.5 minutes to do so, and we're back to a fully green circuit. Therefore, that is good news. And talking of messages coming up on the race control screen, the other thing that we still haven't seen anything of are any penalties for offences under the track limits rule. And I wonder, although we've had a lot of track limits offences, whether they've all been dealt with or whether they're just being a bit lenient.
Just a note from Porsche Penske Motorsport. Mathieu Jaminet tried his best to get the number 75, a Porsche 963 back. That is about to be retired. It hasn't come up on the screen officially as a retirement. It was a fuel pressure problem for the 75, Paul, if you want to make a note of that in your exercise book. How far back do your exercise books go now? You didn't keep all of them, did you?
I didn't know. We go back to 1992 or 93, I think.
I remember sitting or standing, should I say, on the ACO Tribune and watching you jotting things down and being able to tell me that it was, yes, it wasn't, the last time that a Jaguar was in the lead was 24 minutes past 7 last night. And
the problem was it wasn't as accurate and it wasn't as complete as the information that we get these days. So you had to kind of pick and choose what you were going to time.
Coming up to the Hertz hourly update on 91.2 FM. We've had the fireworks, the drones are in the sky. Now, what an exceptional show that is above Le Mans 24 hours for 2023 here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
The Hertz Hourly Update, getting you to your let's go moments for more than 100 years.
I don't know about you, but the hours are ticking by pretty rapidly here. We've had 7.5 hours of this year's 24 hours, and that means 16.5 still to go. We're in full darkness. It's 11:30 at night, and it's a Ferrari in the lead of the Le Mans 24 hours. It's number 51, Alessandro Pierguidi, doing a sterling job up at the front, and he's got a lead of 68 seconds over Nico Müller in the Peugeot 9X8 in second place, number 94. So 51 leads 94, Ferrari leads Peugeot. Toyota is in third place, number 7, Kamui Kobayashi. He is a further 25 seconds behind the Peugeot, and a total of 1.5 minutes behind the leading Ferrari. So Toyota third. Fourth place is another Ferrari, Nicholas Nielsen in car number 50. He's 19 seconds behind the car in front of him. Earl Bamber in number 2, Cadillac, is in 5th place and is a further 10 seconds behind the Ferrari. In 6th place is Ryo Hirakawa in his Toyota, and he is a further, is he a lap down? No, he's not. He's a minute behind the car in front of him. And that's in 6th place, Ryo Hirakawa, and everybody else is a lap behind or more. In LMP2, Fabio Scherer leads the way in the Inter-Europol competition. Orica, car number 34, on 91 laps completed. In second place, Robert Kubica in the WRT. Orica, car number 41, is second, 30 seconds behind Fabio Scherer. And in third place, Ollie Caldwell in the Alpine Elf team car. That's number 35, and that's another very nearly a minute behind the WRT car. So into Europol competition, number 34 leads number 41, Team WRT, and 35, the Alpine Elf team. In GTE, Matteo Cairoli for Porsche, the T-Rex car, Project 1 AO, and he leads by very nearly a minute as well from Michel Gatting in the Iron Dames Porsche, number 85. And third in GTE AM is Davide Rigon in the leading Ferrari, as it has been for some time. The AF Corsa car, number 54, is in third place, a minute and 20 seconds back from the class leader there. That's the hourly positions at the end of this Hertz Hourly Update.
The Hourly Update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM for 2023, the centenary edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And, well, I, for one, thoroughly enjoying kind of the second time around for the drone display up in the sky. I realise it doesn't really work that well on radio, but hopefully if you're here at the track at Circuit de la Sarthe, you are in a position to see the phenomenal bit of technology that makes that all happen. 400 drones all talking to some computers. I don't know how it works, folks. No idea. It's a sort of science beyond my understanding, but some very amazing patterns in the sky, including at times the trophy that will be awarded later on. I was going to say this morning, we're not quite there yet, just after 11:30 Circuit de la Sarthe time, and that drone display running for at about 15 minutes last night. It looks to be an exact rerun for those that weren't at the track on Friday night. Bruce Jones staying here for another half an hour or so in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, and Paul Truswell to my left. We've got Nick Damon and Diana Binks looking after the CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports. Still, lots happening. I'm going to say this, it feels like the race is starting to develop into a pattern, and possibly that things are starting to calm down. But at the same time, because the race is still very much populated by a lot of racing cars, and the LMP2s and GTE AMs working through their bronze time and silver time still, there's always the scope for something to happen, particularly in this low level of light.
Johnny, even when things started to dry out a little bit, we had the number 75 Porsche hitting trouble. We believe that was a fuel pressure problem for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Really unfortunate for Mathieu Jaminet very early in the lap, but he tried to limp it round. So that was sort of the next element after the times we had before, where cars were just skating off at either end of the circuit, depending on the amount of rain there. I have lost count of how many cars we've seen spinning through these early stages of the race. Now it does appear to be dry. And some of the drivers, I think, are still waiting to have their first crack at this race. Some who perhaps didn't want to have a real run when it was wet, with David Heinemeier Hansen among those that have yet to go out of the race. He's certainly been sitting in the back of the Jota garage, watching his teammates Oliver Rasmussen and Pietro Fittipaldi go out onto the circuit. But it wasn't just wet, it was torrentially wet, and it wasn't uniform wet. So really very, very tricky for a lot of the drivers. But I must say the driving standards have been very good, but quite simply at various times, particularly if cars have just come out of the pits, no heat in their tyres. And Mulsanne has been the corner where so many cars have gone around, and Paul Trustwell commented on this. It was the fact they were rotating at almost no speed whatsoever. Really, really unusual.
And when there was any speed behind the spin, it would then become a pirouette where they would go around once or twice or possibly even 3 times. So yeah, it really became very much a lottery when we did have the weather at its worst. Whether you kept it on the grey stuff, sunk into the gravel, or hit the barrier, and of course the delay was appropriate to what you actually did to the car. Some of them were victims of other incidents, and we were mentioning the delay from, was it Freddie Lubin in the number 22 car. He, in addition to that incident at Indianapolis, was also ended up being pinged on a 5-minute penalty as he came out of Terre Rouge on one lap and tried to get up on the inside of 3 other cars, and there just wasn't room for him to do so. and he got penalised for that. And indeed, it had repercussions on the races of a couple of other cars as well. But you know, this is the intensity, I think, Bruce, this race has been run at, where it's kind of become very, very important, and with so much at stake, so much competition, there's no doubting at all anybody's commitment to this.
Oh, 100%. The battle, particularly in the hypercar class at the front of the field, was absolutely extraordinary for the first 5 hours or so. We're now sitting in a situation with the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, Alessandro Piaghidi, fully 45 seconds to the good. So he's weathered the storm very well indeed. Will that be all of the storm? We don't know. Certainly, having looked at the weather forecast as we go through the morning, the next time it's going to have a really high potential rain is about midday tomorrow, Sunday.
Well, that's what's puzzling me. I didn't see any rain on the forecast for late this evening and into the nighttime hours. That kind of sprung up out of nowhere, and presumably the teams were tracking it on the radar. But
there was indeed a radio message from one of the team engineers that we heard to their driver saying, we weren't told about that rain. We had it on the forecast, and it wasn't supposed to be nearly as heavy as it actually was. It was only supposed to be light, and it was only supposed to be on half the circuit. And it was just like listening to a couple of people talking on the bus, really, about the weather in England.
Yes.
But clearly the forecast did miss the how heavy that rain was, because it certainly did chuck it down quite substantially over the whole of the circuit at one point.
Clearly something's just happened at the Daytona chicane, the first chicane on the Mulsanne, because there were yellow flags briefly at Marshall Point 11, but that has now gone green again, so a car briefly off the track. There've been plenty of them through that right, left, right element of the chicane. Looks like grip, particularly in the slippery halfway house conditions into that corner, really has been compromised, and the rear of the downforce dependent cars sliding and clobbering that curb, which then sends them even further wide and potentially towards the gravel bruise.
Yeah, a theory I came up with, which I think John Hindhoff agreed with, was that we've had no rain here for 3 weeks solid, and when you get a long period where it's dry, as soon as rain comes down, it just seems to bring a lot of slipperiness out of the racing surface, out of the tarmac. On a regular road, it would do exactly the same, and I think that's why it's so much worse. And at that Daytona chicane, the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight, so many drivers have been using that tarmac area inside the racing circuit line when you're turning left. You turned it to the right, not quite working, you've got to go to the left, they drive across, and I dare say quite a few track limit warnings will come because of that, but at least they're not doing what they used to do, have a gravel trap in front of them and end up stuck there. We've had enough incidents so far. And
the gravel then doesn't get brought onto the circuit. I think the other thing is how brown the grass is around the circuit. You can tell how dry it's been in the area for as long as it's been, because all of the grass, when you could see the grass, very brown indeed. So that intent with my weather forecast, which is usually not bad, suggests that tomorrow we're going to get away with it. It's going to be a dry day tomorrow, but we'll see whether that comes to pass or not.
Well, I looked at separate weather forecasts, and it only suggests any hint of rain between 2 and 4 o'clock. When does the race end? I don't know, 4 o'clock, but it's only a light suggestion. A polite suggestion, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. And clearly tricky to tell this far out. Yet more difficulties for the 311 Action Express Cadillac with Alexander Sims at the wheel. Not the first time we've seen this car in strife. It was the first lap of the race, in fact, when Jack Aitken clobbered the Armco barrier coming out of the Daytona chicane for the first time of asking. That was very slippery on the exit, maybe a bit too much right foot. So Alexander Sims is somewhere in the middle sector, so that's down Mulsanne between Tertre Rouge and Mulsanne corner. We're going to go to Nick Damon, though, with a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Who've you got in woes?
The 777, the D-Station rebuilt Aston Martin. There was a kerfuffle and movement in the garage. Exactly about 30 seconds after, a few seconds after, there's always been a problem up at the top of the track. And it's had an off, and I don't think it's hit another car, I think it's hit a barrier. big accident, big crushing on the front left of the car. The light's missing, so it's only got one. It's only one-eyed. It's bent everything in on the bodywork. Now, whether it's actually affected anything important, which is the front end, is yet to be seen. Driver staying on board. You're going to tell me who it is. But yeah, so that's they were waiting for a couple of minutes. That thing had a problem. Not much light. They're now checking the various elements of the front suspension. Seems okay, but they're going to have the only problem is that where the lights have come out, there's also quite a large amount of structural electronics as well. So not the work of a moment, but perhaps not a disaster either for the 777 car.
Endurance, teamwork, speed. It's why racing and cybersecurity go hand in hand. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
That rather answers the question for me as to what the problem was at the first chicane. We had brief yellows. I suggested maybe a spin and continue, but it sounds a lot more serious than that for Tomonobu Fuji for the D-Station Racing Aston Martin. Not the original chassis that TF Sport expected to be racing after Casper Stevenson's accident earlier in the week. They needed to source the ELMS car, actually, that thankfully had been stripped and then was in a state to be able to bring to the circuit, but it had to travel from the UK and suffered about 2 hours of a delay just getting through the queues at the Eurotunnel at Folkestone. But they did get the car here, and now that second chassis looking very, very second-hand, Bruce Jones.
Well, I don't think they can call on former racer Gary Iles to bring out another one. That's his new business, or recent business, shipping cars all around the world. But again, it's these logistical issues that make or break, and certainly for D-Station Racing and TF Sport to be working super hard. Let's hope they can fix it. Nick down to the pit lane, more cars coming in to enter.
Yeah, this is the 311, which I think you said it had a bit of a moment or some fun. Getting a very, very clean windscreen, getting a full slurp of fuel, but doesn't appear to have any actual damage. They're not intending on changing the tyres. Driver staying on board, looping around. I think they are now going to think about a tyre change and see which one. Is it going to be all four, or they're just changing spot one? So maybe on the fuel tank. Okay, yeah, they're going to do a. That wasn't the original. That wasn't the. And now they've got a problem. They can't get the air jack to lift the. The air jacks aren't working, and the air jacks are working. I think they had a problem with the actual air supply rather than the on-board jacks. And the tyre change. So, yeah, the car is not damaged. It has got new, but it has got more fuel. But they lost about 7, 8, 9 seconds with a recalcitrant air pressure system to get the thing off the ground in the first place. Now it's down. They are waiting for the go from the pit wall. So the car's actually down and could go, but they're still waiting to get the yes, you can send it from the pit wall, and they have sent it now. So, I mean, obviously they're not chasing anything except to finish, but that wasn't the world's slickest stop.
CrowdStrike. Data protection 24/7. For more, go to crowdstrike.com.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit and on RS1 around the world via radiolemans.com. We're also in the United States on Sirius 136 and XM 202. You can tweet us, as always, at Radio Le Mans using the hashtag HaggertyRLM. Alpine in the pits. This is the 35 car for Ollie Caldwell, which pitted from third position in LMP2. The class is led by Inter-Europol Competition, as we hear from Eduardo. In fact, from
debris, Marshall Post 21. We have reported debris, Marshall Post 21. So Marshall Post 20.
Faez, Ramsey Faez,
left.
Reporting debris now on the exit of Mulsanne corner. Marshall points 20 and 21. Bruce, Paul, I was trying to work out exactly where Alexander Sims had gone off the road in the 311.
I think it was Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, I think it was too.
Yeah, I'll go with that. It was a very long stint from Alex. So just checking to see, because I thought, it can't be Alex because he got in ages ago. Well, he did. Over 3 hours was the stint for Alexander. So it was a quadruple stint for the driver. How often they changed the tyres during the stint, I'm not sure, but it was a mighty effort from Alex. And as I say, he got into the car just over 3 hours ago.
Yeah, so keeping an eye out for Sims's sector times on this particular lap. The 50 Ferrari 499P has come in for another pit stop. It's in the hands of Nicholas Nielsen, and watching the stop in a CrowdStrike pit lane report, Nick Damon.
You should have said Nicholas Damon there, shouldn't you, really? We kind of have flowed. Nicholas Nielsen, Nicholas Damon. Maybe they're not I would accuse you of being my mother. But anyway, just fuel only. Quick point on the Alexander Sims. They weren't new tyres that went on. They'd already done a stint or had done some laps, perhaps during the wet, dry period, but they were not new tyres. Brand new tyres for Sims' car. Had a couple of P2 stops where one of the WRTs, I think 31, just on a complete service, and the AF Corsa 80 machine also has been in and out of the pits in P2.
Thank you for that. So, well, you're a Nicholas, whereas Nicholas is like St. Nicholas. But anyway, details, minor details. The 50 car is back into the race, remaining in 5th place. His teammate, Alessandro Pierguidi, leads the motor race by a little over 50 seconds. And Ferrari's straight or single lap speed, as we hit 100 laps, by the way, that's worthy of note, still is being carried on well into the race mileage. I'm not sure where. Clearly the car's going to be picking up speed as it's getting lighter, but I'd love to know kind of where the Ferrari is strongest, on a full tank, mid-tank, or towards the end of the stint. It's maybe difficult to measure that because it's not done on pure lap time, but you know, they've generally gone with the design of this car to be good everywhere, and it's impressed me straight out of the box for its first season.
Well, what will stand out in my mind in those incredible first 2 hours of this race was whenever the Ferrari was taking it to the Toyotas, it seemed to have so much more punch onto the straights. I mean, just in a way you're not accustomed to. And anybody who could overtake between Mulsanne and Indianapolis, you've got to be confident you've got an appreciable performance advantage. So out of Mulsanne, very tight corner, the punch is phenomenal. Then through the sweepers, the Toyota came into its own. But it's just interesting, Paul, looking at those comparisons.
Yes, I was able to do the analysis after Spa. Obviously, we'll do the same thing after Le Mans, so it's difficult to know. But it was on the high-speed sections of Spa where the Ferrari was most of an advantage over Toyota, but equally through Sector 2 at Spa, which is where you need the downforce, it was still quicker than the Toyota. So it was, I mean, it's pretty much what you said, Johnny. It's quicker everywhere, but it had more of an advantage in terms of its top speed, but it had an advantage as well through the high-speed corners coming down from the end, so coming down from Les Combes, down the hill through those, through Pouhon and down through Fagnes, down onto the old part of the circuit again. So that's Sector 2 at Spa. Lovely thing about Le Mans is we get even more sectors to look at. So
true, yes.
We'll be doing all that, and probably it'll wait till you'll have to read the next issue of Race Car Engineering or whatever other magazine you happen to take that will be able to analyse it. And there are other people out there as well as me that do it all, you know.
We don't care about them, Paul. No. There is a slow zone out on track now. This is zone 5 in the vicinity of Marshall Post 17, so it's the final sector or section of the Mulsanne Straight, second chicane to Mulsanne Corner itself, and this is linked no doubt to the debris that Ramsey Fires was reporting not too long ago, Bruce. So clearly some track crew, marshals are trying to pick that up as quickly as possible, but it's tough in the dark. You know, you're looking for bits of car, but how do you pick them out necessarily? The headlights are very good on these cars, but you don't want to be in the middle of the track as someone's coming through at 80 kilometres per hour.
No, there's the clue, and I don't think a head torch down the full darkness of the Mulsanne, particularly the second half of the Mulsanne Straight, very, very dark indeed. So it's going to be a tricky one, and it may be a while before that is lifted. Even in daylight, it'd be hard. So first they're dazzled by the cars coming down with their bright headlights, then the light goes away, then they can see nothing, and they'll have to have very good memories. So maybe it's not a bad time when there's a slow zone to be in the pits. Number 2 Cadillac Racing entry is the latest pit visitor. That's old Bamber.
And hearing that is a full service from Nick Damon. It's clear again on the Mulsanne Straight Earl, by the way, staying at the wheel of number 2. Actually, we'll go to Nick for a CrowdStrike pit report because there's a little more happening with the number 2.
Yes, you've got one of those little lazy oil top-ups at the end. They make sure the big old V8 has got enough oil to keep churning around. Sorry, I said full service. Actually, I was preempting. They actually didn't change the tyres. It just fuel and a clean-up. Bad news for fans of Racing Team Turkey, the 923. That has trundled back down the pit lane again. So it only went out for about 4 or 5 laps. Came back in again, got fueled as they all do, but it's back on the dollies. So obviously they haven't quite managed to fix the problem they were having with the car following that accident. They played the car some time ago. And any second now, we're going to get the leader, but I'll tell you when he comes.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
At Radio Le Mans on Twitter, we're using the hashtag HaggertyRLM for Haggerty Radio Le Mans 2023, 91.2 FM around the circuit. Earl Bamber's back on the Mulsanne. And the race leader, Alessandro Pierguidi, calling into the pits for the 10th time. And here's a CrowdStrike pit lane report from Nick again.
Yeah, I mean, it's the pit box. I mentioned with John about 3 hours ago. The pit box for Ferrari has got really much easier than anyone else's because the garage before there, which wasn't housing the 83 Ricard Mille AF Course car, and the garage behind it, which from memory was the 21 AF Course car, well, both those cars are retired. So they've effectively now got an easy in and an easy out to their pits. It's just as well, really, because they only just got past the Glickenhaus 709. It's also come in for fuel and apparently for a stall while it's trying to leave there. 709 instead of fuel service. 51 is fired up and gone away again. That's leading Ferrari, and that was just fuel as well. So, little things are going Ferrari's way, even if the reason they've gone their way is because 2 other Ferrari supported teams crashed and gone out.
And let's stay in the pit lane because Diana's just let me know that she's waiting for a Toyota and it's likely to be the number 7 for a CrowdStrike pit report. Here's Diana Binks.
Yes, the number 7 has just come in for a pit stop and there's no driver change. I can see the refueling. So it's just a full service there. They're just about to... Well, actually, no, they are just refueling at the moment. I don't see any new tyres going on there at the moment, but I guess we're going to wait till they finish refueling, but they haven't got any tyres out on the pit apron as yet. And just behind them, the United Autosports 22. No, the Toyota has gone off. No new tyres to that, just fuel and no driver change. The United Autosports 22 is about to make its way in, a full set of slicks, ready to greet that car. And I'm still waiting, actually, on an update on Tom Blomqvist from the number 23 to go and visit the medical centre with his physio. So we're just waiting to find out what the reaction is from that report as soon as we get it.
Diana Binks with a CrowdStrike pit report on the number 7 Toyota. You will have heard the engine of the Toyota fire up there in the background because gone are the days when the LMP1s would pull away on almost milk. Well, we used to call it milk float power.
Not completely gone away.
Oh, really? But there is now a noise accompanying the Toyota leaving
the Toyota,
pit lane.
yes. Some of the other hybrid-powered cars are using the electrical because we have heard that milk float sound, that characteristic sound of the milk float going away. And I can't remember which one it was now, but a feeling it might have been one of the Porsches.
But that, obviously, there's something else within the regulations that allows you to do it at such a slow speed, therefore.
In the pit lane.
Only in the pits?
Yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense now. But as I say, I've never heard the Toyota do that in the hypercar era. So what are we now, sort of 4 years into that? But
I think they decided it was a bit too stressful for the hypercar, for the battery, and that's why they stopped doing it at Toyota. It depends whether you want to stress the starter motor or stress the batteries and the hybrid system. It was a 1 minute and 15 second pit stop for the Toyota there, whilst it came in for that very simple pit stop for Kamui Kobayashi in second place now.
Yeah, the engine in the Toyota is it's a little V6, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah, similar to the, there we go, 3.5 litre twin turbocharged petrol V6. The Ferrari is also twin turbocharged, but that's a 3 litre V6. Now, there is a drama out on track for the Hendrick Motorsports Cup car, which is the innovative car or hang on a moment, 51 Ferrari. It's the 51 Ferrari, I beg your pardon. So the 51 Ferrari is off the road. Alessandro Pierguidi on an outlap has had contact with a GTE Porsche, and that was at the first chicane, or did that all happen in front of the Ferrari, in fact? Yes, so there was contact between another prototype and a GTE Porsche, and going off in sympathy, perhaps because of the debris, the gravel that was across the road, it's left the 51 Ferrari stranded in the gravel trap at the Daytona chicane. This is the car, Alessandro Pierguidi, that has just left the pits, that pitted from the race lead. And it's all going a bit wrong for at least one side of the Ferrari garage. Try and get you some team radio just as soon as we can, but actually hang on a minute. So Pierguidi,
he spun.
There.
He spun, Johnny. Basically, the two cars in front of him, and he was on an outlap.
They're going to come and get you. They're going to come get you. Just shake off the rocks before you drive back.
It seemed to me that the rescue arrived instantaneously, almost. They were right there.
It's one of the places where you can be pulled out. Another place that can happen is Indianapolis. They can pull you out incredibly quickly. You only lose maybe 30, 40 seconds sometimes. They plonk you on the track. Obviously, they want him to shake the gravel out of the car while he's still off the track, so to speak, but he won't have got that much gravel in there because he didn't go in at that high speed, so the gravel won't have been shoved into all the faces of the diffuser and everything else. So hopefully he won't even have to come back into the pits. With a bit of luck, he can continue.
He's lost more than that though, Johnny, and it'll at least take him out of the lead, and he had, funnily enough, a 45-second lead before all of that happened, and he's already lost that, so the Peugeot has already taken the lead back.
High drama again at Circuit de la Sarthe. Still trying to piece together exactly which of the Porsches it was. And it's very tricky to say. It's the 911 Porsche that has spun. The car leaping over the curbs is a Glickenhaus by the looks of the shape of the headlights. Either the 708 or the 709, I believe. And as a result, the Ferrari lands on the scene as all of that is kicking off. Still can't identify whether it's the 708 or the 709 car. Might be able to tell you from the sector times. Well, that's a slow sector through sector 2 for Romain Dumas. So I think we work out from that it is a 708. It's also been done for track limits on this particular lap as well. So Romain Dumas and the 911 Porsche being driven by Richard Lietz, Proton Competition's Porsche, in 5th position, and also a massive problem now for JMW Motorsport. We'll get to that in a second. It's all happening on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM.
Radio Le Mans weather.
So we have the thunderstorms, threat of thunderstorms happening at the moment, but it is dry for the time being. Looking at the radar, perhaps the chance of some rainfall around Changé right now, but the lows at about 17 degrees Celsius, cloud cover throughout the night, and tomorrow a high of 28 degrees Celsius. Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel, where you can see the Le Mans class winning AC Cobra on track next weekend.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Kevin Galvin has chosen 1980. The race was won overall by Jean-Pierre Jassot and Jean Rondeau in the number 16 Group 6 Ford DFV-powered Rondeau M379B. In doing so, Rondeau became the first and so far only driver to win the Le Mans 24 Hours in a car bearing their name. His other car, number 17, finished 3rd overall and won the GTP class. This feat is unlikely to be repeated.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit, RS1 around the world. Goodness me, this race is just twisting and turning like crazy. A massive accident between the 66 JMW Motorsport Ferrari and the number 7 Toyota of Kamui Kobayashi, pitching the 66 Ferrari up onto 2 wheels just between the Forest S's and Tête Rouge. Haven't seen the state of the Toyota. Right, it's stuck on the Mulsanne straight and hasn't been able to go any further. We've gone full course yellow to deal with yet more strife for runners. Let's get team radio for Toyota.
You have to try to start the engine,
So the engine has cut out, Johnny Molan, unsurprisingly, because it's absolutely whacked the 66 Ferrari.
I think there was the LMP2, number 35 as well, of Memo Rojas involved in the middle of all of that. I can't quite make out because it was dark, but basically it looked to me like the JMW Ferrari really came out worse out of all of that. You can't tell the impact so much from the number 7 for Kobayashi, but looking from the outside down, you can see that the car is really struggling on the right-hand side there, but it's got electricity, so lights are on, placed on the right-hand side. Kobayashi on board, desperately trying to run through all the functions, do a reset. He's got the car moving.
Okay, can we report the damage as well?
We will switch to slow zone 2 and 3, so slow zone from turn 3 to turn 10 on short notice, no standby. For the moment it's still full course yellow.
Now the car's identified.
So I can run with this.
The car's identified on our screen, the 7 Toyota, that's correct. The 6, the Iron Lynx Porsche, well, that's already out of the race. So it's not the yellow Porsche, it's the yellow Ferrari, number 66, which has been involved with this. 66 had previously led the class and has now obviously dropped down the order as the other cars work their way through. Who's at the wheel of? It's Louis Pret, the Monegasque driver, car 66.
And Louis Pret got out of the car and walked away. Right. I mean, it was in the middle of the track as well. I mean, in quite a dangerous position. Sort of smoke pouring out of the rear boot lid. The steam, maybe the radiators have gone. It looked in a poor way, and he actually walked away from the car. He didn't have a lot of choice because he wanted to get out and get away from it. So you would think in that case that potentially that puts him out of the race.
What happened? Can you tell us more?
When I start the engine, car is not wrong at all. It's not just wrong.
Okay, driver default 26 on, first of all, driver default 26 on.
We're under full course yellow as mentioned, so everybody's circulating at 80 kilometers per hour. You mentioned there was an LMP2 car involved. Well, there's certainly one circulating. It is the 35, as you said, with no front left headlight on the Alpine Elf team. Orica of Memo Rojas. He's potentially a key player in LMP2 as well, running in 6th place and behind 2 Pro-Am subcategory cars. So that is potentially a top 4 finish as things were going. But I mean, LMP2, you know, we've got so many more pit stops to go yet. Those cars tend to pit every 35 minutes or so. Big full course yellow sign in the cockpit of the LMP2 cars. That's very hard to miss. That's a modern, more modern addition to the dashboard display. But at 5 past midnight, we've still got many hours to go before we're even at half distance here. We've had a third of the race and some huge incidents, some huge crashes so far, Johnny Molan.
I can't quite keep up with the amount of incidents that we're having, and in no way casting any aspersions on any of the drivers, because it's so difficult to drive, especially in these conditions where it keeps raining, drying, you're out on slick tyres at night in sort of slippery, damp conditions. But I've never seen quite so many experienced drivers drop the ball, so to speak, which just shows you how hard it is for these guys.
Bravo 12.6 plus acknowledge, Bravo 12.6 plus acknowledge. We have to try to start the engine. The only way to come back is try to use the engine. Just try to burn out, try everything. We have to use the engine. We don't have enough sock to come back with the front motor. It's too early. The only way is to come back with the engine, do what you can.
So too early in the lap,
yes.
Maybe? Yeah, so it hasn't built enough power into the hybrid system to then use the power through the front wheels. That Ferrari very nearly ended up on its roof. It was entering Tête Rouge sideways, and the left side wheels were probably I don't know, 6 or 7 feet up in the air.
It looked almost like Kobayashi was involved in that, because I think the 35 car might have hit the Ferrari, and you'd have to see a replay of this, but it looked to me like the Ferrari got hit from behind and then right.
The 35
the
car,
35 car nailed the 7 Toyota. In left front 35 into the right rear of the Toyota, trying to avoid an incident that had already happened between the 66 and another LMP2 on the outside.
Yeah.
And the Toyota was on the right rear, backed up, and the LMP2 number 35 that was coming at speed darted to the right and nailed with their left front, hence the damage to their headlight, the right rear of the Toyota, which would explain why, if they can't drive the car, if maybe there's so much damage on the right rear of the Toyota that it's bound up, or you'd think they can still get back with the limited slip diffs that they've got these days, that be able to make it back to the pits, but it's really struggling.
I've got red letter S's on my screen dancing around, and I think that's partially because the cars are circulating at much slower speed, but the one solid S is for Guido van der Garde.
Yeah, there was definitely...
That would explain maybe the other LMP2 we're looking for, car 39.
Absolutely, and I think that there was contact. There were 4 cars involved there, 2 instigating and 2 caught up in it.
The contact between the Ferrari 66 and the Toyota number 7 was happening as Memo Rojas arrived on the scene, and he had nowhere to go, hence the reason why that's now missing its front left headlight pod and a huge amount of the nose of that car.
And that's why I couldn't understand how Kobayashi in the number 7 Toyota couldn't get going again, because the contact that you saw on the front of his car to the Ferrari, the JMW Ferrari, didn't look that bad, especially for a prototype, because they're built very strongly, those cars. But the damage that he was inflicted from the left front of the 35 car, being wheeled back into the garage with significant front left damage, that could explain why he's struggling to get back into the pits.
Let's get a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Nick Damon watching the 35 car coming in and to the garage.
Yeah, I was actually sitting on the pit wall with Toyota, but that car's going nowhere. Kobayashi's chance of getting that back are little to zero. So the 35, the Alpine car that was involved with this accident, they have already zipped off the nose cone of the Oreca, and they are again another car that's having to change a corner. This one is the front left corner that's going to have to come off. Of course, it has to look as well. Has it done the chassis? Is it all over? Had they tubbed it? Because we know that took out the tower car. Right hand side okay, it looks like, and they are also going to remove the side pod in another massive accident. We've just seen so many accidents in this race. It's quite. I mean, Oreca are going to make a fortune in spares. But they are taking their car apart, and they will be hoping to get it back out again.
CrowdStrike, a pioneer in adversary-focused cybersecurity. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Kamui Kobayashi is out of the 7 Toyota. He climbed to the highest point of the roof and then leapt off the car to make sure that he wasn't still in contact with it as he grounded himself. And there are red lights flashing on the front of that Toyota, suggesting it's still electrically charged. Don't want to go get marshals anywhere close to that until it is safe to start to be recovered. It might be stuck there for some time in that case. So the 66 Ferrari of Louis Pret. Now this is later on, the 7 car going by, it's all happening into a slow zone. And the Ferrari just arrives out of nowhere when, do we have a yellow flag there before this incident? I'm trying to remember.
It's almost like Kobayashi had a problem.
Yes, because there was an incident, of course, at the first chicane. So a slow zone at Tertre Rouge, round to the first chicane to deal with the Ferrari had been recovered.
But Kobayashi was right over on the right-hand side of the track there. He was completely offline. It was almost like he was having a problem before he got involved in this whole incident.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not saying that happened, but he was completely offline on the right and going slowly before you see contact happen.
But in fairness to Louis Pret, again, the route out of Forest Esses and towards the right-hander at Tertre Rouge was somewhat compromised because there were 2 prototypes going slowly. Now, if that's a slow zone, Pret has got some explaining to do because he's arriving there at a ridiculous speed. Not sure why the Toyota was going slowly, but that's why then the JMW Motorsport car arrives on the scene and is nearly rolled as it sort of wedges itself between 2 prototype cars, the other one being Guido van der Garde, we worked out, the 39 Graf racing car, which is now in the pits. Memo Roas heavily involved in the 35 Alpine Elf Orica, and also down pit road now the 47 Cool Racing car of Vlad Lomko. Now that might just be a routine stop. The embraces, the handshakes, the admission that the race is over on the 7 side of the Toyota camp begins now. I hate this part of the race when you realise the car is out, and so early. We've had just over 8 hours to go, and all of a sudden Toyota Gazoo Racing have full concentration on car number 8 instead in 5th place.
And all of that action has allowed, just at the beginning of all of that, we saw Alessandro Pierguidi spinning to avoid contact with another spinning Porsche going into the right-left of the first Mulsanne chicane, and that's allowed him to be pulled out of the gravel, continue on his way, and he's now running in 4th place in the 51 Hypercar Ferrari, albeit 2 minutes 14 seconds off the lead, which is still, dare I say it, the Peugeot 94 of Nico Müller.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for French fans, you are potentially on course for a highly unanticipated but amazing story. There's an awful long way to go yet, but Peugeot are able to flirt with the race lead this far into the race, which I don't think anybody, possibly within Peugeot, expected after 8 hours.
I think it's, and I would put that completely down to the weather. This really does seem to be a race of attrition, almost in the good old days.
So Nico Müller at the wheel of the 94 Peugeot. The 93 car, on the other hand, running in 10th place, soon to be 9th because of the retirement of Toyota 7, driven by Mikkel Jensen. And as part of this CrowdStrike pit report, here's Nick Damon watching the stop.
Yeah, they came in at the same time as the CrowdStrike Racing P2, and that meant that the CrowdStrike Racing car blocked their entrance, and they've blocked the CrowdStrike's exit. So it's all 50-50, really, isn't it? You ruin our entrance, we'll ruin your exit. It's not deliberate, of course, just because they're very close together. The Peugeot's getting a fuel tank of fuel. It's currently running on softs, the big white stickers on the side, so he's got the soft tyres. There's a set of new mediums on the floor, they've not been used, and away goes the 9X8. So, you know, given the fact that we all were very dubious about the reliability of the Peugeots, they've managed to keep 2 of their cars running longer for just about everybody else.
CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
39 getting work done on it, then the nose of that car, and an awful lot more bodywork has been removed from the car so that Graf can start to crack on with repairs. Alpine, their fellow French team, have a very battered and bruised 35 car for Memo Rojas, and 35 and 39 that were both, well, certainly 35 was in the top 10, 39 not very far away from it, now dropping into the late teens, and with LMP2 cars encountering big problems, that will obviously promote some other members of the LMP2 class. Prema Racing's number 63 with Daniel Kvyat now running in 10th place. It's a class led by Fabio Scherer for Inter-Europol competition. We're no longer under a full course yellow, by the way. That has been now reduced to slow zones at zone 1, 2 and 3, so all of the early part of the lap affected by an 80 km/h speed limit, and it's going to have another slow zone at Marshall Post 35, which will extend back to the end of the lap, basically. Marshall Point 35 is Ford chicane out.
Although the slow zone in zone 1 is going to end in 30 seconds.
That's interesting. So you're going to have, all right, and in fact at Marshall Post 35 too.
Okay, right, yeah.
So we've got zones 2 and 3 restricted, and they're going to next slow zone at Marshall Point 3. Yeah, that's in place now. So you can go at full speed through Dunlop Curve, the first corner on the circuit, hit the brakes, and then it'll be 80 km/h from the Dunlop chicane. Overtaking permitted as well for Nico Müller as he catches the 911 Porsche. Martin Rump now at the wheel of the Proton Competition car, which has just returned to the racetrack.
Yes.
Sorry, just caught the back end there of a quick radio message from Nico Müller, who probably can't believe his luck right now. Car 94 leading the 50 Ferrari by over 90 seconds.
It's incredible, Johnny. I was just saying earlier, it's like the old-fashioned race of attrition this is becoming, but this one seems to be more often than not self-inflicted situations that are taking the cars out, rather than what we're seeing as technical reliability issues, which, given the newness of LMDH, Hypercar, whatever you want to call it, in terms of the different cars that are running, is quite incredible, some of the reliability, Paul, isn't it?
The reliability has been very good so far, but I think because of the weather, that's been relatively kind. Because it's been wet, that sometimes slows the pace, and that means that reliability is easier to deal with. We've got a safety car now on the circuit. Johnny and I, having been talking about where the slow zones are, we got rid of the full course yellow. We've now put a safety car into place, which is going to corrupt the lap times yet again. But no, going back to what you were saying, Johnny, about the like it was in the old days, we haven't really stressed the reliability that much because we haven't been running in for long enough to put the cars under any real pressure, because they keep on going into slow zones and going into safety cars. Tomorrow, if it's dry like somebody promised me that it would be, it might be quite warm, and then we've got what always happens: you get the cool of the night turns into the heat of the day. That puts the cars under a lot more pressure mechanically, and that's when we might see even more attrition of the technical nature rather than of the incident-related nature.
And the track will also be rubbering in, the grip levels will be ramping up. Paul, you're quite right, putting more stress on the car. They'll be cornering quicker, traction off the corners will be greater, more stress and strains through the drivetrain. I totally agree, but it'd be interesting to see then how the order goes. But at the moment, I don't know if this is an all-time record for the lack of green flag laps that we've had, say, in the first 8 hours of a Le Mans ever, but we must be getting close to it, because I've never known in all the time I've either been in it or watching it, this many safety cars for this long in the first quarter or third of a race.
Or interrupted running for the slow zones and so on. No, you're absolutely right. Johnny said just before I nipped out for something to eat that we'd hit 100 laps. You kind of made a special note to say it was 100 laps, and it was 7.5 hours into the race when you said that. I remember the 1988 race very clearly, because I did the hourly update at 6 hours, and we'd just hit 100 laps at 6 hours in 1988.
Wow, that just shows you, doesn't it?
I mean, these cars are not slow, but I mean, that was a very different track in 88, wasn't it?
I mean, there were no chicanes on the Mulsanne straight.
Forest S's?
The Forest S's were straight up. There was a Dunlop chicane, and then we went straight up the hill, under the bridge, straight down again, left and right, up to Tertre Rouge.
Yeah. Oh, yes, the Forest S has been there for a long time. Yeah, but so the left and right swoops after the Dunlop Bridge are much newer, aren't they? Which just used to be a straight bit of track down the hill between two verges, basically, and then they would swing left and right. That was the natural
good place to
route.
take photos from in the old days.
There are plenty of them in many, many books, and indeed you can search for them these days on the web as well. Slow zone now, sorry, not slow zone in place, full track affected by safety car, of course. There will be no safety cars beyond about the 4-hour mark, I said, I believe, during test day, unless something highly unusual happens. But I mean, you know, race direction forced into this. I do think they were looking to try and avoid safety cars where possible, so as not to interrupt the race too much. And the nice thing about safety cars this year is that it shouldn't, in inverted commas, affect the LMP2 and the GTE battle. There's a refresh or a change in regulations to help not split up those subcategories in the race, Paul.
You just asked Nico Müller what he thinks.
He will absolutely hate it.
He had a 90-second lead, you said.
Yeah, I did.
And it will come down to next to nothing. So, yeah, it's not what we wanted to see. I was about to say, when you mentioned that 90-second lead, that was the largest lead we'd had in the race so far.
It was 98 seconds,
right?
In fact.
Yeah, that was the largest lead we'd had, but it's going to be reduced to nothing at all by the time we get out of this safety car. I was just wondering, and because I stepped out for a little while, I might have missed something, whether the safety car has been implemented in order to clear the track of some of the debris that's come down as a result of all those incidents.
Yeah, I mean, the debris from the Ferrari and one hypercar and at least 2 LMP2s that we saw were strewn all across the straight chute between the S's and the run down to Tetra Rouge. I mean, absolutely covered in it. You could see the headlights picking it up. Plus, obviously, you had the number 7 car with red lights on for recovery, so there were going to be marshals out trying to sort that out, and I think they just thought it's safer to get out a safety car and just make sure that everyone is being nice and calm and slowed down. But so many safety cars being around, and the trouble is, again, we're back to the 3 again, then they've got to bring it down to 2, then they're going to do the wave buys, so we're back to that whole process.
Yeah.
And you know what they say in America, Paul, yellows breed yellows, and we're kind of in that, almost in that zone again, aren't we?
It's the sort of thing that John Hindhoff and I would have an argument about, but I would say actually that this has been brought about, this use of the safety car has been brought about to an extent by the behaviour of the drivers, because they haven't been able to observe the slow zone procedures properly. The incidents that we've had have been caused by coming into slow zones or going out of slow zones, and it's their behaviour, and that's where we've had the incidents.
It's so difficult though, Paul. I can say I've
give some feedback on the track conditions in general.
Yeah, I know it's thrown up. I was taking it easy earlier because I just can't see the road. It's fine. But now, to be honest, it's dry except just the exit of chicane 1. Everything else is good.
That's Earl Bamber on the team radio for Cadillac, car number 2, being asked by the team to report on the road conditions. That's my other concern. When the rain hits in the night, it's then very difficult, and it's patchy, not covering the whole of the track. When you arrive, as good as these headlights are, you've got to try and work out where the drier bits of the circuit are, and at high speed, that must be so difficult to do, Johnny.
It is. I mean, your headlights, they are incredibly good, and they do pick it up, but that's part of the challenge of Le Mans. That's what makes it such a challenge. You never ever, I've said it again and again and again, you never conquer it. You're always learning, and you have to leave a little bit of safety margin. You almost have to drive it a little bit almost like you're a rally driver. You know, you just have to leave a bit of margin. Otherwise, if you do that lap after lap after lap, it will bite you. And going back to Paul's point of safe slow zones, I understand why they're there, but I remember the first year I actually raced at Le Mans was one of the first years when they implemented slow zones. I was actually racing here. It was incredibly difficult. I had an incident where I nearly ran into the back of a car going 3 or 4 times into a slow zone, ended up having to shoot past them and then drop back behind them again, because it's very difficult because everyone's trying to gain that advantage point. Imagine if you imagine everyone racing to the pit stop line and a wide piece of track rather than just a single lane pit lane. It's going to be a recipe for disaster.
Paul, you can answer that in a second. I just want to make sure we cover the pit stop for the race leader 94, because Nick Damon, as his CrowdStrike pit lane report will prove, watched it all happen.
I actually was up the other end of the pit lane, actually watching the WRT to the second place in P2. At the same time, the leader in P2 was in there. The WRT was a full service tyres. River Kubica got out, not quite sure who got in, didn't get there in time. The 94 is now stuck at the end of the pit lane with 36, which is one of the P2s, the LMP2 and the 86 Porsche. So they're a little queue together. Interestingly, the leader in the P2, which is Fabian Scherer when he stopped the car, I'm not sure if it's still Fabian Scherer in the Inter-Europol car, only left about 3 seconds before the WRT. That car actually made it out on the previous set of lights. Doesn't matter, of course. It would have mattered massively, of course, this time last year. Doesn't matter now, because it'll all be put back together again. So perhaps that shows, you know, perhaps it is better to have it this way, where a bit of luck like that doesn't change the whole world. But yes, so I'm not quite sure. Paul can help me out here, because now the leaders come into the pit. What car and where is the lead safety car going to pick up?
Exactly, and I was about to comment on that, yeah, I was about to comment on that. What happened was Nico Müller realised that his 90-second advantage was going to be lost. So he thought, well, I might as well make a pit stop, get in, get me fuel, and then see where I come out. Because even if I lose the lead, I'll be right up behind the leader. So I won't lose anything at all, really. So it was a sensible move from the Peugeot to come into the pits before we get to the point where the safety car says the incident is cleared, begin the merging process, because at that point the pit lane entrance becomes closed.
Fabio Scherer did get out of the car, and Kuba Śmiechowski took over in the 34 Inter-Europol competition car, and Obviously, when cars come down pit road and others remain on the track, then you can get a change in the order, even though we are under safety car and technically there's no overtaking permitted on the track, but it can certainly shake things up if certain cars decide to pit and others don't. But Kuba Śmiechowski still shown as the race leader because he had such an amount of time in his back pocket from Rui Andrade in the 41 Team WRT car. Now, the Angolan driver, has he just taken over that car, Paul? Who was in 41 Team WRT prior to the stop that it's just done? It was Robert Kubica. Yeah. Thank you, Nick, as well, telling me that off air. So Kubica out, Andrade in, Scherer out of the 34, and Śmiechowski in. And now the 5050 Ferrari of Nicholas Nielsen heading into pit road, Nick Damon. Now, you're either very close to the stop or it's just whipped past you. Either way, you can give us a CrowdStrike pit lane report.
I have positioned myself in a central position, so I'm right by Cadillac, seeing the number 2 stop, which is a full service including driver change. I'm looking up to my left, seeing the 50, which is looking like fuel only, unless they sneak the driver in wasn't looking. In comes the 51 as well. Perguidi staying on board. He's getting fuel, not sure if he'll get boots. There's new boots for the 50. I did see Fuoco suited in boots. I'm not sure if that's changed or not. To my right, the number 5 Penske Porsche is having a full service with tyres. Again, not totally sure the driver. Away has gone the Cadillac. That one's squealing away. The 51 is being wheeled back. Oh, actually, it was wheeled back to get round the 50 because the 50 took tyre, the 51 didn't. They've both been stopped at the end along with the caddy, so they're both waiting in the same queue, but they are in the same order, but they are now obviously just a tenth of a second apart rather than being quite a long way. But the important thing is it's new boots on the 50 and existing tyres on the 51.
Speed, reliability, and the power of the cloud. That's protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Another queue involving the number 2 Cadillac and both of the Ferraris now at the end of pit lane. 94 Peugeot is back into the race and circulating behind safety car A. There aren't that many cars behind safety car A, which is now between the second chicane on the Mulsanne and the right-hander at Mulsanne corner itself. The far more heavily populated safety car, or at least the cars that it is bringing along with it towards the Daytona chicane, is the SCB, safety car B, on the Mulsanne straight. And a fair collection of cars working their way through Porsche curves right now behind safety car C. I wanted to get a quick reading, Paul, on how you saw that incident that involved the 66 Ferrari and the 7 Toyota. Am I right in thinking that there was a slow zone that was starting there, and there was a bit of confusion maybe from Louis Pret, who was arriving on the scene, but there was an LMP2 and a Toyota going slowly, and I think without problems?
Yes, but it was the fact that they had, when you're in a next slow zone, you're not in a slow zone, so there's no restriction on your speed. However, you're not allowed to overtake. So if you have a slow car in front of you, you're not allowed to overtake it. So what I think happened was one of those LMP2 cars was going slowly and caught out the others who were coming up on the rear very rapidly indeed.
So it was a yellow flag, yes, rather than a slow zone itself. It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit and on RS1 around the world via radiolemans.com. Sirius 136 and XM 202. Time now for an hourly update.
The Hertz Hourly Update. Getting you to your Let's Go moments for more than 100 years.
And here we are, 8.5 hours into the 2023 Le Mans 24 Hours. And it's a Peugeot that leads now. 107 laps completed for number 94, the Peugeot 9X8. Nico Müller is at the wheel and has just made a pit stop, but we're behind safety cars. We're in the safety car anyway. Second is car number 50, another pit stopper, Antonio Fuoco in the Ferrari 499P. He has also completed 107 laps, as indeed have all of the top 5 cars. Third place, the Cadillac Alex Lynn, car number 2. Fourth place, the number 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. And in fifth place, number 8, Ryo Hirakawa in the Toyota GR010 Hybrid. Those, as I say, have all completed 107 laps. 106 laps, one lap behind, is car number 5, Michael Christensen's Penske Motorsport Porsche. In 7th place, number 3, is the Cadillac V-Series R with Sebastian Bourdais at the wheel. In 8th place is number 6, the Penske Porsche of Lawrence Vantour. In 9th place, number 93, the other Peugeot, Mikkel Jensen, with number 93. And rounding out the top 10 is Romain Dumas in the first of the 2 Glickenhausers. Glickenhausers currently running 10th and 11th, and that's number 708 in 10th place, albeit that Glickenhaus is now 3 laps behind the race leader. In LMP2, it's Jakub Trikowski in the number 34 car, the Inter-Europol competition car, on 103 laps, and also will be 103 laps, Rui Andrade with the Team WRT car in 2nd place, number 41, and in 3rd place in LMP2, car number 80, the AF Corsa Oreca with Ben Barnicoat driving. And in fact, just to give you an idea of how close it is in LMP2, we've got 10 cars in LMP2, all still on the lead lap, respective to their category at least. Leading in GTE AM is the number 56 T-Rex liveried Porsche of Matteo Cairoli. In 2nd place, it's the Iron Dames Porsche. 2 Porsches, very distinctive ones, one green, one bright pink. Michel Gatting at the wheel of the 85. And in 3rd place in GTE AM, Francesco Castellacci with the AF Corsa Ferrari, and that's number 54 in 3rd place in the class. They are all on the lead lap, but only those 3 are on the lead lap as far as the GTE cars. No, they're not. Go back to that one. It's the top 6 that are all on the lead lap as far as GTE is concerned. The innovative car, mentioned that's still running. It's completed 98 laps and Jimmy Johnson is currently at the wheel. This is the Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet Camaro ZL1. So that's your hourly update. We'll be back again in another hour.
The hourly update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Let's get straight to Nick Damon.
With Fabio Scherer down in the Inter-Europol pit, I'm being very careful here not to go anywhere near your foot because you've had a bit of a problem.
Yes, exactly. It started terrible, the race for me. At the first pit stop, the Corvette ran over my foot, but properly. I'm still not sure if it's broken or not, but I don't want to know and I just want to try my best. In the car with adrenaline is working, but I can't stand on it in the garage. So it's okay. I have everything what I need to drive, but it's painful. But at the moment it doesn't matter because we are fighting for the win. So I prefer to have a broken foot and win the race than the opposite round.
Now it's your left foot, and you're a left foot braker, aren't you?
Exactly, yes.
And you have to put hundreds of kilograms of pressure with a broken foot.
Exactly. It's whatever it is, it's for sure not great, but we taped it complete. We changed that it's okay, but at the moment it feels all right. I think there is no issue for further stints, but I was a bit worried before I jumped for the first time in the car again.
Well, not only, I mean, let's not talk about feet. It's absolutely crazy out there, isn't it? With the wet, the dry, the drivers going off, the accidents. What's it like driving for a couple of hours just around the circuit, regardless of any injuries?
It was just cruising around because everything above cruising, you crash. So I was sometimes behind cars on the straight, I backed off on the straights to 90 or to 100 kph because I couldn't see where I go. It was fully mental, but it worked out well. So I hope we keep the race luck that we have for the moment and see where the journey ends.
That was a fabulous stint. I really hope that you haven't broken it. It gets better. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Cybersecurity revolutionised. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Fabio Scherer chatting to Nick Damon, who also once had his foot run over once. I presume incredibly painful, Nick. Tell us about your own personal injury. How long ago was this?
It was in Canada at the Grand Prix. Jean Alesi ran my foot over.
Oh, famous person to do it.
Yeah. No, I was, I'm not going to do it by halves. If you're going to get your foot run over, get run over by Jean Alesi in the pit lane. It was, luckily, the standard issue FOM boots were relatively robust. And of course it's a relatively light car, but it was certainly a wake-up call because he didn't get the tip, he got the whole foot. And, 2 inches more, he'd have had my ankle.
Yeah, ouch. It doesn't bear thinking about. Thank you, Nick Damon, with a kind of CrowdStrike pit lane report, more of a kind of running over the foot report, but we were grateful for that nevertheless. Speaking of drivers who have needed medical checks, Diana Binks a little while ago handed me a note about Tom Blomqvist for United Autosports, their 23 car involved in an incident. He's been to the medical centre, has been checked, and all is okay, due to be back in the car in a few hours. Now, Johnny Molam and Johnny Palmer, were a little bit puzzled about the 23 car, Paul. You will have been around when it had its difficulties. Car 23 for United Autosports. Can you fill us in on that, Paul?
Yes, because when I left, they were actually leading the class, due a pit stop, and I went to see Ollie, done a sterling job, and it was just raining, and they were in the top 3.
If you remember, that is.
Yes, I'm trying to think, because was it not the 22 car that was sitting in the gravel bed in Indianapolis? There was a car it was a United car that was sitting in the...
The 22 had a problem way early on in the race, and that dropped them right back. The 23 with Tom Blomqvist, Josh Pearce and Oliver Jarvis was right up there and running with Jean-Louis Delatraz just behind, and then took the lead when the 2 in front pitted, running legitimate third, took the lead at about 3 or 4 laps longer, pitted, but then they were all on the same lap when the rain came, and everyone pitted for wet. So Oliver Jarvis got out, Tom Blomqvist got in. At that point, they were right up there. But of course, I don't know what happened after that.
No, Tom Blomqvist did have a problem out on the circuit during that rainy period, and it was a longer pit stop for the car. But I can't remember what actually triggered. In fact, it may have been post the rain. It was post the rain, and it was a longer pit stop for Tom Blomqvist, who came in, and they spent 5 minutes in the pit lane thereabouts, and
interesting that it's only a 5-minute pit stop though, but something bad enough that he had to go to the medical centre.
Must enter in the pits in the next passage and go out behind safety car C. Car 34 must enter in the pits on the next passage and go out behind safety car A.
Now, this presumably is to put, well, in both cases, a safety car back, which may actually be a quicker process than waving everybody by, Paul. So you work out which car is slightly out of position, and it's whichever is quickest to do. You either wave a whole batch of cars by or instruct one to come into the pits and park up to wait for the next safety car to come through.
And obviously both of those cars he was talking about was the LMP2 leader and the GTM leader. So the 34 and the 56. So that way he doesn't have to deal with the whole situation of having everyone, he's putting them back in position with their own people in class.
Precisely, because on the last safety car interlude, it took an awfully long time to do the merging process of 3 safety cars into one, purely because it took everybody so long to catch up. So they're getting around that by, as you just described, making this process. The unfortunate thing is, and I wish they would just slow them down, they've told them to come into the pit lane, so effectively doing a drive-through penalty, which messes up the pit lane count because it will just look like another pit stop, and it's not.
Yeah, but it's not a drive-through. It's just a stop and hold that's not a penalty. Actually,
exactly. It's not even a penalty.
But they'd have to then stop out on track though, otherwise, in order to. So that would be dangerous. So there's no. Yeah, I hear what you're saying though, Paul.
It's the anorak in me that needs to count the number of pit stops.
You could. Why can you not park them on the straight bit of either of the two chicanes in the Mulsanne? I mean, I suppose you're going to run a car through a bit of debris though that way, aren't you?
It's much easier. What he's doing is much easier because you come into the pits, there'll be a queue at the end of the pit lane, and all you'll be doing is join that queue at the end of the pit lane, which is anyway waiting for the next safety car.
It's important to point out that if this scenario had happened last year, this would be waving car 34 and car 56. Is it 34? Is the LMP2 leader?
Yes, yeah, 34.
Yeah. 34 and 56 into a safety car, 1/3 of a lap's lead, effectively.
Yeah.
And this is what we're trying to prevent with the new regulations.
Yeah, which is in 2 phases. You do the pass around first to get them, when you get them all behind one safety car, then you do a pass around, and then you do the drop back of the classes to bunch up all the classes together as well.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Johnny, for explaining that to me. I feel a lot more clearer in my mind now.
Do you? I don't.
It's a testing year.
I think Paul's the only one that really knows what's going on, isn't he, Johnny?
Well, I'd hope quite a lot of people into the Module Sportif will know.
No, I was talking about
in this team,
in this room.
Big time.
Yes,
it's all about this guy to our left, 100%. We're just here, just enjoying a motor race.
Exactly.
Basically. To Nick Damon with a CrowdStrike pit and paddock report, because at least 4 LMP2s, as in the sort of key players, 4 from the top 6, in fact.
Yeah, we got, well, in no particular order, we've got the 80, we've got the 37, we've got the 31, we have the 30, we've got the, one of the, I don't know which one, but one of the United Autosports cars came past me. Most of them just taking fuel and tyres. Here's the 28, the mighty 28, and someone who drove so close to pit wall I couldn't see the numbers I'm looking for. But yes, about 7 of them. They're all now causing a massive kerfuffle at the top because they're all trying to get out at the same time. The only thing of interest was the 80, which is the AF Corsa car, which has is it Castellini at the moment? Is it Flores driving? I don't know. They put a new rear deck on. I don't think because it was damaged. I think it had they've gone for a slightly different downforce level on the 80. But there's now a posse of P2s at pit exit. Say that 3 times fast.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
So car 54 running in 3rd position is Francesco Castellacci.
It was actually the 80 car, which is the AF Corsa Run LMP2, that's leading in the Pro-Am class with Ben Barnicoat on at the wheel. And they did, as Nick rightly said, they did do a very swift and efficient change of the rear wing, but the one they took off didn't seem to have any damage on it. So so I'm not quite sure why they would change the rear wing when the one they took off looked completely fine, but there would have been a good reason for that. They wouldn't have done that with no need, an unnecessary one.
If you would want to adjust the rear wing angle, wouldn't it be quicker just to put a new tail on rather than adjusting the rear?
The speed they did that at, Paul, I would agree with you. Yes, it was incredibly good. Yeah. So that could well be it. They could maybe be going for a slightly higher downforce rear wing just to try and allow for the fact that this track is probably a lot greener than any of these teams expected at this stage, given the constant rain showers and also the lack of any real green lap running consecutive laps.
A chance for me to start to investigate the amount of damage on the back of that number 7 Toyota. That did not look too pretty at all. Rear left, a real mess, and I'm not surprised now Kamui Kobayashi could not go any further. Though that's the side that took the brutal impact from an up on 2 wheels Ferrari 66, and as actually Kamui drove away from that, there was a load of movement from the rear left wheel, showing that it's at least detached the drive shaft, I would think. So he's trying to get trying to get back to the pits with a rear right that's still working just about, and no hybrid.
Yeah, he got battered from both sides, didn't he there?
squeeze between...
And
well,
that is a slow... I mean, Paul said it, you said it, you called it absolutely right, Johnny. That was a load of people bottlenecking into a slow zone, and everyone just, there's 4 or 5 cars all arriving for the same piece of track, and it just 4 or 5 into one just didn't go.
It was great to witness Louis Pret at least able to clamber out of a hugely dog-eared 66 JMW Motorsport Ferrari and run across the track for cover. So he will be checked, no doubt about it, in the medical centre. Some team radio for Sebastien Bourdais.
So slight correction. We think you'll be right behind the leader when all this rearranging happens.
So all I gotta do is take him out.
Or just pass him cleanly.
Yeah, that's okay.
The man from Le Mans.
I wasn't. You can pass him. We're better. It's a Peugeot. We're better than that car.
Okay, right on. Let's go.
Okay.
Got to give these people what they're here for. A little Sebastian magic.
Well, certainly not some contact and cleaning a car out to get by it, but it was firmly tongue-in-cheek from Sebastien Bourdais, the driver from number 3 Cadillac, with the gold front.
See, I'm not sure I like this, that we can listen into conversations between drivers and their engineers, because I'm just thinking back to the tons of things that I might have said that if they'd been broadcast would not be particularly helpful.
Yes, would not necessarily put you in a good light, you mean?
Exactly.
Well,
I'm sure Sebastian, when he said that to his engineer, was only thinking about him and his engineer. He was not assuming that the whole world was listening. Albeit he was joking. No, you don't, trust me.
The comments at the start of the race, which Paul wasn't too happy with, which is, this is just another motor race, let's not big it up, blah, blah. It was suggested to me after those comments that actually he knew full well that that would probably be beamed to the world. But yes, that was quite a long exchange, explaining to Bourdais, I mean, quite some statement, we're better than that car. The Peugeot's a good car.
Absolutely, but the Cadillac is the faster car. The Peugeot is there on really good strategy. They called it beautifully, pitting really early under the safety car. They knew that they were going to end up in a situation where it was all going to get packed up again, but they're really calling this race properly. You had the problem with Jev going into the gravel when he spun on his outlaps on slicks and going off at Mulsanne Corner, I think it was. But other than that, the Peugeots, out of all the cars out there, have probably run the most faultlessly and with the drivers keeping their noses the cleanest. So they're there on merit, not taking anything away from them, but in terms of the pace of the car, the Cadillac is definitely, I would say, a bit quicker than a Peugeot.
We spoke to Loic Duval, I think it was, earlier in the week, and he said exactly that. We know we're not the quickest. Doesn't stop us. We know that there were Audis running in the 2000s that were not the quickest, that still won the race, and we're just going to take a leaf out of their book, keep it clean, keep it good in the pits.
Absolutely, Paul, and let's not forget that Sebastien Bourdais, who we just heard chatting to his engineer on board that number 3 Cadillac, is also the man that set the fastest lap of the race back on lap 12, which seems an age ago, of a 3-minute 28.298. So clearly has the pace in that car, albeit we did hear him being a little bit negative. Perhaps is a glass half empty kind of, having a glass half empty kind of a day today, but we heard him complaining about the car not being straight and the tyre pressures not being under control, and perhaps they had too much toe in or toe out in a particular area after contact, and they're not happy with the way the tyres are reacting. But here they are again, going to be, from the sounds of it, right back up at the sharp end.
Yes, I'm still waiting to see how, because I think the engineer said he was going to finish up second, and I'm not quite sure how that's going to...
I think that's a bit optimistic.
Yeah, that's going to pan out, because at least 3 cars ahead of him have already had the pit stops, and so they're going to end up effectively running for longer.
Sixth, weren't they, Paul? I would imagine. 5th or 6th?
Yes. As I say, I expect to see the potential for a Toyota coming in, the number 8 car coming in to have a pit stop, hopefully before we get the merging process, because the problem is as soon as we get the merging process in, the pit lane is closed. So if Toyota are working hard at it, they'll be bringing a car in pretty soon.
United Autosports number 22's come into the pits, by the way, and the Anglo-American squad, formerly based in Yorkshire, working hard on the front of Philippe Albuquerque's car. Nose off briefly, and just addressing that's the... Is that the brake kind of canisters, or the brake fluid in the front there, just into the nose of the car. And it looked like the same nose was reattached. Prema number 9 going to be in this queue, which is caused by a red flag at the end of pit lane. Nick Damon is sauntering his way down to the area of United and indeed Toyota. But yes, presented by a red light at the end of pit road. In fact, we'll go to Nick now for a CrowdStrike pit and paddock report.
Yeah, both the racing team Turkey car, the 923, I get the impression it might be Dries 310 Tour from the. Is that it? Is that it for the car?
Unfortunately, it is. Yeah, we don't really know what's going on, but we just keep having issues on the front right suspension, and it keeps breaking. So yeah, it's a bit too dangerous to go out again and let it happen to a point where we don't really want it to happen on the high speed stuff. So yeah, safety is still our first priority. So yeah.
Did the problem start after that accident a couple of hours ago, or you had it before that?
I don't know.
Thanks, Nick. We'll get back to that in a moment or two. We're also keeping an eye on cars rejoining the session, joining the race from pit road. I reckon, no, it's still United in that queue. Graf are in the pit lane as well. No, the Guido van der Garde car is separate from the ones that have just pitted. Philippe Ugran is the car right at the end of the pit lane in Prema Racing number 9 for LMP2. But the top 12 positions still Hypercar entries, and they are all circulating behind one of the 3 safety cars. Here's Michael Christensen.
After the merging, after the drawback, I'm counting 5 cars ahead, which will be in the leading lap. So that will be your target to overtake, to put us back in the lead lap position, should we have another safety car.
Hendrick Motorsports' Mike Rockenfeller heading up through Dunlop Curve and into the Dunlop chicane, with the 94 Peugeot leading the way. The 4 minutes and 50-second margin he has over Rio Hirakawa, somewhat deceptive, Johnny Molam. A, because we're under a safety car, so much reduced speed, and also we haven't had the wave-by done yet. So we will restart, we should restart with a Peugeot and a Toyota nose-to-tail, unless they choose to pit, of course.
Well, what will happen is obviously the other safety car B and safety car C will peel in. They'll all line up behind safety car A, and at which point they'll then get the order of the different classes all sorted out, and those that are at the moment 4 minutes 52 seconds behind will eventually be right behind him.
I suggest that Rio Hirakawa in the Toyota number 8 has to stop, and that's not because he's out of fuel, not because he's out of hybrid power, but just tactically, before the safety car gets to the end of this this period. As I say, it's when the merging starts that the pit lane closes. The pit lane is open at the moment, but he has to come in, I think, otherwise tactically he'll lose a lot of ground. The worst that can happen at the moment is he'll slip back to 5th place.
And the safety car at the moment is literally just at pit in. Safety car A is at pit in, so if he's going to come in, because they're preparing to merge, he needs to come in this lap.
He's missed it. The pit lane's already closed.
Incident clear. Let's start merging. Safety cars move out of the way, turn on the green light. Safety car B and safety car C. Let's do the merge. Let's do the merge, please.
That's like a kind of dance move.
I was just thinking that. Let's do the merge. What would you imagine the merge would look like? Sort of like
folks, what do you think? Don't fall off your chair again, for goodness sake. But that might go viral as well now.
No.
The merge.
You see?
I'm not going to get Trussers to do it because he'll just flatly refuse.
It won't appeal to anybody, even if my wife is watching. But let's just explain, because maybe people don't know what we're talking about. The merge is a process by which everybody, the two safety cars B and C, leave the circuit. So what happens is everybody is allowed to overtake the safety car if they're behind safety car B or C, and everybody now lines up behind the single safety car A. Now, once you've got all the cars lined up behind the one safety car, then we do what's called the wave by. And that means that anybody who is ahead of their class leader can go past the safety car and catch up with the tail. When we've done that, we can do the drop back. And the drop back consists firstly of the LMP2 cars dropping to the end of the queue. And then it consists of the GTE cars dropping to the end of the queue again. So we end up with all the hypercars at the front, all the LMP2 cars in the middle, and all the GTE cars at the back. It's a lot like a dance in some ways. You know, some of these complicated country dances that you did when you were at school, and suddenly you end up with the partner that you started with. It's the same sort of thing. You end up with the same pattern of the field as you did at the start of the race with the hypercars, the P2 cars, and the GT cars in order.
And may the do-si-do commence. That's going to be a message on the screen in a bit too.
The problem that I see with this whole thing, and I understand why they're doing it, I understand exactly, and it can you winners and losers, and in a situation where you have a safety car when you're in the overall lead, like it's just happened with the Nico Müller number 94 Peugeot. He had a 2-minute or 1-minute lead, and it's all going to be negated. You've got the same, going to have the same problems within the class. But the problem is in the normal circuit, like a Daytona or even a Sebring, when you're told to pass the safety car and go round to catch up to the back of the line to get your lap back because your class leader is behind you, that's well and good. When you're told to do that at Le Mans, it takes a lot longer.
Yeah.
And the problem with all of that is that this is delaying us seeing green flag racing. So I'm not sure that this system, I understand for fairness, but in terms of the spectator and entertainment, I think they need to come up with another plan. Far be it for me, and Paul will probably throw something at me for this suggestion, but potentially you could just work it out and just do the laps. Give someone a lap or take someone away a lap actually on the screen, and actually do it almost manually rather than physically make them actually have to do the thing themselves. And then you can just, you know what order you want them in, so just create the order, put them into it and go racing. And that would probably take about a minute.
I have thought that process through, but then realised there must be a flaw in taking laps away from cars, adding laps here and there, and
well, it's a recipe for disaster if you haven't got someone very clever doing it.
Yeah. Fancy a job, Paul? I don't know, because you're then assuming that a car can complete a lap that it hasn't physically done.
Yeah, I agree with you, Johnny, in that it takes a long time, and that's where John Hindhoff and I had a disagreement during the test day. But I can't think of a better way to do it. I think that's the problem.
There must be a better way, though, Paul, surely. I can't think of it either, there's always, my suggestion.
Yeah, there's always a better way. I think a lot of it is to do with drivers getting used to it, but the problem is it's such a long way around here. You know, you can't avoid the fact that even the best of the best laps are taking 3.5 minutes. So,
but even though you imagine that they're doing 9-minute laps, so they're doing a little over half the speed, half speed behind the pace car. If you were actually coming around to join up to the line and that line was stationary, that's going to take you 4 minutes. They're going at half speed. It's going to take you 6-7 minutes to catch them.
But what you're then introducing is something akin to a red flag and a regrid. So you stop everybody, you put them all in a different order, and you set them off again. So it's almost a red flag situation.
Yeah.
And you know that politically would be unacceptable to say.
But surely there's a quicker. You don't need. When they drop the P2s back and then the GTs back and everything, there must be a quicker way to just get everyone into order.
Why can't we clear the Bugatti circuit of all the gubbins that we've got here this weekend and utilise that as an extra loop, basically, and then you run cars around that as a shortened version to rearrange them before sending them back out into the countryside?
Now there's an idea.
That
only trouble
work
is,
either.
Where do you put your concerts?
Exactly. Where would Bob Sinclair play on a Friday night? Haggerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM. We are about to enter another race hour.
Radio Le Mans weather.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning, pretty much. 17 degrees Celsius, dropping to 13 at 5 o'clock this morning with a small wind of 7 kilometres per hour, but a 2% chance of rain it's showing. Later on Sunday, a high of 27 degrees Celsius and the chance of isolated thunderstorms at 4 p.m. when the race finishes. Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel, the perfect way to spend Father's Day with Le Mans heroes and spectacular aircraft.
Le Mans Milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
A close finish is the milestone chosen by Kev Galloway. Porsche were on a 7-race winning streak coming into the 1988 Le Mans 24 Hours, and indeed the Bell-stuck Ludwig Porsche 962C came close to winning. Ludwig making a rare error by running out of fuel on the track and losing valuable time getting back to the pits. Jan Lammers, Johnny Dumfries and Andy Wallace brought the sonorous 7-litre V12 Jaguar XJR 9LM to victory in front of at least 50,000 British spectators who were in attendance. At the end of the race, the crowd flooded the track and drivers had trouble reaching the finish line. The second-place Porsche 962C finished on the lead lap. The win was even more remarkable, as the winning chassis had failed even to finish at the previous 4 rounds of the World Sports Prototype Championship season.
Le Mans Milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Right at the start of the 10th hour here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM of the centenary version, the centenary event of the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2023. Johnny Palmer, Johnny Molam and Paul Truswell. Peter Snowden looking after the CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports. We'll get to Snowy just as soon as he's found something else to somebody else to chat to, something else to report on. You get the feeling that's not too far away either. Big story, of course, in the last hour or so, the retirement of the number 7 Toyota Camry Coupe Kobayashi. We know that car is out of the race, although it's still shown in 32nd position. It will obviously continue tumbling down through the GTE AM field and shortly onto page 2 of my timing and scoring. The pass around, Paul Truswell, is now commencing. That's the reason why you can hear revs starting to rise as cars are invited to catch up with safety car A.
To go past safety car A and go around to catch up with the tail of the crocodile again. And they're only allowed to do that if their position in the queue is ahead of their class leader. And it's up to the team to know whether they are in a position to do that or not. That they don't get waved by the safety car or nobody tells them to go past. It's up to the team to track where the class leader is and whether they're allowed to go past. If they make a mistake, they get hit with a 2-minute stop and go, a 2-lap stop and go penalty, or the time equivalent of whatever a 2-lap stop and go penalty is.
So going.
Sorry,
Johnny.
Just to report on a quick radio message when I caught the back end of Laurence Vantor was being told by the team. This is the 6th Porsche Penske Motorsport car. We're looking at 7 to 8 green flag laps before the next pit stop, presumably. But we're not going to get that straight away. We're still under safety car, but they're just giving Laurence Vantor a rough idea as to when he'll need to come back into pit road for fuel.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to throw down to PT, and that's we were discussing before the top of the hour the Ryo Hirakawa situation in the number 8 Toyota, currently in 2nd place, 13 seconds now behind the leading Peugeot of Nico Müller, and we were debating about whether he should pit under the safety car before they closed the pits and started the merge. Do my little dance. Now, obviously, that window is gone, hasn't it, Paul? So he's not able to do that. How many laps, once they go green, do you reckon he can go before he needs to pit for fuel? Or do you think it'll be one of those situations where as their safety car is coming in and as they're going green, we'll see him coming into the pit lane, at which point, obviously, he's going to be losing a lot of time?
Yeah, I mean, he'll have saved quite a lot of fuel behind the safety car, so he won't have used enough. He's on his 10th lap of his current stint, and he should be able to go to 12 or maybe 13 laps. With the safety car, he'll have saved enough fuel to be able to go to maybe 15 laps, so he could do another 5 laps.
Do you think they're banking on there being another yellow in their next 4 or 5 laps, sort of yellows breeding yellows? Because in my opinion, strategy, really, if you've got anywhere in the window and there's a safety car, you really should be pitting and fueling under a safety car.
Yes, and I think he should have done, as I said before. All they'll be doing by coming in after the safety car withdraws is limiting the damage. Hirakawa has done a triple stint already, so he's been in the car for something over 3 hours. Johnny was saying we've just gone into the 10th hour of the race. He got into the car early in the 7th hour of the race, so he's been in the car for 3 hours. He's not allowed to drive more than 4, so he's not going to break any rules. But he will be...
But everyone around him has pitted, I believe, yeah?
Exactly.
Pitted and fueled.
Exactly.
So he's got 4 laps left. They've all got like 11 or 12 laps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the decision not to pit is not immediately obvious.
But
for
I
us.
think they were dropping down the order a bit, Johnny. I can see if they're taking a bit of a gamble. I wouldn't have done it at this stage. I would have just played it safer. But if they do get another yellow in the next 3 or 4 laps, which, let's face it, isn't unusual today, then it'll play to their strategy. And they had dropped down sort of 5th, 6th, hadn't they? They weren't sort of right up at the sharp end, so this could be their way of changing that.
There's definitely a pack to this race, and I think a high probability, therefore, of more yellows, certainly, and the odd slow zone here and there. And you never know if there is an incident with already 12 retirements. I'll run through those in a moment, but highly likely that there'll be another safety car as well. This is safety car period number 4, by the way, Trussers. I did look that up a moment or 2 ago, but I wondered whether 2 of them had almost become a single safety car period. It depends where they fell.
Yeah, I would call it 3 safety car periods, whether I'm not quite sure why the organisers think 4.
But the organisers are saying 4. Okay.
Car 77, I have the feeling you may be delaying the pack behind you.
Car 77 being the Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche of Christian Reed in 12th position in GTE AM. Let's just run through the order of the top 6 of AM at 7 minutes past 1 in the morning. Circuit de la Sarthe, Hagerty Radio Le Mans. 85 Iron Dames Porsche leading GTE AM with Michelle Gatting at the wheel. She's ahead of Francesco Castellacci in the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari. Then it's Project 1 AO's Porsche of Matteo Cairoli, 3rd, number 56. The 911 Proton Competition Porsche of Martin Rump is in 4th, ahead of Kessel Racing's Ferrari for Scott Huffaker, 57. And the 25 ORT by TF Aston Martin for Ahmed Al-Hati.
And the reason why the Iron Dames are now leading that class is because the Dragon, or the dinosaur Porsche, the T-Rex Porsche number 56, made a pit stop under that safety car with Matteo Cairoli, and so they're now the ones in the GTE class who have got a relatively full tank of fuel. Michel Gatting and Francesco Castellacci in 85 and 54 didn't make pit stops, because in fact it wasn't really worth doing so, because they came in just before the safety car came out. And so they found themselves in the lead of the race, and the number 50, the 56 Porsche took the opportunity to get some cheap fuel whilst the safety car was out.
There was a sale on at his local supermarket.
Exactly so.
Perhaps, yes. I know what you mean by cheap fuel, though. 12 retirements, as I say, 12 official retirements to this point. Let's run through those, because I know a lot of you like to keep tabs on these things. So the 14 Nielsen Racing LMP2 car, the first to be officially retired, or that's the fewest laps covered by that car of all the retirements. That was Rodrigo Sales, who had a big off at the first corner, the Dunlop curve, the car spearing right and clattering the barrier. Rodrigo tried to drive it away, but it was actually missing its front right wheel, so he didn't get much further. The 13 Tower Motorsports car of Ricky Taylor, a bizarre off that was at the start of the Mulsanne straight, going left, and maybe something breaking on the Tower Motorsports car.
I think they established something broke, yes.
We've had that confirmed.
Nick spoke to Jordan Taylor.
Okay, brother of Ricky Taylor, but Jordan had been here during the test day to drive the Cup car.
Yes,
Motorsports.
Yeah.
21 AF Corsa for Ulysse de Pauw. He was one of 2 cars involved with the number 3 Cadillac at the top of the hill underneath the Dunlop Bridge, and the AF Corsa Ferrari and the 55 GMB Motorsport car of Gustave Berg were possibly having their own incident, which then bled into the 3 Cadillac, basically. There was some suggestion that the 2 GT cars got together before they then whacked Sebastien Bourdais' number 3 Cadillac. I don't think we've ever had a kind of full replay to establish that, but 55 and 21 out in the same incident. Likewise, Claudio Schiavone in the 60 Iron Lynx car had a spin between Forest S's and the right-hander at Tertre Rouge, and as he came back across the track, Ryan Hardwick had nowhere to go in the number 16 Proton Competition Porsche, so that accounted for 2 Porsches in one fell swoop. 83 Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari that was going really well. Lilou Adu, along with the rest of the team, have had a victory already in the FIA World Endurance Championship this season, but it'll be a non-finish at Le Mans this year.
Went off at the Porsche curves.
Thank you. 72 TF Sport, Aston Martin, Arnold Robin no longer running. I don't know the reason for that either, Paul.
Went off in the gravel, I'm not quite sure where.
75 Porsche Penske Motorsport car of Mathieu Jaminet was a fuel pressure problem. He was really struggling down the Mulsanne straight to get the car home, but it was almost on the hybrid and nothing more, and it did seem like it was going to be a long run home. He didn't get much further.
One of the few actual technical issues for a hypercar today.
Good point, yeah. 923 Racing Team Turkey for Dries Vanthoor, and Nick caught up with Dries not too long ago during one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reports to say, yep, that's pretty much it. Unfortunately for the 923, despite the best efforts from TF Sport again, flagged as a Turkish outfit, of course, and entered as Racing Team Turkey. 66 JMW Motorsport car almost rolled when Louis Pret was at the wheel, when he got clattered by a Toyota, which was also ruled out in the same incident, the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010 of Kamui Kobayashi, which resulted in a lot of damage, particularly around the rear left of that hypercar. So 2 hypercars out of the race, the 7 and the 75, 1 an LMH car, 1 an LMDH car, 3 P2s, and the rest of them are GTE AMs, 7 of those cars out of the race. But it does leave us still with 14 cars in the GT category. And now, an Alpine going slowly on the racetrack. It's certainly an Orica 07. And no, actually, that's the 80 car with the French tricolore up the nose of that car.
Is that Ben Barnicoat again? That was the car that changed the rear wing, wasn't it?
If I've got the correct car.
Your eyesight's better than mine, Johnny, if you can see that's number 80.
Well, I just know that right down the middle of the nose, there's the red, the white, and the blue, and I think I got just a quick look of that as the floodlights were able to illuminate the nose of the car briefly. So if it is Ben Barnicoat, what are his sector times looking like? Well, it's tricky to tell, actually.
Didn't look. No, it's not the.
It is the 80 car.
Yeah,
8-0, and it's stuck.
And it is Ben Barnicoat. There you go.
Yeah,
I take it all back.
10th position. Was he 10th before? No, he probably lost a lot of places because of this. And
he was leading. He was actually leading when he came out of the pits after the wing change. He was leading his class.
Yeah.
And I think he was 4th or 5th in LMP2 overall.
So leading his subcategory. Remember, Francois Perrodo drives this 80 car as well, so it's entered into Pro-Am. We haven't got that many cars left in contention for a top 10 LMP2 finish. Pro-Am cars are 37 leading the subcategory, which is Alexandre Coigny for Cool Racing. They're 8th in P2. This car, 10th in P2, Ben Barnicoat, and then 3rd of the Pro-Am runners, number 45, Algarve Pro Racing's Colin Brown. Well, there's no chance of us seeing the safety car peel off just yet. We weren't in a position, I think, to go for a restart just yet anyway, but the 80 car is trundling its way down towards Indianapolis now. Right-hand kick very shortly for Ben Barnicoat, and AF Corsa, who run the 80 car, are about to burst into life, but it's going to be quite a wait. It's only at Marshall Post 24, not yet at Indianapolis properly.
And the danger is that the safety car, which is now on its in lap, we're in the middle of doing the GTE drop back, so that will mean the safety car's in at the end of this lap. But I think that safety car and all the cars behind it are going to catch up with Ben Barnicoat before he gets it back to the pit lane, Johnny.
Yeah.
And the lights of that number 80 car, the headlights flashing on and off as it goes into darkness and back on with the lights again. That's showing that Ben is actually in the car, recycling the master, recycling the ignition, and trying to get the thing to fire up. It doesn't even appear to be moving under its own steam. I think you can get it moving, then it kills it again, and it's sort of coasting at that point, slightly downhill as it approaches Indianapolis.
Horrible position to be in for Ben Barnicoat, because I'm sure the team are in touch with him, but he's just a completely lonely man now out at on Carnage, wanting to try and keep up with the rest of the field. But as you say, there is a strong risk now of the safety car train, which is really pushing on, having to get by the stricken car. There's no rule about safety cars overtaking other cars during a safety car period.
No, and also it might be a situation where they have to extend the safety car again, because he might then pull off and stop, and they can't go racing again with a car pulled over on the side of the road.
Indeed. Well, we're going to get an answer to this very shortly, because safety car A has arrived rather rapidly at Mulsanne Corner and is now powering its way out of there, allowing the Peugeot tucked in behind, leading the race, remember, after 113 laps, still weaving quite excessively. Nico Müller. Ryo Hirakawa is the next car through in the number 8 Toyota, second place. Alex Lynn in the blue-fronted Cadillac V-Series R, third on the road, third on the timing and scoring, car number 2. And then the 2 Ferraris, fourth place for the 50 of Antonio Fuoco, and fifth place for 51, Alessandro Pierguidi.
He does seem, Ben Barnicoat in the number 80, does seem to have picked up the pace a little bit. He's not going flat out by any stretch, but he does seem to be doing, I don't know, a good 60, 70 kilometers an hour.
The complication is going to be here that through the very quick Porsche curves,
he'll take to the right, and he'll just go all the way down through on the safety bit, so he'll be completely off the track.
Well, yeah,
and then he's almost to pit in then, and then it's a lot safer once you're down there, and they'll feel a lot more comfortable. They can go racing, pulling back behind the wall if needs be. But at the moment, it's looking like he will make it back to the pits, and just as he gets to pit in, he'll probably find that the safety car is right behind him. Just about. I don't think the safety car lights were out. I didn't see the safety car, so it won't be safety car in this lap. So they will go around one more lap.
Yeah, so at the moment...
No, it is safety car in this lap, and just do apologise on this screen. So the safety car will be coming in this lap. And they're just halfway through the Porsche curves, about to catch up to Ben Barnicoat in the number 80 car.
Yeah, the lights on the safety car go out in the Porsche curves if they're going to. So I think perhaps you were just looking at the safety car a little bit too early before it reached its threshold.
Is coming in at the end of this lap. Car 80, pull to the right-hand side on the runoff. Car 80, pull to the right-hand side on the runoff there. Let all the cars pass, please.
Safety car goes to pit road. The race leaders have already gone by the stricken 80 car, so Nico Müller will have a clear sight now of the start-finish straight. He's presented by flashing green LED lights, and that tells him that race is on again with 14 hours, 42 minutes to go. It's very nearly 18 minutes past 1 on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM, and absolutely side by side for the race lead between Hirakawa in the Toyota and Nico Müller in the Peugeot. Headlights galore as they thunder their way down through Dunlop curves and on towards the S's.
Taking the lead.
Toyota's
taken the lead
Peugeot,
there.
in fact, dropping to third position, because I reckon Alex Lynn squeezed ahead into second position. He did in the V-Series R, and the Peugeot is struggling to keep pace. Actually, Hirakawa is still behind the Peugeot. So that was actually, I need to get confirmation of the other cars involved with that, but I'm not misreading that. Am I? 8 Toyota with...
No, the 8 is leading, and I'm sure the 8 is leading now, isn't he?
The 8 car, it's still Nico Müller That's the place change. There are a couple of Peugeots very similarly placed, but remember, one is a lap down, Mikkel Jensen.
Yes.
So we got Nico Müller and Mikkel Jensen, and certainly Jensen now has been lapped by Ryo Hirakawa, but through the first sector, the race leader still Müller in the 94 Peugeot, Hirakawa second, Fuoco charging on, has got ahead of Alex Lynn in the 50 Ferrari. So 50 now ahead of the number 2 Cadillac. I'm not doing this by identifying cars out on track, purely from the timing screen.
I told you, a little bit of that magic. Got about 8 laps here before we have to pit. Just going to focus forward, do some good clean laps here, buddy.
And Ryo Hirakawa is now in the race lead, because that's confirmed before they get to Mulsanne corner itself. Toyota in front.
I did actually think he took the lead there into Dunlop. His car was a lot lighter. The car, the Nico Müller Peugeot, squirmed left, squirmed right as he tried to get the power down coming out of the final chicane onto the little pit straight, and really struggling for traction there. And Hirakawa got such a better run at him, went to the left through the kink, left-hand side, then braked, locked up the left-hand front, almost slid into the side of Nico Müller. There was probably a whisker of contact, nothing massive, and then he was on the outside. Ryo Hirakawa was on the outside as they went side by side through the Dunlop chicane, and then went around the outside as he dropped down into the S's before Tetra Rouge. Fantastic there. Obviously running lighter. He's only got 3 or 4 laps, as Paul was saying earlier, before he has to pit, whereas Nico Müller in the Peugeot, Fuoco in the number 50 Ferrari at the moment, who's in 3rd place, and Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 sister Ferrari, who's now moved up into 4th, also ahead of Alex Lynn in the number 2 Cadillac, have all got full fuel.
Yeah, I don't think Ryo Hirakawa has got even 2 laps of fuel. He may have if he's done some good fuel saving behind that safety car, but that's why, as you said, Johnny, he's desperate to get ahead in order to extend a bit of a lead here, because otherwise you just bottled up with a better car. Behind it would have been either the Peugeot or Alex Lynn, or possibly even Antonio Fuoco, who was definitely flying in the Ferrari.
Yeah, so Fuoco and Alessandro Pierguidi got ahead of Alex Lynn, who just didn't get away as readily as the 2 499Ps, and likewise Ryo Hirakawa, who has been the latest driver to join the Toyota Gazoo Racing driver lineup after Kazuki Nakajima effectively retired as a race driver, although has become a Toyota ambassador and is here this weekend overseeing matters as well. Hirakawa, a huge talent again from Japan, and leading by 1.9 seconds. Time for us to briefly pause and get a CrowdStrike pit report from Peter Snowden, watching the 80 car limp its way back into pit lane.
Well, limp it might have done on the way back in, but it's now out again, and it's on the pattern ready to go. I think Francois Perrodo has got in. I will confirm that for you in a second. But a very quick remedy, what it was double jeopardy, and it's just stalled it on the pit lane. You can hear that in the background. It's got going again now. But they got the rear deck off and found the problem, whatever it was, very, very quickly. Ran it, yes, and said that's it, out. And then a second issue with the front right just wouldn't lock on at all. But otherwise, I'm going to try and get hold of Ben Barnacote. So, John, if you just carry on for a minute, I'll try and get hold of Ben.
Well, to answer your question, Snow, it wasn't Francois Perrodo, it was Norman Nato, the 3rd driver in the lineup to take charge of the 80 car, and it rejoins in 15th position. It's lost a place in the subcategory, though, as well, slipping to 3rd place in Pro-Am. Pro-Am are a driver trio with a bronze rather than a silver. Let's go back to Snowy then for a CrowdStrike pit lane interview with Ben Barnacote.
Ben, obviously absolutely gutting. Talk us through it. What happened?
Yeah, it was just obviously coming to the end of the safety car period, and the throttle pedal stopped working, so couldn't accelerate. Was trying to do all the resets in the car, but nothing was working. Needed some assistance from the boys back here in the box. So, you know, obviously a great shame. I think we've lost 2 laps to the leading cool car in Pro-Am now by the looks of things, but we're on the same lap as P2. So, you know, a bit of luck on our side, and it could be back for the Pro-Am at least. But, you know, we were looking on for a great result overall. Still a long way to go. Not even halfway yet, so can't be too upset. So you never know what's going to happen in these long races. But yeah, great job by the team to get that repaired so quickly. You know, that could have lost a lot more time than that, but at least we're still in the game.
I just commented on that, how quickly they got it done. So potentiometer or something as simple as that?
I don't know if it was a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete reset from computer assistance, something I couldn't do from inside the car, unfortunately.
Well, you're very kindly thanking the team, which did a great job. You did a great job getting it back as well. But that must be, it's a nightmare from a driver's point of view, just sitting there stricken, isn't it? We saw you rebooting it and recycling it all the time.
Yeah, I had a good few goes at it, but you know, at the end of the day, at least I was quite lucky that it was under safety car conditions. That would have been very scary if everyone was coming past at full speed, and would have been quite vulnerable to an accident. But yeah, luckily you managed to get it back. Yeah, just keep digging now and see what we can do.
Classic response, always accentuate the positive. Ben, thank you very much for your time. Good luck, have some rest.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike, protection at every turn.
Norman Nato takes the 80 car back in the race. Pietro Fittipaldi now in the gravel at the first chicane.
25 for overtaking under yellow in the next slow zone. Car 25 has a drive-through penalty for overtaking under yellow in the next slow zone.
And car 25 is one of the LMP2s, he says, thinking it's early in the morning.
It's the Aston Martin.
Oh, yeah.
It's the orange Aston Martin.
For ORT, Oman Racing Team by TF Sport, indeed. So that's going to be, what penalty did Eduardo say?
It was just a drive-through.
Right. Would have expected maybe a bit more than that, but I'm sure it'll be as per the regulations, and again that'll be a cumulative. If you're found to do that on several occasions, then the penalties will get worse and worse. Did Pietro Fittipaldi get a nerf at the first chicane? Hang on, team radio.
I know, I see that. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
So that was Alexandra Pierguidi chatting about maybe the pace between his car and Antonio Fuoco, who's ahead of him, third and fourth, the Ferraris run. Still puzzled as to why Pietro Fittipaldi ended up spinning into the first chicane and ending up in the gravel. He wasn't very far away from Vlad Lomko at the time in the 47 Cool Racing car.
Well, Pierguidi, the reason I think Pierguidi is getting on the radio and getting frustrated, he was only 4 tenths at that point behind Fuoco. Going into that corner, it looked like Antonio Fuoco cut him off a little bit, but they were going into a slow zone, and I think that was the frustration, and obviously they got very close together. It's difficult. Pietro Fittipaldi was punching the steering wheel while he was sat in the gravel there in frustration. I didn't see if he went off alone or if it was, but the frustration was evident, and that 28 number 28 LMP2 Jota definitely, before practice and before qualifying anyway, one of the fastest cars in that class. I think some of the others are caught up with setups and everything, but they haven't been having a particularly clean afternoon. But this is going to drop them again at least another lap down from the leading team WRT number 41 car.
Glad you mentioned it was the Jota car, because that's a bit I'd missed out. But yeah, the 28, the gold-coloured car, similar paint scheme, or if not identical, to the 38 963, the Hertz car, which had a big moment when Yifei Ye had his off coming out of the Porsche curves. But 38 is still running, 12th position now for Antonio Felix da Costa, and having completed
3 laps down, I think.
113 laps, so 3 laps down, you're right, to the race leader, Ryo Hirakawa. Slow zone in place now, or will be, no, is, for the run from Marshall Post 4 around to the first chicane.
So Ryo Hirakawa seems to be making fuel, Johnny, because he was due in, wasn't he, a lap ago, and he's still out there circulating.
Incident involving Pietro Fittipaldi's car, and actually the 65 now under investigation. So there was some contact between the Jota car.
That's the Manuel Maldonado Panis racing car, yes.
And running in third place. Now, if it's judged to be Maldonado's fault, then you sense a penalty that will take it out of the provisional podium positions. They'll have many more angles in race control of that incident, but I was almost convinced there was another car involved, but it was very difficult to identify it in the darkness. Still, the 499Ps virtually nose to tail, and this time into and out of Mulsanne corner. Fuoco still ahead of Pierre Guidi, but it's the 51 Ferrari that I would say is slightly quicker.
Oh, definitely. He's still only 4/10 behind, and really putting pressure on. If I were Ferrari, I would just get on the blower and just say, okay, Fuoco, move over, let Pierre Guidi through. He's clearly quicker at this stage. I don't know. I believe they're on similar tyre strategy, although actually they were, as we remember earlier, there was a situation where they pitted and one of them took tyres and one of them didn't. So I don't know if maybe Paul at some point can come back to us and see if the last stop they both took tyres or whether Pierre Guidi's on fresher rubber. If he is, they really do need to let the 50 car, let the 51 through.
Yeah,
7 and 9 back in the race, by the way. Sorry,
yeah,
Paul.
they're both on the same strategy at the moment, so no reason why they should be doing anything different.
Which way round was it, Paul, when I left you earlier when I was up here with John Hindhoff and I said that they'd asked Molina to move over? And
yes, Molina's had to move over to let Collado through. Can't remember now, but it was the 50 moving over to let the 51
It was
through.
letting Giovinazzi through, so it's the 50 moving over to let the 51 through.
Yes.
So this could be potentially the same.
Indeed, different drivers, but the same action potentially. And is that therefore to do with setup, or the car is just doing a little better on its tyres through the course of a stint? Or is it the fact that Giovinazzi at that time was a little faster than Molina, and this time Pierre Guidi more eager to get by and just in a better place than Antonio Fuoco. It is 1:30 at Circuit de la Sarthe. We've had 9.5 hours of the centenary edition of the 24 Hours. Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM and around the world on RS1 via radiolemans.com.
The Hertz Hourly Update. Getting you to your Let's Go moments for more than 100 years.
And so 9.5 hours into the race now, and still the chopping and changing continues. Time behind the safety car has still been very high indeed. Our race leader, car number 8, Ryo Hirakawa, in the Toyota Gazoo racing car. He's done 117 laps now, although it's worth bearing in mind that only 54 of those laps have been green flag laps. All the rest have been affected either by safety cars, full course yellows, or slow zones around the circuit. That's pretty much 50% of his race affected by slow zones of neutralizations of one sort or another. He is in front though, that's all he cares about, and he has a 3.3 second advantage over Nico Müller in the Peugeot 9X8, who's in second place in car number 94. Third and fourth are the two Ferraris, 50 Antonio Fuoco ahead of 51 Alessandro Pierre Guidi. In fifth place is Alex Lynn in the first of the two Cadillacs. Sebastian Bourdais is sixth, so it's Lynn in number 2, Bourdais in number 3. They're running fifth and sixth. Seventh is Lawrence Van Toor in the first of the two Porsches, with number 5, Michael Christensen, just behind him. 6th and 5 then in 7th and 8th places. 9th is the other Peugeot, Mikkel Jensen, at the wheel of number 93. And 10th is Romain Dumas at the wheel of the Glickenhaus. Of those that are on the lead lap, just to give you an idea of the closeness of it, there are 7 cars now on the lead lap, and the rest of the top 10 at least 1 or 2 laps behind. In LMP2, number 41, Rui Andrade leads the way for Team WRT. He has a 6-second lead over Jakub Swiatkowski in the Inter-Europol competition, Orica number 34. That's the first two, 41 and 34. Third is Manuel Maldonado in the Panis Racing Oregon, the 65. Fourth is Rene Binder, number 30 in the Duquesne team car. Fifth, Vladislav Lomko in the Cool Racing car number 47, and 6 is the other Cool Racing car for Maltha Jakobsen, car number 37. That's LMP2. In GTE, it's Matteo Cairoli in T-Rex again, Project 1 Porsche, number 56, back to the front of the GTE class, ahead now of Francesco Castellacci in the AF Corsa car, number 54, and then Michel Gatting with the Iron Dames car, number 85, the Porsche. That car has dropped back to third in the class. Fourth is number 911, Michael Rump for Proton Competition. Fifth, number 25, Ahmed Al-Hati in the ORT Aston Martin, but that car's got to take a penalty. And sixth in GT is number 57, Kessel Racing, Daniel Serra at the wheel of the Ferrari. And those 6 cars are all on the same lap as each other. That's your hourly update. More at 2:30.
The Hourly Update.
Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Johnny Molan and me, Johnny Palmer, really struggling to work out why the number 3 Cadillac, driven by Sebastian Bourdais, is now seemingly a full lap, or almost a full lap, behind the other Cadillac, when we reckon he did. Those 2 cars began the restart of the race on the same lap. Or were they, in fact, Paul, a lap apart?
They were not a lap apart, although...
Because they were on the radio, Paul. They were bigging him up, saying you got 7 or 8 laps to go, and he's 3 minutes, 12 seconds behind the car in front.
He unlapped himself.
Exactly. That's what's happened.
At the restart.
Yeah, he unlapped himself at the restart. Both he and Laurens Vanthoor unlapped themselves from the race leader. That's why we saw a Porsche and a Cadillac.
Sense.
That was what was confusing, because there were too many cars in the front, weren't there?
They
really?
were.
That's why I got so confused.
There's 4 Peugeots all of a sudden in the race and about 6 Cadillacs. Where did they all come from?
Because, of course, the thing that we haven't had to deal with before, because it hasn't happened before, is that when they do the reset behind the safety car, they take the cars in the order they are on the track, but within the same class, the lapped cars just fit into their places.
Yeah,
they don't
that
actually
makes total sense.
Yeah,
and that's why you were saying it was actually the 3 Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais that was going past everybody, and you were going, oh yes, Alex Lynn's passing, and then we're like, oh, actually he's dropped back to 5th place, and that is where the confusion reigned. So Sebastian was actually doing a phenomenal job there, as he'd been talking to his engineering doing, and unlapping himself, and now pulling away. So if there's another safety car now, he'll get that lap fully back.
There was a radio message to Sebastian Bourdais from his engineer. There you go. We told you it was going to be pretty simple to get ahead of the Peugeots. He did, and then I couldn't understand why he wasn't shown as a leader, but he was a lap behind the Peugeots, and no longer is that the case. Michael Christensen has come in to the pit road in the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. That car currently running in 9th position there. And also Maxime Martin back into the race in the 43 DKR engineering car. That, unfortunately, for the Luxembourgish squad, down in 48th position. It's a 5-second lead for Ryo Hirakawa in the Toyota number 8 over 94 Peugeot for Nico Müller. And Alessandro Pierguidi is now ahead of Antonio Fuoco, 51 ahead of 50. So we thought that was going to happen, and indeed it has. The 2 Ferraris have switched places to give Pierguidi a much better chance of stretching his legs, although the gap is only up to half a second.
Yes, they're both going at it hammer and tongs, aren't they? The Ferrari putting on a great show, really great show. And we've now got, albeit on a completely different fuel strategy, sort of 3/4 offset almost in terms of when they're needing to pit. We've got a Toyota still leading out the front with Ryo Hirakawa in the number 8, closely followed by Nico Müller in the 94 Peugeot with a lot more fuel on board, and then the 51, as you rightly said, Johnny, of Pierguidi, the Ferrari, and the 50 of Antonio Fuoco, also the Ferrari, also sort of very heavy on fuel, behind by another 7 and 1 second respectively. So 5-second gap from first to second in Hypercar, then 12 seconds and then 13 seconds.
It's going to be 2 Porsches into pit road at the same time. Then Laurens Vanthoor arriving in front of the number 6 garage. Fuel going in first of all. They are preparing tyres as well. Now just getting word of a 1 minute stop and go penalty for the 35 car for accelerating in...
that was the Kobayashi incident, wasn't it?
Ah, yeah, okay. So 35 was the LMP2 car that was also involved in the incident that accounted for the 7 Toyota, put it out of the race, and the 6 JMW Motorsport Ferrari. So 1 minute stop and go penalty for accelerating in a next slow and causing the collision at Marshall Post 5, which was the exit of Forest S's.
Yes.
And the 35, I think we identified as the LP
yes.
at the time. And driving that Memo Rojas from memory.
Yes.
That's going back a little way.
It was Memo Rojas, 100%. It was Memo Rojas.
Yeah. And they basically tripped over the 35 car that was out to the left-hand side.
Yes.
And we were struggling to work out which car that was and why it was going so slowly.
I'll tell you what, 1 minute stop and go penalty, Johnny, for actually taking 2 cars, the JMW Ferrari and the Toyota of Kobayashi, out number 7 out of the race, is quite lenient, actually.
It does. It sounds like that to me. 66 had a period of time leading GTE AM earlier in the race. The 7 Toyota, had that ever led the race, Paul? Certainly the 8 car had. Oh, now problems for Prema, 63 from the LMP2 class, and Team Radio Rio Hirakawa.
SDO, copy box. Pit confirm. Driver change for Seb. You can undo your drinks bottle. Copy. Last lap time was very good. Ferrari 32s.
Bizarre moment for 63 Prema car, which is being driven by Daniil Kvyat. He'd already had a moment, and that continued through the Porsche curves, but he was arriving into the second bit of Porsche curves, at least minus one of his rear wheels.
Yeah, I think he'd had contact earlier on round Porsche curves, hit once, and then just spun himself around across to the outside of the Porsche curves and hit again. And this is going to be another safety car, the timing of which could be perfect for the number 8 Toyota, Paul.
It's exactly the gamble that you said they were taking, and I was shaking my head saying, that's a gamble too far. You want to take the fuel while it's cheap. They were hoping there would be an even cheaper petrol station just a little bit further on. There so was. And so it was a gamble that you said. It paid off. So we heard it on the team radio there, the Rio Hirakawa. He'll have done 18 laps on this tank full of fuel, or in this virtual fuel energy, which is a pretty long time, but nearly all of it was behind a safety car.
Just to get the terminology right, it's not another safety car, it's going to be a full course yellow introduced in 10 seconds time. Prepare for that in a moment.
Yeah, either way, a good time to be pitting for fuel.
Absolutely, but we don't have to do the full field reset, thankfully, so it's not going to be another 30 minutes or so without any racing. Reduce your speed to 80 kilometers per hour all the way around the track, and no overtaking.
It's even better, in fact, because the safety car goes faster than 80 kilometers an hour. So it's actually refueling Hirakawa with the cars going even slower than they would do otherwise, Johnny.
So I just noticed there that I heard on the radio it would say, you know, Seb's getting in, prepare, take your drinks bottle out and everything, and then Hirakawa, I'm pretty certain, stayed in. And I believe that they just fueled. I don't even think they full fueled there, so maybe we can go down to the pits and find out. But it looked to me like they just did almost a little bit of a splash there, and then they're straight back out again.
It wouldn't make sense to half fuel it, but certainly I didn't see any tyres going on.
They definitely didn't do tyres, Paul, and it seemed to me, what's a full tank? 20 seconds? Do we know?
I can only do it in terms of the time spent in the pit lane, I'm afraid. But just to confirm, there was no driver change first of all, and the pit stop time.
I'm going to get the black marker pen of doom out, by the way, and strike through 63.
50 seconds in the pit, Paul. So clearly fuel only, but that's a full tank. You would surmise, yes?
Okay. No, that's a perfect time for a fuel only stop.
What was the sort of average position, Paul, of car 63 before this happened? Because I thought it was a contender for the top 6 as things were going. The car going to have to be craned away now. Manitou on the scene, and clearly Kvyat.
See, he hits on the outside.
He smacked the barrier on the left-hand side, and that had removed, well, the rear right wheel, which was just dangling on, I think, with the tethers. and then that same side hit on driver's right. Later on in the Porsche curves, and nearly the 98 Aston Martin collided with the 63. There will have been yellow flags approaching that scene, but the 98 Aston Martin being driven by whom at the time? Ian James for the Northwest and the Heart of Racing car did well to avoid that.
To answer the question, Johnny, 63 was as high as 5th in the LMP2 class. Its average position was probably more like 10th.
Okay.
Yes, we will give. We will remove a tear off for James.
So that's the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. He cannot see a thing, basically, at the front of the windshield. So James Collado will be the ingoing driver, and they'll remove one of 12 tear-offs, I believe it is, on the...
Do they really?
I believe so, yeah.
Is it that many?
I heard that earlier on some coverage that wasn't Haggerty Radio Le Mans, by the way, so quite how reliable it is questionable.
Oh,
but
highly unreliable, I'm sure, Johnny.
On average,
12
a tear-off every
seem,
2 hours, I would think.
Yeah, but you can't normally put too many on because they distort and you end up getting bubbles and all the rest of it. And I know they come pre-packed now, so in my experience, you never normally had more than 4 or 5. But things have moved on.
Without being rude,
yes,
I think they have
things have moved on. So
and maybe the technology to make them even thinner.
Well, I mean, you're almost becoming like biopic if you have 12 on, aren't you?
Yeah, true. Yeah, very good point. Okay, well, maybe that needs to be asked at some stage, but they're willing to provide James Collado with a clean windscreen or cleaner windscreen for the next stint in Ferrari 51.
So important at night, sorry, there, Johnny, to have a clean windshield because of all the light that's coming through from behind, in front, and the brake lights of the car in front.
Things like this. I'm not sure if we push 11 laps in a row. Like this is okay, just a bit of movement.
Okay, copy that. That's why we think they're probably good for this kind of scenario. We keep getting a lot of slow zones.
So there, Alessandro Pierguidi talking about his tyres and tyre life and how they're lasting. And obviously, as he says, and his engineer alluded to as well, and what we've been talking about this entire race, because we went into this, Paul Truswell talking about, you know, triple stints, quadruple stints, how important it was to be able to make the tyres last over those long stints. There hasn't been a single stint where we haven't had a full course yellow or a safety car, or it rained, so you came in and put wets on. The tyres, they'll have so many, and obviously they've got their allocation of tyres right now. Ferrari can throw new tyres at it pretty much from here to the end of the race because they've got so many tyres in their allocation.
Exactly, having used the wet tyres. They have to be a little bit careful, I think, because that they can't throw a new tyre at it on every stop. They're going to have to double.
I was exaggerating slightly, but they won't have to triple or quadruple.
They won't have to triple or quadruple if they don't want to. Michelin apparently, and I've been told this by a reliable journalist, have said to the teams, you should not do more than a triple stint on the tyres, and you certainly shall not do a quadruple on the tyres until you've done a triple. So if you've done a triple and got away with it, then we're not going to stop you doing a quadruple, but we would not recommend you doing a quadruple without having done a triple first.
They always like to look at, I mean, even at the beginning, sometimes you do a single even just to have a look at the tyre, do a double, have a look at the tyre. They're very, very keen, all the tyre manufacturers. They come, they look at the tyre, you come in. I can remember getting out of the car and you walk back in and the engineer's there and you can see all the Michelin or Goodyear or whoever, engineers sort of poring over the tyres, obviously with their probes, finding out tyre temp and everything else, and then really looking at the inside shoulder in particular, the wear on the inside shoulder, just to see how much wear you're getting and whether you can get away with it.
Got a question for Paul regarding the amount of safety car, not necessarily the numbers, because you'd already told us there have been 3 safety car periods officially, or certainly by your records.
Yep.
Of the 118 laps completed, how many of those laps have been under safety car?
54 have been green, so if you do the sum the other way, it's 117 minus 54, which is 63. So 63 of the 118 laps have been green. Something like 3 hours of the 7 hours that we've had of the race. So it's, Of course, the laps are much slower under safety cars, so in terms of time, more than half of the race has been under some kind of neutralisation. And I'm including the slow zones, by the way, when I've done that calculation, because what it means is that the full lap time has been affected.
Fair enough.
For me, that is an element of neutralisation.
Let's get a CrowdStrike pit and paddock report, because I'd noticed the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 had come in a little while ago now, Peter Snowden, and the car is still being seen to by the Penske team.
Yeah, I feel a little invasive down here because it's like an operating theatre. I'm watching some surgery, but I've never seen so many people working on one car at a time. It has got a driver in it. They've just run it up for the first time in a short while now. It's just been filled with oil, but the big work seems to have been on a floor replacement and a lot of mechanics underneath doing all sorts there with that. But it has just been filled up. It has been run. It's looking at the last bits now. They're waiting to put the front clip on. In fact, it's coming off the elephant stands now, coming down onto its dolly. So yeah, we are looking in the right direction, and I think number 5 will be out with us very shortly. I can't see who's got in it because it's just so busy in there. I better not try and get in the garage and get in the way of everybody, but number 5 Porsche will be back on track imminently.
CrowdStrike, a pioneer in adversary-focused cybersecurity. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
It was Michael Christensen who'd brought the 5 car in. Now, whether they're choosing to do a driver change, we'll have to wait and see. Might be Fred Makovici, might be Dane Cameron, or they may retain the Dane in the car. Ryo Hirakawa, by the way, in the 8 Toyota has just been in for a scheduled pit stop. That was pit stop number 11 of the race so far, and a quick one as well, fuel only.
Probably it will be Michael Christensen staying in the car because he's only done one stint behind the wheel up until now, and most of that was behind the safety car.
Yeah, so not particularly high stress, Johnny Molan.
No, so I've been trying to think of reasons potentially why this is multi-class racing, it's Le Mans, it's challenging, why we're having so many incidents, particularly this time around at this particular Le Mans. And one of the things I'm thinking of is that you always had in the past GTE Pro 6 to 8 cars going at it hammer and tongs, but they're racing each other, they're similar class speeds. LMP2 the same, you've got a lot of very competitive cars. You haven't had that many for a while, very, very fast cars leading the overall class, fighting each other. So certainly in my experience, a Toyota comes up behind you, they can actually wait a little bit to if you overtake you into the Porsche curves. They're not so desperate to clear you because the fight between the quicker guys hasn't been so intense. This year it's incredibly intense. It's like a GTE Pro battle, as we alluded to before, at the head of the field. So I think that the faster drivers are pushing harder, potentially taking more risk in the traffic, and maybe that's why, and into slow zones and all of that, and that's why we're having more incidents.
It's just quite risky. So if we have a long focus yellow now and stuff, bringing the tires back in, and with how edgy and unpredictable it is, it's not great, but I will do my best.
The other thing to consider, Nico, is that there might be some rain coming in about 20, 25, 30 minutes. So this is also why we would rather not change tires.
Nico Muller in the 94 Peugeot Total Energies 9X8 there, being told by the team that there may be some rain on the way, so they would prefer not to change tyres. Paul, you didn't quite have a chance to answer Johnny's question or suggestion there before the team radio cut in.
I agreed with every word that Johnny said, and I would only add to it that in addition to all of that, you've got a number of drivers driving the hypercars who, although they've had Le Mans experience, don't have the experience of driving in the top class with a lot of other people in the top class. You know, we've only had 9 or 12 drivers driving in the top class, and all of a sudden you've got a lot more of them, and that's not taking anything away from them as drivers, but it's a new situation for them, and Le Mans is a special situation where the difference between driving a P2 car and a hypercar suddenly makes a difference.
I agree, yeah.
50 Ferrari came into the pits, looked like a standard stop, but Antonio Fuoco has been put up on the dolly jacks, rotated through 90 degrees and pushed backwards into the garage for some more extensive work than can be done during a normal pit stop on the apron. Also, Pipo Derani was off the racetrack in the 311 Action Express Cadillac. So he whipped through a moment or two ago and smacked the... Oh, no, that was an earlier incident, beg your pardon, for the 63 car for Daniel Kvyat. I can't quite work out why the 311 was at a peculiar angle for Pipo Derani. And another car virtually in contact with it, but it was at slow speed, and the 311 may be heading towards the pits. No, it's gone across the line, actually, to start another lap. So the Brazilian is happy to continue. But the slower, in inverted commas, of the two Ferraris, only because Alessandro Pierguidi got ahead and was almost instructed to get ahead of Antonio Fuoco during the previous green flag stint. And now there are, talk about lots of Porsche Penske Motorsport cars being thrown at the number 5 car, loads of Ferrari mechanics. Just get a bit of team radio for Fuoco. That was really short and we just missed it. But Peter Snowden is working his way towards the pit out end of pit lane. Maybe can give us a CrowdStrike pit and paddock report watching this car number 50 in the garage.
Miguel Molina's on the left-hand side of the car.
Yeah, I'm just trying to catch him if I can, but I've just been advised by mechanics to keep out of the way because it might be coming out very short. I'll be surprised at. Antonio Fuoco is staying in the car at the moment, and it's all front-end related. So they've got the front panel, obviously got the front clip off, and then a deck, and they're starting to work on what looks like the damper system across the top there, sort of transverse across the top. I'm going to try and get hold of Miguel Molina if I can. Just bear with me if that's possible.
Can I speculate?
Yeah. Be prepared to be sort of interjected by in a second.
To cut me off.
Yeah, go ahead.
In less than a second. This is a car that I've always had a slight worry about because of its slightly shorter stint lengths. And I was suggesting it might have been fuel pickup problems. Now, because it was a good stint that time from Fuoco, he was in the car, did a 14-lap stint, but a lot of it was behind the safety car. When it went green, I just wonder if there is a pickup problem, but I don't know how the pickup works on a Ferrari or where it is or whether that's what they're doing. It's a pure bit of speculation.
Where they're working on, I wouldn't say has a lot to do with fuel pickup. It looks more like they're working on something either on the third front element on the damper, which controls ride height at the front on the straights, or potentially something to do with the brake system.
We're back to green, by the way. The 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, who is right on the boot lid of Nico Müller and now gets the race lead. In fact, he was on the inside of the Swiss driver, and Pierguidi not going to be asked twice there to get ahead. Still got to get full confirmation of this, but without doubt, that 499P is now ahead of the 9X8, arriving in Indianapolis, and Carnage at high speed, the left-hand element of Indianapolis, with a slower LMP2 car up ahead, which is the 32, and hard onto the brakes as we call them through into the final sector. Alessandro Pierguidi was 0.3 of a second behind and is now 1.3 seconds in front of Nico Müller for a new lead change, Johnny.
And we heard Nico Müller, didn't we, talking to his engineer about the tyres not being great, and with the level of grip that he's got, especially on restart on cold tyres, he'd rather come in at the next stop and change the tyres. And his engineer very much saying, look, we'd like to keep them on. We believe there's going to be rain in the next 20-25 minutes potentially. We'd rather at the pit stop not change to tyres and have more time lost in the pits on that way. But Nico not happy at this stage with the tyres that are on his car, and you saw that very much at the restart.
They're playing the longer game though, expecting some weather, and Peugeot say it's better to keep him on those tyres for the time being. Sébastien Bourdais will pit on this lap in the number 3 yellow-fronted Cadillac. In fact, his route into pit road, no, beg pardon, that's a 51 Ferrari working its way in behind the D station Aston Martin treble 7, as we can take a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Peter Snowden still right by the Ferrari camp. You're going to have the 51 car coming in as well, but the 50 is the biggest story right now in the garage, Snowy.
Well, it is absolute mayhem down here in the Ferrari pits. It's you say nothing happens for a while, then it all comes along at once. As you're right saying, the number 51 car coming in right behind us, so I'm keeping out of the way. But the number 50 car appears to have what they've said is a leak at the front. Now, whether it's a damper or brake, I'm not sure. On the basis they've not taken the rear deck off, and I would expect they'd want to work on that area as well on the brakes. It looks like it's a damp, or maybe even a power steering issue. I'm having to keep over to the opposite side of the 51 garage at the moment because of everything that's going on there. But I'm just looking across. It looks to me like it's a steering rack issue, so possibly a steering rack leak.
CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Let's stay actually with Peter Snowden and a CrowdStrike pit lane report, because as we reported, the 51 car also coming in for a standard stop there. I don't think, Snowy, there was enough time for a driver change. I know, in fact, beg your pardon, of course, we knew James Collada was going to get in with a tear-off removed as well. How did the rest of that stop go for car 51?
100% slick, complete opposite emotions on each side of the garage there, no problem at all. James Collada straight into that car, as you say, but they're still working feverishly on the 50. Now that the 51's out of the way, I can get round to that other side again, because obviously the pit pan was a little bit busy there, to say the least, and have a little look over at the front of the 50 car. They've got a radiator, a small radiator out of the way at the moment. That might be the leak. So it's I'm trying to establish what fluid it is that's leaking, and I'm guessing it's water at the moment, because there's a very small radiator being worked on here, and they're removing the piping to literally replace that. So yeah, there's radiators right at the front, just immediately in front of the brake ducts.
They're amazing bits of kit, these LMHs, aren't they? And they're trying to work out exactly where all the various components are. AF Corsa will know entirely, of course. They'll also know what they are chasing. So let's hope, for their sakes, that the Antonio Fuoco car, that the 50 machine that was rotated and put into the garage to potentially get a quick fix, isn't going to take too much longer. By the way, also on that lap, the 8 Toyotas stopped for Sebastian Buemi, the 51 Ferrari we mentioned, the 3 Cadillac for Sebastian Bourdais, he stayed at the wheel, and also the 93 Peugeot Total Energies 9X8. It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the circuit, and on RS1 around the world via radiolemans.com.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Nearly 2 o'clock in the morning at Circuit de la Sarthe, and 15 degrees Celsius currently. We're going to continue to drop, though, to 13, which is the minimum tonight. Still partly cloudy, so that cloud cover is keeping a little bit of the heat in, and a very slim chance of rain, although Peugeot think there's going to be a bit more coming. Still the chance of isolated thunderstorms, perhaps in time for the end of the race at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Radio Le Mans with Flywheel, where you can see the Bentley blower on track next weekend.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Arno Lippmann has chosen an extreme example of endurance for this milestone. The 1952 race was notable for what might have been, and in some ways what it led to. French driver Pierre Levesque, actually Pierre Boulin, privately entered his Talbot Largo T26 Spider for himself and his co-driver René Marchand. The Talbot was leading when a bolt in the central crankshaft bearing began to loosen. Believing only he could nurse the car to the finish, Levesque refused to let his teammate drive. Inside the last hour, and with a 4-lap lead, the engine failed at Maison Blanche. The Mercedes-Benz W194 Gullwing of Lang & Rice took the lead 20 minutes later and went on to win. After the race, Mercedes designer and engineer Rudolf Uhlenholt promised Levesque a Mercedes drive when the marque returned to Le Mans. That promise was fulfilled in 1955, with tragic consequences.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
I'll talk to
on 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Just after 2 o'clock in the morning, Circuit de la Sarthe. No shortage of action here, and we're still 2 hours away from half distance. Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Don't forget to tweet us at Radio Le Mans using the hashtag HaggertyRLM. We're on Sirius 136 and XM202 in the United States and around the world on radiolemans.com via RS1. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones together with Paul Truswell in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. We have Peter Snowden looking after the CrowdStrike pit lane reports, as well as Malte Jakobsen running second in the LMP2 category and leading the Pro-Am subcategory for Cool Racing. Threads his way through the Ford chicanes and back onto the main straight. May well take the class lead overall here, because into Europol Competition's Kuba Śmiechowski is in pit road, just coming out now in fact, and the gap is timed at 1.1 seconds but in the favour of the Dane. So Malte Jakobsen, still very early on in his prototype career, leading in a Pro-Am car. That's most impressive, Bruce. Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you very much. Almost don't dare leave the commentary box. 2 hours away, and as the previous 2 hour break, everything seems to be kicking off. I suppose the good news right now is actually for the first time in quite a while we've got a truly dry circuit. However, when it did start becoming dry, that didn't stop the incidents from coming. But it chops and it changes. But to have that Peugeot number 94 at the top of the table at the moment is something I certainly didn't expect, Johnny.
Going to take an early in this hour CrowdStrike pit lane report. Peter Snowden still paying close attention to the 50 Ferrari, which came into the garage a good while ago now. Also, the top two in the overall Hypercar Battle are in. The Peugeot for Nico Müller, number 94, and Alex Lynn in the Cadillac, number 2. But let's concentrate on the Ferrari for the moment, Snowy.
Yeah, there's obviously a sort of rank structure in the engineers here at Ferrari. Most of the overalls are red with a yellow stripe on, but there are 2 or 3 with in reverse, so yellow with red on. And the reason I mention that is that the guys in the red overalls, and no disrespect to it, they were just sitting down there doing their job on the front of the car, and the guy in the yellow one just came in and just took over completely. Obviously, senior knows exactly what's going on. It was, as I suspected, this tiny little radiator in the front right. There's not even a pair of them. There's not one on the left-hand side of this car, just on the front right. But it's a smallest little beautifully made aluminium radiator, but it's in the most complicated carbon sculptured housing you can imagine, and that's the issue, getting that apart and getting the radiator out of that and all its associated pipe work. So it's been a little bit complicated. That's all it is, just one radiator at the front, so nothing to do with brakes, nothing to do with steering. It's just a water leak in the radiator in the front.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
By the sounds of things, aesthetically, a beautiful bit of engineering, but maybe what Ferrari haven't thought about, Paul Truswell, is needing to change a component like that at speed.
There are so many components that might go wrong that you can't have them all in an accessible place. So, yeah, I mean, this is why the teams that do well at Le Mans tend to keep doing well at Le Mans, because they dial these little things out. It is costing the number 50 car time, though. He's already lost, how long has he been in the pits now? Seems like about 10 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes. The number 50 car has already been in the pits. And only a bit of it was under a full course yellow, so they'll have gained for the car being under full course yellow, but the rest of the time it will be slipping back and slipping back. But as Bruce was just saying, there's so much depth to the entry that you almost say, phew, thank goodness one of them's gone, because it gives us a little bit less to concentrate on.
Well, you could say that, but actually I was just enjoying every single element of this race. And I mean, to have what we had in the hypercar class at the head of this field, through the first 4 hours in particular, it was just astonishing. And though the safety car periods are certainly coming in for some criticism for the amount of time it takes to shuffle around, every time there's been a restart, it's been magical. Whether it was Yifei pushing on so hard, overtaking the 2 of the Porsches in front of him and stretching on before taking a little tumble and going off the circuit. There are so many little vignettes, Johnny, that I will remember from this race, and we haven't even got to the halfway stage.
No, that's right. Remember, Peugeot, Toyota, Ferrari, Cadillac, Porsche, and there was one more I'm missing, but they've all had a go at leading the race. The major hybrid manufacturers in hypercar have all had a spell not with both of their cars, but at least one of their machines leading out front. The ones I've missed out, the non-hybrid to Glickenhaus and the number 4 car, which has been in the wars, is actually, though, still running with Tom Dillman at the wheel. The Colin Collis run Van Wall, 33rd overall, Paul.
At this stage, 10 hours into the race, the reliability factor has been pretty good, and the balance between the cars has been pretty good. As you say, all of those cars, except for the Van Wall and the Glickenhaus, have led the race at one point or another. But even the Glickenhauses, as a result of this pit stop from Antonio Fuoco, the Glickenhauses are going to be taking over in 8th and 9th places. So, you know, they're creeping into those top places. I had the feeling that Jim Glickenhaus was aiming for a top 6 if he could possibly get it, and that would have been his idea of a victory in this race. Well, Bruce has just said there's a long way to go. You're absolutely right, Bruce. So, you know, the reliability has been good, but there's a lot of things that can still happen.
In recent years, Paul, a top 6 wouldn't have satisfied Jim Glickenhaus, but with 16 cars, this massive boost in the hypercar class, you know, it is a big ask, but they are clawing their way ever closer to it. But everyone seems to be running smoothly until they're not, and that's why we've got the number 50 Ferrari in the garage.
Some of the finely machined tools that are being utilised down at Ferrari. This, Peter Snowden, is almost like dental surgery at the front of the number 50 Ferrari. What can you tell us as part of this CrowdStrike pit lane report?
Well, I did wonder for a moment ago whether I was going to witness the birth of a baby, because a whole tray of hot towels were brought in very, very quickly, and it turned out not to be hot towels. They were dry ones to soak up all the water in this area. What appears to be the issue, from my limited mechanical knowledge, is that the new radiator will go into this beautiful carbon housing, but the housing won't go back into position with its new radiator in, but they can put the actual housing in without the radiator. Obviously that's not ideal. So I'm guessing it's just one of those things that, exactly as Paul said, that teams that have run cars for years and years and years, and bear in mind this is no accident damage, this is just a routine leaking radiator replacement. I guess this replacement, Brad's just slightly different, a few millimeters in design or shape somewhere to the other one, and they just cannot get the two to go back in together mated. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's, as I said a moment ago, it's a 15-minute pit stop, this car, in fact, coming up towards 20 now. Before the race, one of my little rules of thumb, if you will, is what's a 1% difference, because in terms of performance, what we were seeing was that there is within 1% of a difference between the Toyota and the Ferrari in terms of their performance potential. Now, 1% difference is equivalent to a 15-minute pit stop. So what we're seeing here from the Ferrari team is a pit stop from which they won't be able to recover and still win the race. With a long race like this, you can always have a problem and then maybe catch up over the rest of the race. But once you've been in the pits for more than 15 minutes, so close is the hypercar class that you're just not going to be able to recover from the pit stop. So you're going to end up, as I say, off the podium in terms of what you're trying to achieve.
They're still, well, they're now trying to possibly take further components out of the front of the Ferrari to make sure that this new bit fits, but clearly the more bits that are taken away, it's proving to be a bigger job. Straight on for a GTE AM car at the first chicane. It appears to be a Porsche. 4 different car shapes, remember, in the GTE AM field, one of which Porsche, the other 3 Ferrari, Corvette and Aston Martin. Nico Müller leading after 10 hours and 11 minutes. It's 11 minutes past 2 in the morning at Circuit de la Sarthe, and 125 laps now completed. But Sebastian Buemi is finding a bit of time here and there now on the Nico Müller-driven Peugeot, just chiseling a bit more time away from that nearly 6-second gap. Mike Rockenfeller's brought the Hendrick Motorsports Cup car in as well in the innovation class, running 35th still. So if this was entered as a GTE AM car, would be 7th in class. Pretty good going.
It really is, and anybody who's just decided they'd nip into the campsites or to a caravan, a motorhome, and get a little bit of sleep, they might just suddenly be reawoken, because when that Chevrolet fires up, I know Richard Grail was trying to sleep, sit with his eyes closed, but certainly disabused of any concept of sleep when the Camaro was rumbling around. But it's not the worst problem in the world to have. It's such a magnificent sound.
Shout out to the nodding dog still awake, asking the question. This is at Steve_Fall on Twitter and tweeting to @Radio Le Mans using the hashtag HaggertyRLM. Is this the most retirements and lead changes in a race? Well, retirements-wise, we've had is it 13 now? Yeah, it
13,
was 12. It's
13 now, because the number 43, the number 63 Kramer entry has gone.
Yeah, not shown officially as a retirement yet, but it hasn't got one of its rear wheels. And also Daniel Kvyat got a lot further than 10 metres away from the car, so that immediately eliminates it. 13 retirements. We've had more than that, though, in this race through the years.
Yes, we have. I mean, we've had as little as 7 finishes in going back into the history.
And the number of lead changes so far?
Again, I don't know if that's actually been recorded over the years. The number of lead changes we've had in this race so far, 23. Just make sure that's still correct. Yes, 23 changes of lead. Amongst how many different cars we've had? 9 different cars leading the race.
And even more impressively, Paul, it's 9 different cars leading the race from 5 different manufacturers. That is the thing that's really standing out in my mind.
Yeah.
A pit and paddock report with CrowdStrike. Peter Snowden, a further update on the 50 car, which, by the way, has now dropped to 12th position, and the back of this solid block of hypercars at the top of the timing screen.
Yeah, just looking at some of the details that have to go in this car, it is now going back together. They've got the radiator in, and it's some of the stuff. Some of it's so advanced and some of it's so basic. They've now just brought on a little sort of tank with hot water in it to obviously put hot water into that system, not cold. Great idea into a hot racing engine. But to get that to go in, it's feeding in. You've got a mechanic tapping the side of the radiator to literally get it to bleed out and get the air out of it as it feeds it in. It is all going back together now, but the power steering had to come out of the way, and the top of the dampers, which are transverse on the front of this Ferrari, had to be removed just to get to that. Bodywork is going back on it. They are going to put a new front clip on it at the same time. It's just here on its dolly, just a matter of precaution. Of course, that's got clean lamps, etc., etc., into the night. So I think that's just routine, to be honest. And they were looking to change the driver's door at one point. Antonio Fiocchi has stayed on board all this time. He's had a bird's eye view of all this. And actually, no, it's the passenger door at the very last minute. They're just changing the passenger door right now. Not quite sure why that one needs changing, but it is done, and it's not liveried at the moment, but it's going on. But almost complete on the number 50 Ferrari. Johnny, you mentioned another car for me to go down and have a little detail about that. Yeah. That Ferrari's going to come out very shortly.
I just wonder whether that door wasn't latching correctly or they couldn't get it to shut, so have just replaced the whole thing. The other one I've real concerns about now, Snowy, is the 37 Cool Racing car of Malte Jakobsen. He came in from the class lead, having taken it from into Europol competition. Car 37 from the LMP2 class now parked up for a considerable amount of time as we go full course yellow. But before we did that, there was a lead change. The Toyota of Sebastian Buemi, I mentioned, was getting closer to the Peugeot. And, well, having said that, now the Peugeot's back in front again under a full course yellow. So was that done actually going into the caution? And Buemi has thought, I'm better off actually allowing Nico Müller back through again.
The last time he went through, he didn't actually maintain the lead until the end of the lap either. Remember, you did describe Buemi as going through into the lead of the race, and he never actually got it to the end of the lap because Nico Müller was deciding that he wasn't going to let him, so it didn't actually count on my list as a leader change. So full course yellow.
Yes, and quite a bit of shuffling of the order. Peter Snowden is going to head down to Cool Racing then to get us a CrowdStrike pit and paddock report very shortly. Still no movement with the number 50 car, the Ferrari, but they are putting bits back on to the front of that car at least. So we're heading in the right direction. A rather second-hand 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari has arrived on pit lane in the hands of Japanese-Italian driver, dual nationality Kei Cozzolino. He's by far the quickest in the 74 driver lineup, and not surprised, Bruce, to see him taking the lion's share of the overnight stints.
Very, very quick driver. Either any side of the world that you see him. I see him racing a lot in the GT World Challenge Asia, and he came out as champion last year, so he's doing something very right indeed. Good to see the front head is back on the number 50 Ferrari. That has been no mechanics any longer working on that car to be brought out on a fresh set of slick tyres back onto the apron. But in the end, I think Paul said a short while ago it had already passed 20 minutes in the pit lane, so I think by the time it hits the track again, it will have fallen right down towards the tail of the hypercar class and will have lost closer to 25 minutes. And bear in mind, it was scrapping for fractions of a second for the first 10 hours of this race.
Yeah, well, in fact, it's going to be more like half an hour, Bruce. It's 27 minutes and counting now. Although with the full course yellow, the competition is going slower. Out of the garage it comes, and it'll be out on the circuit within the minute.
It's quite cool as it emerged, or as it was emerging from the garage, the lights suddenly became illuminated. That was the driver being instructed to turn the night lights on, or daylights as well, I suppose, and the air jacks still down. It's still got its 3 positional lights illuminated, but they're going to be well out of date, and when it goes next through the nearest timing loop, that will correct. We don't have positional lights on the side of a car all the way down to 12th position, so actually those lights will be extinguished entirely. 51 Ferrari should then be displaying the 3 positional lights with the 1 on the 94 car. We're back to green flag running. Sebastian Bourdais' number 3 car, though, is now being shown as either slow or stopped on the race circuit, and car 3 is running in 5th position. I don't think that's a quirk of the timing. It's still got the letter S next to it, so maybe it has not got back up to speed in the hands of the man from Le Mans.
And just as we go back to green flag racing, the second place in GTE AM, it's suddenly very, very tight indeed. Rahel Frey for the Iron Dames Porsche team is just in front and being attacked by Estonian racer Martin Rump, the 911 Proton competition car. So they're getting very, very close indeed as they go through the Dunlop curbs, through the Forest S's, and then on towards Tete Rouge. And if the move is going to be coming, it's coming right now from Martin Rump. As they sweep through Tete Rouge, he's got to try and get into the slipstream on the run down to the first chicane, and he's making a very, very good fist of it.
Middle sector for Sebastian Bourdais, who has shown as stopped, has taken 196 seconds to complete, whereas Kevin Estre, behind him in 6th place, took 20 seconds less than that to go through down the Mulsanne straight. Now, that might have just been where the full course yellow was lifted in respect to the Cadillac, but I just wonder whether that 3 cars lost some time at the restart. Still displayed in 5th position. Nose to tail Porsches in GTE AM. 2nd place Martin Rump.
Well, he's just moved ahead. He's just made that move
on Gunnar Jeanette.
No, on Rahel Frey going down into the Daytona chicane. The first chicane, he went to the outside, to the left-hand side of the track. Rahel Frey was protecting the inside drive, but the Swiss driver couldn't resist the Estonian, and through he goes. And Gunnar Jeanette, yes, he's the driver leading the class for Project 1AO, having a fabulous run in Rexy.
Yeah, there was not going to be a change in lead there because there's 18 seconds between Jeanette and Rump now into 2nd, but Rahel Frey then losing that 2nd position, but the Iron Dames car still neatly placed to toy with the podium positions between now and the end of the race at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Sebastian Buemi, who is still looking for a way by Nico Muller, struggling to stay with the Peugeot in places. So this is going to be a very interesting comparison between 2 quick cars, but I have to say, on paper before the event, there was no question the Toyota was the quicker car most of the way around this Le Mans circuit than the Peugeot Total Energies machine. They've been keeping their light under a bushel, perhaps, with the Lion. that leads the race.
Yeah, and I think the Peugeot 9X8 were super effective as the track conditions were changing from dry to damp to wet to dry to damp and so on through. But now we're on full dry running, like it was in the opening stages of the race. I expect the Toyotas, that don't forget swept into first and second positions early on, getting the better of the Ferraris, would be coming good. But as yet, the best of the Toyotas is still only in second place. And Peugeot, well, smiles all round. Will they last for the remainder of the race? We've got, what, 13 hours and 40 minutes remaining. And it's a long time to hang on. But with each session clocked off, they're still smiling.
Here's a CrowdStrike pit report with Peter Snowden. You have now found the 37 car from Cool Racing.
Yeah, top and lower wishbones on the front right are being replaced on that car. That's, again, an absolute myriad of people working on it. And, of course, they've left the disc and hub and assembly in place. They had to disconnect the ducting for the cooling to the caliper there, but otherwise, pretty well it's all in there. So you've got somebody, literally, his job is to hold that hub and upright disc, caliper, everything in place, whilst the guys are trying to fit the wishbones into it. The lower one's on now, so it's got some support now. I'll have taken the caliper out of the way. It's still connected to its fluid line, hydraulic fluid, but of course now got to put them on. It's all these little things as well that they put them on, and of course that they have to lock wire them, etc., because they're safety critical components. So it's not just a question of a couple of bolts and put it on. Of course, they've got to do all the geometry on it as well. It's not the work of 5 minutes, but again, super busy down here at 37 Cool Racing.
CrowdStrike. Cybersecurity revolutionized. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
How quickly things can change, because we were talking about Malte Jakobsen able to take the overall LMP2 lead in his Pro-Am entered car, and with that there was a bit of team radio that I have to admit we missed, but Malte Jakobsen I think was being told by the team to pit for substantial work, and maybe it was the case that until Cool Racing had investigated that car up close, they didn't know how much work would be necessary. We do have a lead change now with the Toyota number 8 of Sebastian Buemi overtaking fellow Swiss Nico Müller in the 94 Peugeot 9X8. And Buemi had tried that not too long ago without success, but the Toyota is now starting to stretch its legs, actually managing the overtake the very lap after we were talking about how it would be interesting to compare the two cars.
And as you say that on the bottom of the timing screen, pit stop under investigation for car number 8, the Toyota car, the Toyota that has just taken the lead in the hands of Sebastian Buemi. No penalty as yet, just bear in mind that's under investigation. Another twist, another turn potentially, Paul.
I mean, all of the teams need to have a camera. They have to install a camera which the race control can see looking at their pit, so that if there is any question about pit lane procedure, there is some kind of video evidence of it, and they will be required to display that, or they are required to display that all the time to race control what's going on in their pit. The pit stop itself happened about 20 minutes ago, and that was when Sebastian Buemi took the car over from Ryo Hirakawa. The Toyota itself is a little bit lighter on fuel than the Peugeot. The Peugeot was in 2 laps after the Toyota, so it's got there's slightly less fuel aboard the Toyota, and Buemi has threatened on a couple of occasions already to go past Müller and not been able to make it stick. But I think what you were saying a moment ago, Johnny, is that the Peugeot does seem to work a little bit better than the Toyota when it's wet. And my forecast suggests that it's going to be dry for the remainder of the night at least, and certainly for most of tomorrow's racing. But we'll see what pans out. And I think the fascinating thing about this race, which we haven't had, you can't afford to turn your attention away from it. You've been saying, even when you've been stepping away from the booth here, you can't afford to turn your attention away from it, because it's always in jeopardy somehow. You know, these are new components being stretched to their limit. So, you know, you never know quite what's going to happen.
Yeah, one little factor that keeps cropping up, in fact, a little tweet saying it's frustrating. This is Kamui Kobayashi commenting about the number 7 car going out. Still, we have 1 car in the race, and I will support it because I'm a driver, but also, yes, ladies and gentlemen. He's team principal at Toyota Gazoo Racing, so has to park that disappointment and now focus all his attention on the car that he's spending the whole season fighting against, the number 8 Toyota, which is driven currently by Sebastian Buemi, shared with Brendan Hartley and Rio Hirakawa.
I've actually got the full quote, courtesy of Simon Strang from Kamui, regarding how that 7 car retired from the race just after midnight. Obviously, I was in the next slow zone, which is the preparation area ahead of the slow zone itself. The guy ahead, an LMP2, it was Memo Rojas in the 35 Alpine car, braked for whatever reason. If I overtake him there, I'll get a penalty. So I braked, and the cars behind, an LMP2 on the right-hand side and a GT car on the left, just crashed into me. I had both tyres punctured on the rear, and the left rear drive shaft was broken, so I had no drive to return. It is, he says, it is frustrating. I mean, that's an understatement from Kamui Kobayashi. He's out of the race. Still, we have 1 car left to fight, and I will support them because I'm the driver, and then you actually explain the rest of that quote, which has been clipped up for a tweet from Gazoo Racing. But that rather explained a difficult incident for us to get to the bottom of at the time. I could not work out why Memo Rojas was going so slowly, and it looks like a lot of other people couldn't either. He was given a substantial penalty. Was it 3 minutes, 2 minutes?
3 minutes,
3
I seem
minutes.
to recall.
Stop and hold during the next pit stop. Johnny Molam and I, frankly, was agreeing that even that was fairly lenient, considering it cost, well, certainly 2 cars, a 66 and the 7, out of the race, and big damage for an LMP2 car as well, one of the Cool Racing cars from memory. All change behind the Toyota as they go through the next split, because the 94 Peugeot still in 2nd position behind the 8 Toyota. 51 Ferrari, James Collado running in 3rd, and Alex Lynn in 4th position in the number 2 Cadillac.
I think, unless my eyes deceive me, the Ferrari may just have moved ahead. I'm waiting for the next timing sector. This is the battle for 2nd place. I thought I saw a flash of red in front. No, still waiting. No, he's still behind. Sorry, my eyes deceiving me at this time of the day. But certainly the angle of attack is that, and the format of it all is the fact that James Collado is catching Nico Muller, who not long ago was passed by Sebastian Buemi. So here we are. We've got 10.5 hours very nearly on the clock. You're about to leave the booth, Johnny, but it's Sebastian Buemi leading for Toyota. Nico Muller hanging on in 2nd for Peugeot, and James Collado pressing very hard for Ferrari. The good times are back at the front at Le Mans.
We're about a minute away from another hourly update here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans, but before we get to that, a space for a CrowdStrike pit and paddock report from Peter Snowden.
Yeah, we say time is everything in sports car racing, and there's a fabulous time and motion study in work going on this number 37 Cool Racing Orica. The wishbones had to be replaced. That required the passenger side to the right-hand side driver, a side pod to come off the car. So they put the wishbones on from the back first. They've done the bolts up at the back, so the mechanic can then put the side pod on, can then do the mirror while the driver's in the car and work forward, so that they then put all the air ducts on, and it's all just beautifully processed. It's quick, but there's a process. Now the frames go on the front to do the laser tracking. The car's ready for that. I said I've got to do all that before it goes out, but it's an absolute pleasure to watch how they're doing this. It's so efficient.
CrowdStrike. Protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
The Hertz Hourly Updates. Getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
The hour is ticking ever closer towards the midpoint of the 24 hours. We're 10.5 in now. 10.5 hours gone, 13.5 hours still to go. Peugeot back to the front this time. Number 94 it is who leads the way, although there's been a change out on the racetrack which hasn't yet reflected itself on the timing screens because the number 8 Sebastian Buemi car is being shown on my timing screen as being in 2nd place, but actually leads the way. So it's Sebastian Buemi from Nico Muller, separated by almost nothing at all in the first two places, numbers 8 and 94. In third place is number 51, James Collado in the Ferrari 499P. In fourth place, number 2, Alex Lynn in the Cadillac V-Series R. And in fifth place, number 3, Sebastian Bourdais in a similar Cadillac, but he is about 3 minutes behind, so not quite a full lap behind. He was a full lap behind, managed to unlap himself, is now back on the lead lap and trying to close up. That's Sebastian Bourdais, he's fifth. The last unlapped runner is in sixth place, and that's Kevin Estra at the wheel of the Porsche Penske Motorsports 963. And he's just done his personal best lap time of the race, 3 minutes 29.672, so he's not hanging around. Those 6 cars then, the single Toyota, 1 Peugeot, 1 Ferrari and 2 Cadillacs and a Porsche in the top 6 on the lead lap. And that's the situation in Hypercar. In LMP2, it's Kuba Schmiekowski, number 34, in the Inter-Europol competition car. 125 laps. I should have said how many laps the leader had done, actually. It was 130 laps at the half hour. It's now 131, but it was 130 at the bottom of the hour. So 125 for Schmiekowski in the Inter-Europol competition. Orica, number 34. Neil Jarni is up into second place in the class now with the Duquesne team entry. That's car number 30. He is just over 6 seconds behind in second place. In third place, it's Rui Andrade in the Team WRT Orica, and he is a further 5 seconds behind the class leader. Fourth is number 47, Cool Racing, Richard de Guerus. Fifth is number 65, Job Van Outert in the Panis rating car. And in sixth place in the class is the number 48, IDEX Sport Orica, Paul Lafargue at the wheel of that one. And they are all on the lead lap still as far as LMP2 is concerned. GTE AM, Gunnar Jeanette back at the front then with the T-Rex liveried Porsche, the Project 1 AO entered car. So Gunnar Jeanette, he's completed 121 laps in number 56. Martin Rump in the Proton entered Porsche is second, car number 911, 16 seconds behind. Rahel Frey in another Porsche, so it's a Porsche 123 in GTE AM. Number 85, she's in third place. Then it's number 57, Daniel Serra for Kessel Racing in fourth. Francesco Castellacci in fifth place, number 54. And Charlie Eastwood's Aston Martin, number 25, is in sixth place. That's the top 6 in GTE. Just finally to mention the innovative car, number 24, Harry Tinknell. Mike Rockenfeller is at the wheel of that car, the Hendrick Motorsports entry. He's at the wheel, he's still going, and he's in 36th place overall. That's your hourly update. See you in an hour.
The hourly update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Very good morning to you as we work our way towards the halfway point of what's been a dramatic race here at Circuit de la Sarthe, the Le Mans 24-hour here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. Richard Crale, Bruce Jones, Paul Trustwell with you, and Snowy still down in the lane providing our CrowdStrike pit and paddock updates. And the summary nicely covered there, but 4 different manufacturers covered by under 12 seconds after more than 1,700 kilometres of racing in the outright Hypercar Battle. This is what we've been looking forward to, Bruce Jones, as we work into these really tricky early hours of the morning where sleep doesn't necessarily come easy to many and mistakes can be made before we wait for that early dawn over this incredible racetrack. Good morning.
Good morning, Krause. Absolutely fabulous. These 4 cars, 4 different manufacturers. In fact, the top 5 cars are from 5 different manufacturers, but about a 3-minute gap back to the best of the Porsches, which is Kevin Estra. But yeah, this is a race that it ebbs and it flows, and whenever we think it's settling down, we haven't had a flurry of rain for a while. Boy, oh boy, did that come down very hard and very quickly on a couple of occasions in this race. We think we're finding form, a pattern, and then that is shattered. That illusion is taken away from us.
I heard the comment in the last hour that you cannot afford to take your eyes off this race, even for a moment, even when we're not here sitting in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. And I can attest to that because I popped out the back to try and get a couple of quiet moments and was rudely stirred not only by a Hendrick Motorsport Chevy Camaro, but also by the local French PA announcer going crazy when the Ferrari had its dramas, what would be almost 2 hours ago now. It is impossible to take a breath in this race. Now, there's been dramas for the number 3 Cadillac Racing VR entry, and it was Sebastian Bourdais behind the wheel, and we've been talking about the fact that that car has been clinging to the tail end of the lead lap. Now, it was the second part of the Ford chicane, the left hand before the right, and there was contact with another car, and it's forced Bourdais off to the runoff area on the driver's left there.
Yeah, I think it was contact with Rui Andrade, who's running very well placed in P2, in third place in class. They got a bit side by side, and so a setback, but it could another metre or so, and the nose of that yellow Cadillac, the golden nose of that the number 3 Cadillac would have been in the tyre wall. So I'm sure he can reverse out and carry on. In fact, the yellow flag was moved very quickly out of that. But that incident between 41 and 3, the Cadillac there at Marshall's Post 35. Under investigation.
Meanwhile, change of position for second place. James Collado behind the wheel of car 51. The Ferrari AF Corsa on the run into the Daytona chicane on the Mulsanne straight uses that remarkable straight line speed performance of the 499P and powers past Nico Müller in the Peugeot 9X8. So the Ferrari number 51, which is I think led this race more times than any other car, if not for the most laps, now moves itself back into second place, and there's still only 4 seconds behind Sebastian Buemi, the race leader.
And then what often happens when you've just made a great move, you've been shaping up for laps, your pit stop's coming up.
Yes,
the 51 Ferrari crew from AF Corsa are just limbering up, walking to the front of the garage. Well done, James, but we'll have you in shortly.
So Buemi leads, Collado and Muller next. Paul Trustwell, good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning to you as well. I just wanted to say, counting the laps led, the Ferrari 51 has indeed led more laps than anybody else on 35, but it's a close run thing because the number 8 Toyota, 28 laps led for him. So there's not a lot to choose between the pair of them.
Not a lot to choose between Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 and Sebastian Bourdais in the Cadillac Racing number 3, because they both peel into pit lane. And this is cool because it's Penske versus Ganassi. So it could be an IndyCar race anywhere across the continental United States.
But this is not on schedule for Bourdais, I don't think. It is on schedule for Kevin Estre.
So I wonder, Paul, if this is in reaction to the moment we saw just recently at the Ford chicane to check this car over. At the moment, still in the working lane, but they're plugging Scott Dixon into the Cadillac. No sign that they're going to put that car on the Gojacks yet to push it into the garage if there is indeed any damage from that contact at the Ford chicane.
Bourdais had a very long stint at the wheel of this car. He's done a triple stint, which has lasted over 3 hours, over 3.5 hours, in fact. He's getting close to his 4-hour drive time limit, in fact. Sebastian Bourdais there.
4-time Champ Car champion from this part of the world. It's as local as you can get. And that Cadillac leaves the lane. So decent stop for the factory Cadillac team. General Motors with a remarkable presence here this year. We've obviously talked about the Hendrick Motorsport Camaro a lot. The swan song for Corvette racing in its current form in LMGT, and of course the 3 Cadillacs. Action Express Racing had issues early in the race, but the number 2 and number 3 cars have worked their way back into contention.
Yeah, it's not as though the Porsche Penske Motorsport Porsches don't exactly boost the American flavour here, and certainly walking up between the motorhomes and giant pit buildings and paddock buildings from these teams, the tone is so much more American than it's been for a very, very long time at Le Mans. And I can guarantee the images that we've had from the first 4 hours of this amazing race in particular will have garnered a whole lot more fans not just in the States, all around the planet.
The US impact is significant, and when Roger Penske's walking around the paddock, okay, you expect that thanks to the tie-up with Porsche, but Chip Ganassi here, of course, with his program that looks after the factory Cadillacs. And then completely unobtrusively, the other day I was walking up the back of the garages, and man, cool looking dude walks past. It's Jeff Gordon, one of the all-time greats of NASCAR racing. Wasn't being bothered by anyone, wasn't being asked for autographs, all on his own, strolling up the other end of pit lane to see Jimmy Johnson, his long-time Hendrick Motorsport teammate. It was a surreal kind of moment for me.
It is, but also you think about it from Jeff's point of view, to be able to walk relatively untroubled, which is something he hasn't been able to do in the States for about 30 years. You know, accolades and support is one thing, but sometimes when you've got something completely different, and theirs is quite left field, their entry here, it's a breath of fresh air, and Jeff is such a competitor that he'd have been there, even just quietly walking through the paddock, Krause, his head would have been full of what can we do next to go faster?
How can we build on this program and take it further? It's been so well received and so popular among fans this year, the innovative class entry. Pit stop for the number 30 car out of second in LMP2. Neil Yarni behind the wheel for the Duquesne team. That LMP2 battle's been remarkable, and ever so quietly, the leading LMP2 car working their way towards the outright top 10 as some of the hypercars strike dramas. So Antonio Fuoco, who's back on the racetrack now in car number 50, spent a long time in pit lane with those dramas, with that leak in the front axle of that car, is now in 15th position. In the lane is car 51. So James Collado, as you correctly predicted, and car 8 as well for Toyota Gazoo Racing. So the two leaders make another pit stop. Well, Collado will stay behind the wheel of car 51. The Toyota has already departed. Toyota Gazoo Racing at pit entry end of the lane. Ferraris a little bit further up, crammed in with their GT brethren in the GTE AM, with a massive fleet of AF Corsa cars.
In GTE AM, yes, I was just looking at what was going on in the hypercar class with the two cars coming back out again, because of course that leaves the Peugeot back in the lead again. Nico Muller has another 3 laps worth of fuel aboard his Peugeot, so he's able to go a little bit further. So Nico Muller coming towards the end of is a short quadruple stint. In other words, it's 4 stints, but one of the segments of that was slightly shorter. But he's coming towards the end of that now, Nico Muller. But these are long stints. The night stints, Richard, at Le Mans often are very long indeed. And the time for Sebastian Bourdais, I said it was a long one. It was 3 hours, 27 minutes and 24 seconds. And Nico Muller is going to be, when he gets to the end of it, over 3 hours and 30 minutes. Now, as I say, he can't go over 4 hours. But when you start getting to that kind of limit, you're having 2 benefits. One, you're really dialed into the conditions, but you're also giving your co-drivers a good long rest. Yeah, it works very, very well, but it is amazing. You get the first couple of hours of darkness and you're still running those regular routine, but then you start to get these super long stints, and I take my hat off it. The track may be dry now, but if you've got out of the car after 3 hours and 30 minutes, you were definitely on board when it was absolutely at its foulest. And some of the images of the cars going down the Mulsanne Straight, what they could see, and I did have someone suggest, were they driving by Braille? I think John Hindhaugh suggested it was by sense of smell.
Yeah, he did indeed. I hope it wasn't the scent of the smell of fear.
Yeah. Bear in mind that of that, I mean, just perhaps not to take.
51 is on fuel only. Sorry, correction. Fuel only for the Ferrari. You're ahead. We gained in the stop.
Communication there, Paul, to Sebastian Buemi in the Toyota.
Yes, good to hear that. Just to put the long stints into context, you have to bear in mind that practically an hour of these 3.5 hour stints were spent behind the safety car, so perhaps not quite as mentally taxing and physically taxing as they would have been otherwise, but still Iron Man type stints from these guys.
Can I ask you a question about tyres?
You can.
And how they're going, because double stinting has been a common thing. Are we seeing any triples, and is there any indication, and I know Michelin advised especially that quadruple stinting is not a thing, but have we seen any triples? And I would imagine that the lengthy yellow periods, either full safety car or slow zones, are probably extending tyre life.
They are, and it depends what you mean by a stint, you know, because what happens is that a stint gets elongated because of the safety car, but then you get cars coming in early in order to take advantage of the safety car. So it's difficult to measure what is meant by a full stint. But I think what we'll be able to establish is during the pit stops that are coming up now for the 8 and the 51, they'll be coming in any minute now. If they keep the same tyres on, then we can be sure that's a triple stint for those two, 8 and 51. Keep an eye on.
Hertz team Jota pits out of 10th position in their privately run Porsche 963, and Team WRT pitted the number 31 LMP2 car with Sean Galale behind the wheel of that entry, and they came in out of 9th position in LMP2 to complete another one of their pit stops.
A bit of a setback for Ferrari fans, but don't worry, it's not at the front end of the field, it's down in GTE AM, and car number 74, the Kessel Racing 488 GTE, Kei Cosolino, Shujiko and Naoki Okamizo just been given a 3-minute penalty, stop and go penalty for full course yellow procedural issues.
Which could be one of a range of different things.
It could. They could take their way through the whole lot of them quite clearly, but 3 minutes would be coming their way at a standstill.
Hertz team Jota in pit lane and being pushed back into the garage. So it's a roller coaster of emotions for this car over the course of the day. Dramas earlier in the week, missed qualifying, started at the back, worked their way at one point to the lead with some remarkable driving from Yifa Ye. And then, unfortunately, he fired it off the road, caused quite a lot of damage. They lost time. They've slowly recovered. They're 4 laps off the pace at the moment. 10th position outright, and indeed in the hypercar class. And that Porsche now rolled back into the garage. Of course, the teams do that. Several reasons. One, the pit lane here is as cramped as I've seen a pit lane at any racetrack ever, with 62 cars and teams all trying to find their own space. And when everyone's lined up in the lane, there's a foot between front splitter and rear wing, but they can also throw more people and more resources at the car when they are in the garage. Let's check in with Pete Snowden for a CrowdStrike Racing pit and paddock team update. Snowy?
Yeah, I'm down with the 38 Jota car, and Felix da Costa has got out of that. The body language sort of looked dejected, but they're still working on the car furiously, cleaning the windscreen and etc., etc. The rear deck is also off, as is the front clip. And there is activity on it, and I wouldn't say it's furious, but there certainly doesn't look like they're retiring the car. So I'm going to try and get in there just before I finish my stint in about 10 minutes' time at 3 o'clock, and see if I can find out what happens with this the big red 38.
Endurance, teamwork, speed. It's why racing and cybersecurity go hand in hand. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
The team radio you heard was Cadillac Racing talking to their driver Alex Lynn, who pits the number 2 car. It's the one with the blue nose from 2nd position, but also in from the race lead is Nico Muller after that lengthy stint that Paul Trustwell documented before. So the 2 leaders in, the order will cycle through, and Sebastian Buemi, who's a minute and 10 seconds further down the road, will cycle past in car number 8 with James Collado next. The next car in the line will be Kevin Estra, but he's a long way further down in terms of track position relative to these 2 cars. So the number 94 Peugeot is in the lane. Nico Muller getting some work on his car with the Cadillac in there as well. I'll tell you what, Bruce, the Cadillacs have just been quietly creeping up on things. The 3's been in the wars more often than not today, but the number 2 car's just been a real solid, quiet achiever, and it's almost the way you want to play a race like this, isn't it? Just fly under the radar as much as you can.
100%. I mean, anybody who's still going at this point in the race, still competitive, has managed to dodge a fair few bullets with the weather being so absolutely foul. And also, just looking back to those first 4 hours of the races, some of the restarts after safety car periods looked like the last lap of a short race.
The Indy 500.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly so. So they've survived all that. It was fabulous racing. But yeah, slowly, catchy monkey, car number 2 going beautifully.
So I'm still with this 38 Hertz Jota Porsche, and it's one of the 28 car just behind of Jota going out as well. But it's good about the background noise there. But one of the most bizarre reasons to come into the pit box ever, the accident data recording box has failed, and it's mandatory by the organisers. So the organisers requested that the car comes into the pits, and they changed that. It can't run on track without that operational. It's as simple as that. That's all it is. But it is, of course, a seat out, and it's major dashboard work, as you can imagine. It's something you wouldn't want to change during a race. So it's not exactly the work of 5 minutes.
Okay, so mandatory components in these cars that are mandated by the organisers for the performance monitoring point of view, and that's the issue for the Hertz Team Jota entry.
Just on that, last pit stops for Nico Müller and Alex Lynn. Within 3 seconds of each other they were. 1 minute 30 for the Peugeot, 1 minute 33 for the Cadillac in second place, and 1 minute 30, 1 minute 33, yeah, so 3 seconds gained there by the Peugeot. Just goes to what we were saying earlier on, if they're going to win this race, they're going to have to be efficient everywhere, maybe because they haven't got quite such a fast race car, but if they can make it go quick in the pits, that's what they need, and 3 seconds on the track is a whole load of time compared to 3 seconds in the pit lane, so they've done well there.
So Sebastian Buemi back in front now with that pit stop shuffle completed. James Collado next, and then Gustavo Menezes, and we're hearing they're going to plug Yiffy Ye back into the Hertz Team Jota car.
Right, yeah, the Porsche number 38 back in 10th place, but as you said a moment ago, Richard, 4 laps behind. That was the 4 laps that they lost right on the first lap of the race. That was when they fell back. And at that time, 4 laps seemed a lot. At this point, 4 laps, well, it's still a lot, but it means you're still in the top 10.
Yes.
Which is a reason for carrying on, that's for sure. And out of that leading group, the first Porsche is the number 6 car, Kevin Estra's Penske Motorsport entry. That's a lap down. We've only got 4 cars on the lead lap at the moment. That will change once this pit stop effect evens itself out, because Müller and Alex Lynn, having made their pit stops, will have to drop back.
So you think the number 6 car will get itself back onto
the lead lap?
Okay,
yes, I do.
Great. It gives us one of each.
Exactly, yeah.
Lap. Yeah. With Toyota leading Ferrari, Peugeot, Cadillac, and then the Porsche Penske number 6 car. So
and again, who would have bet on that? I mean, one of each, but from the 5 major manufacturers that are involved, you've got LMDH, you've got LMH, you've got different types of balance of performance happening out there. And we're not halfway through yet. I know there's a long way to go, but we're getting
stabilizing with the roll bars. Is there anything we can do to help you? Question?
I don't know. Doing my best.
Sebastian Buemi.
And so here we go. He's being asked if there was anything they can do to help him, and Sebastian's just got to get on with it. But getting on with it, he does.
The margin is slowly coming down. 3.9 seconds now, Toyota to Ferrari. And this stint from James Collado has taken a little bit of time out of it. Last time around, a 3 minute 32.99 for the race leader. Collado was half a second quicker in the Ferrari. So the 51 car is gradually catching, 17.2 seconds back to Gustavo Menezes in the Peugeot. And then it's another 13 seconds, 30 seconds from the lead for Alex Lynn. And then, as Paul was talking about, Estra, for parts of the lap, pops back onto the lead lap from a timing point of view, but shown as 3 minutes and 11 seconds behind the outright lead, 2.5 or 2 minutes 45 back from the Cadillac in front. So
when a full lap is 3.5 minutes,
yes,
then that puts him back onto the lead lap. One of the bits of data I've got here is average lap times, and it's an appropriate time to compare because each of the top 3, in fact each of the top 4, did 12 lap stints on that last stint. They all included the same amount of time behind the full course yellow, and the average lap times for the 12 lap stints was Buemi a 3:31.0, Collado a 3:30.9, Nico Müller 3:31.7, and Alex Lynn a 3:31.5. So you got the fascinating situation out of those cars of the Peugeot being the slowest of them and the Ferrari being the quickest of them. Not necessarily by a lot, but by 1/10 of a second, and again multiply that by 12 laps and you've got over a second's worth of difference.
Coming up to the top of the hour, 3 o'clock in the morning here in this race, so we're not far away from that halfway milestone, Bruce. It's all downhill from there. Or up.
Second notebook almost being readied. I've been jotting down the incidents that I've seen, and it's now starting to stretch to quite a number, but it's been an enthralling race. And as your first Le Mans 24 Hours on the scene, here on the ground, has it been worth your journey up from Australia?
Oh, yeah. It's well worth the 16-hour flight. The NASCAR was annoying when I was trying to have a kip, but it was outstandingly good at the same time. Quite surreal to be dozing off to the sound of that thing pounding around.
Now, also explain, you're heading to do what you think, and I'm very confident, is a unique double. Where are you heading next weekend?
Next weekend, Darwin.
There we go.
Hidden Valley Raceway for the next round of Porsche Carrera Cup Australia. So it's about as far removed from Le Mans and Central France as you can possibly get.
I think that's a very rich Catholic taste in motor racing, and I think everybody here in the Haggerty Global Broadcasting Centre operates along those lines. Long may it last.
So 13 hours, 2 minutes and 6 seconds remaining in this race, just approaching 3 a.m. local time. Big incident for the number 12. It's the number I caught as it flashed, as it spun. It's on the Mulsanne straight. And a very, very big moment, and I'd suggest it could be the Inter-Europol LMP2 car. Confirm that for you, but there was a wild moment with the car spinning backwards.
Might be 32.
32.
So it had a 2 as it went round, which is the white, green and yellow one into the first chicane.
32.
Into and through the first chicane.
In the Daytona chicane, and it spun through and into the tyre bundles that are the divider of the old Mulsanne straight before they put the chicane in. So that's a big moment for that car. Follow that up for you. Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, RS1 around the world via radiolemans.com.
Radio Le Mans weather.
18 degrees at the moment and beautiful, and now mostly clear. Tomorrow heading for a top of 26 degrees with the potential for more showers and potentially a thunderstorm as well. Radio Le Mans with Flywheel, where you can see the Le Mans class winning AC Cobra on track next weekend.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
For this milestone, Dave Charlton has chosen an example of the deep respect and camaraderie that is found in endurance racing. Jackie Ickx and Tom Christensen, two legendary drivers from different eras that have 15 Le Mans victories between them, with a record 9 held by the Dane. After his debut victory in 1997, Christensen won 6 consecutive races from 2000. It's the 2005 win that provides the unforgettable moment here. As the Audi R8 Tom shared with JJ Leto and Marco Werner crossed the line, and Jackie Ickx's record of 6 wins was surpassed, the Belgian called Tom and left a message on his voicemail to congratulate the driver, who had, at that very moment, taken over the title of Mr. Le Mans.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
12 hours, 59, 30, 29, 28, 27 on the clock, with a slow zone in the sector that runs down through Tete Rouge towards the first chicane, and it is to recover the number 32 Inter-Europol competition Orica, with Jan Magnussen shown behind the wheel. A lurid moment going into the first Daytona chicane on the Mulsanne straight. It spun several times. It glanced the barrier on driver's left, and they are now executing a recovery.
I'm most surprised that that happened to Jan Magnussen with the number of times he's been here. One of the most experienced drivers at Le Mans this year. In fact, he's Jan Magnussen, the most experienced driver here this year. 23 times. This is his 24th entry. Some records may say 25, but this is his 24th. But he's got him, and I think he hit the barrier sufficiently hard, Richard, that they might actually have to put a new one in there, because it hit it a glancing blow, but if you hit it between where the posts are, it can ding it in and make it banana shaped, and then they'll want to change it, which could mean that we get a fairly lengthy slow zone there. But at least it's only just at the first chicane, where if anywhere has been the place that's had the most accidents, it must be that first chicane on the Mulsanne straight, the Daytona chicane.
The Oman racing team with TF Sport, Aston Martin was just in pit lane from 5th position in the LMGTE AM class with Charlie Eastwood behind the wheel. Question, and I am sure you are correct with 24 start. Where's the discrepancy 24 to 25 for Jan Magnussen?
It all happened in, let me just double check, 2015, when Jan Magnussen was entered for the race. The car practiced, qualified, but then it had a crash in the qualifying session and it wasn't able to start the race. So it kind of appears on entry lists, and I think they might have even issued a grid list with his number on it. But that's why a lot of people think he's won more than he actually is. But he puts himself without doubt now. In fact, he and Romain Dumas are the most experienced drivers here at Le Mans this year. Romain Dumas also competing in his 24th 24 hours.
Wow, it's an incredible record. That's phenomenal.
To come back and do it time after time. Most experienced score as all, of course, Henri Pescarolo with 33 stars at the Le Mans 24 hours.
Romain Dumas could be the kind of driver that goes near that based on his career so far, with everything that he's achieved.
Yeah, could well be.
Remarkable achievements in his life of motorsport. The AF Corsa Ferrari, Antonio Fuoco, has just pitted, so they were approaching back towards the bottom half of the top 10. They were working their way through the LMP2 cars. They lost a lot of time, so they're 6 laps off the lead now with that issue with the front of that car. So we believe a leak in the front suspension or perhaps steering of the Ferrari 499P. So they've just pitted and departed again and have just dropped back down to 15th position, but they are on the same lap as all of the LMP2 cars, so they should be able to work their way back towards the top 10 relatively quickly. From there, it becomes a tougher ask to play with the cars that are in the same category as them.
Now, the good news is I spotted Jan Magnussen limping back down the Mulsanne straight, not running entirely at a straight angle, but I feared after that contact with the barriers at the Daytona chicane, that might have been over and out, but the Dane is bringing it home. That was down at the tail end of the field, down in 32nd position out of what are 32 cars still running, but anyhow, he lives to fight another day, and we're not yet at the halfway distance point in this 24-hour race.
This rather good battle in GTE AM continues, and the AF Corsa number 54, it's the silver car with bright red highlights on it, as befitting a Ferrari. Francesco Castellacci behind the wheel. That car has just peeled into pit lane from 2nd position. Gunnar Jeanette continues to lead the way in the Project 1 AO car that everyone affectionately refers to as Rexy. Meanwhile, there's still a battle for the lead, and we touched on the fact that James Collado was pulling margin out of Sebastian Buemi after that last round of pit stops. So on lap 139, the margin, it's come down from 4 seconds, and it's now 0.4 of a second. And that Ferrari, with its prodigious straight line speed, has hauled in Sebastian Buemi and will be attacking for the race lead as we speak.
Yeah, in fact, the top 4 cars covered by under 7 seconds. A few blinks of an eye ago, it was 14 seconds. A little bit of traffic, I think, has certainly obstructed the first couple, which is Sebastian Buemi and the number 8 Toyota leading the way from James Collado. But Collado is getting right up close and hunting him down. This is fabulous stuff.
Out of Carnage, just going past the United Autosport. That's a 23 car with Ollie Jarvis behind the wheel. Blue flags waving. Difficult to spot them this hour of the morning, but the bright blue piercing LEDs certainly help. Then into the Porsche curves they go. So that margin, he lost 1.3 seconds just with lap traffic through Indianapolis and Carnage, the slowest corner on the racetrack. So Collado's got to do all that work again. And while these two battle for the lead, that's only going to help that Peugeot with Gustavo Menezes behind the wheel. He's only 5.7 seconds off the race lead. And as we touched on earlier, Alex Lynn's not that far further back in the lead Cadillac either.
Sorry, misread the timing sheets. It's actually 13 seconds across the top 4. It had been 14. I misread. I didn't add them all together properly, but it's still Toyota, Ferrari, Peugeot, Cadillac, Porsche. Just enjoy that. Top 5 manufacturers.
And brands with heritage here as well that go back the full century of racing at this place. Up into the Dunlop curves, the chicane first, the right-hander, and under the bridge goes Sebastian Buemi in the leading Toyota, being pursued by this Ferrari. The number of outright battles for the lead we've seen, and yes, there's been pit stop changes, and the number of times we've seen cars peel in the moment a safety car pulls in or a full course yellow is cleared has been fascinating, but the actual on-track lead changes, I'd love to see the stat at the end of the day of what the actual on-track, wheel-to-wheel competitive racing spec passing is, because it has been furious.
Right, the Peugeot in 3rd place has just been hit with a problem. 5 seconds will be added to the next pit stop for a pit infringement, car number 94. So there it is, just about 8 seconds down on the race leader, and it's got a little bit of a setback.
And once again, off the road goes the Cadillac Racing number 3 car, this time with Scott Dixon behind the wheel. One of the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight. First chicane, Daytona chicane, appropriately for Scott Dixon, who spent his career in the United States. CrowdStrike pit and paddock update. We can say a very early good morning to Joe Bradley down there. Joe?
Morning, guys. Morning, everybody. Back down in CrowdStrike pit lane for another report, and we've got the Jan Magnussen car has made it back. Quite a bit of damage on the front of the car. Looks like he's gone in head first, right all the way across the front of the car. So the nose section will have to be changed. The concern, of course, with any kind of impact is where that energy transfers. And you may have what looks like superficial damage with the bodywork at the front, but where that energy then transfers through the car, that could manifest in other things like electrical problems coming loose and connectors. But for now, the car back into the garage, and they're going to have a massive inspection of this one.
And coming to a garage near you, Joe, will be the number 94 Peugeot, which has found the fence. Gustavo Menezes behind the wheel. This is the leading contender for the Peugeot team. It has found the fence, and there's quite significant damage, it seems, to the right front corner of that car. Out of 4th position. And it's been able to reverse out under its own steam. It's at the Daytona chicane, so the first part of the Mulsanne straight. Menezes has grabbed reverse. There's big damage to the right front corner. The guard is torn up. The front splitter dragging on the ground. The headlight has been dislodged and has fallen down, and the team already preparing the replacement front clip. The entire nose box and sub-assembly comes in one. There's 4 pins that slide into the actual tub, the chassis of the car. It bolts on very, very quickly. So it's designed to separate in the event of an accident, and it's going to have to separate very soon.
Yeah, just to pick it up, he was actually in 3rd place at the time, 8 seconds down on the race-leading Toyota Sebastian Buemi. Not that far down, about 6 seconds down on James Collado. But at that time in front of Alex Lynn. So the number 2 Cadillac car now goes up into 3rd place overall, and it's not a limp back of shame. Something has gone wrong. There's been front-end contact at the Daytona chicane, but it's a slow return, and the bodywork at the front is hanging off on one side. The right-hand headlight has just failed. There are sparks coming from the bottom right-hand front bodywork as well. It's a nightmare for Menezes.
Maximum 80 kph.
That was the team telling Gustavo, the American driver, that he, at 28 years of age, needs to 80 kilometres an hour maximum coming back to try and avoid any further damage to the right front corner of that car, which is leaning, sagging across where the damage has been caused in that contact with the tyres.
That would be one of the buttons on the steering wheel.
100, maximum 100.
All my lights are off. I am so sorry.
Yeah, he's reporting back that his lights are off and can't see anything, so he's going to have to be careful. But no, what I was saying was they'll have a button on the steering wheel for 80 kilometres an hour, because that's the slow zone speed. So that's an easy one to do, but now they're telling him he can go up to 100.
And unrelated, but potentially unrelated, there's a wheel and tyre combination just merrily bouncing across the circuit. Now, has that departed from the right front corner of the Peugeot?
I think so, yes.
Quite possibly when he reached the 2nd chicane. He's coming down towards Mulsanne corner, and it's so dark without the headlight looking, and he's got his front left, he's got his rear left. I think it might have been, just got to check if anybody has just left the pits and lost one at the very first corner. We still can't see the front right on that number 94 Peugeot, because it's on the opposite side of the car to the cameras. But one little slip up, and you heard a plaintive little "I'm sorry guys" from Gustavo. How gutting for Peugeot.
Former LMP2 champion in the World Endurance Championship, platinum rated driver, hugely experienced, and has driven superbly today, with that car being a contender for the lead throughout most of the race. And not a huge amount of people, I don't think, expected that to be the case. So limping back slowly now. He's not a massive amount of a way around the lap, car 94. He's got a long way to go. This is going to be a huge blow for this team. Remember, they had dramas with the 93 car earlier in the day, so this was the last bullet in their gun.
And I'm being minded as well of something that Johnny Molam said earlier on about how surprised he is of the number of accident damage incidents that we've had. I mean, I'm not a betting man, and nor would I be proud to do so, but one would have expected the Peugeots to have failed for mechanical reasons rather than failing for this reason. And yeah, it was. So, you know, the number of genuine mechanical incidents we've had that have taken cars out of this race. I think we've only had the number 75 Porsche. We've had front left suspension problems with the 923 car, but again, that was probably induced by accident damage in the first place.
And single driver incidents as well, where a driver making an error. Now, those really wet, difficult conditions, and when drivers were on slick tyres in those really wet, difficult conditions, certainly played a role earlier on in the race. But from what we've been able to tell, that was just Gustavo on his own at the Daytona chicane. We'll obviously try and validate that and confirm you. So he's heading out of Carnage and towards the Porsche curves now. He's got a long way to go to limp that car back to the lane.
It's super slow, as he pointed out. He's missing one of his headlights, can see nothing on the right-hand side. That's the side of the track that he's hanging around to stay off the racing line as well. But yes, we just had the number 2 Cadillac go up into 3rd place overall, and sudden warning on the screen for exceeding track limits. This is a proper warning. This isn't just another time of doing it. So for Alex Lynn, he could be in just another little element, Paul, to jiggle this pot.
Yes, but it's also wonderful for my statistics and things, because I can now go back and count how many laps he's had disallowed before the warning has come up. And that's going to enable me to predict who's kind of on the bubble of getting warnings as well. So I'm glad something more than just a lap disallowed has finally come up on that page.
We'll let you go in and crunch those numbers.
That'll take a while.
You got 12 hours and 45 minutes, 44, 40, 58, 57 still to go in this one.
Can I bring something else to the party?
Certainly.
A pink strap on the screen says, now pit stop car number 50 under investigation. And of course, that's one of the AF Corsa Ferraris, and that's had its setbacks. I guess they'd rather it was that one than the 51, in terms of the 51 being rather better placed.
Yeah, well, they recently made that stop. They dropped a few spots back down to 15th. He has now passed all of the LMP2 cars. Tonio Fuoco, my open wheel racer, who worked his way up through Formula 3 and Formula 2 on the F1 pathway and then switched across to sports cars. And it's always spectacular to watch. So he's now at the tail end of the Hypercar group. They're split into colour codes on our timing screens. The Alcamel systems provide the very informative timing monitors in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and there's a big clump of red at the top, which is all the hypercars, and then a big clump of blue, which is LMP2, and then a smattering of yellow for the GTE AM cars. And finally, working its way into the pit entry now, Gustavo Menezes in the 9X8 Peugeot. It's such a forlorn sight, and when these cars have struck dramas today, there's been a collective sigh around the circuit. The local PA has been massively parochial in pumping the crowd up, and as it gets into the lane and hits the control line, the right front tyre delaminates completely and it shreds the bodywork. It's flailing everywhere. It's remarkable it didn't happen earlier, but the tyre has now completely delaminated. Joe Bradley is on the scene for a CrowdStrike Racing pit and paddock update.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess, guys. There's no other way of saying it. The front end of the car is, it looks destroyed, but then the prototypes kind of do, because it's there's a lot of bodywork damage. The important bit, all right, the right front tyre has deflated and began to delaminate. It wasn't turning around. It was basically being dragged across the floor. Gustavo stays in the cockpit until the fueling's done. Let's get this sequence right. The fueling still has to be done first, and now it goes on the dollies. Now it swivels round through 90 degrees and pushed backwards, and it is all the way across the front. Now the bodywork makes this car look worse than it perhaps is, and as the team go to work on getting the bodywork removed, that's when we get a chance, and I'm right in there amongst this this scrum of photographers, and just going to check the, all right, so the nose section, the deformable structure, that comes off, that's damaged, that'll go in the repair bin. We're checking the suspension. Everything looks not too bad on the left and not too bad on the right. I think that's not as bad. I think they might have gotten away with that. I think they might have gotten away with that. Getting pushed around here, of course, because mechanics trying to get rid of the broken bits and the new bits being brought in. But from what I can see, I've seen mechanics sort of push and pull in the front end suspension, and now they've got their hands in there and they're tugging at the wishbones and pulling at the steering tie rods, and they're looking at the hydraulic system on the steering at the front. That all looks intact. It's all been protected by that deformable nose structure that the car has on the front, and they might get away with this. They might just need a new front body section. I'll keep you posted.
CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
So the Peugeot team go to work. While all that's going on, there's still a car race occurring, and James Collado is starting to edge back towards Sebastian Buemi. He got to within 0.4 of a second. He then got traffic. He then dropped back to a couple of seconds back, and now he's back to within 0.8 of a second. And once again, we have Toyota and Ferrari racing away at the front of the field. They're going through the Daytona chicane and into the second part of the Mulsanne straight now, and that Ferrari, with all of its straight line speed, continues to nibble away at the tail end of car number 8.
What did you notice when the 94 Peugeot came in? It appeared to have 4 wheels on it, so we still haven't accounted for that other wheel. And Ian McCarthy tweeting in, 94 pitted with 4 wheels. That stray one looked as though it was at the Porsche curves earlier. So who has come in with 3 wheels on their wagon? We've got to work it out. Not too many cars in the pits at all at the moment, apart from the long stairs like the Hertz Team Jota. Porsche still tumbling down the order as it sits in the pit garage, but we'll have to play finders keepers on that one.
Someone's going to get an excellent souvenir. at some point to take home as a memory of the centenary running of the Le Mans 24-hour. We'll get the sleuths around this racetrack, and there are more than 250,000 of them in various states of disrepair, I would imagine, at 3:20 a.m. in the morning. We'll get them onto it. So the battle for the lead continues. They're heading out of Mulsanne Corner and up that wonderful piece of road that leads them down into Indianapolis. The first part is the fast right kink, and then they're now in the left-hander, which is beautifully cambered. The Toyota particularly good there. The way these hypercars, especially the ones with the hybrid assist on the front axle, which is the full hypercar regulations, the way they fire out of slow speed corners is quite remarkable. And then when that hybrid energy kicks in at a set speed in between 150 and 190 kilometres an hour, they fire out of even the medium speed corners. It is remarkable to watch these cars gain speed. And then of course they've got all the aero, all the downforce, a nice slick Michelin tyre as well. They're such a cool package to watch.
Yeah, it really is like someone's going, okay, that's quick, but let's show you fast forward. And just that boost is absolutely phenomenal. But right now, the gap between first and second, under a second. So it's getting tighter and tighter as James Collado hunts down Sebastian Buemi. They've been racing in the same races for many years, but not always in the same class. Of course, Sebastian's been in the top class for a very long time, but James Collado largely in GTE Pro with considerable success. But now he's enjoying challenging for the lead of this race outright. This is fabulous.
The dramas for Gustavo Menezes, they're dropping down the order. It's elevated the number 3 Cadillac racing car up the order. Despite all their dramas, they're still a lap off and 19 seconds behind the Porsche Penske number 6, but Scott Dixon now climbs to 5th position.
It's also now elevated the 93 Peugeot ahead of the 94. So, yeah, both of Peugeots having had the problems, but now 93 is officially the less delayed of the two. The answer to the Alex Lynn, or the Cadillac number 2, because it's not just Alex Lynn, although to be fair, Richard Westbrook hasn't had any laps at all disallowed for track limits. It's all been down to Alex and Earl Bamber, who have been collecting them. They have had 14 track warning limits between the two of them. Now, whether that means the warning flag comes after 14, or whether there is, very often with these matters, there's a cut-off point where they kind of refresh and start again. So they kind of do it in 6-hourly chunks. And after 6 hours, they say, oh, forget what you've had, we'll start a new tally. In which case, I don't know what that cut-off is, but I think after 14 offences, then they should have learned somehow.
Yeah, it's been a story of the weekend, hasn't it? And we were talking earlier in the week where there were something like 1,000 lap times deleted
in the practice sessions.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
You have to wonder if there's a better way for it without it affecting the show. And
well, I think, to be honest, I think this has, because it hasn't affected the show.
True.
I haven't heard anybody complaining about it in any of our interviews that we've had, but it has all been recorded.
Yeah.
Now, one point really worth raising, and that is a lot of those situations where the drivers ran wide would be because they had absolutely no grip when the track was at its absolute wettest. So maybe not as bad and dark as we paint it, but anyhow, they have accrued them. It has been seen on camera.
The only other option is to put either a gravel trap or a wall where they can't go right, and that's just generally not practical in this day and age. So yeah, it's one of motor racing's great issues is the track limit debate. I know it's been quite topical in the United Kingdom in British touring cars of late. The MSA with some new regulations that I think have just kicked in that caused quite a...
Kicked in and kicked off,
yeah,
I think you could say.
Quite a kick-off, wasn't it? Yeah. It is one of the great issues in the sport. Number 37, Cool Racing car, Malte Jacobsen, pulls out of pit lane. They're now scored down in 41st position earlier on. And you mentioned with just the Jan Magnussen, just to follow up on that car still in pit lane. They were looking to recover. That was the car that, as you correctly pointed out, Bruce, struck dramas very, very early in the race with Mark Kavami behind the wheel.
Yeah, it did, and it sort of dropped it to the back of the pack, but there were further problems because before many hours behind them, they had dropped right down towards the tail of the field. At the moment, we're sitting on cars from 49th position down to 62nd, not going any further. They've all retired, majority of those in GTE AM. The only one from the top class, two from the top class, Toyota Gazoo Racing number 7, which obviously had that contact with seemingly not one but 2 Ferraris out as it approached the slow zone. And the other car from the top class was number 75, Porsche Penske Motorsport, Mathieu Jaminet, stopping out on circuit, trying to get it going, but eventually could not get it back on its starter motor back to the pit. So really, really frustrating for Porsche Penske Motorsport. However, they still have 2 cars in the battle. They've got one with Kevin Estre just in the pits from 4th place at the moment, and the sister car Dane Cameron down in 10th, just out of the pits.
CrowdStrike pit report from Joe Bradley with more info on the number 3 Cadillac.
In from 5th place overall, the number 3 Cadillac, that's the yellow one, if you're out there on track, the yellow one into the pits. Looks like routine. We've got a set of Michelins.
That's James Collado's message, Joe.
Right, I think we've got the 51 Ferrari team limbering up as well, by the way, so I'm expecting that car soon. The fueling continues on the number 3 whilst we hear that, and when the fuel is done, I'll get an idea of whether or not they are going to change tyres. I suspect they are. There's a guy, big stocky guy with a wheel gun on the right rear, and likewise on the right front. And now the team go to work. Let's see what tyres are going on. They're softs that are coming off, and yeah, softs going back on, and it looks like a scrub set, so they're cycling through their sets of tyres here at the Ganassi Cadillac team. So Cadillac Racing, number 3, job done, back out into the race.
Speed, reliability, and the power of the cloud. That's protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
So busy in pit lane, and we are expecting stops for both car number 8 and car number 51. They are our 2 race leaders. They are inseparable on the racetrack. 0.4 of a second, the official margin, but it's about 1.5 Ferrari 499P lengths as they run down the long straight between Mulsanne Corner and the run into Indianapolis, where they're approaching now. This has been a really intense little fight, and their lap times have been utterly inseparable. In fact, last time round, Sebastian Buemi 331.417, James Collado 331.418. Nothing between them at all.
And their average lap time across the 11 laps of the stint so far, 331.34 for Buemi, 331.31 for Collado. So you have to go down to the 2nd place of decimals to get a difference between them. Alex Lynn in 3rd. Another possible reason for his warning flag. Of the 14, 5 of them have come in the last hour, I've just established. So I think it might be that last hour he's just been overdoing it a little bit.
Well, someone who is overdoing it a little bit is Sebastian Buemi, trying to hang on to the lead of this race. He's getting really rattled, running a little bit wide. Into the Porsche curves they go, and just going to see if anybody's going to blink and dive in to make a pit stop. Sebastian Buemi, 0.4 of a second clear of James Collado. Will 51 James Collado dive for the pits? Joe Bradley just telling us that they're expecting him down there. Let's find out any second now. They, I think, will both be diving in together, and they are.
And right on cue. So the 2 leaders come in. We'll stay with this, and then we'll bring you our Hertz hourly update, because this is absolutely critical stuff, with the 2 leaders split by 0.4 of a second. And now it's a pit stop battle as we have a CrowdStrike pit update with Joe Bradley.
So the number 8 reaches their pit first, because it's one of the first few pits that are available to it. The 51 arrives further along towards pit out. Car comes to a halt. Looks like this could be fuel only and a windscreen wipe. No tyres being readied. Nobody standing there with wheel guns. So tactics are being deployed, aren't they? It's this race has come down to whether or not you change tyres and hang on to that track position. Right now, just keeping a wary eye down the pit lane to look at when the number 8 leaves its pit box, but it's whether the 51 can overtake the number 8. Now, the number 8 is taking tyres. It's took fuel, now it's taking tyres. The Ferrari isn't. Fueling still going on the Ferrari. It's had its windscreen nicely polished. The headlights, likewise. Now, the 51's gone. The 51 leaves its pit box and goes back out on track and into the lead of this race.
So that is an official lead change, and Ferrari beat Toyota out, but a slightly different change of strategy. So Ferrari fuel only, Toyota with a little bit more in car number 8. And as a result of that, slightly out of sequence, car number 2 now finds itself in the race lead with Alex Lynn behind the wheel. It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, RS1 around the world via radiolemans.com.
The Hertz Hourly Update. Getting you to your let's go moments for more than 100 years.
So Alex Lynn leading the way for Cadillac at the moment then, 11 and a half hours into the race. That's car number 2 then. He owes us a pit stop, and within 2 laps he'll be in, that's for sure. He has just overtaken, whilst they were having their pit stops, both the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing Toyota of Sebastian Buemi and the number 51 Ferrari from the AF Corsa team of James Collado. They came in the order Buemi ahead of Collado. They went out in the order Collado ahead of Buemi because the Ferrari didn't change tyres. So the top 3 very close together indeed, and 3 different manufacturers, of course. In 4th place is a different manufacturer, and that's Porsche, the Penske Motorsport 963 of Andre Lotterer, which is in 4th place. They are around about, in fact, they're a lap behind, aren't they now? Just 3 cars on the lead lap. So Andre Lotterer in Porsche number 6 is a lap behind, as is Scott Dixon in Cadillac number 3, who's in 5th place, but only 25 seconds behind Andre Lotterer. In 6th place is Paul Di Resta in the Peugeot 9X8, car number 93, which is now the leading Peugeot, and he's a further lap behind the Porsche and Cadillac ahead of him. In 7th place is Olivier Pla in the Glickenhaus, car number 708. He's a further lap behind, along with Frank Mayer in the other Glickenhaus. So the two Glickenhauses, 708 and 709, 3 laps behind the overall race leader in 7th and 8th places. In 9th place is the stopped Gustavo Menezes Peugeot, which will continue to fall further backwards, but it's still being shown in 9th. And in 10th place, number 5, Dane Cameron for the Porsche Penske Motorsport team. He is a further lap behind those cars, and so he's 5 laps behind the race leader. That's the top 10 at least in Hypercar. In LMP2, Albert Costa leads for Inter-Europol competition, the number 34 car leading the way. No, it's not. I beg your pardon, it's the Duquesne team car that leads the way, car number 30. Neil Jarney in the Orica then leading the way on 140 laps. Panis Racing is second with car number 65, and he's some seconds behind in 2nd place. In 3rd place is the Cool Racing Orica, Richard de Gueris in car number 47. In GTE AM, the leader there is now the Kessel Racing Ferrari, car number 57, ahead of the Rexy car number 56. So it's Ferrari ahead of Porsche now in GTE AM. Rexy car currently in the hands of PJ Hyatt, Kessel Racing in the hands of Daniel Serra, number 57. And then 3rd place in the GTE AM class is the Iron Dames Porsche car number 85. Those 3 cars all on the same lap. That's the hourly update. The next one will be in the 2nd half of the race.
The Hertz Hourly Update. Getting you to your let's go moments for more than one. The Hourly Update. Hertz Rental Car. Getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
12 hours, 25 minutes, 41, 40, 39. The clock continues to tick as we work our way towards the halfway point of this year's Le Mans 24-hour. It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, RS1 around the world via radiolemans.com. Good morning. Oh, it's such a good morning. This is a really cool car race that is building with a strategic fight and a flat-out fight for the Hypercar Battle and the class fights between LMP2 and GTEM to continue on. Richard Crale, Bruce Jones, Paul Truswell and Joe Bradley providing our CrowdStrike pit lane team updates from a very busy pit lane. Work continuing on Gustavo Menezes' Peugeot, which sits forlornly in the garage after that heavy impact at the first chicane, the Daytona chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. And the lead Peugeot now the number 93 car, which remains 2 laps off the pace. So less than 25 minutes to go until the halfway point of this one. It's anyone's game. We're expecting a Cadillac pit stop soon, but end of this lap. But this is a great fight.
Well, it's just simply spellbinding. I can't think of a Le Mans 24 Hours that's had, not just in the top class, but in the other classes as well, battles that are raging on. We're not at the halfway point. Now, the teams have their race strategies. A lot of that's been blown apart by these incredible rainstorms that have come through, short, sharp, and very, very tricky to negotiate. But fans around the circuit, have they peaked too soon? Here we are at 3:30 in the morning. Should they've had a bit of shut-eye? You know, you wouldn't want to leave the side of the track. And we're like this in the commentary box. We're completely fired up. Have we paced it right? We've got more than half this race to go, but there is still something happening on pretty much every lap. And the number 2 Cadillac coming in for the lead of the race, Alex Lynn. This is the car that's got the warning for exceeding track limits too many times thus far. So it's got to just watch its tread. Into the pit lane it comes.
Almost certainly Alex Lynn will be getting out of it. He's double a triple stint behind the wheel of the Cadillac, and I would expect Richard Westwood to be ready to get into it, but we can have that no doubt described to us by our CrowdStrike pit lane crew.
Isn't this fantastic how these pit stops just the lead? The number 2 Cadillac now relinquishing that lead as Alex Lynn brings the car in. It's Richard Westbrook who will take over as Alex gets out. We'll hopefully get a chat with the superstar. And it's fuel and tyres and driver. At the moment, though, we're only allowed to change the driver as we complete the fueling. Fueling going in. Fueler on the number 2 is my good mate Simon Herring, who's one of my iRacing buddies. And he's been a part of this project since the outset as an observer at round 1 at Sebring. That's Simon. He wasn't on the fueling, but he was on the rig holding the big lever. That's because he's tall. Right, now the tyres go on. What we got? We've got softs again. Softs seem to be the tyre of choice for pretty much everyone in this top hypercar class. Got an oil replenishment going on as well. That's a big canister that pressurizes an oil feed. And the car, I say the car fires up, it doesn't. This is one of the cars that moves off completely silently, and it's at this point that I think I've gone deaf. But I haven't, because as it gets onto the actual pit lane, it then fires in the petrol engine. So that car's gone. Back out on the track, we'll have an update from Alex soon.
In racing and cybersecurity, every second counts. Learn why at crowdstrike.com.
It was one of the things when these cars first became into life and all the testing was occurring and the LMDH cars were pounding around Sebring night after night after night, getting laps. One of the things that caught everyone's attention on social media was the way the Cadillac burst into life after driving away from pit lane. Alex Lynn has just completed an enormous triple stint, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, Alex just got from the car, he's come across the pit bench, and I've found him kind of just gathering his thoughts and just pulling himself together, because that was, I would imagine, Alex, pretty tough triple stint there.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I think we're doing our thing and going round and around, and the car's working well, just trying to stay out of trouble, really.
Yeah, I mean, do you think this race is going to come down to that? Perhaps the car that wins this race is the car that has kept out of trouble?
No, I do think it will come down to that, to be honest. I think it will come down to whoever doesn't make a mistake, and especially what we've seen with the weather and who keeps their car together. So yeah, for me, that'll be the key to winning this race.
Thanks, mate.
CrowdStrike Racing pit update with Joe Bradley. Yes or no? And Paul, feel free to jump into this. Can Cadillac win this race?
Of course they can. I would have said that Peugeot could win this race, but I'm going to take that one back now. I'm going to keep my limit to those that are on the lead lap, and we've got 3 of them at the moment. I think it's unreasonable to expect to get a lap back and then still come back to win the race. It's not unheard of, and the way this race has been going, even the unheard of could be heard of. But no, I mean, certainly as the car that was leading the race as Alex Lynn came in, then he can certainly lead it. However, one of the things they're going to have to do is to smarten up the pit work, because just comparing those last 3 pit stops that we've seen, the Ferrari, remember they didn't change tyres, but they turned the car around in 1 minute and 17 seconds, and that's not just the time in the garage, that's time spent from pit in to pit out, including trundling down the pit lane at 60 kilometres an hour. So 1 minute and 17 seconds for Ferrari, 1 minute and 28 seconds for Toyota, and they did change tyres. 1 minute and 45 seconds for the Cadillac, so they've just thrown away 13 seconds just on the pit stop. So that's going to be tough for Cadillac if they're going to continue at that pace.
Good news for French motorsport. The 94 Peugeot was back out. That damage, I think I was right, it wasn't that bad. It just looked a lot worse than it actually was, and the car has just peeled out of its garage and back out onto the track.
Yeah, great news. I just want to circle back. Le Mans, where the unheard of is heard of. That is the catchphrase for next year's race. You send the ACO a bill, Paul, but that is the best line I have heard in this race so far. Thank you.
And that is, of course, why we have the Studiovision camera, because Krause nearly fell off his chair when you issued that one.
I had to write it down. Where the unheard of is heard of. Hashtag Haggerty RLM. Give us your thoughts about how this race is playing out. At Radio Le Mans is the Twitter account to engage with as well. And there are a lot of tweets occurring very early in the morning as we approach our way to half race distance. So just a little reset now with all those pit stops complete. 149 laps in the books for James Collado, who remains behind the wheel of car number 51 for Ferrari AF Corsa. He leads by 5.7 seconds over Sebastian Buemi, but remember there's a difference in pit stop strategy between them, and Ferrari jumped the Toyota to the tune of 11 seconds, I believe it was, in pit lane at that last stop. Richard Westbrook, the vastly experienced driver, now behind the wheel of the number 2 Cadillac Racing entry, and then Andre Lotterer is in 4th position for Porsche Penske Motorsport. So there remains 4 different brands in the top 4 outright positions, and indeed in Hypercar. However, the number 6 Porsche is 1 lap back from the race lead. Scott Dixon is 5th for Cadillac Racing. Meanwhile, in the LMP2 battle, Neil Yarni for the Duquesne team in car number 30 leads the way over Job van Uitert for Panis Racing in car number 65. 23 seconds between them, but there's only 9/10 of a second between the number 65 Panis Racing car and the Cool Racing number 47. So we've got a battle for 2nd and 3rd position in LMP2.
And the driver who's going to take over from Neil Yarni after the Swiss driver's done this epic several stints will be his Chilean teammate, Nico Pina, who not so long ago was spotted in the pit garage doing a spot of 3-ball juggling just to get his focus before he goes out into the night.
CrowdStrike Racing pit and paddock update. Let's go and catch up with Joe. We've been following the story of the number 32 into Europol LMP2 car and Jan Magnussen, who found the fence on the Mulsanne. Joe, where are they at?
They're still in the garage, the car in the garage, and the crew working on the left front suspension. Some very, very bent looking bits. That looks like a tie rod or a bottom wishbone, or bit of a bottom wishbone that I can see strewn. They're busily trying to disconnect the old broken parts, and everything's twisted and shouldn't be where it is, so it makes the job a little bit more tricky. These things are very, very well designed to just, the bolting on and off process is beautiful to work on. However, when things get twisted and bent, then it becomes a little bit of a nightmare, and that's what it looks like the Orica are having, a bit of a nightmare. It sits there forlornly, rear bodywork off. They're doing a bit of servicing all over the car while they repair the damage on the front end. Oh, there's some lovely hammer ambience there. Hang on. Oh, he's put it down just as I said that.
It's lovely, Joe.
Yeah, he's having to hammer the bolt out of the bottom wishbone. I mean, that, you know, you can sort of you unscrew it and it just comes out with your fingers normally, but because everything's bent and twisted, he's having to use a little bit of a hammer. It's only a small hammer, not too much.
But they're clearly still working on the car then, which is good news, because when it came off and got stuck at the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight, we never saw it. I never saw any record of it being driven back. But Jan Magnussen is made of stern stuff and must have been able to drive it, Bruce.
Yeah, no, I did spot it coming back, and it was probably about 5 to 10 degrees out of true.
Right.
All the way down the Mulsanne Straight. Not so easy to get around a corner when you're pointing it one way and it's going another. But yeah, it was the slow limp back.
Right. Okay. Good job anyway from the experienced Dane, Jan Magnussen.
Hashtag lovely hammer ambience is another one, courtesy of Joe Bradley.
Krause's notebook is filling up. So what did we get to? You heard the unheard here first.
Where the unheard of is heard of. And lovely hammer ambience. Is it normally this time of the race? This is my first 24. Is this normally this time of the race where great lines like that get dropped? Or
always between 3 and 4 in the morning.
Yeah, right.
But it just happens that way.
Thoroughly enjoying it.
Just fascinated that you're writing down good quotes that we managed to come up with, whilst Bruce is marking down the events of the race and the incidents of the race.
Between us, we could get a good book.
Exactly. It's what it's all about. Teamwork.
We've got it covered here.
Let's play to our strengths, why don't we?
On Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit. Hello to LCD Racing, staying up late in Concord, North Carolina, listening to the 24 hours, and I bet they're cheering on the NASCAR, and it's currently up to 34th position with Mike Rockenfeller behind the wheel, Joe Bradley.
You know what, guys, working in this industry, this business as we do, we meet all sorts of people, some lovely people. And one of the, I've got to say, I'm going to use the word influence, and someone who's become a big friend and an influence, where as I've built, let's call it a bit of a career working pit lanes around the world, is one Fiona Miller, who's at the moment looking after the number 10 Vector Sport. Now, Fiona is with me now, and I've kind of mentioned Fiona earlier. I'd like to chat to you because you've announced that this will be your last Le Mans, and now considering how many you've done, just tell us.
This is my 31st, which I think is quite enough for anybody. So.
That's a bit mental, actually, mate.
I never intended to say, I didn't set out to make any sort of record. It's just, I've just by chance had the most incredible career with working with the most incredible people. But I think now is really the time to hand over to somebody else. Let someone else have some fun.
I mean, motor racing is a huge part of your family life as well. Andy Miller, a renowned racing engineer. But firstly, I mean, I think you and I met in the American Le Mans series. You will have been working for the wonderful Dave Price. Let's not talk about Pricey, because you and I will end up bubbling, and that's not good radio. But, you know, tell me, remind me, Fee, if you would, those Panos days, and who else have you worked for?
Well, Pricey, first of all, was responsible for so many good things in my life. My husband was working for him when we first met, and he set us up on a blind date. So, yeah, that's right. So, which actually didn't happen, but that's another story. And so, yeah, he was very much a big part of both my life and Andy, my husband's life, all the way through. And we worked together for Panos. Dave also worked a little bit on the Pro Drive Ferraris when we ran an extra Ferrari over there, and that was another amazing program. And then, you know, I've worked with him for Formula Renault, Formula GP2, all sorts of other different programs. So yeah, our lives were very much intertwined in and out. We miss him very, very, very much.
I miss his quotes, Fee, I've got to say. Motorsport, you know, if someone was to say to you, how do I get a job? How do I have a career, a 31-year career at Le Mans? What would be the advice you would give them?
Work hard, never give up. be professional. I think that's really one of the biggest things I can say, is that this isn't we can all have a great career, but you've got to earn your place in this particular environment. And I think being a pro is something that makes you appreciated by everybody you come across.
And it's competitive off the track as well as on, isn't it, this business? It's as competitive off the track as well as on.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, it's now a very different type of world. You know, I mean, social media is king now and everything, which perhaps wasn't how it was when I started. But I mean, it's something I've enjoyed learning. But, you know, I mean, there are other people now that are better at it than I am. And I just feel that this is a good time to step away.
Fiona, if I asked you what was the highlight of your career here at Le Mans, what would you say?
Well, my very first Le Mans, I was lucky enough to work for the TWR Jaguar team, and we came first and second. So, I mean, you really can't get better than that. First and second overall, 250,000 people, 50,000 of whom were Brits, all cheering. And I mean, that was an absolutely amazing highlight. But I've been lucky enough to work with ProDrive, with RACEDAY, and we've had other wins as well. And they've all been really, really precious. But I think the biggest memory, or what I'll take away, the fantastic people I've worked with, all the people at Radio Le Mans, and I'm just gonna, you know, I've got a lifetime of memories to enjoy.
Well, Fiona, personally, I'd like to thank you, because you made my job a lot easier than it perhaps was, and all the help that you've given me over the years, and just kept me on the straight and narrow down here in the pit lane, because it's a frightening place when you first come here. You know, you could be killed, quite frankly. But thanks, mate. And I know it's sad for us that this is your last Le Mans. I hope to see you perhaps drinking champagne in a hospitality suite as someone's guest in the future, because you can't really, it's like a drug, this thing, isn't it? You can wean yourself off it, but you can't give it up completely.
I know. Sitting with a glass of champagne sounds like a really good idea.
There you go. Come and sit in the studio and drink champagne with Eve. Not that she does.
You're on.
Thanks, mate.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn.
Well, that was lovely.
Well, Fee Miller is an absolute legend. The number of times when I used to patrol the pit lane along with Joe, it'd be 4 in the morning, and then there would be Fee at the back of the garage. She'd beckon you with a smile and go, "I've got some information for you." At that time in the morning, it was hard to come by. She has always been totally on the ball, charming, and has just got the measure of this sport. So well done, Joe. And well done, Fee.
And when Joe asked her about the secrets of success, I think the only thing that Fiona didn't mention was keeping your promises, because that's something else that Fiona does that is often lacking in quite a few professionals, but within the motorsporting industry. And Fiona's certainly one who will keep a promise if she promises to do something. It may not happen in quite the way you expect, but it does happen. Now, there was a Ferrari number 50 came into the pits a little while ago. This is a car that's been delayed, and I was watching the monitor. I thought I saw it going out on medium tyres, which seemed strange to me, but because it's far too cool yet for the medium. But I just wonder whether they're testing out the medium on the number 50 car just to see how it goes. If they want to do make these longer stints, as Colado's on their triple stint, remember, with these tyres now, the soft tyres that Colado is on, and as the day gets warmer, I'm just wondering if they're trying them out on the number 50 car just to see whether they're worth putting on that car later on. Very often happens with a team of 2 cars that one will become the leader and the other one will then become the guinea pig to try things out, Bruce.
Yeah, it does seem to be the way, and Amato Ferrari, boss of AF Corse, would very much take that approach. He hasn't got to where he is in life without doing these sort of things. And frequently, Paul, of course, he's run multiple cars within his team, so it's not an alien tactic.
He knows all about running a multi-car team, that's absolutely right. And say Porsche are doing it, Cadillac are doing it, Toyota and Ferrari just running with 2 prototypes, hypercars. Of course, AF Corse has a number of the GT cars as well, just to keep him busy. Now, there was a message came up on the screen that you pointed out a moment ago, Richard, concerning the number 3 Cadillac.
Yes, with the pit stop under investigation.
That was the one, yes. No further information on that yet, but the number 3 Cadillac in the top 6 still, it's 5th place, so shouldn't be completely ruled out, should it?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but and it's happened many times, was the number 2 car not under investigation for a pit stop at their last stop as well?
No, I think that was still the sort of Damocles of too many track limit warnings, or maybe just enough to not be quite too many. You know what I mean?
Right.
But bear in mind that number 3 Cadillac has spent most of the race playing catch-up. He's always been there or thereabouts. We had a moment about a couple of hours ago when it was nose towards the barriers, but importantly just short. It's a lap down, but every time it tries to claw it back, it has something like that warning hanging over it. But you know, from a Cadillac racing point of view, 2 cars in the top 5, still competitive, still running really good pace. They are right in the mix, perhaps not as heralded before we came to this race, but bear in mind, we had this race being led by the Mark, the manufacturer in the top class that was almost least heralded, Peugeot. The cars just hadn't worked up to this point, but when it was wet, they went to the front. And then, unfortunately, that one little slip-up, just 8 seconds down in 3rd place overall, and Gustavo Menez just got it wrong halfway through the Daytona chicane, and the damage was enough to lose it. What was it, Paul, at the end, about 7 laps?
That they lost. It was exactly 7 laps.
Okay.
Get that out of the way. 8 laps in the end. They lost once they'd recovered and got back out onto the track. So 7 laps in terms of time lost, but then 8 laps getting it back to the pits in the first place.
And on the tyre thing with the Ferrari, interesting, track temperature currently 22.9 degrees, which is probably as cool as it's going to get. So if you're going to experiment with different compounds, now is the time to do it. We'll track that for you with Miguel Molina behind the wheel of car number 50. So 12 hours, 3 minutes, 25 seconds remaining in the race. We're not far away from the big milestone as we count down towards the halfway point of this race. It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit.
Radio Le Mans weather.
So temperature almost at its lowest point so far, just 18 degrees. There are some thunderstorms and a shower or two forecast for tomorrow with a top of 26 degrees. Might get some sunshine in that as well. It's just been one of those weekends of weather. Radio Le Mans with Flywheel. Book your tickets at bicestaheritage.co.uk and save 20% with the code RSL.
Le Mans Milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
This milestone has been chosen by Jack Tollett. 2 weeks in 1967 saw an incredible achievement for AJ Foyt. On the 31st of May, he took his 3rd win at a rain-delayed and restarted Indy 500 after taking the lead with 4 to go and picking his way through a last-lap crash. On the 11th of June, paired with Dan Gurney, Foyt won Le Mans at his first attempt. Their 7-litre GT40 led from the 2nd hour and at the flag on Sunday became the first and as yet only All-America car, driver and team to win the race. Ferrari 330 P4s completed the podium and all the top 3 covered more than 5,000 kilometres, a new distance record. Fastest, furthest and a new lap record. Plus, Dan Gurney initiated the tradition of spraying champagne after a victory. AJ Foyt is one of 5 drivers who have won at their only appearance at Le Mans. The most recent was Nico Hülkenberg in 2015. Fernando Alonso won both of his starts, as did Jean-Pierre Wimille in the late 1930s. The all-time best 100% record goes to Bentley boy Wolf Bonato, who completed a hat-trick of consecutive wins in his only 3 outings from 1928 to 1930.
Le Mans Milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Loving the milestones, and those have been nominated by listeners of Haggerty Radio Le Mans, and those that made it into our short list were given some tickets to arrive at the race, and they were gleefully accepted by the collective. Thanks for joining us. 11 hours, 59.18 on the clock. We're almost there. John Hindhoff slides in alongside me now for this next little stint as we approach 4 a.m. in the morning, 30 seconds to halfway. I can think of no one better than to get us into the second half of this motor race. Good morning.
Good morning. And this race just continues to deliver. I've been listening whilst I was having a... So you see, you don't sleep here. You kind of recharge, maybe, is a better way of putting it. Not in the plug myself in at the mains way. That would obviously not be good. But you sort of just switch some of your faculties onto a slightly different setting, and others to, in some ways, slightly keener settings. And I just had the radio on, sitting in the front seat of the Porsche Cayenne Hybrid, and I echo what Bruce has been saying in the last hour or so. This has been an extraordinary race, you know, and when we look at how many of the manufacturers have led, which cars have led, I defy anybody who is listening now on 91.2 FM around the world on Radio Le Mans or on XM136 or Sirius 202 to honestly put their hand up and say, oh yeah, I had this one, I know exactly how it was going to go. I sat there and I said, these cars are going to lead, and this car... And by the way, that's only Hypercar, because there's been a street fight in the street cars in the GT category. The LMP2 category, now led by the Duquesne team, not, with due respect to them, one of the squads that you might have picked out immediately. It would have been your Uniteds and your WRTs, and you know, the Jota, of course, championship, defending championship car. I think this is just gently boiling up to be a real classic. The addition of the weather that came in. How many of the drivers and other people we've talked to have said, this weather, it just keeps popping up. There's no predicting it. And now we've had a nice long drive that was just trying to sprinkle again as I was walking up from the car literally 20 minutes ago, Paul.
Bruce was saying, sitting in that seat, it must be sitting in that seat that does it, exactly the same thing, John, that this will probably go down as one of the all-time classics. And he kind of apologised for saying it because it was too early in the race for it to be judged yet, but it obviously is.
Totally agree.
It's turning into a classic in all the classes, isn't it? You know, you pick a class where there isn't a race, that is actually happening, and there isn't. We're fighting all the way to the end in all of our classes. And right now, the number 65, the Penalties Racing Orica, that is second in the LMP2 class. John Van Houten has brought that car in. They've had a driver change. They've had a change of Goodyear rubber. It looked like scrub rubber going onto that car. So once again, that's the team cycling through their sets. And Van Houten has now given up that seat to, I think that was Van der Helm getting in. I think so. Maldonado's a little bit smaller, but yeah, you might be able to correct me on that as the car leaves.
CrowdStrike. Data protection 24/7. For more, go to crowdstrike.com.
So, yeah, a pit stop there for the car that was in second place in that class, and we'll confirm that driver for you, Paul. But
it is Van der Helm.
Van der Helm, okay. You have been following another story, though, relating to the number 2 Cadillac.
Yes, we were talking about track limits for that car when Alex Lim was driving it. Because John has been listening and walking around, I'll just put some background to this. The number 2 Cadillac has had 14 track limit warnings. Well, at least it had 14 track limit warnings, and it was given a warning flag. So my bell went ding, and thought, okay, maybe after 14 track limit warnings, you get a flag. Possibly not, though, because 5 of those 14 were in the space of 1 hour, done by Alex Lynn. And so I thought, well, maybe it's a kind of, if you do more than a certain amount in a certain hour. Now, Richard Westbrook has just taken the car out. He's only been out for 10 minutes. He's already had 2 track limit warnings. 2 of his laps have therefore been disallowed. So that number 2 Cadillac is being driven very, very hard indeed, but I think it is only a whisker away now from getting a penalty, and that will be in the first instance a drive-through.
And the lap time is reflecting how hard he's driving at 3:31.7 last time round for Richard Westbrook, plays the 32.8 for Sebastian Buemi in the Toyota. And in the meantime, Buemi is closing on James Collado in the Ferrari that leads the race. So the 3 cars at the front are all condensing together gradually, with the Cadillac at the moment a second a lap quicker than the 2 leaders. So Buemi now has got that gap down to 1.8 seconds. It was near as makes no difference 5 following the last round of pit stops where the Ferrari jumped that Toyota. So this has been a good stint from Buemi chasing down Collado, but it's a mirror image of what we saw in the last stint, Paul, where the Ferrari was the one hunting down the Toyota.
And of course the Ferrari is on the older tyres, isn't it? That's will be the explanation, because Sebastian Buemi got a new set of tyres on that car. Just going on to his 11th lap of this stint now for the number 8 car. So Sebastian Buemi, we expect this stint to be 12 laps long. The last 2 stints for Buemi have been 12 laps. And also it's a triple. Will he be getting out of the car? No, he won't. He'll be staying in because they're just giving him a new set of the tyres. So I suspect it's going to be a quadruple stint from Sebastian Buemi on the set of tyres that he was given at the beginning of the last stint.
James Collado, is he due out?
He's due to get out as well because he's on a triple. Depends if they leave him in though for a quadruple. Toyota, we know, can do quadruples because they've done it in previous years. Ferrari, well, they've been pushing the envelope. They've got to be in a position where they give it a go, haven't they?
CrowdStrike Racing pit and paddock update. Joe Bradley is down at Toyota.
Yeah, I'm doing some digging at the number in Toyota garage. There isn't anyone that can answer this question, but I did notice that there was a brand new set of Michelins went onto the number 8 last pit stop by. I've noticed that Brendan Hartley's just made an appearance, all suited and booted, ready to take over the car, which kind of negates my thoughts on the previous pit stop for the number 8. It looked to me as though with putting a brand new set of tyres, that was ready for a triple stint. However, Brendan just appearing there with his suit and boots, helmeted, ready to go. Car, Paul will tell us if the car's due in shortly. If not, it's a bit early for the driver to be ready to take it over. But I'm just presuming here. I'll try and find someone to clarify, but there's no one really that could clarify what and whether they'll tell me what their tactic is, I suppose.
I was going to say, Simon Strang is being particularly mean with how much information he gives out. He is due in soon, Joe. He's currently on his 11th lap and he'll be in at the end of his 12th. So give him 5 minutes and he'll be in, as will James Collado. Both Buemi and Collado on the same strategy at the moment, except for the tyres. So they stay out for the same length of time on the fuel. Collado is on a used set of tyres.
And he will pit from the lead too, so Sebastian Buemi has passed James Collado. It heard while we were down in our CrowdStrike Racing pit update, so the Toyota now moves back in front of the Ferrari.
Yeah, sorry, I thought we were hearing from Collado there on the team radio for a minute, but I had the wrong button turned up.
So no, Buemi now back in front. It was down at... Okay,
so Brendan is connected to radio. Any advice for Brendan? Any advice for Brendan?
On the racing line, it's dry, but careful in the chicane. Careful in the chicane. Don't brake too late, stay on the racing line. Tight.
Well, that's answered the question about whether there's going to be a driver change, because Buemi was being asked to pass on any advice to the incoming driver, Brendan. I think that might be a tall Kiwi then that's getting into that car.
How many Brendans do you know, John?
Well, a few, but none of them who were part of the number 8 crew. My dad was a detective, you know. I must have picked something up. Here's James Collado.
That is correct. That is correct. Stay out.
So that was team radio from Ferrari AF Corsa to James Collado, who said stay out, stay out. So these two cars, remember last time they pitted on the same lap.
And they will do again this lap, I confidently predict. So they are both now on their in lap.
CrowdStrike Racing pit update. Joe Bradley, you've got some info on some pit lane penalties.
Yeah, there was a pit lane infringement for the number 8. It was that not all the mechanics were behind the line when the car restarted after the pit stop. I'm not sure what penalty will be taken, but that's information coming from the team.
Yeah, they were investigated for that, Joe, and they were let off. The pit stop was investigated and there was no further action taken, but it was for having too many men over the line.
Rob, who is back pushing buttons for Haggerty Radio Le Mans, saying the other Brendan he knows is another Kiwi who's the coach of the English cricket team, Brendan McCullum. In fact, you had to resort to someone from the Antipodes to
he's another Kiwi,
get the cricket team going. Well, it is. Not quite as tall as Mr. Hartley.
Box the slap, driver change.
So that was AF Corsa to James Collado again.
Paul, that's who's that? Who's the chief engineer at 51? That's
Justin Taylor.
I thought it was Justin Taylor. Sounded like him. Here's Buemi's radio.
Okay, Seb, great job. Box this lap, pit confirm. Box this lap, driver change for Brendan, and the penalties. Don't forget the penalties.
So,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a different one that they got away with then, because I certainly read that there was in fact it was for the other Ferrari, that was where it went wrong. It was for the number 50 Ferrari, which had an investigation which had no further action.
So that was the number 8 Toyota that we were hearing there for Seb Buemi. So the penalty will be an amount of time, Paul, where they can't touch the car.
Yes.
So it's that press the pause button when you come into the pit lane?
As far as I understand it, yes.
Right. But can the driver still get out at that point?
No.
Right, so it's a total pause then.
It was 3 seconds, wasn't it? 3 or 5? I've had a mental...
Oh, I thought 10.
A mental break, or it could be 10.
Bradders is there, so he can put the stopwatch on it when he gets there.
We'll tell you in about a minute and a half when it pulls into pit lane. But once again, these two great racing teams will go head-to-head in pit lane, and where it was advantage Ferrari last time, it may be again, because they may well be stationary for less time than the Toyota. But there was a change. The difference in strategy last time was that they put tyres on the Toyota and didn't on the Ferrari. So see what Toyota do, we'll see what Ferrari do.
5 seconds on the penalty.
5 seconds on the penalty. So the question for mine then, Richard Westbrook goes around again for another lap. Has he got a lap to go on his stint? He was a lap later last time by.
He's got a further 2 laps to go.
So we'd expect that car, which is 55 seconds behind the lead, to circle through as the 2 leaders hit the lane. Yep. And that car will take the race lead. So Sebastian Buemi, after an enormous stint, brings car number 8 into the lane. He's followed by James Collado. The official margin, 1.5 seconds. Not much between them. And once again, these two teams at opposing ends of pit lane will go to work. 5-second penalty for the Toyota team.
Yeah, nothing happened. The car pulled up and the penalty was taken, and basically the car remains on the pit apron outside of the pit garage. The mechanics press pause, nothing happens, and then they get the go-ahead. The 5 seconds is up, on goes the fueler, and we are pulling off tear-offs on the windscreen. And considering we had a brand new set went onto this car at the last stop for Seb Buemi, no need for any fresh bitumen and rubber. That'll be nicely scrubbed in for Brendan. And that's perhaps, car pulling away there, it's perhaps not to give a brand new driver a brand new set which is unscrubbed, which is pretty tricky to drive on the first lap out, and that might be the tactic there. If there was anybody in Toyota I could ask that question, I'll tell you what, we've got a nice little media WhatsApp group with the people at Toyota. I'll message that one in and see if we can get an answer.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
And through the pit stop shuffle, Richard Westbrook sails through in the blue and black Cadillac V and assumes the race lead in car number 2. Meanwhile, Brendan Hartley jumped the Ferrari, or resumed in front of the Ferrari, we should say, after that moment. So the Toyota resumes in front with Giovinazzi now behind the wheel of car number 51. Andre Lotterer remains in 4th position for Porsche Penske, and Scott Dixon 5th for Cadillac Racing.
We've got a guest in the studio, and if we ease up the 4th fader along from the left, we will be able to say good morning to President of IMSA, although with a different hat on, and actually literally with a different hat on at the moment in our Haggerty Radio Le Mans studio. It's John Doonan,
Good
Garage
morning.
56.
I came over here to make sure you guys weren't asleep at the wheel.
Never, never, ever. We've got our sacred coffee. We're ready to go.
Very nice.
How's
I'm coming to London next week. Maybe I need to get some sacred coffee.
We'll get Tubbs to sort you out. Tell me about this effort. How's it going? How are you judging it? The car didn't like the rain. We knew that. We expected that, and that dulled the pace a little bit. But you tell me.
Yeah, so far so good, John. I am so excited about what we've accomplished here this week. Because it's been a massive effort by so many people. I was thinking as I was walking over here that literally 1 year ago we sat here, and we had just made the announcement in Sebring in March, and we sat here and talked about this project and how in the world were we going to get it done in a short amount of time. And everybody rose to the occasion. The first meeting was with Rick Hendrick, and Rick was cautiously excited, I think, but when he went back to Concord and told Jeff Gordon and Chad Knaus and Greg Ives about this, I think Jeff Gordon's words were, Rick, this is a legacy moment for Hendrick Motorsports. We need to do this. And he bought in, and then we met with Mark Royce and Jim Danahy and Russ Ablinas and everybody at GM, Jim Campbell, and they bought in, and they've been such a tremendous help on the powertrain side. It's basically a cup engine with some valve train work based on what they learned in endurance racing. And then, Stu Grant, Rich Kramer, Justin Fantozzi at Goodyear, they all bought in, and they have been dynamite on developing a new tire, a little wider for the front and rear than what you see in a typical Cup. And we also spent a great amount of time at their San Angelo, Texas R&D center working on the rain tire. They obviously have a lot of experience here at Le Mans over decades. They have the LMP2 program. They've learned a lot, but this thing's a beast, as you saw, not only in sound but in size.
Yeah.
And I think making sure that we had a good tire. The tire is great. The thing's heavy and it rolls, and the wet is not its forte at the moment.
An extraordinary amount of engineering went into that about what form of the engine to take, whether it would be hybrid or not hybrid, because I know that was talked about.
That was a consideration, yeah.
How much weight you've taken out of the chassis, even the panels. Now, Cup cars right now do use carbon fibre panels. They're not steel-bodied cars anymore, but they were laid up slightly differently. So there's an extraordinary amount of engineering that's gone into this. Putting a windscreen wiper on it, putting lights on that work. By the way, they look like a supernova when you're going down the Mulsanne Straight. So saying that this is a simple car is actually not quite true, but actually that's not quite true of a Cup car either. The piston speeds that you get in a standard Cup car engine are the same as a Formula One high revving engine because they're such a short stroke.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. We had to make some changes to the baseline Cup engine. This has been such a fun project. I can't stop smiling about it because it's brought so many different entities together, and internally, John Probst, Brandon Thomas in particular, Eric Jacuzzi's the aerodynamicist at NASCAR, Dr. John Padillac on safety. all of us came together to work on this, and it's been so fun. Gotten to know these guys better. We're using that facility in IMSA more and more for scrutineering and homologation, and it's right down the road from the wind shear wind tunnel. But in this particular case, you're right. We had to make some changes. We had to get some weight out of the car, so it weighs in at about 2960 pounds, of course. So we'll have to do a little conversion, but it's still decently heavy. But you know, we took 400 or 500 pounds out of it. We put headlights and tail lights on it, thanks to Delara and GM Design. A little bit longer front splitter, some dive planes to get us through the quick sectors, and other than that, it's a Cup, NASCAR Cup car.
So no droop on the suspension, because you can't afford droop on the suspension because it's only one pump on the side jack, and that is a compromise. It's a compromise to what you've got to work with in terms of your suspension setup, and yet you've still found a balance on the car. I heard the ACO allowed you from test to take a bit off the rear spoiler. You can't move the rear spoiler in angle, but they let you take a bit off. 2 inches. Is what they decided to let you take.
When we walked in the garage and was standing with Jensen and Jimmy and Rocky, they all together looked at that taller spoiler rather, and we all just shook our head. And you're right. It's been also a collaboration with Terry Bouvet and Pierre Fion. You know, we drew the car and presented it to him the first time with air jacks. And it was Terry that said, "Why are you doing that?" I said, "Well, that's the rules."
He's
Terry.
been a big fan, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he said, "No, can we do a traditional NASCAR Cup stop?" And I said, "Well, sure." He just wanted to see some video, make sure the guys stay within the box. Of course they do. And what a thrill that's been for the fans to see that.
What has it done for NASCAR? We've enjoyed it. The fans clearly have enjoyed it, particularly up at the far end of the pit lane. There's always a good crowd outside, particularly when the pit stop. What does NASCAR get out of that? Because it's not been an insignificant investment in time, in money. You know, Hendrick are running 4 Cup cars as well as doing this over the last 18 months in concept, and about the last year since the car, in fact a bit less than that, probably only about 8-9 months since the car's been on the track.
You know, from day one, Jim, we set out some objectives, and Jim wanted to make sure that...
That would be Mr. France.
Yes, Mr. France, of course.
So you call him Jim, I still call him Mr. France.
Mr. France, yes. You know, he wanted to make sure as a collective from the team, the partners, our PR and marketing, you know, teammates, that we were telling the NASCAR story globally. NASCAR has a Euro Series. In fact, we're going to be racing at Brands Hatch next weekend.
Yes, it's the big American weekend, and the car's going to Brands Hatch.
This car is. We're going to have it on display there. Not sure we'll run it around, but there's a chance for the fans to see it and further tell this story. He wanted us to expand on what NASCAR's done here in Europe, in Brazil recently. They've established a program, Mexico, Canada, and I think there's opportunities. So, as you know, there's a passionate group of fans here that we could introduce NASCAR to further. There's a passionate group of NASCAR fans in the States that maybe this puts an eye on sports car racing for them, and that's a France family philosophy of rising tide lifts all boats.
And how about LeBron James waving the flag? Got huge positive reaction from the grandstands. I was up in the ACO Tribune at the start of the race, which I haven't done for years. That was hugely positive. I saw some people questioning that at the 100 years. Why wasn't it somebody with history in the race? However, and you work closely with the ACO with the other hat on, and we'll talk about that in a minute. That gets the start of the race on every American network, not just ESPN. That's on every sports bulletin in the States, and that's hugely important to the ACO, to your program. Oh, and by the way, there was a Cup car in as well, because we're going to see that and hear that go through with LeBron James.
That's right. That's
now,
right.
The ACO don't have a TV deal in the States at the moment, so how important is that to this race as well? That whole togetherness of thought that has brought these circumstances to the same point.
100% important, and you know, right now and you feel it, I know, with all your partners at Radio Show Limited. There is a momentum swing right now that we all should be extremely proud of, and that we should all protect, making sure that we keep it on the tracks, but also get the word out. And through this project, we also wanted to capture everything. And this morning, a New York Times article, Sports Illustrated, yes, it's sport, but it's not necessarily all motorsport. Evo magazine, the Sunday Times, with Jensen, and we've opened up a new set of eyes, and the funnel that's outward is much more significant. So you bring LeBron into the picture, and I was so fortunate to have a chance to meet him this morning up in Piers.
Not very many people that you look up to in terms of height, mate.
I played a little basketball in my life, and I can assure you that this morning I did look up.
In every way, shape, or in every way, shape or form. Right, we're on Sirius XM as we have been for some years on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. It's Sirius 136 XM 202. Clearly, there'll be a lot of people listening here who don't always listen to sports car racing, be it WEC or indeed IMSA. What do you say to those people now for whom Le Mans is their one and only sports car race, as we're coming into the bulk of the IMSA season?
My hope is they take a look, because the number of drivers that have crossed over, Jordan Taylor flew here from Portland after being in an Xfinity car. Jordan did COTA.
Ran 6th.
Yeah, exactly. Jensen, of course, ran COTA. Kimi Räikkönen's done several. Rocky's done several. When I was a kid growing up, there was the road course ringers that would come in for Riverside and then Watkins Glen, and now it's not so much a one-off. These guys are seeing the value in NASCAR Cup. The corporate partners are seeing the value in NASCAR Cup. The viewership is up in Cup, but I'm hoping that this Cup car racing here on an international stage gets NASCAR fans fired up about sports car racing. And I do believe the cheers we heard when Rocky pulled away for the pace lap today, the fans chanting USA and hearing that V8 roar up the front straight, that's going to get their attention. So I think there's a win-win here for everybody.
Sailing 6 Hours of the Glen is the next IMSA race. If you're outside the US, you can watch it on the international feed. There's a growing number of people who are doing just that. We know about the coverage in the US. If you're outside the US and you're listening to us now, you can watch and listen to the Sailing 6 Hours of the Glen with no blocks, no breaks, pretty much everywhere outside the US. And it's basically a quarter of this race on another classic circuit.
Yeah, 100%. Can't wait to get to the Glen. Our property HSR is racing there this weekend in the Classic 6 Hour. So I wish I could be in a million places at once, but that's going to be an outstanding weekend. We'll of course have the WeatherTech Championship in the 6 Hour. We'll have the Michelin Pilot Challenge in its 2-hour format. Then you got Porsche Carrera Cup, you have Lamborghini Super Trofeo, you have Mazda MX-5 Cup, and I guess the place will be packed with campers, and there will not be any downtime at the circuit. It's, as you know, 8 a.m. to probably 8 p.m. where race cars are running around there, and such a beautiful area, as you say. Can't wait to get up there.
And if you haven't bought your tickets, you should buy them now, because they'll be going fast if there are any still available, because it normally sells out. Other highlights for the IMSA season, John, we've got to talk about Indianapolis with a 4-hour race on Saturday night for the Michelin Pilot Challenge into the darkness, and the ability for people to camp on Roger Penske's grass on the infield.
Yes, I had the opportunity to spend some time there in the month of May, and Doug Bowles took me around. And
what a guy he is, by the way.
Yeah, he's obviously a dear friend for many years, and they built a spectator viewing mound, entrance of 1 all the way through 2 and 3, and then right behind it is a camping area, and we're going to try to fill that up and give the fans of the Midwest and anyone that comes in, because there's camping, a real treat. The pilot race, as you say, 4 hours, daylight into darkness, should be really slick, and I think prepare us for maybe some special in
which you told about us here 2 years ago,
yeah,
actually.
Yeah.
2 years ago, I remember standing and talking about that. All right, listen, we know that you guys are rolling up. You're just outside the top 30 at the moment.
Yep.
You're right in the middle of the GT arms. In fact, you're in the top third of the GTE arms, which your pace is spot on for that. You're sort of in between the arms and the LMP2 cars. So I can ask you this question about the front of the field. What a race in Hypercar, and where's your feeling? You've been up and down that pit lane. Where's your feeling going for who's going to win this come 4 o'clock this afternoon?
Well, certainly Toyota's developed their systems over the last many years, so they definitely perhaps came in as somewhat of a favorite, but look what Ferrari's done in such a short period of time. They have a tremendous amount to be proud of. Those cars are beautiful. They sound awesome. So keen to see how they shake out. You know, Peugeot certainly has done a stellar job. Everybody's had a little share of either a spin-off in a gravel trap or a set of contact so far throughout the first half of the race. Really proud of Chip Ganassi Racing and Action Express bringing it from the United States, as well as Porsche Penske Motorsport, 3 cars, and unfortunately the 75 car had an issue. But I think, you know, this is another statement like we talked about at the Rolex about convergence, and we got work to continue to do on making sure that both platforms can compete a level playing field for sure. But you know, now you got another one coming in Lamborghini. You unveil an Alpine this week. Future is pretty darn bright.
43% of the drivers have done at least one IMSA race this year. Convergence has happened. This is the first convergence, real first convergence Le Mans as we move into the second century here at Le Mans. I'll leave you with one thought for a man who was in my thoughts at the start, Dom Pinos. He would have loved this, and in some ways he set this in motion.
He did, and so many people have touched convergence. You know, I think Pierre Fion, Richard Mille, and myself got to stand up in front of the manufacturers and sort of put the final stamps on convergence. You know, Jim France is invested in it significantly. Ed Bennett, Scott Atherton,
Gerard Deveau.
To your point, yeah, Gerard. But John, of course, wouldn't say no and wanted it very, very badly as well. But you know, you roll the clock back to Bill France Sr. and Bill had the vision to bring 2 NASCAR stock cars here in '76. He did it with Herschel and Dick Brooks's program. Jim's renewing that or recreating that. Chevrolet announced a Garage 56 edition Camaro street car as part of this. You know, you add it all up, and our sport, the entire sport, is in a really good place right now. And Amazon, you know, Prime Video's doing a documentary on the Garage 56 program, which I don't know. I try to figure out what else we could have done better, and I think we hit all the marks.
I spoke to those guys. I know some of those guys, and some of the people were involved in Truth in 24, so they know the way around here. John Doonan, for this weekend, we'll call you team principal of Garage 56. We'll let you put your IMSA hat back on when we're at Watkins Glen for the Sailing 6 Hours of the Glen in a couple of weekends' time. Thanks for joining us on Haggerty Radio.
Thanks for having me so much, and all your listeners and everybody. We certainly appreciate the way you and I know the IMSA team so well. Jeremy and Shay tell the stories because you know, I love to close my eyes, hear your words, and paint a picture over the years, and you guys have done a great job with that. So thanks for having me, and wish everybody a great last half of the race here.
The Hertz Hourly Updates, getting you to your Let's Go moments for over 100 years.
a little bit over the 12.5-hour mark, but it was more important to listen to John Duden, and so we'll get the hourly update underway. The order pretty much as it was, and the strategy unfolding pretty much as it was. It's Toyota now in the lead of the race with the number 8 Brendan Hartley driven Toyota GR10 hybrid, now completed 163 laps, and with a margin of 18.6 seconds. That's the distance they are clear of the number 51 Antonio Giovinazzi Ferrari in second place. So Hartley and Giovinazzi first and second, number 8 and number 51 separated by just 18 seconds. Third is the number 2 Cadillac, Richard Westbrook behind the wheel. He's not had any more track limits warnings, so he's kept it pointing in the right direction. However, he has dropped 3/4 of a minute behind the 2 ahead of him, although he does pit a little bit later. So the strategy seeing the Cadillac pit a little bit later than the Toyota and the Ferrari ahead of them. Those are the only 3 on the lead lap. Then in 4th place, we've got Andre Lotterer in the Porsche at 963 on 162 laps completed. In 5th place is number 3, Scott Dixon in the Cadillac, also on 162 laps completed and 30 seconds behind the Porsche. And in 6th place is the 93 Peugeot, Jean-Eric Verne, trying to stage a recovery, but he's a further lap behind, having only completed, well, he's completed 161 laps now, but in effect he's 2 laps off the lead lap. LMP2, Nico Pino leading there for the Duquesne team, which is slowly crept its way up the lists and has been leading now for the past hour or so. So Duquesne team, number 30, in the lead of the LMP2 class, but only by a second and a half, because right on his tail he's got Richard de Guerrousse in the Cool Racing car, number 47, and behind him, again, a further 2 seconds behind, is Louis Delatraz in the WRT Orica, number 41. And the car behind him is Albert Costa, and he's only 4 seconds behind. That's number 34 into Europol competition. So the gap between, in fact, you can go down to the top. Behind the into Europol competition car, you've got the Panis Racing car, Tymon van der Helm, in the number 65. He's only a further 24 seconds behind. And in total, there are 6 cars in LMP2 on the lead lap in that class. In GTE AM, it's Scott Huffaker in the Kessel Racing Ferrari, number 57, who's taken over in the lead there. 38 seconds clear of the Iron Dames Porsche, number 85, Sarah Bovey at the wheel. And then in 3rd place is another Ferrari, so it's turning a bit away from Porsche and towards Ferrari in GTE AM. Davide Rigon in 3rd place in the class, then with the AF Corsa Ferrari, a further 36 seconds behind the Iron Dames car. Behind that is Michael Dynan in the Aston Martin Vantage. And then behind that, in the overall sequence, 31st overall, is the Hendricks Motorsports Chevrolet Camaro, Jenson Button at the wheel of the number 24 car. So in amongst the GTE AM cars, and if it were a GTE AM car, it would be in 5th place. A good performance there from Hendricks Motorsports. That's your hourly update for now.
The hourly update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
4:37 a.m. here in Le Mans for this year's running of the Le Mans 24-hour, 164 laps in the books for our race leader, Brendan Hartley for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Just a little update. While that update was occurring, Scott Huffaker brought the number 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari into the lane for a stop and ceded the lead to Sarah Bovey, who's behind the wheel of the Iron Dames Porsche, which has now cycled back to the top, as they've been doing, Paul, throughout this little sequence in GTE AM, with not a massive amount of time separating the top 4 cars in that class. And there's a bit of just pit stop shuffling going amongst those leading cars.
Yes, it's a longer time period amongst the GTEs, because they spend about an hour between pit stops, as opposed to the prototypes, the LMP2s and the hypercars, I'll call them all prototypes, which go between kind of 40 minutes and 50 minutes on their pit stop cycle. But you're absolutely right. If you look back at the last hour's worth of race leaders in the GTE category, it goes 57, 85 for 3 laps, 56 for 4 laps, and then 57 back again for another 6 laps. So 57 spends longer in the lead than the other two do. So 57, as I say, spending 7 laps in the lead, 56 only spending 4 laps in the lead, and 85 only spending 3 laps in the lead. So that's how the kind of pattern works in GTE AM. We'll continue to monitor that, and then if it changes, we'll know that the pendulum is swinging either toward or away from Ferrari. But my suggestion is, despite its pit stop, which is Richard says, the Ferrari is kind of in charge at the moment, whether it starts to swing back towards Porsche.
Change in LMP2 with the cool racing number 47 car, Richard de Garoos having a spin, and now with damage on their car, and that is limping back. So that's Porsche curves, not far away from pit entry.
They can ill afford that, because saying in the update a few moments ago, that's was a very close battle, and he was about half a minute off the race lead in P2.
He's lost that now, Paul. That's quite big damage on that car to the left rear, the suspension damage, and he's gone in hard into the safer barrier actually that's there. There's nowhere else to expand that part of the track. Rich has had a drive down there with us in the mighty Porsche Cayenne when we're around, yeah, and the tunnel goes underneath that because it's a bridge, and there's just nowhere to expand that part of the track, and that has caught out the LMP2 that was battling for the lead.
So Tataloo's mid-corner, and it's spun through 180 degrees and gone in quite hard on the rear quarter, and then it's dragged it into the fence, which has caused the damage along the side of the car. So fortunately, if there is an upside to it, it's happened at the Porsche curves, not far from pit entry, but there's a lot of damage to the rear bodywork of that car. It's flailing around, and in fact, all the way down the left-hand side of the Orica is very badly damaged, so that's going to spend some time in the garage.
It's the number 47 car that we're talking about. I just saw Joe Bradley in the background there. The left rear wheel is towed out, and that will be going on the dolly jacks and back into the garage. Kill Racing have a lot of work to do.
Yes, it came in just ahead of George Kurtz in the number 45 car, which was also coming into the pits, the Algarve Pro Racing, but that car not having as successful a journey here at Le Mans this year as they would have hoped for, down in 12th place, the number 45 Algarve Pro Racing.
Time for a CrowdStrike pit lane update. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, the 45 just pulled out of the way of the 47. That looked to be going at the same sort of rate of knots along the pit lane. The fact that it was trailing a very errant left rear and a left front in a very odd angle didn't really deter it from maintaining its pit lane speed limit. Meanwhile, a little bit down before I investigate the damage extent, the CrowdStrike Racing number 45 Orica has gone back out. That's a full pit stop. Fuel, tyres and driver. James Allen now on board. Let's see if I can dive in and get a word with George Kurtz, who's just gotten out of the car and he's just escaping out the back to talk to his engineer. Hello, Stuart. Stuart Cox of CrowdStrike Racing. Stuart, how's it going? It's a little bit of an odd one, this, isn't it? We were talking earlier and it's like amazing.
Unbelievable race. I can't believe what's going on. But what I really can't believe is how well Mr. Kurtz is doing over there. His first event in Le Mans, and he's just smashing it out the park for us.
Well, I'm going to find out, Stuart. Stuart, of course, the team principal down here at CrowdStrike Racing. George is going to tell me all about his nighttime stint. George, was that your first nighttime stint at Le Mans? Remind me.
Well, aside from the practices, it was first race nighttime stint, and was good. I think I was the only bronze guy out there knocking out laps, so happy about that. Lap times were good, and handed over to Colin and let him do his thing.
I mean, when I say nighttime stint, it is the middle of the night. It's not late evening. Crazy to be thinking you're driving a race car at those speeds when you should really be tucked up in bed, as should I.
Yeah, you know, it's thank God it's not raining again. Every time I went in, it started to rain, but the lights were good, track was good, fast, and no complaints at all. So just did my thing, knocked out a couple hours, and here we are.
Double stint as well, George. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel fine. I had done a whole bunch of other things this week, including the Mercedes, so it's good training for the weekend.
And all right, you're a little bit out of contention in class at the moment, but there's still, I mean, dare I say it, a long way to go. And the craziness of this race, you guys, you know, you're going to keep going round and round and see where you come out the other end.
Yeah, I think, you know, you gotta look at the race, what it brings you, and you know, they say you don't win Le Mans, Le Mans lets you win, right? So we'll see how it all goes and see what happens at the end of the race.
Just give us a bit of insight, George. What are you about to tell your engineer about the car?
You know, the car was good. Really didn't have any complaints. It was well balanced, and really, it's just handed in good shape to Colin, so he can go bang out some laps.
Thanks, George. I'll let you do that. I'll come back to Stuart. Stuart, it doesn't get any easier running these teams and keeping these cars going round and round, but dare I say it, you're still here, you're still in, you know, relative contention in the class.
Yeah, I think it's all to play for. We're going to go for the win here. We're not here to just finish second. You know, the plan was not to make any mistakes and to get some mileage in the night, which is done. And the other guys have all got to jump in and put their AMs in. So, you know, we're up against AF Course at the moment, but I think we've got every chance of actually coming back to catch them up. We're not that far behind, and you know, it just takes one little mishap from them guys, and then it's all to play for. But you know, very happy.
That's why you're in charge, because to me that's a timing screen, giving us the race position, but it's got a lot of depth to it. I've got to ask you, Stuart, no LMP2 and WEC. What have you guys got planned with Algarve Pro?
Yeah, there's a lot cooking in the background, but we need to wait and see. The next step's massive, not the car. I think the car's just a car. It's just the money that's needed to run it. So you need to be in a position that you can do a job with it and make sure the money comes in, which is always the hardest part about racing at this level.
And there is going to be an LMP2 at the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Yeah, so there's Pro-Am class again next year in P2, so there's 15 cars coming, which I think is fantastic. The ACR made a big effort to make that happen. So that's going to be well contested, and P2 is always cracking to watch, so I think we'll probably be here again next year in that. But yeah, the future's quite interesting at the moment on what we've got planned, but we need to make sure what we do, we can do it properly.
The LMP2 car for me is all. I've kind of considered the car as a pure race car. You know, you've got none of that complicated hybrid stuff. It's an engine, you know, aerodynamics, aero car. You come from a background of a massive amount of experience, Stu, and you know, Formula One experience. What are these cars like to run from your perspective?
Well, the funny thing, the Oreca 07 is very similar to like a late 90s Formula One car, which is what I quite liked about them. You know,
it's your era.
Yeah, exactly. And Mark as well, our chief mechanic, Mark Holton, and he was back in those days working on F1. And the cars are actually really a pleasurable experience to work on them, which is why we run them. And like you say, we've actually, because of the new hypercar, they've actually slowed the P2 down. You know, we've lost 120 horsepower, a lot of downforce. So it's actually sort of crippled them a bit, but they're still doing a cracking job. And the pace is still amazing with what the ACO have actually done to slow these cars down to make the hypercar, as we call them, look as quick as they are. Not really.
Again, Stuart Cox adding depth to my pit lane report. Thanks, Stu.
Cybersecurity revolutionized. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Great chat down there in pit lane, thanks to Joe Bradley, as there's a pit stop now for the Iron Dame. Sarah Bovey is in the lane.
Yeah, just to clarify a little bit what was going on there, when I described the number 45 car as being, number 45 Algarve Pro racing car as being down in 10th place, that was in P2 overall, of course.
Yeah.
It runs as a Pro-Am class car, and so as Stuart was saying to Joe there, it is in second place as far as the Pro-Am subclass is concerned. It still counts for LMP2. Not quite sure what happens on the podium. I think they get a separate podium all to themselves for the Pro-Ams. So the car, it's interesting that Joe actually said that it was James Allen getting into the car. The screen tells us that it's James Allen who got into the car, but on 2 occasions George Kurtz said that he'd handed it back to who was the other driver in the car? Mine's gone blank. Was handing it back to Colin Brown.
Yeah.
But Colin had driven it immediately before George, and I think he probably didn't know who he was handing it over to.
Yes.
And so James Allen's just taken it over.
Could be just that moment where you're flung out of the car.
You
and
get out,
yes,
you finish your
disappear.
stint, you're happy with what you've done, no more to worry about who's in the car now. So we will stick with James Allen, even though George said on 2 occasions that he'd handed it to Colin Brown. But the 3 of them are doing a good job, and yeah, let's hope for the team's sake and for Stuart Cox that they do manage to finish better than second in the Pro-Am category. So slow zone has now been removed, I think.
So that was Porsche Curbs, just mainly to clear up the debris from the impact from that LMP2 car, which made very heavy contact to, as John said, what is basically a safer barrier there on driver's right. And there was a lot of debris, and actually a piece of Orica bodywork was collected by another car, and we haven't been able to identify that car yet, but quite a large piece of what looked to be like a wheel arch, so front nose box on that car was collected by another one going through, which is one of those risks you have. I wanted to just touch on leading strategy because we've identified several drivers preparing to jump in. One of them was Renger van der Zande for the number 3 Cadillac, and the other was Earl Bamber, who I suspect might be limbering up to jump aboard the car that Richard Westbrook is currently driving. So if the Cadillacs are getting ready, that means that before them, the number 8 Toyota and Antonio Giovinazzi Ferrari will be somewhere ahead for a pit stop. Where are we at on those leading cars?
It's amazing. When you're in the middle of the night, it just seems that the sessions go that little bit quicker somehow. Yes, we're already into their 11th lap for Brendan Hartley and Antonio Giovinazzi, the 2 drivers of the 2 leading cars. So they're going to be coming in at the end of their 12th lap, so not at the end of the lap they're on, but the one after that. And then, as you say, we'll get the 2 Cadillacs coming in, although the number 3 Cadillac's coming in now, and that will be to hand the car over to Renger van der Zande, the yellow-nosed car. I don't know if Joe is actually down there or not just yet.
Simon, I'm at the 47 Cool Racing pit. Simon, I've seen you going around shaking the guys' hands, the mechanics' hands. I take it from your body language, is that the demise of the car?
Yeah, unfortunately, Richard was doing an amazing job, you know, fighting for the lead. And I mean, I don't know what exactly happened, but the tub is touched, so not safe to go back out there. And yeah, super sad.
You're no stranger to Le Mans, Simon. It's the sort of race that can throw this at you, isn't it?
Unbelievable. We go from believing in the win to going home. You know, it's that's what Le Mans is. I'm holding my tears, to be honest with you. That's Le Mans. It's emotions. It's pure passion, and that's what we do.
Can I take this opportunity to shake your hand for that race in Detroit in IndyCar last weekend? That was one of the most phenomenal motorists I have ever seen. You boys were crazy.
Yeah, it seems to be a tendency and a trend in IndyCar these days. Lots of amazing teams, young drivers coming up, and the series is mixed with experienced drivers like me and young, crazy young guns coming in, but makes the series a lot of fun. Cars are phenomenal, and we're having a debate. an amazing rise for the series, but yeah, just got it for today, man.
Bad luck on this one, Simon.
CrowdStrike. Protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
So Renger van der Zande has jumped behind the wheel of car number 3. That's the gold-nosed Cadillac, having taken that car over. So that is a change. That car still runs in 5th position. It's in that strange no man's land of being a lap behind. So it's sort of racing the number 6 Porsche for 4th position at the moment. So that's the first of the Cadillacs to roll down pit lane. Paul Trustwell?
Yeah, it came in a lap before the number 6 car, whereas on the previous time around, the previous cycle through, it came in on the same lap. So not quite sure if Scott Dixon was just getting a bit tired. He'd done a triple stint, so no harm in admitting you've got a bit tired, because a triple stint will take you not quite 3 hours in a hypercar, but not far off. And so Scott Dixon coming in and handing the car over to Renger van der Zande. This is a car that Sebastian Bourdais has been driving as well. And of course, Sebastian suffered that fire in the Hyperpole session on Thursday evening. Coming round to the point where we expect Brendan Hartley and Antonio Giovinazzi to bring the leading 2 cars in, and then we turn our attention back to pit stop times, because whilst we were talking to John Doonan, I didn't actually mention this at the time, but the Toyota, remember, had that 10-second penalty to serve on its pit stop, and yet it still made the pit stop 10 seconds quicker than the Ferrari did. So in total it made a 20-second gain on the Ferrari. So that's a very good performance in the pits from the Toyota team.
And that's just a case of being massively well drilled and experienced in these conditions, especially in the hypercar class, where they're basically the only team outside of Glickenhaus with relevant experience, given how new so many of these cars are.
Yeah. And a penalty for the 3rd place car, number 2, Richard Westbrook. A technical infringement, it says, and that's a 5-second penalty added to the next pit stop for the number 2 car, which will be in 3 laps time. So it's 2 laps after the leading Toyota comes in. We expect to see the Cadillac in, but they will have 5 seconds added for a technical infringement.
And Earl Bamber will jump aboard that car. Coming up on 5 a.m. We'll give you a weather update shortly here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. A few little shout-outs coming through. Hashtag Haggerty RLM. Hello to a colleague of both of ours, Chad Naylon, who's got us on in the backyard. This is going to be the Aussie shout-out section here, by the way. Of course it is. And it seems there's method in the supposed madness of giving me the 2:30 till 5:30 a.m. stint, because it's prime time back home.
Of course it was.
So g'day, Chad Lee's listening on with the kids, I imagine, in the backyard there in beautiful suburban Melbourne. Hello to the team at Winton Raceway, who are listening in between races at the Speed Series round. Go back to work. We're not paying you. We're not paying you to listen to Haggerty Radio Le Mans. And hello to one Alistair Crail of Lyndoch, South Australia, who, and you will love this, is streaming Haggerty Radio Le Mans to a very old antique AM radio. So the marvels of technology. He's listening to that back there in Lyndoch, South Australia, with the fire going, because it's winter back there, 8.5 hours in the future.
Joe Bradley has a quick shout out as well down from the CrowdStrike pit lane team.
Yeah, tension mounting in the number 2 Cadillac pit as it gets prepared for its pit stop. And Simon Herring's member of the crew there. His wife Jane is in the stands here. I think it's Mike Thomas I think that might be her dad. I don't know, might be wrong. But she's used, Jane, Simon's wife, has used Simon's tickets, which he bought for this event about 2 years ago. And then he got a job with the Cadillac program. So, you know, every cloud. So a big shout out. They're actually still in the stands, and they're staying in the stands to support Simon. How could you possibly move away from there when the Cadillac is in 3rd place overall? And if it stays there by 4 o'clock today, it's going to be a podium position, isn't it? The number 8 Toyota, by the way, hello to Jane. I'm back to work now, though. The number 8 Toyota has come in, and we've got fueling going on, and the fueling just finishes there as I get to the car, and now we're getting tyres. Now then, brand new Michelin, and we are staying with the softs off the jacks, and away it goes.
Antonio Giovinazzi stays aboard the Ferrari. They go to service. The Toyota is in as well, as you heard from the race lead. So for the 3rd straight pit stop, the 2 leading cars pit at exactly the same time. And once again, the Toyota sails past and will get a slight advantage.
Well, yeah, you add all these slight advantages together, and all of a sudden you get quite a big advantage, because the Ferrari only, but I don't think the Ferrari's actually moving yet. Well, there it goes. No, it is out on its way now. So in terms of pit stop times, it was a 1 minute 27. Again, it was 10 seconds, actually 10 seconds gained that time by the Ferrari, not obviously skipping the tyres again.
Radio Le Mans weather.
18 degrees at the moment. Start warming up from here just on 5 a.m. We're heading for a top of 26 degrees today. There's still those showers and thunderstorms forecast, and based on the way today has played out, you never know how it's going to go. So be prepared for anything. That's Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel. Spend the day in the unique surroundings of the wonderful Vista Heritage.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Ben Wiltshire has chosen the 2003 race as his milestone. Aside from being the year of Ben's birth, the race marked the return to the top step of the podium for Bentley. The Speed 8 number 7, an auspicious and famous number for the crew mark, won in the hands of Dindo Capello, Tom Christensen and Guy Smith, with the number 8 in second, 2 laps behind. It was the 6th victory for Bentley and their first since 1930.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
10 hours, 59 minutes and 20, 19, 18, 17 seconds remaining as we count down to this race, which remains as captivating now as it was when it launched 13 hours ago, with a hypercar battle for the ages. I think regardless of what happens from here, what we've seen so far has been truly spectacular, with these top-level manufacturers, these high-level racing car teams putting on a brilliant show with some of the best drivers in the world at this incredible racetrack. So it's a great fight. Toyota Gazoo Racing, Cadillac Racing, Ferrari AF Corsa, Porsche, Penske Motorsport, the top four different brands. The Peugeot Jean-Eric Vergne, the first of the 9X8s, is currently in 6th position, so it's been something of a comeback drive for them after some early hours. I've got to say, one of the dark horse under the radar performances so far, the pair of Glickenhaus entries, they're 7th and 8th. Car 708 currently has Ryan Briscoe, the Aussie, behind the wheel in 7th position, and they're 3 laps off the lead. And then just 53 seconds down the road is the 709 car, the sister car, with Esteban Gutierrez behind the wheel. So they have received very little coverage in the race so far. They've received very little plaudits, but at the same time, they've had very few dramas, say touching wood, in the last couple of hours. So they've been creeping up on it well inside the top 10.
Yes, exactly. Well inside the top 10, and if they can remain reliable, and we know they can because they were reliable last year and they're the same cars as last year virtually, then I think 7th and 8th could well turn into something like 5th and 6th if we continue to see the madness unfolding ahead of them. The problem is that pace just isn't quite there, and they're, what is it now, 3 laps behind the race leaders, a lap behind that Peugeot number 93, which you rightly described as catching up, but we've also got another pit stop with the number 2 Cadillac into the pits, serving its penalty and then getting the pit stop underway properly.
And with a CrowdStrike pit and paddock update, let's go down to Dynabinks.
Oliver Jarvis, United Autosports. Le Mans never fails to disappoint, does it? There's always a mountain of challenges to climb.
Yeah, I mean, this year's been probably one of the most difficult years ever. The amount of incidents and accidents on tracks, I don't think I've seen one with as many as this. And unfortunately for us, we had a brake issue early on and then an upright issue, which I think was probably connected, if I'm honest. We're about 7 laps down, but still pushing hard. We need the points, but yeah, tough Le Mans so far.
How do you keep yourself motivated when you've had that number of challenges?
It's very tough, but you just keep pushing. You know, unfortunately, I haven't actually looked, but I think we're relying on other people making mistakes and having reliability issues. But, you know, we'll keep pushing. We're racing drivers who want to set quick laps and, you know, hopefully bring the car home and score some points.
Thanks, Oliver.
Thank you.
In racing and cybersecurity, every second counts. Learn why at crowdstrike.com.
Crazy, that's actually the first time we've heard any drivers talking about pointing, yes. But it's a fair thing to bring up, particularly if you're not going to be on the podium and challenging for the watch, the big trophy as well. This is a round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, a new calendar announced on Friday along with ELMS and Asian Le Mans Series, back to 8 races next year with the addition of Interlagos and the visit and a second race in the Middle East. Qatar have bought the rights for the opening round of the series and the prologue. I keep forgetting that, Paul, that this is a championship round. Not quite the same points paying as it has been in the past. It's not quite double. It always used to be double.
But there are bonus points for I think it's 1.5 for the Le Mans 24 hours. And Oliver Jarvis currently, and there is a drivers' championship in the P2 category, in which Oliver Jarvis and his teammates currently lying fourth in fourth place. So, you know, they do have something else. I think that's exactly what you said, John. You know, you sort of fall out of the position where you can score a podium in the race, so you just aim to score as many points. But you know, the other thing that Ollie said was, you know, we're racing drivers, we like to go out and drive cars fast. You know, it's more than just what he's paid to do, but it's actually what he has fun doing. You know, and he would rather be here than be anywhere else this weekend. So, yeah, United, as far as the Pete Teams Championship is concerned in LMP2, they're actually leading the championship after 3 rounds. So Oliver thinking about himself in terms of the points, but also in terms of United Autosports, who are still leading the championship with their 2 car entries. But thank you for anyway to reminding me that it was a brake issue which stopped them in the first place. So that was one of the questions that we were asking earlier on, and I had forgotten that it was a brake issue which initially delayed the number 23 United Autosports car.
And it's relevant that Ollie brings that up because it's the last one in LMP2. The last team's LMP2 championship and drivers. So all of a sudden there's a little bit
WEC,
for WEC. So all of a sudden there's a little bit more significance on the end of the big trophy at the end of the year.
Yeah, totally agree. United, by the way, I think being very honourable. Richard Dean and I have spoken about this for quite some time. The oft and long-trailed demise of WEC LMP2 category. I was talking to Richard, at the prologue at Sebring back in March, early March, and the rumours had already started even before that. We were talking about on Midweek Motorsport last year. It seemed scarcely believable that the ACO would get rid of a class that had 20 plus cars at Le Mans, 24 this year indeed. But of course, with the rise and rise of the hypercar class, there's simply, they would say, not enough room for it. Various schools of thought which we've explored during the week, and don't forget all of our programs are available via radiolemans.com. And as I say, United Autosport's being very honourable, waited until it was official, and have announced that they'll be full-time in the IMSA competition and the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship next year. Actually, should have asked John Doonan about that. They have guaranteed places for LMP2 competition, and WEC's loss is IMSA's gain with a team that has such a reputation, Richard, as United. They'll go there. They've been to the States before. They've cherry-picked a few races. They've been at Daytona, put the car on pole. I think Paul di Resta put the car on pole a couple of years ago at Watkins Glen.
Sounds like something Paul di Resta would do.
Yeah,
yes.
that's a very smooth circuit now. And they'll be a great addition to IMSA. And, you know, WEC has to be careful here, and the ACA have to be careful here, Paul, that they don't lose these quality LMP2 teams. Richard was saying, I think he employs 60 people, and he doesn't want to lose those people, but if there's nothing for him in the WEC, and there's nothing for him in the WEC, what does he do?
Well, exactly. I mean, it's always the problem. I mean, we had the problem of COVID, we had various problems of economic downturns. Motor racing is one of the first things that goes for a lot of the people who finance motor racing. You know, it's the icing on the cake for a lot of people. However, in United's defence, they do have the background in America. You know, they've got a part. I mean, last year, the United Autosports entries were entered by United Autosports USA.
Yeah.
But I just wonder a little bit. I mean, everybody, there is a lot of rightly good press about convergence and how Hypercar is a success story of how that's come together. I just wonder how deep that convergence is going, and all these committee meetings where clever people and people of influence come together and influence the future of the sport that we love, how deep that influence actually goes.
Well, it's convergence for the top category.
Yeah, but have they talked about LMP2?
We've had convergence in LMP2 and GT for a very long time. Stefan Rittel we can thank for convergence in GT3. It's a global phenomenon, and GT4 as well. Will GT2 take off the same way? But we've had that.
It's happening.
Yeah.
But what's happening to LMP2? There isn't a Stefan Rittel for LMP2 to represent them. FIA, ACO don't seem to be talking about LMP2, and you sort of think, well, what happens in those meetings? Are they just getting fed up when they get to the end of the hypercar and they're all so exhausted they don't want to talk about LMP2? Or is something else going on? It's you know, without knowing exactly, being a fly on the wall, you don't know.
Gustavo, you've just jumped out the car. How was that out there this evening?
Yeah, obviously devastated for the team, you know, super costly mistake. So obviously big apology round to the boys. They got the car turned around super quick. Conditions were super tricky the last few hours. Temperatures are really in between the tire compounds, and the option we were on was really tricky to drive. Nonetheless, no excuse for some of the mistakes that happened, but we'll keep fighting.
That's the time when it's very frustrating, but it looks like you've got a great team around you here.
Yeah, obviously the mechanics are second to none. So it was really good to see it get back out there, and we'll keep going.
I mean, we've been talking to a number of drivers tonight, and they've all come in and said how challenging and how it's really pushing everyone to the absolute limit here at Le Mans.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the lap time somewhere between 3 and 5 seconds off the pace from from just after the rain even. It's clear that the conditions are not great, but that's part of the job. So.
The car seemed to be really good in the race, though.
Sorry?
Your car seemed to be good in the rain.
Yeah, it seemed to be really good in the tricky conditions, and obviously we were in the lead of the race for nearly half the distance, so it was solid.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike, protection at every turn.
I know things haven't turned out the way Peugeot would have liked them to, and I say that knowing there's still 10 hours and 47 minutes of the race to go, but they've probably been the biggest surprise from the hypercar category so
in a
far.
positive way.
In a positive way,
totally.
given they were completely under the radar, if not completely off it, coming into the weekend so far.
They led the race.
Yes.
Peugeot led the race. Carlos Tavares, the man at the top of Stellantis, depending on how you measure it, the biggest or second biggest automotive group in the world. Not a happy man. His face has been like thunder when I've seen him at various tracks. They had their executive taking pictures of the timing screen with Peugeot right at the top. I think they'll go away with renewed optimism that the car, Paul, and the concept of the car is something they can work with now. I mean, you've just put on our thread here. They led for 34 laps.
Well, yeah, it's just that when you said they led the race, it was almost as if they just happened to be there when the pit stop cycle came through.
No,
it wasn't just when the pit stop cycle came through. It was for 2 solid hours that they led the race.
Yeah.
So it certainly wasn't just a fly in the pan. But the point about it being a surprise, I think, was the kind of performances they put in the WEC races so far this year didn't lead you to believe that this was going to happen at Le Mans. Now, the smart money was always going to be that surely at Le Mans, if they're going to work anywhere, this is where they're going to work. I think the biggest surprise is that they both suffered again, we've spoken about this, accident damage and no mechanical damage, touch wood, touch wood. There is still half of the race remaining, a little bit less than that now, just under 11 hours still to go. But you mentioned the 94 car a little while ago, Richard. The 93 car,
yes.
Which is not the one that led the race, which has kind of got itself back into the top 6 now and is solidly in the top 6. Not sure it's going to get any further unless there's attrition ahead of it. But that was down in 14th earlier in the race. And again, by sticking around, by being quick in the pits, by being adequately quick on the track, they're moving up the field. And you know, the Ferrari and the Toyota ahead of them are being pushed harder and being driven quicker, but they're taking risks, as we've seen by the accidents that have happened.
I think your point about the car here and potentially in a longer race as well, you know, that car is it's been more reliable here than we've seen it anywhere before. They have not had a major mechanical or reliability-led issue, and quite frankly, that I think, Rich, they will take away from here and go, all right, have they turned it down a little bit? Have they changed something? We don't know. We'll probably find out in race car engineering next month, because I know Andrew Cotton has been talking to the Peugeot team quite extensively this weekend. But this, to me, is the basis of what could be a stepping off point, a springboard, if you will. Remember, they had done so badly that the French press were questioning that whether they should come here to Le Mans at all, because it could be an embarrassment for them.
Exactly, it's given them respectability, and it's still too early, but the performance that they've made in the 13 and a bit hours that we have had has given them that respectability, whatever happens in the remainder of the race. So, no, hats off to what Peugeot have done. And the time when they were leading it, and you could hear the contrition in Gustavo Menezes' voice as he was talking to Dan. you know, he wasn't interested in telling Diana how his last stint was. He was interested in apologising to the team for him to throw it off. He was accepting responsibility, and you could hear the disappointment in his voice. So, no, as I say, hats off to what Peugeot have done without worrying about what they're going to do in the remainder of the race. Hats off as well, though, you have to say, to a lot of other teams who have also made this into this remarkable motor race that we've been witnessing this weekend.
A question without notice that I've been asked by people listening on via radiolemans.com on RS1, Haggerty Radio Le Mans, and this is without notice, but it revolves around car number 6, which currently sits in 4th position. How does Porsche get their lap back to get back in this outright fight, to join Toyota Gazoo Racing, Ferrari AF Corsa and Cadillac Racing on the lead lap? Because they're on the cusp, but how do they get that lap back to get themselves back into the mix for the final 10 hours of this race?
Under normal circumstances, I would say they won't. So
correct.
So there's two ways they can do it, though. Misfortune on the part of others. There's 3 cars ahead of them, and there's 3 cars ahead of them, aren't they? They are the leading lapped runner. So they need those 3 cars ahead of them to strike trouble, and that could only be something as easy or as simple as a 5-minute pit stop, a puncture, all manner of small things could happen. There's still enough time for that to happen. Or they use a safety car. If we get another safety car, then luck could be with them and they could gain the lap back in that way. But under normal circumstances, it's going to take misfortune on behalf of the others. But the reason, one of the things we've been saying throughout this race is there's so many accidents and misfortunes have befallen the runners so far that I wouldn't write any of them off happening again.
And if Peugeot are the good surprise, isn't Porsche Penske Motorsport the bad surprise? They've not really been there. It's not what you expect of a Penske branded. They were comprehensively outperformed by the Jota car. All right, a mistake by Ife, when leading the race and driving away, when maybe a bit of experience from the Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific driver pushing a bit too hard. But you've got to say that program, both in the WEC and to a lesser extent in IMSA, they have won a race in IMSA. That was the street race on the streets of Long Beach, where they gambled and not changed tyres, and a great effort in the end of the race on rubber that was probably past its best, gave them the victory, and the fact that the Cadillac, it was Ricky Taylor put the Cadillac in the wall, didn't he, trying to overtake. But I think that's underperformed, I really do.
Richard and I were just kind of making faces at each other as to who was going to answer or who's going to respond to what you were saying. And Richard kind of indicated that he didn't particularly want to. What I was going to do was to do as I've done before with Richard and agree with him up to a point, but then disagree on other side. So what I'll say is, I don't think Porsche have underperformed. I think they've performed to what I expected them to do. But what I've been surprised by is how the Ferrari and the Cadillac has been so good that they're still on the lead lap with Toyota this far into the race. I didn't expect anybody to be on the same lap as Toyota this far into the race, if I'm brutally honest. So I don't say that Porsche have underperformed, I just say that they haven't gone quite as well as the Cadillac and the Ferrari have gone.
I agree completely. The thing I would add is that they've been better in racing conditions than they were throughout practice, and certainly their one lap pace in qualifying, which as we know is not entirely significant, and they've been competitive, and you have to have a look at the performance of the Hertz team Jota car before it was crashed, with how competitive they could potentially be. So I think that was an important thing. But if you even isolate the LMDH platform, which is the IMSA regulations for this style of top-level prototype. They have been reasonably roundly beaten by the Cadillacs today in this race. The Cadillac has been the better platform across it. But from a team point of view, I think the Cadillac platforms teams have done a better job.
But which is my point in some respects, because the Porsche is the oldest LMDH car. It was the car that rolled out first. It did all the proving on the spec parts in the LMDH platform, and it's Penske, and it's Porsche, and Wicker Bill says he thinks I'm being a little harsh. They were fighting in the front briefly until they shot themselves
But every race Roger Penske enters, you expect them to be contenders. So anytime they're not, it's a disappointment. I completely understand that, and the fact is Porsche as well at this place.
Exactly, and that's and you know my feelings about Porsche. I love the brand. I like the road cars, and I'm used to seeing a little bit more. Maybe I'm expecting a little bit too much.
Well, I think you are. I think that's what I was trying to say in my answer. I mean, Roger Penske, yes, he's the captain. He knows what of he speaks and vastly experienced in racing. But if you go to all the Le Mans specialists, will the Le Mans specialists out there say that Roger Penske is right up there at the top of the heap when it comes to Le Mans? Probably not.
We're not in endurance racing, Paul. Even when they won the championship with Acura, when they had exclusivity to the Acura platform, they only won one endurance race, and that was the rearranged Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta race, which I think was a 6-hour from memory.
Weren't they running the RS Spiders as well?
They ran the RS Spiders,
which were also successful. So, as I say, I'm not knocking them back but in any way, except to say that they don't quite have the pedigree at Le Mans. But then nor does Cadillac. But as I remember in the preview...
But Chip Ganassi has been here more recently than Penske has.
Precisely. And in our preview show, I do remember saying that the Cadillacs were going to perform better than anybody expected them to. And here they are, as I say, still on the lead lap. I think what the disappointment perhaps is that we don't have the 75 Porsche still in it. Because that was the one that was looking very threatening indeed to the leading group. It did lead on a couple of occasions, not for 2 hours, but a couple of laps here and there, and it was looking a threat.
I think what it does show, gentlemen, is just how good the LMP2 teams are. I was talking about with Bruce earlier on, that a good team is a good team, and that actually, Richard, stands for a lot, because both here in Europe with Jota, Sam Hignet's guys, again, mistake made by a young driver, he'll be gutted about that. He feel Le Mans doesn't like him. He got to the last lap and should have won in LMP2, and the fuel pump packed in, and of course he didn't finish, didn't get classified. Then he's leading the race, pulling away, makes a tiny mistake and gets really badly burned for it, taking that car out of contention. But Hertz Team Jota here, John Church's JDC, Miller Motorsport got the car. Both of those teams have got the car and performed really, really well. So this performance in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. What I love about Chip Ganassi is that the only thing they want to do is go and win car races. Now, of course, Penske's the same, but I think Ganassi probably doesn't get the kind of recognition they deserve for everything external to their IndyCar program. Their IndyCar program has been incredibly successful for years and years and years. It's generated legends. It's won everything there is to win in open wheel racing. But their strike rate outside of it is fantastic, and what they're doing with these Cadillacs is great. And the only thing Chip Ganassi likes more than winners, as he often tweets, is beating his old mate Roger Penske, and right now he's doing that here at Le Mans. So yeah, it's a really fascinating subplot to this, and coming into this race, Porsche had won 19 times at Le Mans. Roger Penske won his 19th Indianapolis 500 a couple of weeks ago. There was some numerology around it that maybe it was the magic sauce that it would deliver Porsche the 20th, and the captain, the Le Mans win that he craves. He's won all of the other big races around the world, all of them. This is the one yet to tick for Roger Penske. So Whether that is yet to come for he or Penske, whether it's today, there's still 10.5 hours to go. And based on the madness of this race, anything could happen.
I've just pulled the pin on a hand grenade on that because we've got both sides of this argument. Joseph says, did you not see what was going on earlier? All of their drivers, including Hertz-Jota, have crashed and damaged their well-performing vehicles. Let's be real and not disparaging. And GT Cork says, I think you're being too kind. It's frankly unacceptable for Porsche not to be at the front of Le Mans.
It's their first year back.
Well, listen, the one thing I will say about all of these cars, except the Toyota, they're new cars.
Yeah.
And therefore we haven't unlocked the potential. And of course, it's our job to create a bit of discussion about what we're doing. And if I'm seeming to be unnecessarily harsh, it's not what I'm trying to do. I'm raising a point. I think the thing that I keep coming back to with all of these things is how new these cars are. The Porsche is the least new. I said older earlier on, but it's probably better to say the least new of the LMDH platform, the IMSA platform. There's plenty of performance to unlock. We've seen the strides that all of those cars have taken in IMSA competition, from working on reliability. And I spoke to one engineer from one of the manufacturers who said, look, all we're doing at the moment is sending it out, waiting till it breaks and fixing it and then sending it out again. I think we're beyond that now with the IMSA cars. I think they're starting to look for performance enhancements rather than just getting the cars to the end of the stint. And that's a big step in the development of a new car.
And I was talking to the guys at Porsche early in the week, and they are still only just scratching the surface with things like the electronic control they've got over the platform, which is one of the free systems they're allowed to have under the rules. So there is so much more to come. And the other final point, we'll put a full stop on this, is this. Porsche do not like losing very often. And Roger Penske hates losing very often. So you can be sure that in 12 months' time, when that car returns to Lassart, it will be so much more competitive. Coming up on hour, you're listening to Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, RS1 around the world via radiolemans.com.
The Hertz Hourly Update. Getting you to your Let's Go moments for more than 100 years.
Deep into the night, the early hours indeed. 5:30 in the morning here at Le Mans. 13.5 hours into the 2023 24-hour race. Toyota are back to the lead. Car number 8, Brendan Hartley at the wheel, has completed 178 laps now, and he's 7 seconds, only 7 seconds ahead of the number 51 Ferrari 499P of Antonio Giovinazzi, who's in second place. In third place is the Cadillac Earl Bamber, losing a bit of ground in the Cadillac V-Series R to the two ahead of him, and he's now 1 minute and 37 seconds adrift of those two, but still on the lead lap. Just those three on the lead lap, though. 1 lap behind is the number 6 car, Andre Lotterer, Porsche 963 for Porsche Penske Motorsport, and he is 30 seconds ahead of Renger van der Zande in the number 3 Cadillac. So 2 Cadillacs in the top 5, and everybody else, as I say, in different manufacturers' hypercars. 6th place is the leading Peugeot, Jean-Eric Verne, car number 93, is another lap behind, so he's 2 laps behind the leaders. And then in 7th place, 708, Ryan Briscoe in the Glickenhaus, ahead of Esteban Guitierrez in the other Glickenhaus, 708 leading 709, and they are both 3 laps behind the race leaders. In 9th place is number 5, the Porsche of Dane Cameron, and in 10th place, car number 50, the recovering Ferrari of Miguel Molina. In LMP2, in 11th place overall, is Albert Costa in the Inter-Europol Competition Oreca 07 Gibson. He's on 171 laps completed. And in second place now is the Duquesne team Orica that was leading but has dropped back on the pit stop cycle. Nicolas Pino still at the wheel of the number 30 Duquesne team Orica, and he's only 8.7 seconds behind the Inter-Europol competition car. In third place in LMP2, Louis Delatraz still at the wheel of the number 41 WRT car, and he in his turn is only 4.7 seconds behind the second placed LMP2 car, so just 13 seconds separating the top 3 cars in LMP2, and there are 5 cars on the lead lap as far as LMP2 is concerned. In GTE AM, the leader there changes every time there's a pit stop. Number 57, Scott Huffaker, leads at this hour in the Kessel racing car. That's the Ferrari on 165 laps. Sarah Bovey still in second place with the 85 Iron Dames Porsche. And then in third place in the class is now Michael Dynan, car number 25, the orange Aston Martin, entered by Oman Racing Team by TF. They're on 164 laps, but are on the lead lap as far as GTE AM's class leader is concerned, as are 2 more cars in GTE AM. Thomas Floor in the number 54 AF Corsa, and number 88, Jonas Reed in the Proton competition Porsche. So that's the situation in GTE AM. In amongst those GTE AM cars is the innovative car. Jenson Button having a great time here in the early morning of Sunday in the Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet Camaro ZL. He's in 29th place overall, and that is your hourly update.
The hourly update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Paul Truswell on the stats there, just to my left. Welcome along if you're just joining us on Studiovision, on YouTube, or via XM Sirius 136 XM 202 RS1 via Radio Le Mans around the world, and also on 91.2 FM. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans for 2023. Good to have your company as we are cruising towards daylight, which is just over an hour away. Well, at least sun up is. There's already just a little bit of lightness in the sky. One or two of you back in the UK seeing that you've got a bit of light in the sky as well, even at this early hours.
Yeah, they're further north, so they get the light a little bit earlier.
That's right. People up in Lincolnshire and around the eastern part of the UK.
Some say that it's lightning in the sky, but that means something slightly different.
Yes, lightning.
Yes.
Phil says the biggest disappointment from everything that he's heard this week is not going back to Silverstone for WEC. Always my dad and son day to go. So, well, I suspect, and the smart money from what we've been hearing from those that know, we know that the Imola deal is just 1 year, and that's effectively a sub for Monza whilst the Monza work's going on. The sticking point seems to have been the WEC wanting to go to Silverstone after Le Mans, and Silverstone having a very packed calendar with particularly MotoGP at the time in the August bank holiday when WEC wanted to be there. And so I think we'll probably get Silverstone earlier in the year at some stage in the future. I think possibly by 2025 add another race to the WEC.
Yeah, I mean, I understand there's a lot going on concerning that, but Silverstone does have a great deal. I mean, and you know me, I've got my anorak. I've been going to races for a long time, John. Silverstone does have a very special place in endurance racing. In fact, I remember in certainly the late 80s or mid to late 80s, possibly even into the 90s, there was a Silverstone Le Mans Challenge trophy, which was awarded to the best result from the combined Silverstone and Le Mans 24-hour races. And at that time, Silverstone held the role that Spa seems to have taken over as being the kind of practice race for Le Mans. And you know, for various reasons, Silverstone fell off the calendar, and it's very easy to fall off, and sometimes very difficult to get back onto a calendar again. But just for historical purposes, apart from you know, just being convenient to get to, I think it's important that a circuit like Silverstone, because it's representative of the sort of corners we've got here at Le Mans, is a sensible place for the WEC to run at. Now, I understand that Silverstone has a very busy calendar and probably has its own list of priorities, but the WEC is an important championship and should be held at a circuit like Silverstone, just as it has rounds at Spa.
Yeah. I know that you know, we've talked in the past to Stuart, who has made a huge difference moving over to Silverstone Circuit. It used to be at the BRDC, and they really want this event back, and they're prepared to go the extra mile to get the 6 hours back at Silverstone. Silverstone remains one of the few places in the world where you can have separate pit lanes for 2 different championships of the level of, say, the ELMS and the WEC, which is what they used to do before. Spa's another one, interestingly, and they've done a joint round there as well in the past, although not for a few years. I don't think there's anything sinister about it. People love to try and read more into it, things than there are. I honestly just think that, particularly after COVID, it just came down to getting the calendars right.
It's purely calendar congestion.
Yeah. I'm sure, listen, it's a business as well, and there may be some financial considerations to go in there as well. That's not for me to say. Fabio Scherer, by the way, just being installed in the Inter-Europol machine. He had his left foot run over by the Corvette earlier on, so he is literally hopping to the car to get in and out. I don't, as I say, I don't think there's anything more sinister than just trying to get the deal done and across the line, and get that event back.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And just a final run, by the way, at the LMP2, a number of people mentioning what I think Ben Keating said about his aspirations, that he'll leave the WEC next year. He doesn't want to race. He just want to race the GT3s. He wanted to be in LMP2, and he can't be. And somebody just on the Studiovision chat, actually on YouTube, saying, didn't Ben say if I wanted to race GT3s, I'd be doing it already? And he's not the only one who's said that. I think we're treading a very fine line at the moment. The problem being that the WEC can only take 38 cars, because that is the smallest pit lane for which the championship, for the circuits to which the championship visits. And also, as long as Le Mans stays as part of the championship, of course, it means you've got to guarantee those 38 cars invitations to this race.
And be able to accommodate them everywhere where your championship is going.
Correct, exactly so.
Just to say, we've got the 2 leaders into the pits at the end of their stint. I was counting down how far they were around this 12th lap. But once again, it's 12 laps completed for Brendan Hartley, Antonio Giovinazzi. They come in to the pits absolutely together, John.
And it's full service for the Toyota. The door came open there, but actually that was the right-hand side door. It's definitely full service for the number 51. Antonio Giovinazzi jumps out after, was that a triple?
No, it was only a double.
Only a double.
They want to get Alessandro Pierguidi into the car. Brendan Hartley is also at the end of a double. and we'll see whether he's going to get out or not. It will be Hirakawa to whom he hands if he does.
Already Alessandro pulling down the straps. The Toyota is rolling and up the pit lane, and will get out ahead of the Ferrari. So that's, now I think Brendan Hartley has stayed in that car, but I'll check that as he goes out of the pit lane. Yes, stayed in. Sorry, Paul.
I thought we heard from Diana down in the pits, but
Diana, go ahead down in the pit lane.
So Brendan Hartley, yes, I think he has stayed in that car, and so he will continue, and Antonio Giovinazzi then handing back to Alessandro Pierguidi. What they tend to do is to, although they come in at the same time, they do opposite things. So they do the tyres on one car, whilst the other car does a fuel-only stop. So it was a fuel-only stop that time for Toyota, and a driver change and tyres stop for Ferrari. But let's say if we get hold of Diana, she may be able to confirm that.
A couple of moments ago, spin for the C8R, and that was up at Dunlop. That's the number 33, which had Nico Varron behind the wheel. The Argentinian Italian, lovely lad. Just tried to get down the inside of the Ferrari number 57, the second place Kessel racing car. So he was working his way back to the front to try and get a lap back. But unfortunately, that didn't quite work. And he's now going to have to do all that hard work again. Hashtag Haggerty RLM. Good to have your company wherever you are in the world.
And another track limit warning for the number 2. It's the Cadillac that's attracting all the attention here.
This is the third place car, Paul, isn't it?
It is, yes. And
I know why. Earl Bamber has been sent out and set on stun. I saw him get in at the last pit stop with his new all-white helmet with the black fern on it, and the Kiwi has been told to try and catch up to Alessandro Pierguidi, and he's now only 3.5 seconds behind, and we've got a problem. It's a car with a puncture on the run down from Mulsanne corner, I think. Looks like an Aston Martin with a left rear issue. And that must be the 777, mustn't it?
That's the suggestion that's come up on the screen, John.
Tomonobu Fuji, Iron Dames in the pit lane in their Porsche, which will magically transform into a Lamborghini hypercar next year.
Bamber coming towards the end of his first stint here. His lap time's very comparable to those of Richard Westbrook in his first stint, but the trouble for Cadillac is they double stint the tyres, and the second stint on the tyres is nowhere near as quick as the first stint. They're losing, getting on for 2 seconds a lap, certainly 1.5 seconds per lap on their second stint on the same set of tyres of that Cadillac, and that's why the car has dropped so far behind the 2 cars ahead of it. Still safely on the lead lap, not any danger yet of being lapped, but as I say, they do seem to lose out in that second stint on the same set of tyres, whereas certainly Toyota and to a large extent the Ferrari are able to do just as well on their second stint on the same set of tyres.
Now the D-Station racing car is crawling to a halt. No lights on either. It is a bit brighter in the sky. We're just about an hour and 15 minutes away from sun up here at Le Mans. Well off to drivers right. Actually, I don't think it's as far around the circuit as I thought, is it? Marshall's Post 22. No, it is. No, it is on the run down from Carnage.
It's past Mulsanne corner. Hasn't yet reached Indianapolis.
No, so I was correct. I shouldn't second guess myself. It's just that first glance that you get. But no headlights and no tail lights. Now, was that precipitated by an off, or did the car? Oh no, the car just did not pull out of Mulsanne corner, and I think that's dead stick. I think that car's cut out, and Tomonobu Fuji will be being told. Well, if they've got radio to him, and if there's no electricity in that car, that may not be the case. But if they've got radio to him, they'll be talking him through a reset there. On these very sophisticated GTE AM cars, it'll be turn it off and turn it on, then a full hard reset, and if you can't get it to the pits, the next thing is probably a change of steering wheel. Those tend to be the steps. Earl Bamber in and out, as Paul suggested he might be. Earl now a proud wearer of the bow tie on his overalls.
And his pit stop time, John, was a 1 minute and 23 seconds, which compared to the 1 minute and 20, the 1 minute and 18 seconds for Toyota Gazoo Racing, and the stop for Giovinazzi, but 1 minute and 40 seconds for the Ferrari, which of course did the driver change. So again, it's about 20 seconds extra to do driver and tyres on the pit stop, and that's why these gaps are kind of ebbing and flowing as we go through this morning session. There's definitely a little bit of brightening in the sky, but I suspect that's largely due to the television cameras. Still looks pretty dark out of the window here.
Now, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport Lawrence Vanthoor car, is that off the lead lap now because it's just taking a pit stop, Paul, or is it due a pit stop and will fall further back? I'm trying to pick it up from the lead. The lead is just coming in at Ford in.
It's just had a pit stop. Part of the reason that I won't say it's in trouble, it's not in trouble, but part of the reason it's finding it difficult to get back on the lead lap is because it takes its pit stop before the 8 and the 51. Yeah. The leading Toyota and Ferrari take their pit stop. So you get the Porsche comes in first and drops for a moment 2 laps off the lead lap. Then it gets back onto 1 lap off the lead lap as soon as the Toyota and Ferrari come in for their respective pit stops.
Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it has had its pit stop now, and it's switched from Andre Lotterer to be Lawrence Vanthoor driving the number 6 car now, and it is still exactly 1 lap behind.
Drew Adamson is challenging Paul Truswell to see who can stay up longer. Drew, I know you've done some long nights for iRacing competition up there in Boston in the last few years in particular. I think you're going to lose, man. I do. I've worked a lot with Paul, and
listen, I shall go to bed at 9 o'clock tonight. I'm not going to stay up late
now
tonight.
You've decided to stay up?
Well, I always do. No, I'm not going to bed until, I'll go to bed reasonable hour in the Sunday night.
Okay, seems reasonable. So, Drew, start counting now. Hello to Connor J, who'd like to see Silverstone back on the WEC, and to James Foster. Loving this race, can't take my eyes off it. Is that Perry Como? No. Tomonobu Fuji's now got some help out on the run from Mulsanne down to Indianapolis. And Dinah Binks has a CrowdStrike Racing pit lane report. Just going out there, the bright orange Aston Martin with something on the wing mirror. I'll check that for you while we hear from Di.
I'm afraid they've gone. I got to them too late. I'm at the other end of the pit lane. But just to let you know that actually it is quite light down here in the pit lane now. So daylight is fast approaching us.
CrowdStrike, a pioneer in adversary-focused cybersecurity. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
And now the Aston Martin undertow from one of the VW Amarok pickup trucks that serve as safety vehicles here. That it's actually, they're the fire tenders normally. Let's quickly run. Sorry, go ahead, Paul.
No, I was going to say the problem with that car, or for that car, is unlike some of the other cars which have had problems out on the circuit, which get lifted out of the gravel and plonked on the track, if they're able to start the car up, then can be driven back to the pits by their driver. That car doesn't look like it can be started up and driven back, so it's been taken to a place of safety, and if the driver can't get it going, it's going to stay there, and that's going to mean it's another retirement, I'm afraid.
The retirements, which include the 77 GTE Dempsey Proton racing car, the number 63 Prema, the number...
Yeah, 63 is the Prema.
63 is the Prema, yeah. Toyota Gazoo Racing's number 7, that was a fuel pressure issue when Kamui Kobayashi was behind the wheel. The
No, it was a big crash.
Oh, was it?
Kamui Kobayashi had the huge crash as he entered the slow zone and
yes, of course.
drove into the JMW Aston Martin.
Yeah, and then got hit by, and also got hit by the Valkenhorst BMW, that was the other car, and didn't get very much further from, now where was that? That was a Tertre Rouge, wasn't it?
You're just coming up towards Tertre Rouge off the exit of the Forest S's. Yes, the JMW Ferrari, I should have said, number 66, with which it had the crash.
Racing Team Turkey had contact with the number 9 Prema. They haven't gone any further. Porsche Penske Motorsport, Mathieu Jaminet was the fuel pressure issue. No, it wasn't, no, was it?
The fuel pressure was the car number 75, the Porsche.
It was. Yeah, I did remember that correctly. Arnaud Robin in the TF Sport Aston, that was a long time ago. That car went into the gravel. It either couldn't restart, or Arnaud had walked away from it.
9:15 last night.
Yeah, Richard Mille, Lilo Wadu, one of the French favourites, along with Dorian Pan, who have been lauded by the press, rightly so, two very quick young French drivers. The Richard Mille Ferrari went out as well yesterday evening. We're working backwards here. Ryan Hardwick.
6:45.
What time was that, Paul?
About 6:45 yesterday evening.
The number 16 Porsche was one of a number of cars, Proton Competition that was. Ryan Hardwick, who came across a tempestuous rain incident at the start of the Porsche curves, and also took out Claudia
Schiavone. That was a crash at Tertre Rouge, though. Wasn't the one that happened in the rain. Sorry, yes, it wasn't in the rain, yeah. And then the other one, the one that happened at the Dunlop chicane, was Ulysse de Pauw in number 21, who had a coming together with Gustav Birch in the number 55 car, which also involved one of the Cadillacs. That was able to keep going. It was number 3 Cadillac. That was able to keep going, but the other two, the Ulysse de Pauw number 21 and the 55 car, which was in Gustav Birch's hands, the GMB Motorsport Aston Martin, were both instant retirements.
Ricky Taylor went offline overtaking a GT car. We thought something had broken on that car because he had been hit at the rear of that car just the lap before, but talking to his brother earlier on, and Ricky, by the way, fine after a big crash at the start of the Mulsanne Straight, said he'd hit a bump that he didn't realise was there and got pitched to the left, and the first car out was Rodrigo Sales for Nielsen Racing, the number 14 Pro-Am LMP2, my local team up from Corby in what is now called Northamptonshire.
Sorry, go on.
No, that was it.
Right, so the one which I won't say you missed because it's not yet been posted as a retirement, but which I'm heavily concerned about, should we put it that way, is number 32, the car, the Jan Magnussen driven into Europol competition, Orica, which Jan was driving, went straight on at the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight, hit the barrier, and then was hoiked out of the barrier, put back on the track, was driven back, but hasn't been seen for 3 hours. So I have a strong feeling that we might have seen the last of the number 32 car. And whether Jan Magnussen is still here to confirm that or not, I don't know, because it was some 3 hours.
Green. We lost about 40 seconds. The gap is 45 seconds.
So that was Alessandro Pegiti talking to his engineer, or possibly vice versa. He got the wrong end of a slow zone and all of a sudden dropped away from Brendan Hartley. A couple of you, including Wicker Bill, saying, how did he lose 20 seconds the last lap? It was a slow zone. I think we're going to add D-Station Racing, the 777, the TF run car, Tomonobu Fuji out of the car. Driver out with his helmet off. He was looking at it. He's still within his 10 metres, but I'm not sure there's much that he can do. Diana's on her way to the team to find out what the issue. Pulled off the circuit to a place of safety. Into Europol, been in the pits for a long time, as Paul has just said. The Colin Collis run number 4 hypercar, also been in the pits for a long time. And the 47 Cool Racing, Richard de Jesus, brought that car into the pit lane. That was damaged after an accident at the end of the Porsche curves, took out the left rear suspension, and that car has been in the pits for a wee while as well. So potentially adding to the numbers of retirements.
17 if you include our potentials.
That's quite a lot nowadays, isn't it?
Well, last year was the record high number of finishers, but which was helped by the fact we had 62 starters, of course. But we've already lost more than that this year. So if you take 17 off 62, what are you left with? 45. Sorry, I have to write these things down these days.
And I think that, well, yeah. So we've got 45 cars still listed. That's going to become 44, isn't it? If D-Station.
No, that's including the D-Station one. So I'm assuming that that's not going to get going again.
So that answers the question of Connor on that one.
Last year we had 54 finishers. One of which wasn't classified, hadn't completed enough laps, so count that as 53 or 54. But as I say, that's a lot more running than we've got running now, with still 10 hours of the race to go, John.
It's Paul Trustwell with me, John Hindhaugh. We're on the early morning shift as we head to the 6 o'clock hour here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. And we'll head into our Sacred Coffee breakfast hours for the next couple as we see the daylight begin to come back to the 24 hours of Le Mans. It is Haggerty Radio Le Mans for 2023.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Still 17 degrees. It's been quite pleasant overnight. A high today of 27 degrees forecast. But we have a 51% chance of thunder and rain in the mid to late morning from 10 o'clock onwards. It could still be a weather-affected run to the checkered flag here at Le Mans for 2023. Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel Festival. Book tickets at bicestaheritage.co.uk and save 20% with the code RSL.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
DAL 3D and Tactical Jedi both chose the 1956 race as their milestone. There was doubt over the future of the race as a whole following the tragedy of 1955. The ACO took on board all the recommendations of the inquiry, making track changes that cost 300 million French francs. 70,000 cubic metres of earth were moved. The improvements so extensive, the race was put back to the end of July. The ACO's Golden Jubilee celebrations were deferred to 1957. The pit straight was widened by 13 metres, a new pit complex was built, and the Dunlop Curve, Indianapolis and Maison Blanche all received significant attention. New engine regulations limited prototype engines to 2.5 litres in order to address top speeds, and production cars had to have 50 units built, sold or provided for. These changes put the ACO out of step with the FIA, and so the race was dropped from the 1956 World Sports Car Championship. The 1956 race was won by a Curia-Cos Jaguar and stands as a testament to the dedication, enthusiasm and tradition of the ACO, and in honour of the 84 who died the previous year.
Le Mans Milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
I'm Tom Perrier from the 777D station team. Tom, we see that the 777's got a bit of an issue. What is it?
It looks like it's just had an electrical power shut off. We obviously had a bit of an issue earlier in the race with it. Had to bring it in the box and fix it with after a bit of contact with the wall. I don't know if that's the cause of it or not, but yeah, it's all running absolutely fine, and then nothing. So someone's turned the lights out. So yeah, we can't get it back, get hold of the driver. So unfortunately, that looks like that is the end of that one.
I mean, it's been a really challenging Le Mans for you, isn't it? You're running several cars here, and you've definitely all had your work cut out for you.
Yeah, it hasn't been an ideal one yet at all. We had obviously a big crash earlier in the week in practice, and boys did a great job to get the car back out and get the guys qualified for the night practice. And yeah, we've had an unfortunate accident with the 72 earlier in the race, which is a real shame for them, and now this one as well. So yeah, along with our LMP2 car, which had another accident. So yeah, I think it's been a pretty bad race for a lot of people, to be honest. So it yes, goes that way sometimes.
It does, but it just seemed that this year there seems to be more than normal. I mean, we had really tricky conditions at the start of the race.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is to do with the weather, you know, and the rain hasn't come in small doses as it has been downpours, so people have been caught out on wrong tyres, and people trying to go to slick tyres early, and yeah, so it always lends itself to whoopsies, but yeah, it's definitely been probably one to watch from the sofa.
How do you pick the guys up when it sort of, you know, dips like this?
It's not easy, to be honest, because everyone's already on the downside of sleep for sure. So, but you know, we've had a great run over the last few years here, and I don't think we're doing anything differently or doing anything wrong. So we just have to remember that, and we'll come back next year and have another go.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for your time.
Cybersecurity revolutionised. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Morning has broken, well, ish, to be honest. The official sunrise was 4 minutes ago at 6 o'clock, and already the blue light of morning is with us. Mathieu Vaxivière comes out of Mulsanne, black skid marks on the road as he hits the start of a slow zone which heads, I think, all the way through to Indianapolis at the moment. So it's all of the southern part of the circuit where the 777 is off the track but safe there. But also in strife down there, it was Jonas Reed who's gone off in the Porsche whilst we were in our top of the hour programming. Sequence was the word I was looking for, and has made heavy contact with the wall down there.
Yes, I think the 777D station car was well out of the way.
Yeah, right, it was behind the wall, yeah.
The incident was then the Jonas Reed, the number 88 Proton Competition car. Jonas, a very late entry into the 24 hours, only announced a week before, literally, the deal was done. Jonas being the son of Christian Reed, and having not only his first race at Le Mans, but his first race in a Porsche, apart from some familiarisation laps that he did, I think, a year ago at another circuit. So he's not had a lot of experience, and it would seem that he's come to grief at Indianapolis. Up until then, the car was going reasonably well, the number 88 car.
couple of questions about driver times. The only driver minimum times are in LMP2 and GTE AM, and that is that the bronze driver must do a minimum of 6 hours. Everybody else, you're starting to look at maximum. The old 4 in 6, 4 hours in any 6 is the one you've got to be really, really careful about, because that's a rolling number. That's not six. That's not 4 consecutive hours, but you could fall foul of that by sort of doing 2.5. Having a bit of time off and then getting back in again to the car, and particularly with cars who lose a driver partway through the race. And Fabian Scherer has been absolutely stellar in getting back into the car as the Jonas Reed Porsche is craned away from the scene of that accident. So that's the one that most people fall foul of, if they are going to fall foul of it. Another CrowdStrike pit and paddock report. We're off to Glickenhaus with Diana Binks.
Esteban, you've just jumped out of the car. How are things out there on the track?
Yeah, track conditions are very tricky. At this time of the morning, the track gets a bit moisty, and yeah, also with the tire wear, we were doing long stints and triple stints. So yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge, but I think, you know, reasonably well considering the conditions of the race today. We keep surviving, and we're going to focus on that.
What was the biggest thing that you were managing? Was it the traffic or the tires?
Mainly the tires, because I was quite limited on the tire wear. So I was really working really hard to keep them in good balance between front and rear axle, and yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge, but managed it pretty well.
Are you satisfied though where you're at this point?
I think, considering how the race has gone, the fact that we are still running 6 and 7, I think it's really positive, yes.
Esteban, thank you so much.
Esteban Gutierrez has given that car over to Nat Berton, 8th position for the 709, 1 place behind Ryan Briscoe. It's team car, the 708.
CrowdStrike, protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Paul Truswell and John Hindhaugh in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. The clean-up down at Indianapolis continues. The slow zone in effect all the way back to Mulsanne Corner, or just the exit of Mulsanne Corner. Hashtag Hagerty RLM. Neil Gardner has woken up and said, I fully expected to find that all the teams, having ran out of racing cars, would be pounding around the circuit in spectators' road cars. It hasn't quite got that bad, Neil, but you're not far wrong, in fairness. The attrition rate has been high.
It has been high, John, but what tends to happen is by Sunday morning, people have settled down, they've got into the groove. Interesting here that Esteban Gutierrez is talking about this moisture that gets into the track. That's something that Johnny Molan was talking about as well. And again, it affects the circuit, which changes all the time. But the thing that has happened most significantly over the last hour has been the gaps between the first 3, which they're still on the same lap, but whereas it was quite close between the 3 of them, the gaps have gone right out now, and that's handed a big advantage to Toyota.
Good morning, Nicholas.
As you can hear, just completed was the pit stop for the 3rd place runners in P2, which is the Panis team. Full service tyres and everything. They've slowly sneaked up really over the course of time. They haven't always shown the front, but they're now running in 3rd in the rotation of the P2. And it was full service driver getting out. So Tiemann, Van Hel got out. If you want to go a quick word with Tiemann.
Triple stint for him.
Is it getting easier now it's dry the whole time?
Yeah, probably. I think for our silver, it's better to have now daylight and some dry track, and then we just bring it to the line, and I think we will be fine on the standings then.
I mean, it's been an interesting race because the amount of attrition and accidents has been way higher than we've had in previous years, isn't it?
Yeah, it was really difficult last night when it starts raining when you were driving on slicks, but hopefully it stays driver now and we will see how it goes.
Great, thanks very much. He looks more tired than me, than he has been driving. I've been sleeping in a car, so that's fair enough, I suppose.
Triple stint for Damon van der Helm there. Nick Damon joining us at the CrowdStrike pit team. Hello to Benny Carrillo and the other Discord groupists, Discorders. I'm not sure what the correct term is for that. Keeping an eye on what's going on there as well. Brendan Hartley continues to lead the race. Those gaps you were talking about, Paul, some of them down to a gentle easing away of the Toyota, but 20 seconds or so, certainly back to the Ferrari, number 51, an unfortunate bit of slow zone that caught the Ferrari but not the Toyota.
And that will always happen. Because of the way the slow zones are implemented, you have this next slow implemented in the zone before where the actual slow zone is, and that's marked by yellow flags which prevent overtaking, and it's quite easy to lose. It's unusual to lose as much as 20 seconds, but it's quite easy to lose 5 or 10 seconds in a
That's 20 seconds in a lap.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But the other thing that the gap has gone out without real explanation is the gap back to Earl Bamber. And I'm just looking back at their last pit stop, actually, because, no, it was a good pit stop, the last pit stop for the number 2 car. But the gap back to Earl Bamber has gotten up now to 2 3/4 minutes, to the point where the Cadillac is much closer to measure the gap the wrong way around the circuit, if you see what I mean. So the gap to the leader is 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Now lap times at the moment are up in the 4-minute mark because of that long slow zone that you were describing, John, to get the Jonas Reed Porsche cleared away.
And now it's barrier repair on driver's right. They've got the one of the big machines out to bend and reshape. They're not quite the same as at the Nürburgring. Let's hear Brendan Hartley for a moment.
Rio's first chicane, it's still wet, offline, off the first chicane, turn 897.
Copy.
Just take margin there at the beginning.
All right, so you heard there Brendan being told, I think, that it's still wet offline.
I thought it was Brendan reporting.
Yeah, so that means he must be getting out at the next stop then.
Yeah. And
sorry, back to your point.
Yeah, well, what I wanted to say, he was interesting that he was saying it was still wet.
Yeah.
Rather than it is becoming wet. So as if it has been damp there for some time. No. So the point I was making was purely that Earl Bamber, it's another Kiwi, has dropped to the point where he's not yet in danger of being lapped, but the gap between him and Brendan Hartley, measuring it the wrong way round, if you're standing out beside the circuit, is actually coming down. I think before we'll get them into the pits for their next pit stop before that actually happens. But it is a worry. And what I was saying, I think you were here, John, a couple of hours ago, about being surprised, yes it was when you were talking about the performance of Porsche, that I expected the Toyota to be a lap ahead. Well, it's not yet a lap ahead of the Ferrari, but it's, as I say, getting to the point that it's starting to look as though it might get a lap ahead of the third-place Cadillac. You know, this is, but I mean, you've seen enough of these races. This is kind of what happens in this stage of the race, where the gaps do start to stretch. But then somebody has a problem and you have a long pit stop and they all close up again. So, you know, that's no reason to say that this race is over by any means. Don't go to sleep yet, people. You know, anything can still happen.
Sleep? At Le Mans? Are you mad? Hello. So, come on, Paul.
No, we still have this very close battle in LMP2, where how many cars we got on the lead lap in LMP2? 6 cars still on the lead lap in LMP2. We heard from Nick a moment ago about Manuel Maldonado taking over the Panis racing car. That slipped from 3rd to 5th just as a result of having its pit stop. 30 seconds separating the first two, and a further 30 seconds separating. Actually, it's a bit more than that, isn't it? Because you've got the recovering Peugeot in amongst them. It's under a minute between second and third in the LMP2 class, so it's close in P2 still.
So, Mark Whiteleg reminds us that this Sunday in quite a lot of Europe, certainly the UK, is Father's Day. No, it's not. It's next weekend.
This Sunday or next
no,
Sunday?
It's next Sunday. Yeah. So Mark, sorry, I didn't read his tweet properly. Happy early Father's Day to Mark Whiteleg's dad. It used to be Le Mans Sunday, didn't it?
It often is.
Yeah. Mark Whiteleg hasn't told me his dad's name, so I've just got to say, Mr. Whiteleg. Hello, Mark's dad. He's listening at Dunlop Bridge, sitting next to his boy.
But I don't think that lets Mark off still sending a card next week.
Well, no, he should be taking him to Flywheel Festival, Mark. That's what you should be doing next weekend. Bicester Heritage with a class of cars that will be running around their circuit there that celebrates 100 years of Le Mans. We've got a Blow Bentley coming next weekend. We've got a Mark 1A Spitfire flying in, representing the fly part of Flywheel. We've got some absolutely quality cars running, even more on display. It's next Saturday and Sunday, and if you go to bisterheritage.co.uk and use the code RSL, you can save 20% on your ticket prices. Oh, the angle grinder's out, so we're cutting off a couple of the bolts. They couldn't take the bolts off with the big spanners, so angle grinders are out. And we need a Unimog. We need the Unimog with the trailer that they have at the Nürburgring, where they do fast barrier repair. It's got the Oxy on it as well. So they put a bit of gas on it, cut the bits off that they don't want, get the new bits straight on. Marvellous work. What, a month ago or so, that was a big Ferrari victory, their first ever at the Nürburgring Nordschleife with a 296 from Frickadelli. And sharing the engine, of course, with the 499P. And much happiness was taken back to Modena, I'm sure. Although the team that won, Frickadelli, Klaus Abelin's team, from literally just up the road, we actually stopped to fill up petrol at their petrol station, where they are based on the way home. Nick Damon on the early shift with Dinah Binks in the pits in this Sacred Coffee breakfast hours is where, Nick?
Well, I was observing the pit stop by one of the laggards in P2, the number 9, the Prima Racing, had problems. But I want to ask you a question, John. Do you remember ZZ Top?
I do.
And do you remember how they used to kind of, on one of their big videos, they kind of ushered away a car with kind of all three of them slowly swinging their arm and pointing it that way. It wasn't quite the same way in Prima Racing. Ben Pascal got out of the car, I'm not quite sure got in, but whoever it was, they were fumbling the starter button, and 4 separate mechanics were doing the windy arm thing in actual sort of unison. Just, they're desperate to see him start the car. It was like a disease of arm winding happened. I was thinking, yes. Yes, a fast-dressed man, they say what it is. But yes, sharp-dressed man. Oh, blown it there.
So close, Nick.
I'll come back in again. Sharp-dressed man, yeah, but it was great. I just the little weird vignettes of the pit lane.
We'll fix that. We'll fix that in post.
Yeah, that's good.
Endurance, teamwork, speed. It's why racing and cybersecurity go hand in hand. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
And for those of you watching on Studiovision, we've just had a couple of the ZZ Top whirly handy typey thingies. Hello to Jerry Z, who's still up in Florida. Tom Marshallek in Ohio, where it's 20 past midnight there. And thank you for joining us. If you're in the North America region and you are so equipped, don't forget you can take us with you on Sirius XM, Sirius 136 XM 202, or you can just link your phone and RS1 via radiolemans.com. Down at Carnage, Giant Mulsanne rather, into the slow zone, and almost another accident, people barreling into that. It's been there for a while now. It's not as if they hadn't realised. It's the battle for 4th and 5th in LMP2 that's just come into it, and the Panish Racing number 65 of Manuel Maldonado and Paul Loup Chatan having a bit of a scrap there going in, and the Delage branded Alpine doing considerably better, only in 6th place at the minute. Sorry, that must be Vax Vieira and Manuel and Maldonado, mustn't it?
I'm not quite sure actually. The gap is between the Duquesne team car,
yep.
number 30.
Yeah, you're right.
Nicolas Pino, and he has.
And that's ahead of Paul Loup Chatan in the E-Deck car.
Exactly so, but Paul Loup is travelling considerably quicker than Nicolas Pino, and so will make short work, I fancy, of getting past the Duquesne team car. And that will put Paul Loup up into 3rd place in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, sorry, confused myself there, looking at 2 different sets of graphics. I should have just gone with what I was looking on the screen. Best of the Pro-Ams, by the way, Ben Barnicat, 10th position overall in LMP2, 21st in the general classification. James Allen for CrowdStrike Racing and the Algarve Pro Racing team in the number 45 in 2nd. Now, is he a full lap behind?
He's a full 2 laps behind.
Okay, right.
Which was when Joe was interviewing him. I think, yes, it was. It was Joe was interviewing Stuart Cox earlier on from the Algarve Pro Racing team, having spoken as well to George Kurtz. Stuart was saying he's not written this off yet, although the gap is 2 laps. And like I have been suggesting, you know, misfortune can strike. And Stuart was quite convinced that he and the Algarve Pro Racing team would continue to push on and make their very best efforts to take advantage, put pressure on, just in case the AF Corsa Run car, which is the one that Ben Barnicat is driving, car number 80, just in case that one does make a mistake. In terms of the Pro-Am race itself, though, I'd say it's not really even a 2-car battle. There are only 2 cars really left in it, because the Cool Racing car, number 37, is even further behind again than either of the other 2 cars. At least the Algarve Pro Racing team is just outside the top 20 in 22nd place, whereas Cool Racing are way down in 32nd place with car number 37, although Malte Jacobsen is currently behind the wheel of that car, but it is 4 laps behind the Algarve Pro Racing team, so that is a category which has got itself well split. 2 laps separating 1st and 2nd in Pro-Am, and then 4 laps separating 2nd from 3rd. Makes the gaps between the 2 leaders in the hypercar class seem very small indeed, doesn't it?
Connor J says interested in following Flywheel next weekend from Bicester Heritage. Which channel will it be on? I'm not seeing it on the schedule at Radio Le Mans. We'll have the audio on RS1, I believe. We'll confirm that. However, you might want to watch, because we've got it live in sound and vision. We're going to be filming that and putting it out live on both Saturday and Sunday. Same place as Studiovision is where you'll be able to see it. And the channel will be called Bicester Flywheel. So if you have subscribed to what you're seeing on Studiovision, you should be able to find that fairly easily, I presume. If all you've got to do is subscribe, and then you'll get the information coming through and the reminders if you press the bell. That's next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, Father's Day in the UK at the Flywheel Festival at Bicester Heritage. The former RAF at Bicester.
I thought that was how you used to get off the bus, was by pressing the bell.
That's quite correct.
Yeah.
Press bell to a light.
Yeah, indeed.
It never burst into flames when I did it, I really. 9.5 hours to go at Haggerty RLM. If you would like to get in touch, Booney says top trivia drummer Frank Beard from the band ZZ Top was the only member not to have a beard. Also, didn't one of the band play the father of his actual daughter in a TV series? It was the one where they were based in Washington, and they had the people from the museum doing all the investigation. Ran for several series.
Back in Le Mans.
Yes.
I'd like to
sharp-dressed Paul.
Thank you. I'd like to suggest that the Brendan Hartley Toyota is just easing its pace back a little bit. Last 5 laps, both the Ferrari and the Cadillac, although they're a long way behind, have been closing the gap. Now, not suggesting that's anything to worry about for the Toyota, but just an indication perhaps that they don't have to push quite as hard as they did. We have had this rather long slow zone, which makes comparing lap times a little bit difficult, but the times that Brendan Hartley is doing over a full lap, as I say, including the slow zone, are just a wee bit slower than those of Alessandro Pierguidi are, and having suggested that Earl Bamber might be in danger of being lapped, he's still in the same position, but he's just shaved a couple of seconds off that gap over the last couple of laps, or last 5 laps, as I say, I've been looking at. So they're coming towards the end of the stint again. So we're on the 11th lap at the moment for both the Ferrari and the leading Toyota. But what it will be interesting, because this is zone that we've got under under slow zone at the moment, is a particularly long one. As you said a little while ago, John, runs all the way from Mulsanne Corner down to past Arnage. It just happens to be a particularly long slow zone, and that happens to be where they're repairing the barrier, so they can't really make any choice about it. They have to take the slow zones where the zones are. But over that period, as I say, Hartley has just eased his pace a tash.
The series was called Bones, and it was Billy Gibbons that was in it, and he played Angela Montenegro's character father in that. That was the one with Temperance Brennan in it, if you remember. It's all right, actually.
No, I don't remember.
Do you not?
I don't think I knew, so I don't think I can have forgotten it, so I can't say I remember it. I don't know if that works.
I know what you mean.
Thank you.
Hashtag Haggerty RLM. It's 6:30 in the morning, 91.2 FM around the circuit, around the world on RS1, and on Sirius 136 XM202 Radio Le Mans for 2023.
The Hertz Hourly Updates, getting you to your Let's Go moments for over 100 years.
Fourteen and a half hours of this race have gone. Remains another 9.5 still to go. It's 6:30 in the morning, Sunday morning at Le Mans. Brendan Hartley in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR10 Hybrid leads the race by some 36.7 seconds, and he's done 193 laps now. In second place, also on 193 laps, is Alessandro Pierguidi, car number 51, in the Ferrari 499P. And then third, the only car other than the Ferrari on the lead lap is the number 2 Earl Bamber driven Cadillac V-Series R. But he is 2 3/4 minutes behind the number 51 Ferrari. So it's 8:51 and 2, the top 3. In 4th place is Lawrence Vantor, car number 6, the Porsche Penske Motorsport entry. And in terms of time, he is 4.5 minutes, so more than a lap, but only just more than a lap, 4.5 minutes behind the Cadillac. Wenger van der Zande is next up in 5th place in the number 3 Cadillac. We've got 2 Cadillacs still in the top 6 there, and the top 6 rounded off by Jean-Eric Verne's Peugeot, car number 93, the 9X8. But Jean-Eric Verne is 2 laps behind, whereas Van der Zande is only 1 lap off the race leader. In 7th place is Ryan Briscoe in the Glickenhaus, number 708. And in 8th place is 709, the other Glickenhaus, with Nathaniel Berton driving that one. They are both on 189 laps, respectively 3 and 4 laps behind the race leader. In 9th place is the Porsche of Fred Bakovici, number 5. He is 5 laps behind now. And then in 10th place and 6 laps behind is Niklas Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari. In 11th place is the fastest of the LMP2 runners, Fabio Scherer, back at the wheel of the Inter-Europol competition, Orica, and he is he is a lap ahead. No, he can't be a lap ahead. No, he's just come out of the pits, hasn't he? That's why. So it's not quite clear what the gap is back to the 2nd place car in LMP2, but it's Robert Kubitz, the car number 41, who is in 2nd place, with Nick Pino in the Duquesne team car, number 30, next up in 3rd place. So the LMP2 lead continuing to chop and change. In fact, as I speak, the WRT car comes out of the pits with Kubica at the wheel and leads that class now, with Nico Pino in 2nd place and the IDEX Sport car of Paul-Luc Chatin in 3rd place. In the GT class, the leader in GTE AM is it Daniel Serra? Yes, it is Daniel Serra in the Kessel Racing Ferrari, and he's completed 178 laps. In 2nd place is a Porsche, the Iron Dames car, which has Michelle Gatting behind the wheel at the moment. That's car number 85. And in 3rd place is the Aston Martin, which has Ahmed Al-Hati driving it at the moment. That's the ORT number 25, Aston Martin, in 3rd place in GTE AM. Although the Hendricks Motorsports Chevrolet, Jenson Button, he's had a good night actually, because he's driven a lot behind the wheel of that car, and he's brought it up through the field of GTE AM cars, because he was down in about 7th place in the GTE AMs, and he's now moved it up to 2nd place in the GTE AMs, and he's in 28th place overall. That is way beyond the expectations of the Hendricks Motorsport team, I'm quite sure. So that's the hourly update, with Jenson Button then in 28th place.
The hourly update.
Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Whilst we were finding out who was where and when, a few people were ruining that by coming into the pits and changing their order. We had the number 5 Porsche that came in for a lovely bit of a clean-up and some tyres. The 34, that's the Inter-Europol car that's running towards the front of the field, also had a set of tyres and fuel, as did the number 3 Cadillac. That's the gold nose one that's had problems a few hours ago. All of those decided to give themselves new fuel and new tyres, but none of them decided to give themselves a new driver.
CrowdStrike. Data protection 24/7. For more, go to crowdstrike.com.
If you didn't realise, that was Nick Damon. If you're just rejoining us on our Sacred Coffee breakfast shifts, just after 25 minutes before 7 o'clock. And a little bit of overcast. We'll give you the full weather in about 25 minutes time. But let's head back down to the pit lane. One or two drivers beginning to surface or have just gotten out of the cars. Here's Louis Delatraz with Dinah Binks. Oh, 1 second. We'll go to her in a second. We've got an incident for Ben Barnicat, the leading Pro-Am LMP2 car, the number 80 with the Starburst, the Richard Mille car for AF Corsa, and Ben's gone in hard. He's think got clipped as he was coming. No, he just snapped sideways in the Porsche curves. He's got on the brakes quickly, but demolished the Tech Pro barriers to drivers right there. Now, that wall used to be a lot closer than that. That would have been way, way bigger. The rear end of the car wiped off. He might have been coming into the pits. His teammate is ready. This is going to be a slow zone. Let's get back down to the pit lane where Louis Delatraz is waiting with Diana Binks. Di?
Louis, you just jumped out of the car there. How was that session?
It was long. I stayed quite a bit of time in the car. We came back to leading, so I'm quite happy with the pace and the car. I mean, the whole team did a great job with pit stops and strategy so far. So we're running at the front. A lot of competitors did mistakes. We just need to keep it on the black stuff and see in, well, pretty much 9 hours what's going to happen.
The tyres looked in reasonable shape.
Yeah, they're okay. I mean, I try to look after them as good as I can. I think Le Mans is also is not only about going fast, but that for a long time. So indeed, I think we set up our race car the whole week just for the race, not for quali and not for going fast on one lap.
Well, there's still, you know, plenty of more time to go. Conditions are changing again now.
Yeah, well, the day is coming, which is nice at least to finally see the daylight. It's a good step, good motivation to the whole crew, and we will see what goes on after.
Thank you.
So Louis Delatraz out of, what car's Louis in? Remind me, Paul.
The 45, is it?
41. 40,
30.
Right. That's the leading WRT. They got a penalty. It's Robert Kubica in the car at the moment, and they got a penalty for an incident where they caused an accident 10 seconds. Now, they were in just after that, but I'm not sure Louis really answered the question when Di asked about whether they'd had it. We've got a slow zone, or whether they'd served it. Ben Barnicat, it will be inconsolable. The 26-year-old from Chesterfield in the UK is sitting by the side of the circuit. He's out of the car. He's taken off his hands device and helmet and sits with his head in his hands. He has just realised that a great result at Le Mans in Pro-Am has gone begging there.
He was he'd done what was nearly a triple stint. He wasn't quite due in yet, but he was 3/4 of the way through his final stint of a triple stint. Whether the tyres were beginning to wear out, I'm not sure, because the previous pit stop a little bit longer, which looks like it might have been for extra tyres. But obviously, certainly very disappointing for Ben, but it was a good long stint for him.
Into the pit lane for the leader in the race. I think that's your end of things. Nick Damon has a reward for being in the pit lane early of having the Toyota Gazoo Racing GRO 10 in the pit lane.
Is it? I'm looking down the far end, I can't see it.
Yeah, Brendan Hartley's got out the car. Alessandro Perghidi in the 51, also in, so the first two cars in.
Yeah, I can see him, sorry. But I couldn't see the Ferrari, because it was hiding behind the innovative car, the Camaro, as it came towards me. But yes, you're absolutely right. I actually watched it's a cheeky monkey, Brendan, because I watched him as he was coming down through the the earlier part of the Porsche curve. It didn't look like he was shaping towards actually coming in, but he is coming, as you're absolutely right, Judge, a full service. They just got the tyres on the car, and he has sprinted away with the new driver, who I didn't see, because I was thinking it would be another lap. I could have got the mighty 28 stop. So they also stopped, by the way, the Jota P2 car was leading early on before they had problems. We also had the Cadillac that had problems in the 311, that stopped, and one of the Glickenhausers as well. So some of the problematic cars stopped, as well as our leader.
And the second place car, of course. So Brendan Hartley handing over to Ryo Hirakawa, and Alessandro Pierguidi handing his car over to James Collado. And they both got themselves back on sync now, so they seem to be back in sync with changing tyres at the same time.
But I think Pierguidi stayed in the car, Paul. I didn't see him get out.
Did he not? Okay. We'll see what happens when he is out now. So it still says Pierguidi, doesn't it?
Okay. So, sorry, I'm staring, trying to see his helmet behind the wheel of the car. But
so yes, it is Pierguidi who stayed behind the wheel of the car. The pit stop times a 1:15. Yes, it was no tyres either for the Ferrari. So it was a fuel-only stop for the Ferrari. So they're still out of sync. Fuel only for the Ferrari, and a fuel and tyres and driver change for the Toyota, and as a result of that the Toyota spent 15 seconds longer in the pit lane than did the Ferrari. What was interesting was that because of the slow zone that was in place for the majority of that stint, both Brendan Hartley and Alessandro Pierguidi were able to save a lap's worth of fuel. Of course, obviously, it didn't make any difference because they both saved a lap full of fuel, but it meant that they both went 13 laps as opposed to the 12 laps that they have been doing when there isn't the long slow zone in place. But they're not able to do it if it's only a short slow zone, because we had one of those and they stuck with 12 laps, but they were able to do it on 13, and it's remarkable how similar they both are on fuel consumption.
A couple of questions about looking forward here. Joseph Dungy says, will Mercedes be returning to the WEC? I understand that they are still deciding whether they're going to be fielding a hypercar as required by the FIA and the ACO in order to enter the GT3 class. Spoke to Stefan Wendt, actually, who's the AMG sales director. He wants to be in, of course, because he wants his customers in there. They'll put a GT3 in if they are allowed so to do.
But yes, I mean, it's a question for you, John, really. So with the manufacturers in GT3 having to have a hypercar if they want to enter in GT3,
preference given to hypercar and people who have history with the race and the ACO series.
Right,
that
okay.
was, I'm slightly paraphrasing that, but that was the gist of what they said on Friday.
Fine. What I'm trying to get to the bottom of is whether Mercedes would go to the extent of developing a hypercar just so they can get a GT3 car in.
I don't think they will.
You don't, do you? No. You enter a hypercar because you want to win Le Mans.
Absolutely.
And it's been a while since Mercedes were here, but I'm not quite sure if they're ready to try and win Le Mans.
The thing is, they already sell a load of GT3 cars, and having 2 cars in Le Mans isn't enough for them to be interested in spending all the money to develop a hypercar, because you're only going to get 2, no matter which manufacturer you are. That's why the GT3 thing, to me, is completely pointless, because if you're only going to have 16, 18 or 20 of them, and only 2 from each manufacturer, it's not a proper GT3 class.
But in any case, given what Mercedes is doing in Formula One, yes, I know Ferrari is in Formula One as well as being in WEC, but I'm not quite sure that there is the interest from the Mercedes, because it ultimately is trying to get people to buy more Mercedes, and surely what Mercedes is doing in Formula One is enough to get people to buy a Mercedes without them having to come and win Le Mans as well.
Well, I think there's the marketing side, which is what you're talking about.
It's purely the marketing side.
Yeah.
And I think from the marketing side, it's a difficult sell to the board, given the amount of money it's going to take.
And given that their GT3 program, whilst not quite as successful as, say, somebody like Audi, who've had, I think they've built nearly 200 or over 200 of the R8s down in the Evo 1 and Evo 2, Porsche with their GT3 product, Ferrari, etc. They are still, I think they've still built more than 100, probably getting on for 150 of their GT3 cars. So they don't need just to sell another 2 to put them into this race. And those 2 things together, if they want to come and win Le Mans, as Paul says, That's completely different. Also, a couple of people asking about whether the driver requirements will continue. It's my understanding from what was said that there will be a mandated bronze. It's one of the reasons that one or two of the manufacturers also don't like this this GT3 thing, because they can't put a works team in. You're not allowed to put a full pro team in for GT3 next year. It will be Pro-Am, which actually means the end of Corvette racing. And they've actually said that we effectively won't have a works racing team because there'll be nowhere to race. That's not strictly speaking true, because they would still be able to race a full pro team in IMSA. I suspect that we will see something akin to a full works team just with the bronze drivers next year. What's interesting to me is something that hasn't been said. Christian Reed, inextricably linked with Porsche, and will be running a Porsche 963 here next year, at least one, and he'll probably want 2 entries, to be honest, has not been given. He knows already he's not getting 2 Porsches to race here for Porsche next year. How do I know that? Because he signed up with Ford, and Ford are sounding fairly bullish about the fact they're going to get the new GT3 Mustang here next year, despite not having a hypercar, and despite not having supported an ACO championship for quite some time, since the GT40, or the GT, should I say. So there's interesting things to read through all of this, and you have to read between the lines. Nick Damon, down in the pit lane for a CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, just so we just saw Earl Bamber in the leading in the top 3 Corvette, Cadillac, the number 2, that came in, and that was a tyre, sorry, that was a fuel-only service, and he's gone out again. So staying on the lead lap successfully.
And we've got a tremendously exciting battle on track for the lead of the LMP2 class between Robert Kubica and Fabio Scherer. Robert Kubica in the number 41 WRT car, and the bright yellow and green Inter Europol competition car of Fabio Scherer.
Who's injured, of course, Paul. He's got a broken left foot. Side by side, those 2 cars in the battle for the lead. Kubica perhaps reasonably braking a little bit later with his left foot than the injured driver.
He doesn't actually know whether it's broken or not, he said to us. He said he hadn't actually been to get it x-rayed because he doesn't want to find out yet whether it's broken or not, but he says it feels like it is. But certainly to see him hopping around, as we have seen him a couple of occasions, he's doing a sterling
side
job
by
in
side
that car.
Again, round the outside into the second chicane. That's a bold manoeuvre by Scherer with an injured foot, and he goes through and takes the lead of the LMP2 race. 9 hours and 10.5 minutes to go, and Inter Europol are back into the lead. Scherer stayed out of the car for some time because he wasn't at the circuit. He actually went to hospital, as Paul was saying, after his foot was run over by the number 33 Corvette. And now he's fought his way back. Hop Suisse, as I am contractually obliged to say, in memory of my late mother-in-law. And to the lead then for the yellow and green car, and immediately puts a couple of cars' lengths into the former Formula One driver from Poland, Robert Kubica. What a lovely bloke he is, by the way. Spent some time on a plane with him, coming back from Bahrain a few years ago when he'd been testing. That was the first time he tested a prototype endurance racer.
Scherer did a triple stint, incidentally, in the middle of the night to get them from 10 o'clock at night up until about midnight. And I've actually got him down as having done the first stint of 2 laps at the beginning of the race. And then, of course, we had that very early safety car, and he got out straight away after that first 2 laps to hand the car over to Kubica Miskowski.
Hello in the future to Edwardian Creations and a number of others talking about GT3. This one from Right Turn Lover next year for GT3. the more interesting GT3 numbers surely could be the ELMS and Asian Le Mans series. Are the list of GT3 manufacturers binding for the regional series and derived LM entries as well? There will be no entries. I'm fairly certain there will be no entries in Le Mans for ELMS and Asian GT3 cars, because they'll be all taken up by the WEC entries. So this is another issue that you've got with this idea that you're actually penalising GT3 teams who are supporting ACO series because you don't have room at Le Mans. And Le Mans has to have all of the WEC entries because it's part of the championship. Still got that flapping rag or whatever it is on the side of the bright orange Aston Martin there. And this is why I think that the whole GT3 thing at Le Mans isn't worth doing, because you're not doing it properly and you're not rewarding the teams who are supporting the ACO in their regional series. And I'm absolutely with Paul about the history of this race. And when we started in 1923, and for a very, very long time, the ACO resisted prototypes, and you had to have road-going cars here, and it was a massive, massive fillip to the development of the early automobile. But if you're only going to have 14, 16, 18, 20 cars, and they are all from the WEC, because you'll have at least that many that want to be in the WEC, then I just don't understand the logic behind it. You might as well bin P2, bin GT3, and keep your P2 cars, and instead of having 15, have 30 of them.
I don't know what the answer is, okay? So I'm
no,
not
there's,
come
there's
up
no
with
simple answer. There's no simple answer.
And you're right. What is something in which we can rejoice, though, is that the popularity of this race is so high that people are clamouring to be a part of it and to get a bite of that cake. You know, if you go back through the history of this race, it has suffered through many peaks and just about as many troughs. We've had times when we couldn't even get 50 entries here.
Good point.
You know, we built this marvellous new pit complex in the early 1990s, and all of a sudden we had 30 cars to fill it, or less than 30 cars to fill it. You know, and we've also had times when, as this year, we've had an entry list which had 10 reserves on it. You know, so we should rejoice in the fact that the race itself is so popular.
Oh yes, totally.
And the problem for the organisers is that they have to deal with that success and somehow keep themselves as being part of the World Endurance Championship, because Le Mans is now inextricably linked to the World Endurance Championship, and also you have to keep the spectators interested, and you have to keep the manufacturers interested, and also you have to keep the history out there. You know, you can't suddenly make it into a bicycle race, because then it wouldn't be Le Mans. So you have to keep it as a car race, and you have to balance all those different requirements, which is a difficult call, and why we maybe not be getting it right. But let's, as I say, just be glad that there are so many who are interested to come.
What limits the race here is the WEC, because there's 38 cars, and they've decided that there's no room for P2 to be able to keep some GT involvement in that championship. So it'll be hypercars and just GT3. The easy answer is just take Le Mans out of the World Championship and make it an invitation-only event.
Well,
as it always used to be.
Not always.
But as it had been for a long time.
On and off.
But you're not going to get those additional invitations, Paul, is my point. That this is sort of like the World Cup final of endurance racing, and basically what you're saying is you guys can't come and play because we don't have enough spaces for the GT3 category. So if you don't have enough spaces for a proper representative GT3 category, and you're only going to have 2 cars per manufacturer because of the World Endurance Championship, surely the easiest thing to do is take it out the World Endurance Championship.
I understand that point, and you've made it before, and now I've forgotten what the answer I was going to give you was.
Sorry.
Yes, that's all right. It's a difficult one to find a good answer to, and still to be fair to everybody at the same time. I think it is important for it to be part of a championship. I think you would lose something if you lost it from the World Endurance Championship. That's it. It was the question for you, which is they are going to allow LMP2 cars into the race, the Le Mans 24-hour race next year.
15.
But they're not going to allow them in the WEC.
Yeah. So that comes from ELMS, Asian Le Mans Series, and possibly IMSA.
But that already seems to me to be a little bit of an anomaly before you start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
As long as it's an anomaly, then I understand it. I can deal with them. But as long as someone's not going to justify it with logic.
Let's have your thoughts, please. Haggerty RLM, hashtag Haggerty RLM, and let us know your thoughts. Very quickly, just want to say thank you very much indeed, because I know there'll be a shift change coming up shortly, to all the marshals. I think I read the number, was it?
3,000.
3,000, it was 3,000. 3,000 marshals here this weekend. Quite a lot from overseas, quite a lot who come back year after year and stand on the same posts. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, or however you identify, for giving up the most precious thing you can, which is your time, to allow us to go motor racing here at Le Mans, as you and your colleagues have done for the last 100 years, and as you do every weekend, whether it's a club racing meeting at a tiny circuit in the pouring rain, or the biggest motor racing event in the world, and the world's greatest endurance race here at Le Mans. We simply cannot go motor racing without you.
Quick point, you mentioned coming up to the end of another hour. It is coming up to practically an hour as we come to the end of this hour that we've had that slow zone in place over at Indianapolis. They still haven't released it, unless I've missed it. No, I have missed it, haven't I? Yes, they have gone back to green flag racing.
Yeah.
Apologies, it was nearly an hour, I'll put it that way.
We'll talk more about the race and the repercussions or the potential for next year in the FIA World Endurance Championship and endurance racing generally. It is 1 minute before 7 here, Central European summertime. The Iron Dames, Michel Gatting, into the pit lane for a new tank of racing fuel. No Michelin tyres being offered. You're listening to Haggerty Radio Le Mans for 2023.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Top temperature around about 27, 28 degrees. And I'm just looking at the potential for rain, which is ramping up now from 10 o'clock onwards through till 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's at its highest at 64%. Let's see if that comes up. So more than 50% from 10 o'clock this morning through till just after the race. Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel, where you can see the original Bentley blower on track next weekend.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Daniel, aka Prokonova, has chosen a milestone that happened overnight in 2018. The number 7 Toyota passed their teammates to lead the race as darkness fell. A slow zone infringement resulting in a 60-second stop and go dropped the second place number 8 TSO 50 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind the leader. Fernando Alonso put together an excellent set of stints, and by 4 AM the lead was reduced to 1 minute and 16 seconds. Nakajima retook the lead in the early hours of daylight. Buemi, who had been the cause of the slow zone penalty, put in fast lap after fast lap and stretched the lead to over half a minute. And off by Lopez at Dunlop, and a mistake on stint lengths for the 8 extended the lead, and when the flag fell, it was the number 8 crew who took Toyota's first Le Mans victory on their 20th attempt at the race.
Le Mans Milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Ryan Walker has been on
91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
And Ryan has pointed out the bonnet is flapping on the number 25 TF Sport Aston Martin. Ferrari in the pit lane is the Nicholas Nielsen car. Nick Damon has this CrowdStrike Racing pit report.
Yeah, the pole sitter who was doing so well to the just after I think 1 o'clock when things went wrong. I was actually didn't see what happened when I left. It was doing very well. There was a big problem. Lost at 7 or 8 laps. A very sedate stop really. They aren't in any hurry. Just filling up the tank, cleaning the windows, cleaning the lights. He's got the go buttons on, and he's gone. Actually, it's quite useful for me and everyone else who actually decided to go to sleep at some point. What actually happened to the 50 in the early hours of the morning, John?
That's a good question. What happened to the 50, Paul, in the early hours of the morning? It dropped down a couple or 3 laps, actually a bit more than that, 5 laps, wasn't it? And I can't remember. I was listening when you were talking about it with Crailsey.
It had a long pit stop to replace something fiddly. There was a very small radiator up at the front, which I think it was Diana Binks, who was down there at the time, was describing how it sat in a casing, and the casing would fit in, but once they put the radiator into this casing, it was no longer fitted.
That's right.
And it cost them more than a quarter of an hour in the pits on that stop. And it was Antonio Fuoco who brought the car in at about 2 o'clock in the morning. That's why it took me a long time to remember. And as I say, they managed to get it going eventually, but the pit stop itself lasted for a good long time, and I'll tell you exactly how long it lasted. 28 minutes. So it was a bit longer than 15. It was 28 minutes they spent in the pits. And they never able really to catch up again after that.
Thank you, Paul. Paul Trustwell here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre with me, John Hindhoff, just after 7 o'clock in the morning. It's the Sacred Coffee breakfast hours. Just under 9 hours still to go. And Nick Damon has news of an official retirement, which will add to our growing number.
No great surprise. It's the 88. It's the Proton competition car with Jonas Reed. Jonas had a big accident over in Indianapolis. He's absolutely fine. The car isn't coming back, so that's another car added to the list, which I think obviously is going to be joined by the D-Station Racing Aston as well. So this has been a massive race for Attrition.
The race in the early years here and into the 1930s was particularly hard on the cars. The track much longer and less of a track and more of a gravel road at times. They used to water it to try and keep the dust down and repaved or paved some of it. Jimmy Johnson now behind the wheel of the Cup car, the Hendrick number 24. Jenson Button put an absolutely quality stint in during the middle of the night, lapping 7 seconds at the moment. Jimmy Johnson faster than Takeshi Kimura in the leading AM car, and he's just about 1 minute and 3/4 back from that. Now they're not in competition with that. Remember, this car falls outside of homologation for any of the categories here. That's what that particular class is for. Celebrating 75 years of NASCAR, and it's been a big fan favourite. If you haven't heard our 2 programmes about the Garage 56 project this year, head to radiolemans.com and get into, if you just type in the search area the Le Mans 2023 or head into the Le Mans area, you'll see the features there that we did with the one about the car and one with the drivers. So the people behind the scenes and some of the principles about how the project had come together and what was going on. Chad Knaus talked to us, among others. And we did those a test weekend, so a week or so ago. Really interesting stuff. And from the drivers, all 4 of the drivers, including Jordan Taylor, who did a lot of the development work, the grunt work as he called it. That's radiolemans.com, and look for our archive. All the archive's free, and we'll be putting up the race in handy little chunks for you as well. If you missed a bit during the night and you want to go back to it, then you can do that as well. But I'm not sure I'd be tuning away for the next 8 hours, 53 minutes and 14, 13, 12, 11, 10 seconds time. The gap at the front of the field, Ryo Hirakawa to Alessandro Perguidi, down to 8.5 seconds as Perguidi continues to take time out the leader. Lawrence Vantors turned up the WEC on the best placed of the Porsches. The Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6 in 4th position just put its fastest lap of the race in, a 3:29.636. Why doesn't this timing screen have a best lap on it? I've just noticed that. How bizarre. And there's a few lighter colours on the screens at the moment, which tends to suggest that we're well inside the happy hour, our sacred coffee breakfast hours. And also putting in their fastest lap of the race, Robin Freins for Team WRT in the 31 LMP2, 7th in class. Alexander Sims for Action Express Racing, the much delayed 311 Whelen Engineering car. Jack Harvey with that very destructive accident on early on in the race. And Kay Cosolino in Kessel Racing. Try saying that at this time of the morning when you've had no sleep. In the Ferrari number 74, has also put in the fastest lap for that car. It was Jack Aitken who had the accident early in the race, of course, for the 311. I don't think I said it was anybody else, just that they had the bad accident. Perguidi cuts his way through traffic on the run down the Mulsanne Straight. He can see the leader now. 8 seconds between first and second. Nick Damon for a CrowdStrike pit and paddock report.
Yeah, I'm basically doing the, this is Nick Damon's latest Marker Penna Doom report. Just walking down the row of woe, the lane of shame, and it really is getting that way, because as I walk past, the mechanics of the number 80 AF course, one was standing on the one's shoulders so they could pull down the garage door. So that is an official, it's not a surprise. Obviously we saw Ben Barnicoat with the car in pieces and him in pieces as well at the side of the track. But that 80 is also now an official retirement, and there's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of the first 8 garages in the row of woe have a shuttered door. So much of the damage has been done, as often is down here. 709 just behind me is the Glickenhaus, of course, is in its beautiful light blue car. They're having a bit of an argument with the engine cover, and they're also looking at the rear tail. The problem is the engine cover, but that's a lovely clean one, whereas they're just trying to sort out some, I think, general wear and tear of the car. Goes back up on the jacks after coming off it too early. Saw that before. Porsche did the same thing. They hadn't quite seated this engine cover in before they attempted to get the car on the ground and reattach the rear deck. But yep, it's going on. It looks like that they've now got 6/7 of a car that's dirty and 1/7 that's lovely and clean.
CrowdStrike, a pioneer in adversary-focused cybersecurity. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
off-track moment for Lawrence Vanto after putting the fastest lap in the race for the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport. He's been off at Indianapolis and bounced through the gravel, kept his foot in, lost a bit of time. Might have just grazed the wall on the right-hand side of that car. Need to take a look as it comes by next time around.
And that gap, John, that you described, coming down between the two leaders, you say down to 7.8 seconds at the beginning of this lap between Ryo Hirakawa and Alessandro Pierguidi. It seems as though the Ferrari got a bit of a gain as they removed that slow zone. So what goes around comes around.
Slow zone giveth, slow zone taketh away, or taketh as it was from then, and then giveth back a bit.
Well, yes, quite. So that the gap has come down. In terms of the pit stops, which is the other thing that's always interesting to look at, 18 pit stops altogether for both the Toyota and the Ferrari. Interestingly, the two cars behind it in 3rd and 4th places, the Cadillac number 2 has only done 17 pit stops, as has the Porsche number 6. They've only done 17 pit stops. But in terms of their last pit stop that we saw, both cars did a fuel-only pit stop and turned the car round in... no, it was a fuel-only pit stop, sorry. Fuel-only pit stop for the Ferrari, fuel and tyres for the Toyota. And again, 15 seconds was lost by the Toyota by doing the extra tyre change. So that's another part of why the gap has come down.
It's a very warm good morning and welcome to the Sacred Coffee Breakfast Hours for Peter Snowden, who rejoins us down in the CrowdStrike pit and paddock reporting team. He's at United and a couple of pit stops just happened.
Well, one has already. In fact, the second one is about to take place exactly as we speak. 22 has been in routine and done that a little bit in and out job, and then 23 car has just come in, and there's a definite driver change here. Tom Blomqvist will be exiting that car, and Josh Pearson is going to get into it. And as soon as I say that, that is exactly what happens.
CrowdStrike. Protection at every... Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
And we'll get back to Peter with some interviews in a wee moment's time. This from Matt G. Has there been any more information on what is going to happen to the Cup car after this race? Straight to museum, Spa 24, take on the Nürburgring 24 hours. There must be something they can do with it now they put the effort in to build it. Totally agree. Crailsey and I were lobbying John Doonan, who is wearing his G56 hat and trying to get it down to the Bathurst 12 hours in the end of February for next year. And sure, they could find a class for it to run in. Closer than that, it's at Brands Hatch next weekend for the Festival of American Racing. Static display, I'm led to believe. Please fire it up and run it round the Indy circuit. If you need somebody who, I was just about to say, if you know somebody who's needs somebody who's raced on the Indy circuits, rather badly, I think that's probably the track I've raced on the most, to be honest, down through the years. With a variety of vehicles, from the SsangYong pickups to an RS3-1 Capri. But I'm busy next weekend, so I can't, even if I wanted to. In fairness, I'm not sure that I would get in. I would get into the car okay, but I'm not sure how I would get out of it. They'd probably have to make it a cabrio. Problem for the Collis Run machine. There's been an accident. Tristan Vautier has put the car in the wall at the entrance to, in fact, he hasn't even got to the entrance of the Porsche curves. Now, Has he just pulled that car off? There's an awful lot of smoke around. I think he might have just pulled that car off, Paul.
I'm not sure whether it's had an accident or whether it's just had an internal accident. Looks like the engine might have launched itself. There doesn't seem to be any damage.
Rapid, unplanned disassembly of the engine, do we think? Using Musk speak?
Yeah, quite. Yeah, the driver is deciding that he's had enough. It was Tristan Bautier at the wheel of it. The car, not an untroubled race. They'd had a couple of longer pit stops which had delayed it, and it was down in 14th place within the hypercar class.
Tom, great stint there for you. Nice early morning bit. Tom Blomqvist, United.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're just trying to drive around now, do the best we can to make up for what we lost in the night there with that issue. So yeah, I mean, you know, the pace is there, you know, to be fighting at the front. So yeah, I'm just really disappointed, you know, of that setback we had. You know, that kind of put us out of this race. So yeah, we're just chipping away, staying out of trouble, doing our best that we can, you know, try and gather some points for the championship now.
Yeah, Sebastian Bourdais was saying earlier on that, much earlier in the race, that you go a lap down there and you're done. So how do you stay motivated to do that?
Oh, it's hard. It's hard to stay motivated, but you know, you just gotta, you know, all these boys have worked their backsides off. You know, for the last 2 weeks, you know, and the season as well. So. You know, you can't give up, right? You know, and it's not over till it's over, and there's still a lot of points that are up for grabs, you know, in the championship. So that's our goal now.
Well, you're running one of the best teams, and you say never ever give up. And of course, what happened to you can happen to others.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I think I'm
trying to be positive.
Yeah. I mean, I've been through the gravel about I think 100 times in my career. Not once have had a brake failure. So yeah, it's just disappointing that, you know, I guess. Well, a little bit of a freak incident in a way. Or the chances of that happening were just very, very slim. But so I'm just disappointed for everyone. You know, we were in such a strong position there. You know, I think we could be dominating this race. So that's just the way it goes sometimes. And yeah, we'll just keep chipping away at it, doing our best, and see what we can do.
Time for some breakfast. Tom Blomqvist, thank you very much.
Well, I'm now deaf, but a full service for the IDEC car, the 48, and their next door neighbours, the 33 Corvette Racing. Paul-Loup Chatin gets out of the IDEC car, brought it in, I think, in third in P2. In got Paul Lafargue. Nicky Katzberg, I think, is out of the 33 Corvette Racing car that set pole, of course. Not quite sure who got in that one. But yeah, so there were two interesting pit stops there back to back, and a very, 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 very noisy. Katzberg, right, it's Nico Veroni who's got out of the. He's taking his helmet off. I saw a tall, lanky person. Oh, it'd be Nicky Katzberg. Let's see if Nico wants a quick word with us. Must be. Isn't that like the nicest interval? It's dry. The sun's coming up. It's the golden hour you had in the car there.
Can you repeat this?
You were driving the car through what's called the golden hour as the sun comes up and it's now dry and the track's clearish.
Yeah, it's nice. I got to start it at the night stint, then we switch into the daylight, which is really nice. It's always a nice feeling to see the sun come up. So yeah, it was really cool.
Also, I mean, I suppose it's nice to have the dry track, and of course we've had so much chaos early in the race. It must be. Is everyone driving more calmly now, or are people still taking too many risks?
No, I think everyone is pushing. So yeah, we are doing the same. We're pushing. We have to catch up. So yeah, there's no time to rest. There's no time to do anything. Just go as fast as we can.
Thank you, Nico Veroni out of the 33, which Nicky Katzberg has got into. It's lanky, changing for lanky.
Speed, reliability, and the power of the cloud. That's protection that powers you. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Sound of the Inter-Europol car pulling out of the pit lane.
That could well be. That could well be Fabio Scherer finishing his stint behind the wheel of that car.
No, he stayed in it, believe it or not.
Stayed in it, so that's a triple stint now for Fabio.
So that was no tyres, fuel only stop for the leader in LMP2. All the cars behind him had stopped on the previous lap. There goes Robert Kubica. You heard the Gibson engine going through. I think Cher has stayed in the lead there, having stopped into Europol.
Yes, he has, but the two of them still fairly close together, following that pit stop for the pair of them. Although, as you say, the pit stop separated by 1 lap. Paul-Loup Chatin in the third placed car in LMP2. That is the car which has had a driver change in the number 48, and that has now become Paul Lafargue, who will probably not be as quick as Paul-Loup Chatin. Paul Lafargue, the son of Patrice Lafargue, who's was a regular here at Le Mans for IDEX Sport in the past.
He's come up through the ranks, Paul. I mean, I remember him in the European Le Mans Series. He's come up through.
He used to do the Creventic Series as well with his dad.
Yeah, and did LMPC, whatever that was called before, in Formula Le Mans, wasn't it? That's what it was called here in Europe. Just a quick note before we move on. My apologies to Tristan Fortier. It was not an accident. That was a failure. And an extremely unusual one, because that was a Gibson engine. It seemed to be going bang, or a turbo going bang on that car. And I can't remember the last time I said that. An awful lot of white smoke, which I thought incorrectly was tyre smoke when we first picked up that incident for the Bicollis prototype. Tristan Fortier out of the car, but absolutely clearly now that was some kind of mechanical issue. The car was unmarked. There were some skid marks on the road. They weren't his. Actually, Gibson engine is normally aspirated, so it can't have been a turbo. It was very, very white smoke, though. So that suggests oil being in places where it shouldn't be.
Oil getting onto the exhaust or somewhere into the engine and then into the exhaust. Yeah, but it has been taken away to a place of safety, but I don't think it's going to go any further, and so it adds to our growing list of retirements.
And I have some news of Ryo Hirakawa, who's now only 2.3 seconds ahead of Alessandro Perguidi. If this is true, Dave Monks, this is a cracker. Ran over a squirrel and broke the splitter, is what I'm hearing from that car. Perguidi took another 1.5 seconds out of the lead of the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010, and it's now very, very tight indeed at the front of the field. We'll watch that as Nick Damon has a CrowdStrike pit update, and this report is with Paul-Loup Chatin.
Paul, the car is, you're in a titanic battle, aren't you, with so many other LMP2 cars. I mean, it's amazing how this one has all come together again.
Yeah, LMP2 is always very tight, and yeah, the car is very good, but it's difficult to overtake in traffic. So we have to take some risks, to be able to pass in front of the others, and with the slow zone it's even harder because each lap you cut your effort, and because of that it's difficult to do the gap, it's difficult to overtake, but it's better to have a slow zone than a safety car. The car is very good right now, the track is really fast, the early morning is always fast like that, and I will not be surprised to see the lap time going down during the next 2 hours.
Track's obviously dried out. Is it beginning to rubber back up again then, so it's actually beginning to give you that confidence?
Yeah, now we have a lot of confidence on the track because there is no more weight patch, so especially in the first chicane of the Inodier during all the night, it was a bit wet at the exit, and because of that, it was a bit complicated to be easy on power in exit, and now it's fully dry, so we can use a lot the track in exit and have a good exit and good speed between the two chicane, which is good for the performance, of course.
Oh, well, thank you.
Paul-Loup Chatin, and here's Alessandro Perguidi on the radio.
Okay, mate, box this lap, driver change.
Okay, boss.
So the leading pair will be coming in this time around. They're going to be very close indeed, Paul, as they come in. I predict the Ferrari will take the lead because Well,
Why?
Because they're going to do a nose change on the Toyota, but they might get that done while they're doing the tyres.
Because they're doing the tyres on the... so it'll be a similar time pit stop for the pair of them.
He might actually take the lead before they get to the pit lane here. They've just come out of Carnage, and they are 5-6 car lengths apart. It's well under a second now, 3/4 of a second, coming towards the entrance to the Porsche chicane. Here's Hirakawa on the phone.
Yeah, copy. Ferrari's close behind now, 1.3, just for info.
Yeah, that was delayed just a little bit into the first part of the Porsche curves, and here comes the Ferrari. He will want to get by if he can. He's further up the pit lane, and there could be a bit of a do-or-die manoeuvre. The pit lane speed limit sign is not till quite a way down, actually, when you pull in. They're still part of the racetrack. If they're coming in, there was a thought there, I think, from the Ferrari driver, Perguidi, that he might have a look up the outside. They're still not on the pit lane speed limit, and now they are down to 60 clicks. And the Toyota stays ahead as they come in with 8 hours and 33 minutes to go. The Toyota peels off to the right through the Alpine, through the United Autosport pit box, and Peter Snowden is watching the Toyota Gazoo Racing stop.
Yeah, and that's going to have a nose change as well. I can't see any particular reason for that. Oh, it's a Carnage. There is, it has indeed, yes. You now see, yeah, the mechanics saying right in the way of that. I can now see it very clear. It's quite badly damaged, split at the front there. So that's why the nose has been changed, which is all prepared here, mint and ready, with its cherry bottom logo just on the left of centre on the nose and on the left wing as well.
Up with the Ferrari, Perguidi is... the interesting thing is that they do a full service, they clean the car out. They're about to put a new set of boots on. I've noticed, I think Michelin must have run out of the new ones, because these haven't got the colour, the compound little checks on them, little colours. So I can't tell you what compound they're putting on. In fact, the tyres did them before.
Well, that new nose gone back onto the number 8 Toyota, and its lights working, light connection clearly working. Away it goes.
And it's James Collado, I think, who's got on into the car. They're going back. There they go. And he's breaking out. He comes out the pit lane. He's got a huge lead over the 8 car. That's going to be at least 3 seconds, 4 seconds once they get rolling. Easy. That was. So that just goes to prove that it's easy to change a driver than a nose.
Bigger than a rabbit, smaller than a hare.
5 seconds difference in pit lane time to the benefit of the Ferrari. 132 for the Ferrari, 137 for the Toyota.
Of course, the Toyota could not do the nose whilst the fuel was going in.
No, they could wipe the windscreen, but they couldn't change the nose.
A change of leader here at Le Mans 2023, the 91st running, the 100th anniversary, and Ferrari with James Collado behind the wheel of the number 51 is off and running with a brand new set of Michelins. Rio Hirakawa with a brand new nose after hitting a small mammal identified by Alexander Wirtz in an interview as a squirrel, and that was the reason for the nose change. Is that going to be what decides Le Mans, with 8 hours and 31 minutes on the nose remaining, if you'll pardon the pun? 3rd place for Cadillac and Earl Bamber. 4th place for Cadillac, the number 3 car, Sebastian Bourdais. Just out the pits, Kevin Estre is on an outlap in 5th for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Those last 2 cars a lap off the lead. Kevin Estre 6 seconds behind Sebastian Bourdais. That's what's going on at the front of the field as Hirakawa is back up to pace. It's 7:30. Let's take a full rundown with the Hertz hourly update.
The Hertz hourly update, getting you to your let's go moments for more than 100 years.
So having been in the lead for over 2 hours, the number 8 car has now had to relinquish the lead to the number 51, to the 51 Ferrari, which takes over at the front of the field. So the number 51 has now completed 207 laps. Hasn't actually been scored as the leader at the end of 207 laps because the Toyota was still in the lead, but by the end of the 208th lap, then it will be the Ferrari who leads the race. And it's James Collado now at the wheel of that car. In second place is Ryo Hirakawa at the wheel of the Toyota GR10 Hybrid. And it's going to be about 4 or 5 seconds, the gap, when they come round at the completion of their 208th lap. And the only other car on its 208th lap is the Cadillac number 2 of Earl Bamber, which actually might be leading the race because it still has to make a pit stop, and it might be ahead of these two having just made their pit stop. We'll have a look at that when they come round at the end of the lap. So Earl Bamber either in third or leading the race, but in any case Earl will be back to third after his pit stop. In fourth place, 1 lap behind, Sebastian Bourdais in the Cadillac now, and it is still Earl Bamber in third. In fourth place is the Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais, 1 lap behind. In fifth place is Kevin Estre in the Porsche 963 car number 6. He is 5 seconds behind the Sebastian Bourdais Cadillac. And then Jean-Eric Verne is the next car up in the 93 Peugeot, but he's a further lap behind in number 93. In 7th place is car 708, the Glickenhaus of Romain Dumas, with Nathaniel Berton on the same lap as he is, or no, he's a lap behind. So the two Glickenhauses, a lap between them, 708 and 709, running in 7th and 8th places. In 9th place is Fred Rakovici in Porsche number 5, and rounding out the top 10 is Nicholas Nielsen in the second of the Ferraris, car number 50, although that car and the Porsche 5 laps behind the leaders. In LMP2, the leader there is the number 34 Inter Europol Competition Orica, Fabio Scherer, doing a fabulous job in that car with a broken foot, 199 laps under his belt. And he leads Robert Kubica in the WRT Orica by nearly 20 seconds. That's first and second. In third place, René Binder now at the wheel of the Duquesne team car. That's car number 30, and he's nearly 2 minutes behind the class leader, 1.5 minutes behind Robert Kubica. So that's the top 3 in LMP2. And in the GTE AM class, it's still Kessel Racing, the Ferrari, establishing a bit of a lead actually in the GTE class. Takeshi Kimura at the wheel now, and the only problem he's got is that the Jimmy Johnson-driven Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet Camaro is about to overtake him just for the glory of it. In second place in GTE AM is Michelle Gatting in the Iron Dames car, and she is 2 minutes now behind the Ferrari that leads the class. And in third place in the class, Thomas Floor in number 54, another Ferrari. So Ferrari's now first and third in GTE AM, with a Porsche in the middle of them in second place.
The hourly update.
Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Heading towards 8 o'clock in our Sacred Coffee breakfast hours. Many of you coming back to the track or back to our Haggerty Radio Le Mans 2023 coverage. That was your Hertz rundown with Paul Truswell. Into the pits for, out of the pits for Alex Lynn, having just taken over that Cadillac from Earl Bamber. Seb Bourdais still behind the wheel of the number 3 car in 4th position.
Seb Bourdais only just having taken over behind the wheel of the number 3 Cadillac, having taken over from Renger van der Zande, who had done a triple stint, as indeed had Earl Bamber in the number 2 car. So triple stints, kind of the order of the day. What I haven't seen very many of are triple stints on the tyres. We do see tyres getting reused, John. I think you saw that at the last pit stop, where they have got to the point now where they've run off their allocation and they're now reusing some tyres. And the other thing that we may start seeing as the temperatures rise is them switching from the soft back to the medium. Now, Nick was referring to the stickers on the tyres at the last pit stop, which is the stickers which Michelin put on the tyres in order for to help people identify whether they're hard, medium or soft. But the stickers seem to have been removed, whether by somebody at Toyota or whether that they were never put on in the first place. We'll have to leave Nick to tell us that.
Very, very tight moment for Kevin Estre in 5th position in the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6. Passing traffic coming through Indianapolis and now into Carnage. He's trying to get on terms with the 2 Cadillacs ahead as they're fighting through the traffic. Got very close up alongside one of the Ferrari GTE AM cars and had to work very hard indeed to keep his car on the track. The Cadillacs have cleared off just a little bit after that. Alex Lynn ahead of Seb Bourdais, and then 3 seconds further back is Kevin Estre in that number 6 car. That's the one with the 6 car is the one with the white fin in both the series that we cover here on RSL. It's the white pinstripes and the white fin, the white pinstripes rather, on the standard colour car, and on the rainbow coloured car for 75th anniversary colours, it's a white fin. The colours, by the way, of that rainbow, indicative of famous Porsche logos in the past, liveries in the past, should I say. So there's orange for the Gulf Orange, there's green for the hippie Porsche, red for the Salzburg Porsche, which was the first Porsche overall victory here, of course, in 1970.
They've got some Pig Pig on there as well.
They have got some Pig Pig on there. There's 7 different stripes, actually. I was going to see if I could memorize them. We've just got 5 there. Earl Bamber looking ridiculously fresh, having got out of the car, having pedalled it exceptionally quickly. He's a good little steerer. Hello to James Foster, been making his notes overnight so that he can relive the race in his mind.
And I have a feeling, just looking at going back to Earl Bamber's stint, John, that was a triple stint on the tyres, judging by the pit stops he had in between. The last pit stop he just had, they changed the tyres, but I have a feeling that the previous 2 were both same set of tyres. So not only did Earl Bamber drive a triple, but he did so on 1 set of tyres.
There's RFID chips in the tyres, and that information is available. Sometimes we see it on the graphics that go to the international dirty feed. Dirty meaning it's got graphics on it. No other connotations will be accepted, particularly not at this time of the morning. Here's Kevin Estre.
I don't know if you what you want, but the English is a high speed. Copy.
Yes, the standard engineer response to any complaint from the driver. Copy. I think he said oversteer on that, Kevin Estre. So the back end of the car trying to overtake the front. Just finishing off the thought about the RFID chips, there is a big oversteering moment going through the gravel at the exit of Indianapolis. Kevin's pushing on, and the Porsche isn't going exactly where he wants it. The information as to how long the tyres have been on the car is available. Sometimes we do get it in a graphic. We don't have it on a different screen, which is something I've been pushing for quite a long time, and I'm trying to get that for IMSA as well, because it is really, really useful to know how long the tyres have been on and how many laps they've done.
It really is, especially as you only get it occasionally on the screen, and I like to have it on all the time on all the cars. As far as my understanding goes, is that information goes into the Magneti Marelli system, which is linked to Alcamel, but does not kind of send information into Alcamel, so we can't get it on the Alcamel timing screens.
No, but it is going somewhere, because it's being turned into a graphic once in a while for the television.
Exactly. So let me finish my thought. The information that gets put on the screen is typed in from our TV producer, who has the information on the Magneti Marelli system, but he puts it in by hand because that's the only way he can put it in.
And that is the NASCAR garage pursuits car. I feel like I haven't watched one of their pit stops. I hadn't seen one of them. It's great, isn't it? They take the netting down and pass a drink through the window. Fuel takes as long as ever, and then of course you have these. The jack man comes on. Do you know, I'm not sure the jacks are any slower than the air jacks. They're just straight up, one big birdie bloke, bang bang, off the two wheels come on, run round the other side, and it happens again. I'm not sure whether we shouldn't just have this for all the cars. Might save some money, but yeah. So that was a standard stop, no driver change for the Hendrick Motorsports car, but well worth a watch if you get a chance at any point.
In racing and cybersecurity, every second counts. Learn why at crowdstrike.com.
Routine pit stop for the 911 Proton Competition Porsche 911. It always confuses me that when the car's called a 911 and it's number 911. It is, of course, to give it its correct title, an RSR 19. But no driver change, no anything, just an absolute routine stop for that one.
Thank you, Peter. Peter Snowden down in the pit lane. Paul Trustwell is with me, John Hindhaugh, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre.
Just a little bit more information about the last pit stop for the number 8 Toyota. Thanks to Simon Strang for distributing this information. In addition to the damage which required the nose to be changed, they also had a right rear puncture. Which obviously they changed at the same time, and so it would have slowed them in their last couple of laps of that stint, obviously wanting to go to the max as far as the stint length was concerned, and the puncture not serious enough to explode the tyre or anything, but being a slow puncture could be just changed at the next stop. And they would have stopped anyway, that was their scheduled stop lap. But as I say, an explanation for why the last couple of laps from the Toyota might have been a little bit slower before that last pit stop.
Jerry C asking why Indianapolis is called Indianapolis. He gets the Daytona chicane because there's a Le Mans chicane at the bus stop. Is there a Le Mans corner at IMS? I don't think so at the moment. Andrew H and Right Turn Lover both right on it. Andrew saying it was one of the first parts of the circuit to be paved with bricks, and in the 1930s I think it was, Andrew, wasn't it? And Right Turn Lover saying when the corner was banked, and it wasn't always banked, and as it turned left, that was another link to Indianapolis. So just a little bit of history there for you this morning.
Indeed, yes. As I say, when it was first built, it was a perfectly flat corner. If you look at some of the grainy photographs from the 1930s, completely flat left-hander. The other thing that I always find fascinating about some of the old photos, particularly the immediate post-war photos, there are no trees around the place.
Yes.
All the trees have grown here, totally post-war, which, you know, is long enough ago now that you can believe it. But you would be able to see from Mulsanne Corner right across to the start-finish line, the current start-finish line, because there were no trees in the way to block your view.
That would make our current television company feel a lot happier about where to put their cameras, to be quite honest. But we get great views. As Charles Dressing once memorably said, maniacs at 200 miles an hour racing through an impressionist painting, particularly when we get the little bit of mist in the morning, which we haven't had this morning. Ian McCarthy gets the prize for remembering the the 7 colours of Porsche. Gulf, Pink Pig, Hippie, Rothman, Salzburg, Martini. Yeah, that's right, I'd forgotten about Martini. That's the other blue. There's a dark blue and a lighter blue. And yellow for the RS Spider. That's your 7 stripes on the 75th anniversary rainbow. Back into the pit lane for a raft of P2s, including Josh Pearson, who's down in the pit lane, and Peter Snowden is there.
Yeah, we'll have to ask Paul to check on this. We've not long since I started my stint 45 minutes ago in the pit lane, one of the first things that came in was the 22 and 23. 23 is just back in again with Josh Pearson aboard, so that was a little bit surprising. They seemed to catch the crew slightly unawares. It stopped and they weren't ready to refuel it, only by a matter of seconds. Of course, that all counts. And Paul will be able to tell us how many laps that's 23 cars done.
The 50 Ferraris coming full service, and Fuoco getting in, Nicholas Nielsen getting out. Only a slight argument with the belts for Fuoco at the moment. It's interesting. They're really having a problem doing, but luckily, of course, it takes so long to put the fuel in these cars. It doesn't matter. So they'll have a standard dose. It looks like he's getting some tyres, which again don't have the printed compound on anymore. That was just a marketing idea. They did enough for the first couple of days.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn.
Battle for the lead came down to, battle for 4th and 5th position came down to half a second a moment or two ago, with Kevin Estre right up the tailpipes of Seb Bourdais. He's just pulled out a wee bit as the number 50 Ferrari AF Corsa 499P comes into the pit lane. Nicholas Nielsen, that is. And as far as Josh Pearson's last stint was concerned for that number 23 United Autosport LMP2, Paul, the answer to Snowy's question is?
Yeah, it was a little bit early. It was 8 laps he completed on the stint rather than 11. Being an LMP2 car, does come in as a rule after 11 laps rather than the 12, which is what you could manage. But as I say, Josh only managing 8 laps, so no wonder the United team weren't ready for him. He probably came in somewhat unannounced.
Yeah, I just had a quick chat with the technicians at the United Autosport for the 23 car, that Josh Pearson, that came in back in so quickly and unexpectedly. It was a left rear puncture that he reported very late in the lap, and just dived into the pits to get that change rather than start another lap, and that's why they just put a little bit of splash of fuel in it, but exactly why, as I'd read it, they weren't ready for him. So left rear puncture on the 23 United car.
Thank you, Peter. So there's the answer to that. Paul jots that one down as well. Left rear puncture.
Another one.
Another left rear puncture, yeah.
And as far as your, you were saying how Kevin Estre and Sebastian Bourdais are concerned, having a bit of a battle there, but Kevin Estre currently behind Sebastian Bourdais, but he was ahead of him before the last set of pit stops, so that's a change in the order in the top 6.
He's trying to get that position back quite tenaciously.
He wants it back, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Although I think when he had it previously, it would have been Lawrence Van Toor ahead of Renger van der Zande, but nevertheless, they do want the positions back, with the Porsche currently in 5th place and the second of the lapped runners.
A really good opportunity here up behind the 708 Glickenhaus. Romain Dumas behind the wheel there. They'll all get a good tow down towards the second chicane, out and past the blue and black Ferrari, the WMS machine. Oh, bit of a lot up by the Glickenhaus. Oh, Ferrari, the Volkenhorst Macintosh car just blocks slightly the Porsche coming through. Wasn't deliberate there. There was nowhere for the Ferrari to go, the Volkenhorst number 100 car, and you are told, it's hammered into you that you hold your line. So for the moment, the charge forward from Kevin Estre is slightly blunted. Nick Damon.
With Nicholas Nielsen out of the 50 car. Sorry, the 50 Ferrari. What's the mood in the 50 camp? I mean, it was going so well, and then the problems overnight.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously we're not as
as happy now as we were before the problem occurred, but like, you know, it was very unlucky. There was nothing we could really do there, so yeah, you know, now we're just trying to do our best. I think it will be very, very difficult to come back in the race, but at least we are pushing out there.
And how is the car? Has it improved during now the track's dried out and it's getting nicer?
Yeah, I think the car's good. I think it's been good from the beginning until now. So yeah, it was a shame with the issue we had in the night. So it could have been a lot better than it is now.
Working the tyres, I mean, did you actually ever use the soft tyres, or have you only actually used the medium so far?
No, we've used a bit of both. Obviously, depending on also the weather conditions, the drying tracks, and so on. But no, we've tried a few different compounds.
And are you going to take the car to the end, or will somebody else get that privilege?
We'll have to see. The strategy has been changing a lot since we had the problems. I don't really have the bigger picture at the moment, so we'll wait and see.
Thank you.
CrowdStrike, a pioneer in adversary-focused cybersecurity. Learn more at crowdstrike.com.
Paul Truswell.
Yes, only a double stint there from Nicholas Nielsen in the Ferrari number 50 before he got out to hand the car over to Miguel Molina, and it was also I don't know, it's a slightly longer pit stop, probably.
I think it was Froco. Tonio Froco got into the number 50 Ferrari. Yes, it was.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I remember Nick saying that.
Yeah, okay, so just wondering whether the pit stop might have been a bit quicker as well. It was a 1 minute and 45 second stop, which maybe 10, 15 seconds lost somewhere, but very often at this time of day, you're cleaning out radiator ducts, which have collected all kinds of rubbish, which the car survived through the night, purely because you couldn't see into the radiator cowlings to clean them out. But slightly better visibility now, so a little bit more cleaning done of the windscreen at this point. The other thing, John, which I've been keeping on meaning to ask you, off the back of one of your weather forecasts, is what the temperatures are likely to do today, because the hotter it gets, the more likely it is that there's going to be some attrition, because it was, and it wasn't cold overnight, but it certainly wasn't as warm as it has been recently.
The revised forecast, and we'll run through it and give you the headlines in about 6 or 7 minutes time, but the revised forecast is saying that the hottest that we'll get today is about 26 Celsius, and that will be in the last couple of hours of the race.
And that will be hot enough to start causing some engines problems if they are showing tendencies of overheating.
And Ferrari tyre problems as well.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah.
Which, yeah. So
they are leading by 10 seconds at the moment, with James Collado pulling out exactly a second last time around on Rio Hirakawa for Toyota Gazoo Racing in the GRO 10. 51 from 8. Then the two Cadillacs, 2 and 3. Alex Lynn on the lead lap, but at 2 minutes and 15 from the leader, therefore 2 minutes and 5 from second. And the first car off the lead lap now is the second of the Cadillacs, or is it still Kevin Estre in the Porsche? Actually, they're very close together.
Exactly, it was Kevin Estre in the Porsche, but then the other Cadillac went past him. And so it is get the right screen up. It is the Sebastian Bourdais car, which is the fastest of the lap runners, with Kevin Estre, 1.7 seconds behind him, also 1 lap behind. Those two cars are the only two cars which are 1 lap behind. There is only one car which is 2 laps behind, and that's Mikkel Jensen. So behind the leading 3, who were all on the same lap, the gaps between them beginning to extend a little bit. And it's a funny thing, John, at this time of day, on Sunday morning, you've still got, you know, an awfully long way to go. 8 hours is more than any other WRC race. But at this time of day, you just get the impression, particularly for the Ferrari, which I've been, how can I say it, nervous about it all the time. You know, it's a highly strung thoroughbred machine, but it's its first Le Mans 24 hours. But the longer it goes on, the more you expect it to go on. And obviously anything can happen, usually does. But you just get more and more secure that when the car comes into the pits, it's a normal pit stop. And when the car goes a little bit slowly, you think, oh, it's going into a slow zone. So you just get more confident about the whole way that Ferrari, the number 51 car, is going. And even the number 50, despite that big problem, which Nick was being told about by Nicholas Nielsen, even despite that problem, the number 50 car has continued on its way. It's lost, 6 laps on the race leader, but it's not lost any more than that. And, you know, you get to the point now where the drivers are properly in the groove of what they're doing, and some of the madness of yesterday seems to be a long time ago.
Nat Burton into the pit lane for his next scheduled stop from 8th position. The two Glickenhauses running, is that a street of Glickenhaus? They running quite well, actually. 7th and 8th position, respectively 3 and 4 laps off the lead. Waiting for the 85 Iron Dames Porsche to come in on schedule. And comes out as 2nd position. Takeshi Kimura, remember, still in the 57 Ferrari, leading. Here's Michel Gatting into the pit lane. It will be like Rahel Frey, who's next in the
on the schedule.
On the schedule, it looked like that's Rahel's helmet getting into the car. The Swiss driver being bolted in by her colleague.
Haven't they gone well? Without wanting to jinx anything.
Well, and you know, disappointed that they weren't in the fight for pole position. Absolutely cracking qualifying battles with Ben Keating this year. Just remember, this year.
Yeah, the way that the GTE battle is going is an alternating one. It's one of those where there's a gap between the pit stops for each of them, and so it's very difficult to work out which, whether it's the Porsche, the Iron Dames Porsche, or whether it's the number 57 AF Corsa Ferrari that has the advantage, because one will lead and it will come into the pits, the other will lead, then it will come into the pits, then the one will lead again, and you have to kind of make that pattern go all the way to the end of the 24 hours to work out who has the advantage. For most of the laps, it is the number 57 that leads. So the 57 leads for about 10 laps on each stint, and the number 85 leads for about 5 laps on each stint. So that's the way it kind of pans out. So purely by the law of averages, it is the 57 who has the upper hand. But as I say, having just been into the pits, but that window has come down a bit because Michel only did 14 laps. Takeshi Kimura did 15 laps. So possibly the tables have swung a little bit back towards the Ferrari a little bit more. But another Porsche back in 3rd place in the class. With another Ferrari back in 4th, a good battle between all of the GT classes there.
Quick word with Johnny Morlam as he steps back in. Morning, Jim Moore. How you feeling, fella?
Morning, bright and chirpy. How are we?
Oh, he's very chirpy. He's turned up to 11. He's got the turbo boost on this morning. Have you had breakfast?
So no, I haven't actually. I'm feeling really, really good.
He's
really good. So tell me, what have I missed?
We'll catch up on that in a moment. Side-by-side GT action. Corvette and Aston Martin as Nicky Katzberg goes up a position in the number 33 car. Was that a battle for position? The ORT by TF? Yes, it was. It was battle for 4th position. And is that Corvette back on the lead lap now? Yes, it is in GTE AM. So they have managed to get that lap back. ORT, the Tangerine Aston Martin, fighting back in the hands of Ahmed El Hati. Such a proud moment for him to have the ORT machine here, and with his flag of Oman, his country, as well.
That's the battle for 5th and 6th in the GTE class.
Well, that's going to continue in a few moments' time. It is 8 o'clock in the morning, Central European summertime. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Well, it's rising to 26 degrees today. Still a decent chance of some rain, but the thunderstorms that we were being told would happen slightly diminishing in probability. The temperature right now at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit is 17 Celsius, and the weather here on Radio Le Mans with Flywheel, the perfect way to spend Father's Day next weekend with Le Mans heroes and spectacular aircraft.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
This milestone was chosen by Quito. After a career-ending accident to the Belgian driver Willy Merès on lap 1 in 1969, at the start of the race in 1969, Jackie Ickx staged a one-man protest by walking to his Ford GT40 and taking his time doing up his seatbelts. Meanwhile, privateer John Wolfe ran with the other drivers, flipped his car on the opening lap near Maison Blanche corner, and not yet strapped in properly, was killed when the car broke up. 24 hours later, Ickx took his first Le Mans win. The margin of victory for the Belgian and his co-driver Jackie Oliver, about 390 feet, or 120 metres. ACO's response was immediate. For 1970, the iconic Le Mans start was replaced with the drivers in their cars and buckled in. Ironically, Ickx himself had a road accident while driving to Paris on the Monday after the race. A car pulled in front of his Porsche 911. Ickx's car ended up crushed against a pole. Ickx unfastened his seatbelt and stepped unharmed from the wrecked Porsche.
Le Mans milestones on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
We start the 17th hour with drama for Kevin Estre in the entry to the Porsche curves, trying to go down the inside of one of the LMP2 cars. Got offline, it's bumpy there across the gravel and into the wall, but he's managed to get the car out. He's dropped back in his chase of Sebastian Bourdais for 4th position overall, but he is moving again, and the car seems, well, he stayed out, so he must feel the car isn't too bad. Johnny Morlam's, that was a bit of a low percentage lunge, wasn't it, from Estre?
He came from a long way back. I think he thought because the LMP2 in front of him was turning in so late that he was deliberately leaving him a gap, and then he arrived at the apex and discovered that it was a rapidly closing gap. At that point, you have to tweak the steering wheel a little bit more tightly to the right, and they lost the rear slightly, corrected, and it just sent him straight off. He'd just done, Kevin Estre, the fastest lap, and actually popped a high 3-minute 29 in. He'd actually just done the fastest lap of that car of the race the lap before, clearly on a charge, just not able to wait those 2-3 seconds. And this is what we were talking about earlier with Paul Truswell. The faster cars are in a proper battle this year with a number of other cars, not just 2 or 3 other cars, and they're not able to wait. He would have lost 2-3 seconds, and he has to push, and that's why these mistakes are happening.
Yeah, it was a 3:28.903 for Estre. Interestingly, both he and Sebastian Bourdais both doing their personal bests on that very last lap together. A 28.9 for Estre and a 29.958 for Sebastian Bourdais as they fight to get themselves back onto the lead lap. And yeah, as you say, it's pushing on as fast as he can. The lap he's just completed, a 4 minutes 15.745. So he lost 45 seconds sorting the car out, but decides there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing more to be gained. We're going to the pits again.
Yeah, the fastest lap of the race, by the way, 3:28.2, was set on lap 12 a very long time ago. Here's the Peugeot coming to take a lap back from Kevin Estre. This is Mikkel Jensen. It is the 6th place car coming up on the 5th place car, but Paul, I'm right in saying there's a full lap of Le Mans between those two battling prototypes at the 4th and 5th positions. Check that, 5th and 6th positions.
in 5th and 6th positions. Yes, back to the Peugeot, the Mikkel Jensen car is a full lap behind.
He's about to beat.
I was quite shocked,
behind.
actually, John, when I came in, that fastest lap, bearing in mind that we've been through the sun coming up, we've been through that sort of 6:30 to 7:30 time, that the fastest lap from Bordeaux, that 28.298 from lap 12, is still standing.
We've got getting close to it now.
We see some damage to the underfloor.
Is that it? Okay.
As a driver, when you go off and touch the barrier, you're praying it's not going to be a big hit. When it does hit, it looked like a pretty fair nudge, but in the car, he'd be thinking, "Oh, that wasn't too big." And as a driver rather, in the car, when you've messed up a little bit, you're praying that you can just continue and minimise the damage loss. So if there's any chance of not coming into the pits, you won't.
Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say there were further best laps there from Antonio Fuoco in the number 50 Ferrari, and also from Fred Macavici in the number 5 Porsche, who just put in his best lap of the race in a 3 minutes 28.888 on his previous turnaround. So it may not quite be proper happy hour, Johnny, but it is
quicker.
A good time for setting quick laps.
And Sebastian Bourdais just put the best Sector 3 in of the whole race.
No, that's because he's in the pits and they're showing his best sectors.
Right, okay, sorry. Yeah, I forgot the vagaries of this timing screen, which doesn't have a best lap.
But Paul's right, there's a lot of people pumping in 28s, which we haven't seen since the first rainstorm at the beginning of this race, which feels like, well, it was, what?
Feels like yesterday.
16 and a half, nearly 17 hours ago, 16 hours ago.
Yeah, the best lap of the race overall was set by Sebastian Bourdais in a 3:28.298. That's the best lap that we've had, and as you say, it was set on Sebastian's. Just trying to work out
12th lap.
Was 12th lap, yeah.
Let's go down for a CrowdStrike Racing pit report. Peter Snowden is at Porsche.
Yeah, the number 5 car has just been in and done an absolutely routine stop, as we predicted. The number 6 car you were talking about, with Kevin Estre at the wheel, that's had its the front clips come out onto the pan here to be replaced, but hasn't been. The car hasn't come in yet, as you alluded to, that it's decided to carry on. Yet it has been left here, so I think it's going to be used at the next pit stop, whether we expect it or not. The Jota number 28 car is just in right next to me. No driver change there. Just the other side of Porsche, routine. And yeah, that's going to be on its way again any second now.
James Collado at the sharp end of the field. I tell you what, Estre was pretty lucky there. We've seen some big shunts at the in part of the Porsche curves. I remember Alan McNish going straight on there a few years ago, somehow managing to get the car back. That was in the R8 days, wasn't it? And he jumped out over the front of the car, I remember.
And he was so concussed that he couldn't drive the rest of the race, even though he got the car back. And if you talk to him, he doesn't actually remember getting the car back into the pits.
Muscle memory, that is, mate.
Total autopilot.
Yeah, muscle memory. Just knew he had to get the car back. He actually jumped out over the front of the car. He didn't go sideways. And I thought at that time, that's a bit odd. Why would you do that? And he was a bit the worse for wear for a few days, Alan, after that.
So just looking at the tendency of lap times, James Collado leading the way in the number 51 Ferrari 499P, and is continuing to lap more quickly. So it's not just a one-off and having got away, there's a chance of Hirokawa catching up again. Hirokawa is dropping away from James Collado, and Alex Lynn in the Cadillac is dropping away from the pair of them. So the 3 cars in the first 3 places are getting further apart from one another.
Estre with a now flapping front end has just called into the pits to come into the box, and Joe Bradley is down by the Porsche pits. He's still pushing on the way in, as he has to do, and then stands on the brakes. It's quite a long way down that chicane-style pit lane. Following him in, Mikkel Jensen for a routine stop in the 6th place 93 Porsche at 93 Peugeot. Joe Bradley, the nose is ready.
Yeah, the car's come to a halt. Fueling going on and only allowing a certain amount of crew to do some cleaning work, and then just as they have actually assessed exactly what's going on that front end. They've got the brand new nose ready. We are taking off a tear off, but they're going to do that at the end of this fueling. Fueling still going on. It was really pushing going in. I've got to say this year that the Podium Gantry has a huge, massive screen TV. So we kind of get a feel of what's happening out on the track as well, even when we're in the pit lane. Fueling still going on. No tyres being ready, so they're going to stick with that. Now goes up on jacks, and it's going to be swiveled round. It's going to be pushed back into the garage. So they're not just going to change the nose on the apron, they're pushing it back into the garage.
They're also going to add some oil, as we heard from the onboard radio there. There was a certain amount of wiggling of bodywork whilst the fuel was going in, and I'm not sure that's allowed. I don't think you're allowed to do anything other than clean the windscreen, help the driver, and clean any other parts of the car. That wasn't cleaning. That was touching the car and wiggling the bodywork. That's a very fine line, JMO.
It is. I mean, it depends. If you're allowed to pull rubber out of radiators and stuff like that, they'll get away with it, because although he was wiggling it, he was also pulling rubber out of the scoop.
Good.
So I'm sure they could argue that.
Very good.
The floor damage looked to be further back. The flapping you could see underneath.
So the rear deck is off. We heard that they were going to add some oil. We've had the first and second cars in and out. James Collado holds on to the lead. A 15-second interval between first and second as Collado came into the pit lane. Ryo Hirakawa, remember, if you're just joining us, lost the lead that the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010 had for round about 2 hours when he hit a small mammal identified by the team and Alexander Wirtz in the early hours as a squirrel, and he had to come in for a nose change, and that slowed his times.
Okay, Joe, new set of soft tires, and a refuel.
Soft tires and a full refuel for Hirakawa, and being called for qualifying laps. Joe Bradley down at Porsche.
Yeah, this is not just a little bit of oil going in. The car's gone in and it's gone onto the high hydraulic jacks. It lifts the car about, well, let's say just over a metre off the floor. We've got crew crawling all underneath the car. So it must have a damaged floor underneath the car, which is very hard to see when the car's on track. But there's more time than anything going to be taken up and soaked up by this number 6. This is not a quick job.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
If Joe Bradley was a younger man and more lithe, he'd be leaning and having a look underneath at what looks like a completely cracked floor there, and I'm just wondering how much of that is floor and how much of that is monocoque, Jim?
Oh, I think it's all floor. And the impact wasn't that heavy, John. So it's basically just broken the floor off the bottom of the monocoque, and that's when you're going to actually have to then glue it, resin it, or change the floor. In this case, I think they're trying to assess whether they need the whole thing off or whether they can just change the section that they're dealing with.
Interesting. Toby Manton says McNish's crash was Dunlop curves and not Porsche curves. It was right in front of me and spilt my beer. You weren't listening, Toby. Maybe you've already started the beer. We said it was in the R8 and he drove it back. The crash that he had at Dunlop when he hit the Ferrari with Beltoirs in it, he did not drive that car back. That car was a...
no, it went over the barrier and came back again, didn't it? Although let's not... I mean, he didn't crash that many times. It seems like we're now bringing up every crash that Alan had have. He won't be happy. He'll be asleep, so we're all right.
That was the year when Rocky had his big crash as well.
Yeah.
The Audis, they were closed-top prototypes, not the R8. So, yes, you're right in one respect. He did have a crash there, Toby. That wasn't the one we were talking about. We were talking about a little further back in time when he went straight on at the Porsche curves.
Going back to this race, when you hear the engineer there talking to Ryo Hirakawa in the number 8 Toyota for qualifying laps, that always makes me think, you know, that's going to end one of two ways. And so Hirakawa will be out there having been told that as a driver you just really start pushing. It's almost like the engineer saying to you, you're allowed to take a bit of risk. And through the traffic we're going to see a little bit more risk now from Hirakawa.
Remember what Lena Gade said to all her drivers. Let's hear Hirakawa.
Okay, Joe, the gap is 25.7.
Yeah, it's big difference.
Copy, big difference, copy. The gap is 25.7. Ferrari did not change tires.
Lena used to say, push without risk. Which is a hard thing to do, particularly here.
But that
at Le Mans.
instantly in a driver's brain, that tells you exactly what you need to know. Don't make a stupid mistake. Obviously go as fast as you can, which is kind of like what the driver's default is. When an engineer says to you qualifying laps, that's saying to you inherently, take risk.
It depends how, I mean, it depends how Hirakawa's brain works, because one of the key things for an engineer is to understand how his driver's brain works and what he needs to do. The problem is, I say, Hirakawa at the moment is losing ground to Collado, and has been for the whole of the since he's been out there. So, yes, you don't want him to throw it at the wall, but you do need him to improve those.
Absolutely, I'm not against that message. I mean, that's what drivers do. We push, like, drive fast, don't crash.
Copy. What you mark, you stay in the car. You stay in the car.
That is the team radio for Alex Lynn, out of third position in the blue-fronted Cadillac, comes in and hits his marks.
That's coming to the end of